Once a fallen heiress, she sought to alter her family's fate by marrying into an esteemed family. In an abrupt twist of fate, she transformed into a destitute orphan, yearning to remarry the father of her child. Alas, plans never seemed to align with the whims of fate. "Madam, push with all your might." The midwife's piercing cry penetrated Lin Xian's ears. After enduring a day filled with excruciating labor, Lin Xian felt utterly exhausted. Everyone assured her that this child would undoubtedly be a boy. She must bear the legitimate heir for the Shun family. Her mother and brother also depended on this child. Lin Xian accepted the herbal tea offered by the midwife, tilting her head back to take a few sips. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to lift her body. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she collapsed limply onto the bed. "Madam, madam." The frantic calls gradually faded from her consciousness, and the pain in her lower body slowly dissipated. She vaguely heard the midwife mention that she was experiencing severe hemorrhaging and might not survive. She could not perish like this. She still had her mother, and she still had her son. After all her efforts to marry Shun Jingluan, she could not leave him behind. Lin Xian struggled to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy, and her body was devoid of strength. She desperately sought fresh air, yet something constricted her neck, as if a hand had gripped her throat. She longed to cry for help, but no sound emerged. Then it felt as though her body plummeted from a great height, pain radiating throughout her being. With no time to ponder, her instincts kicked in, and she coughed violently, gasping for breath. "Are you awake?" A man kicked her body. A man's voice? How could there be a man in the delivery room? Lin Xian instinctively protected her abdomen, only to find her belly flat, as before. A primal urge to scream welled up within her, yet all that escaped her lips was a hoarse gasp. Her neck throbbed painfully, and everything around her swayed. What had transpired? Lin Xian raised her head to see the sun, half submerged in the azure sea. Panic surged within her as she glanced around. Above her, a strip of white silk fluttered in the wind, the setting sun casting a crimson hue upon it. "Hey, where's your home? I saved you, so you ought to reward me." The man looked down at Lin Xian. Due to the backlighting, she could not discern his expression, though she noticed he held a dagger in his hand. The blade glinted menacingly, and she involuntarily swallowed hard, biting down on her lip. The sharp sting reminded her that this was no dream. "What do you want?" Lin Xian managed to utter, retreating cautiously. The man loomed over her, clicking his tongue, circling her like a predator. Suddenly, he crouched down, the cold blade pressed against her cheek, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips as he said, "What's the matter? Don't wish to pay? Look at your delicate skin. You'd fetch a handsome price in a brothel. You dare? What do I have to fear?" The man scoffed. A smirk played on his lips, yet his eyes revealed no mirth. Lin Xian's heart raced, an instinctive warning telling her that the man before her was no benevolent soul. What should she do? She ought to be in the Shun family's delivery room. Glancing down at her attire, she noted the plain white dress she wore, certainly not her own, and her heart swelled with confusion. As Lin Xian's thoughts twisted and turned, the man had already sheathed his dagger. He grasped her chin delicately between his thumb and forefinger, scrutinizing her closely. "Upon closer inspection, you are not without your charms. If you lack wealth, I shall suffer a loss and let you repay your debts with your body," he declared, reaching for her garments. "Stop!" Lin Xian clutched her collar, scrambling backward. The man's palm firmly gripped the back of her head as he coldly remarked, "If you are willing to forsake your life, why concern yourself with your virtue?" Fear gripped Lin Xian, rendering her nearly breathless. She feigned composure and replied in a low voice, "Esteemed sir, any man with riches can find a maiden of virtue. If you release me back to the city, I can provide you with gold." "Oh." The man's expression turned skeptical. "So, you are not a maiden?" Then he glanced up at the white silk draped over a branch. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian forced a conciliatory smile and pleaded, "My lord, my family does not lack for silver. Just allow me to leave." "How am I know you are not deceiving me?" The man's gaze wandered over Lin Xian, their faces mere inches apart. Overcome with dread, she dared not meet his eyes. All she perceived was his coarse attire. The scent of sweat mingled with the earthy odor that unsettled her. Holding her breath, she asserted with conviction, "The Lin family of Jizuyu must have heard of us. I am merely a servant in their household. Our young master dotes on me." "Just a servant?" the man replied, though his expression clearly conveyed disbelief in her words. Determined, Lin Xian raised her chin defiantly and declared, "Whether you believe me or not, should you attempt to insult me. I shall take my own life, and you will gain nothing. Take your own life? The man chuckled lightly, gripping her chin with one hand, while shoving a filthy handkerchief in her mouth with the other, smugly stating, let us see how you manage that. Understanding that behind her lay a precipice, and unwilling to meet her demise, she fiercely thrust her forehead against his nose. Before he could react, she desperately scrambled to her feet. After stumbling a few paces, she suddenly realized the city gate was far away. She could not outrun him. Turning back, she delivered a fierce kick towards his groin. The man sensed her intent, shielding his nose and shifting slightly aside, only to feel a sharp pain in his calf. Damn it, if she strikes true, I shall be rendered impotent. He cursed, limping after Lin Xian. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Lin Xian could only run with all her might. Miss, where are you? Miss. Upon hearing the distant calls growing nearer, just as she was about to scream for help, she felt strong arms envelop her shoulders. There was no time to struggle before they both tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in the grass. A sudden, intense pain struck her head, and she quickly lost consciousness. Time passed, and Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes, finding herself enveloped in darkness, with a faint constellation of stars above. With great effort, she propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings. Miss, you have finally awakened. A young maid of about 16 or 17 clutched Lin Xian's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Xian recognized her. She was Bai Xiao, her cousin's personal maid. Where's Huan? She inquired. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian looked up at Bai Xiao, only to find her staring in shock, as if she did not recognize her. What is wrong? She furrowed her brow. Bai Xiao let out a wail, crying out, Miss, please do not frighten me. Lin Xian, exasperated by her tear-streaked face, turned to search for Huan, but found no one else around. Memories of the recent past began to flood her mind. Have you seen a man? She asked again. Bai Xiao continued to kneel on the ground, weeping and utterly oblivious to Lin Xian's question. Confirming that they were alone, Lin Xian cautiously stood up, only to realize that her entire body ached and that her ankle was twisted. She quickly pressed her hand against her flat, smooth abdomen. What on earth had happened? Her child was her lifeblood. Enough. Stop crying. Lin Xian shouted, breaking into a fierce cough. Her throat felt raw, and her neck burned intensely. Bai Xiao, startled by Lin Xian's reprimand, froze momentarily, forgetting to respond. Once Lin Xian managed to quell her coughing, she irritably said, do not just stare at me blankly. I asked you if you saw a man earlier. Bai Xiao nodded. Where's he? He has. Already left. Lin Xian pursed her lips, regarding Bai Xiao with impatience. As the saying goes, a servant resembles her master. Huan's maid was just as soft and clingy. Taking a deep breath, she softened her tone. Please be more specific. Bai Xiao sniffled, producing a handkerchief to dry her tears, and answered quietly. He said he saved you, and if I did not give him a reward, he would sell both you and me. Seeing his fierce demeanor, I gave him the purse you had previously given me, and then he left. Is that all? Lin Xian found it peculiar. What'd you call me? She asked in shock. Miss, what is wrong with you? Bai Xiao's tears welled up once more. Do not cry. I merely bumped my head. Tell me everything that happened today, in detail. As she spoke, she assessed her own appearance. Her once slender and fair fingers were now calloused, and her hands and feet seemed smaller than before. Huan was indeed more slender and petite than she. The thought drained the color from Lin Xian's face. How could she possibly have transformed into Huan? That was utterly impossible. Amidst Bai Xiao's lamentations, Huan's memories surged into Lin Xian's mind like a spring. She was rendered speechless, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had actually taken over Huan's body, while the real Huan had hanged herself. In the morning light, two young maidens, both around 16 or 17, gazed up at the towering walls and green tiles of the Shun residence in Jizhou. The girl in front, barely 5 feet tall, although dressed as a lady, wore a gown that had faded to a pale hue, with only a wooden hairpin adorning her hair and a conspicuous bruise around her neck. The gates of the Shin family are tightly shut. What has transpired? I have heard that Grandma Shun passed away during a difficult labor. What a tragedy! How wonderful a person Grandfather Shun is, and how deeply in love he and Grandma Shun were. Indeed, it is said that Grandfather Shun spent the entire night holding their son, refusing to allow anyone to enter the delivery room. Upon overhearing the hushed whispers of passers-by, the young girl stepped forward, only to halt abruptly. Just last night, she was Lin Xian, the esteemed matriarch of the Shun family at this very moment. She was Huan, the despised cousin of the Shun household. As Huan, She could not only be denied the chance to see her husband and son, but she was also barred from entering the gates of the Shen residence. Miss, the maid by Xiao looked at her with pleading eyes, softly urging, please do not dwell on grandfather Shun any longer. Why must I not think of him? He Huan clench her fists. Regardless of why fate toyed with her, transforming her into He Huan before she could even catch a glimpse of her newborn son, she would never resign herself to this fate. In her past life, she had married Shen Jingluan for the sake of her widowed mother and younger brother. In this life, she would marry Shen Jingluan once more for the sake of her son. She declared resolutely, I shall become the matriarch of the Shun family. Miss Bai Xiao immediately burst into tears, choking back her words as she pleaded, the cousin speaks with malice, she has said. I remember what she has said, He Huan interrupted with a frown. In her previous life, she had threatened the true He Huan, warning her that if she dared come within 10 paces of Shen Jingluan or set foot in the Shen residence, she would take the life of her brother He Jing, ensuring that the He family could never again stand in Jizhou. While she had not truly intended to commit murder, she had indeed orchestrated many arrangements to keep the He family at bay from the Lin and Shen families. Understanding that she could not force her way into the Shen residence, He Huan was compelled to lean on by Xiao as she limped back to the He household. At the entrance of the alley, she spotted her brother, He Jing, sitting on the threshold, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. Elder sister, He Jing exclaimed, rushing to her side and looking up at her. He Huan managed a faint smile. He Jing was the child of her father's concubine, Lady Chao, who had been brought into the He family. Why are you sitting on the threshold? She inquired, glancing up to see the dilapidated old door, its plaque of He residence askew, as if it might topple with the slightest breeze. He Jing peeked inside the door and mumbled softly. Second aunt said that since you did not return all night, you must have abandoned us and left alone. His second aunt referred to his biological mother, Lady Chao. He had been formally adopted by the main branch of the He family. Upon hearing this, He Huan bent down to meet He Jing's gaze and solemnly promised, Jing, brother, you are the only brother I have. I would never forsake you. I am waiting for you to excel in your studies, to petition the court, lead troops to eradicate pirates, and avenge our father. He Jing nodded earnestly. He Huan gently ruffled his hair and said, Jing, brother, I have thought long and hard last night. We can no longer rely on pawning our belongings to make ends meet. From today onwards, I shall save money for you to go to the capital to take the examination. Elder sister, I am grown now, and I can help you. I can find work in the streets. He Huan shook her head. If you seek work, you shall have no time to study. If you do not succeed in your studies, how can you become the top scholar and avenge our father? He Jing lowered his head in silence. Jing Di, my dear brother, I am aware of your deep filial piety, yet our household can no longer endure the incessant cacophony of past days. Our foremost priority must be to secure sustenance and navigate our lives. Do you not agree? Elder sister, I understand. You have always treated me with utmost kindness, and I shall comply with your every request. You need not do anything for me. For the time being, remain in your chamber and immerse yourself in your studies, regardless of the commotion outside. From this moment forth, second aunt shall be addressed as Lady Chao, and grandmother shall be referred to as auntie. Do you comprehend? He Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at He Huan. He Huan gently patted his shoulder, whispering a solemn assurance. I promise you, dear brother, my intention is solely to unify our family. While this proposition may seem simple to articulate, it is exceedingly challenging to actualize. If you do not lend me your support, I shall find myself utterly bereft of options. At merely 10 years of age, and having been raised by He Huan since his infancy, He Jing hesitated briefly before acquiescing. He Huan watched him retreat to his room, then instructed by Xiao to secure the door before making her way to the main hall. Upon her return, the occupants of the room simultaneously fell silent. Grandmother Wei clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring Ba, and with a hint of displeasure remarked, At last, you have returned. I trust all is well. Aunt Tao, He Huan's paternal aunt, approached with a tone of reproach. Huaner, where on earth did you spend the entire night? Aunt, He Huan replied respectfully, countering with a question. Do you genuinely wish to know my whereabouts? Aunt Tao sensed the unease in her tone, her expression shifting to one of surprise. He Huan stepped to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and drained it in one gulp before refilling it and repeating the act. Having not eaten since the previous noon, she would have likely succumbed to hunger had she not foraged for a few wild fruits on her way back to the city. Yet, within this room, not a soul exhibited concern for her well-being, nor did anyone acknowledge her injuries. He Jing's biological mother, Lady Chow exclaimed sharply. What manner of attitude is this? An unmarried girl who fails to return home overnight. I am your mother. Lady Chow, you're not my mother. What did you say? Lady Chow exclaimed, her face a canvas of shock and barely contained fury. My mother has passed away, He Huan stated with calm composure. In an instant, Lady Chow's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. She turned to seize a feather duster from the table, shouting, though you are not my flesh and blood, I have nurtured you through hardship. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Her words were abruptly cut off as she watched He Huan snatch the feather duster from her grasp. In the stunned silence of those present, He Huan forcefully hurled the duster to the ground and stomped on it, glaring at Lady Chow with fury. You are merely my father's concubine. My calling you Lady Chow is already a concession for Jingda's sake. You insolent girl, with your father gone, are you intent on driving us to despair, so you may seize control of the family estate? Lady Chow retorted, reaching to clutch He Huan's throat. He Huan, having twisted her right ankle, could only evade the attack, her voice icy. Family estate? This household has long been reduced to mere emptiness. There is no estate to claim. Chow seized the teapot from the table and hurled it at He Huan's face, shouting, Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you wretched girl. He Huan turned her head, just in time to hear a loud crash as the teapot shattered upon the floor. Wei and Tao finally regained their senses. Wei leaned back against her chair, panting, and urgently exclaimed, Quick, separate them. Hurry. Tao stepped forward, attempting to hold He Huan back, and gently urged, Huaner, I understand your distress, but she is still your mother. Your aunt has raised you since childhood, teaching you that filial piety is paramount. He Huan pushed Tao aside and pointed at Chow, enunciating each word, She is merely my father's concubine, not my stepmother. Chow bared her teeth and lunged at He Huan, screaming hysterically, For the past decade, I have toiled to raise you siblings, only to end up in this predicament. Don't think that just because you have grown strong, you can cast me aside. You shall not. Originally a fisherman's daughter, Chow was not particularly robust, but possessed a strong physique. He Huan, petite and weakened by hunger and foot injuries, was already breathless. Observing that Tao and Wei had not intervened to restrain Chow, she commanded loudly, Chow has lost her mind. Bai Xiao, why are you not coming in to bind her? Bai Xiao had already retrieved the rope as per He Huan's instructions, yet she hesitated, timidly watching He Huan. Why are you standing idle? He Huan bellowed. Bai Xiao, startled, nodded and instinctively stepped into the room. You dare? Chow glared at Bai Xiao menacingly, threatening, Today I shall sell you. She is my maid, none shall touch her. Before He Huan finished speaking, she had snatched the rope from Bai Xiao's hands and swiftly bound it around Chow. Chow reached for He Huan's hair, cursing with coarse, vulgar language. Though Bai Xiao was frightened, her instinct to protect He Huan compelled her to shield her mistress. He Huan did not anticipate Chow's ferocity. She grabbed a vase from the table and, without hesitation, struck it against Chow's neck. Tao gasped in shock, frozen in place, while Wei forgot her tears, staring wide-eyed as Chow collapsed to the ground. Bind Chow to the table leg. He Huan commanded Bai Xiao loudly. Huan, have you gone mad? Wei cried, her tears flowing anew. Yes, I have gone mad. He Huan raised her head, straightened her back, and, with unwavering gaze, addressed Tao. Aunt, did you not just ask me where I had been all night? With a scornful smile, she pointed to the bruises on her neck and continued, Yesterday, you forced me to pawn the last bracelet my mother left me. With no other options, I was driven to the brink of despair and considered hanging myself at my parents' graves. In an instant, the room fell into a searing silence. The sight of the bruises on He Huan's neck was so shocking that both Wei and Tao forgot their tears. Bai Xiao, coming to her senses, knelt at He Huan's feet, weeping uncontrollably. Why are you crying? He Huan scolded Bai Xiao, pointing at Chow and ordering, Make sure she is securely bound. Bai Xiao bit her lip tightly, refraining from uttering a sound, as she bound Chow's hands with trembling hands. Tao, frightened by He Huan, took several steps back, utterly bewildered. After a moment of shock, Wei gasped violently, as if she were on the verge of suffocation. He Huan regarded Wei with a cold gaze and proclaimed loudly, Aunt, you need not worry. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Even if someone forces me to the brink of despair, I shall not be foolish enough to hang myself at most. We shall all perish together. Before He Huan's words had fully settled, Wei, panting heavily, incredulously retorted, What did you call me? He Huan responded solemnly, It is because grandmother failed to bear a son or daughter for grandfather that he took you into his household. This was documented in the official decree from the authorities. Hence you are indeed my aunt. You, 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 Wei stammered, rising abruptly to glare at Yuan. Suddenly, her body swayed twice, and with a thud, she collapsed into the armchair, appearing to faint. Upon witnessing Wei's collapse, Tao turned to reprimand Yuan. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your biological grandmother. How could you? How could I what? Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. I have faced death once, what do I have to fear? Besides, did I speak falsely? A concubine remains a concubine for life. Even if this were to reach the authorities, the reasoning is on my side. Tao fell silent. Among the common folk, there exist instances of concubines being elevated to the status of legitimate wives. Yet the law does indeed dictate that a concubine remains a concubine for her entire life. Moreover, those who have attained the title of a legitimate wife did so at the discretion of their husbands. In Wei's case, it was after her husband's death, during a time of peril for the He family, that she used the keys to the storeroom to exchange for the title of a legitimate wife. While Tao was momentarily stunned, He Huan seized Wei's head with one hand and, with the other, pressed against her chin, attempting to pinch her philtrum with her thumb. Sensing Wei turning her head to evade her grasp, He Huan disdainfully laughed and dug her nails into the sensitive area. Wei gasped in pain and had no choice but to open her eyes. Stepping back, He Huan spoke in a measured tone. Aunt, I implore you not to engage in those unrefined tactics with me. What do you mean? Are you rebelling against me? Wei's face reddened with fury. What do I mean? He Huan's gaze swept over Wei and Tao, then glanced at the prostrate Chao, and mockingly stated, Yesterday you told me that there was not a grain of rice in the house, nor a single copper coin to spare, compelling me to part with the last bracelet left by my mother. Now, I ask you, from the moment I left yesterday until now, have you truly eaten nothing? Is it true that your household has been entirely devoid of sustenance? Tao, feeling guilty, lowered her head and Wei averted her gaze. He Huan lamented bitterly, my silence does not equate to ignorance. You both seem to think that rather than allow me to marry with the dowry entrusted to me by my mother, it is better to dig it out to supplement the household. I have endured in silence because we are family and should share both joy and hardship. I hung myself before the graves of my parents, not because I could not bear the hardships of life, but because my heart had grown cold. I considered you family. How do you regard me? In the brief silence that followed, Chao let out a soft whimper. Gradually regaining consciousness, He Huan observed that both Wei and Tao families had their heads bowed. She approached Chao and lightly kicked her calf, proclaiming loudly, Aunt Chao, you have witnessed the difficulties we face at home. We shall not burden you henceforth. You may either return to your family and remarry, or content yourself as Aunt Chao and work together with us to navigate these challenging times. Chao was momentarily taken aback, and it was Tao who first spoke. Huaner, the Chao family has long been without support. Moreover, it was your uncle who made the decisions back then. Aunt, since you mentioned my uncle, I cannot refrain from asking. When my uncle returned with Aunt Chao and our father's belongings, my mother, though ill, was still alive. From where did your uncle derive the notion of marriage concerning her? Awakening from her stupor, Chao shouted, I have exchanged vows with the master. Your words are profoundly unfilial. Silence. He Huan retorted sharply, turning her attention back to Tao. Aunt, if I'm not mistaken, the notion of marriage was undoubtedly for the sake of Jingdi. Your uncle had already conspired with Aunt Chao to adopt Jingdi. Had he not? Had Tao retained her composure, she would have countered, but in that moment, she could think of nothing else and blurted out, Your uncle was severely injured because of Jingdi. You mean to say that your uncle suffered grave injuries while trying to protect Jingdi, which is why he left no heirs? He Huan scoffed disdainfully. If memory serves me right, I was already 7 years old 10 years ago, and your marriage was approaching its 10th year. How? Pray tell, could this possibly relate to Jingdi? Tao's complexion fluctuated between pale and green as she murmured, regardless, it was entirely thanks to your uncle that the He family's lineage has been preserved. Aunt, your words are cruelly unjust. Though your uncle was injured, my father lost his life. You at least had the chance to see your uncle every day, whereas my mother and I never even beheld my father's remains. Enough, Wei weakly interjected, clutching her chest. What is the purpose of this uproar today? Upon hearing Wei's inquiry, He Huan scanned the crowd, her words deliberate and measured. I intend to marry Shen Jingluan. At this, Chao sat on the ground with a cold laugh, deriding He Huan with disdain. Do you truly believe you can marry Lord Shen at your whim? I fear that even if you offered yourself to him, he would not deign to glance in your direction. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Aunt Chow, He Huan replied, her gaze condescending as she regarded Chow. Should you wish to avoid returning to your family, you may also consider signing a contract of servitude. What do you mean? Chow's eyes widened in fury, her desire to lunge at He Huan evident. Yet her limbs were securely bound, and her body restrained to the table leg by Xiao, causing her to wriggle helplessly like a caterpillar. Realizing her predicament, her background as a boatman's daughter lent her a measure of brute strength as she pushed against the table, inching closer to He Huan, baring her teeth like a rabid dog in a narrow alley. With Chow's movements, the scraping of the table against the floor produced a jarring sound that pierced everyone's eardrums. He Huan pressed down on the table with both hands. Chow, caught off guard, struck the back of her head against the table leg, momentarily dazed and disoriented. He Huan instructed Bai Xiao to silence Madame Chow. Bai Xiao, holding a handkerchief, hesitated as fear gripped her, unsure of how to proceed. Seizing the moment, Madame Chow bit down on Bai Xiao's palm, causing her eyes to brim with tears, yet she dared not cry out. He Huan bent down, gripping Madame Chow's chin, forcing her to release her hold, and with a swift motion, struck her face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in the room, plunging it into silence once more. For the first time, Madame Chow perceived the ruthless determination in He Huan's eyes and felt a wave of fear wash over her. She had never witnessed such a fierce expression, as if He Huan might snap her neck at any moment. Wei Shi and Tao Shi were equally taken aback. After a moment, Wei Shi, with a tone of sorrow, exclaimed, "Huan, have you lost your mind? Or have you been possessed by something vile?" Madame Chow, suddenly enlightened, began to wail loudly, proclaiming that she would rather die alongside He Jing than endure the humiliation inflicted by He Huan. Cold and famished, with a throbbing headache, He Huan grew impatient with their incessant bickering. She stepped out of the room, seizing an axe and striking the table with a loud thud, declaring, "I've already faced death once. I care not if we all perish together. When we reach the underworld, I shall explain to our ancestors and father how you have treated me these past years." Madame Chow and Tao Shi ceased their tears, fear gripping them. Tao Shi timidly urged, "Huan, please do not act this way. Let us speak calmly. Aunt, I too wish to converse respectfully and for us all to live harmoniously moving forward. But what of you? Do you think that by sitting here wailing, silver will rain down from the heavens? I am still your stepmother." Madame Chow persisted in her final struggle. "Madame Chow, if you can present the marriage certificate, I shall acknowledge you as my stepmother. Otherwise, even if we go to court, the moral high ground is with me. I am Jing's mother." Madame Chow shouted defiantly. "Madame Chow, it is my aunt who is truly Jing's mother." Madame Chow glared at He Huan in fury, yet gradually her resolve weakened. If the He family cast her out, she would be left to wander the streets. "I will never sign a contract of servitude," she declared, shaking her head and collapsing to the ground like a broken doll. He Huan ignored her further, turning to Wei Shi and asking, "Aunt, reflect upon your heart. Do you not bear any responsibility for how the family has come to this state?" "What do you mean by that? Am I to blame for pirates attacking our merchant ships?" Wei Shi retorted, turning her head away, furiously wiping her eyes. She had not received much education, and now, intimidated by He Huan, her words tumbled out clumsily. "Had it not been for the 2 medicinal jars in the house, I would not have risked everything." As soon as she spoke, Tao Shi burst into tears, lamenting, "Aunt, 3 years ago, your husband earnestly advised you against entangling yourself with the Lin family. Are you suggesting that the ship's capture and our financial ruin is my fault?" Wei Shi countered. Tao Shi's address of aunt had already indicated her stance. Tao Shi shook her head, saying, "You are the elder. I dare not say you are at fault. But if the master had not been detained by the authorities over that matter, you dare to rebel." Wei Shi pointed an accusatory finger at Tao Shi, breathing heavily. Tao Shi did not retort, merely covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. He Huan stepped forward to support Mrs. Tao, softening her tone as she said, "Aunt, dwelling on the past serves no purpose. Life must go on, and we must gather funds for Jing to travel to the capital for his examination. Didn't you say you intend to marry Xin Jingluan?" Wei interjected with a cold scoff. "Indeed," He Huan affirmed with unwavering resolve. "Even if you were to offer yourself to him, it depends on whether that girl from the Lin family is willing to accept you." Wei dismissed her hopes. He Huan responded calmly, "Last night, my cousin passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a son." "How could she die? How do you know this?" Mrs. Tao asked, her face reflecting disbelief. He Huan did not answer directly, continuing, The child has just been born and cannot be without a mother. Master Shun will certainly remarry. Dear, she is still your cousin, having just passed away. Besides, matters of marriage have always been decided by parental consent, and matchmaking. Mrs. Tao's eyes were tinged with disapproval as she shook her head. I believe it is best to let this go. How can we let it go? Wei scolded Mrs. Tao, then turned to He Huan, saying, with that girl from the Lin family dead, it is as if heaven is aiding us. Huaner, as long as you heed your grandmother's arrangements. He Huan interrupted Wei, stating, Aunt, given your age, it would be unwise to overexert yourself. However, there is indeed one matter that only you can manage. Ignoring Wei's anger, she continued, in the days to come, I would appreciate it if you could stay at Qing's Song Temple for a few days. Upon hearing this, Wei's face flushed with indignation, and she exclaimed, Are you trying to drive me away? You truly have no conscience. Do you not fear tarnishing your own reputation? He Huan smiled lightly, then turned to Mrs. Tao, saying, Aunt, you must be familiar with Qing's Song Temple. I suspect that once my cousin is laid to rest, Master Shun will certainly visit there for a brief stay. At that time, I can visit you, and naturally, I will have the opportunity to speak with him. Huaner, this may not be proper. Mrs. Tao repeatedly shook her head, clearly disapproving. How can you be certain that Shun Jingluan will go to Qing's Song Temple? Wei interjected, her curiosity piqued. He Huan, with confidence, replied, I am aware not only of his close relationship with the temple's abbot, but also of his preferences and aversions. I even know why he avoided me and you the last time he saw us from a distance. Why? Wei asked eagerly. He Huan articulated deliberately. 3 years ago, the primary reason for my defeat to my cousin was something we all overlooked. Master Shun was reading the Analects and various philosophical texts at the age of 5, became the top scholar at 15, and thereafter served as a companion to the crown prince. He holds traditional values in high regard. How could he tolerate my calling you grandmother while accepting an unknown girl from a boat as a stepmother? Mrs. Tao scrutinized He Huan closely, her frown deepening as she quietly asked, Huaner, how do you know all of this? He Huan dared not reveal her identity as Lin Xian. With a bittersweet smile, she recounted, the bracelet I wore yesterday was the only keepsake my mother left me. I was reluctant to part with it, intending for it to accompany me into the afterlife, but the silk thread broke. Upon returning to the city, I learned of my cousin's tragic death during childbirth. Thus, I used that bracelet to bribe the servants of the Shun family. Last night, I was diligently seeking information. Upon hearing her words, Dao's emotions grew increasingly intricate as he noticed the alarming bruise on her neck. Wei cast a fleeting glance in her direction, secretly contemplating her thoughts. Seizing the moment, He Huan boldly addressed Wei. Aunt, would you be willing to pave this path for me at Qing's Song Temple? Just a single word from you would suffice. However, I must remind you of the circumstances at home, which you are well aware of. This may very well be our final opportunity. Chapter 3. Conviction. Wei's heart was resolute. Indeed, as He Huan had articulated, Shun Jingluan was the sole hope of the family, and the death of Lin Xian was an opportunity bestowed by fate. She contemplated that once He Huan married into the Shun family, the household would surely be under her dominion. After all, could a married woman truly return to her parental home and dictate terms? With such calculations in mind, Wei no longer clung to the title of aunt. Chao's nature had always been one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Startled by He Huan, she retreated to her room upon witnessing He Jing's support for He Huan. After all this commotion, He Huan was ravenously hungry and sought food in the kitchen. Unfortunately, the kitchen yielded nothing but a few moldy pickles. Undeterred, she rummaged through the cupboards once more, yet still found no sustenance. Aunt Zhang, is there anything edible? He Huan called out, only to turn and see Tao holding a plate of pastries and a small cloth bag at the kitchen door. In a moment, the two arrived at He Huan's room, where she savored the pastries and unwrapped the bundle brought by Tao. Observing her actions, Tao hesitated, unsure of how to begin. When she saw He Huan taking out ink and paper, meticulously recording the items from the package, then copying a list to hand to Tao. Who in there? What are you doing? Tao inquired, perplexed. Aunt, as the saying goes, one should not receive blessings without merit. I cannot accept your gifts without reciprocation. Let us consider these items as a loan from your niece. What do you mean by that? Tao's expression faltered as she lowered her gaze. She had initially intended to inform He Huan that she needed these items to send He Jing to school. Now, with He Huan misunderstanding the purpose of the gifts, how could she explain herself? Aunt, I have not eaten anything since noon yesterday. Huan feigned wiping her eyes, lamenting, in this household, you're the only one who remembers to bring me pastries. To me, this is more than just 2 pieces of cake. She choked back her emotions, pausing briefly before continuing. Though I often declare my certainty in marrying Lord Shun, the disparity between us is vast. Not only in Jizhou, but in nearby towns, countless young women aspire to marry him. With a sigh, Huan expressed her sorrow. Tao listened to Huan's words and sighed in response, earnestly advising, a girl's reputation is more precious than her life. Lord Shun is beyond our reach. We must find a way to endure the coming days, if necessary. We can sell the house and reside in a smaller courtyard for a time. Surely we can manage for a few years. Aunt Jing is only 10. He must continue his studies and pursue a career. He has a bright future ahead. Do not worry about that. I vowed by your uncle's sickbed that I would not hinder his education. Aunt, Huan called out urgently, have you considered that if I marry into the Shun family, Jing would become Lord Shun's brother-in-law? Not only in Jizhou, but even in the capital, the Shun family has considerable connections. Tao paused, taken aback. After a long moment, she shook her head and said, your status differs greatly from his. He harbors many misconceptions about us, Aunt. My mind is made up. If I can marry Lord Shun, it will be the best possible outcome. If it cannot be helped, I shall remain unbound, vowing never to wed again. Upon witnessing Huan's resolute determination, the Tao family member, sensing the finality in her tone, could only depart in awkward silence. After Tao's departure, Huan sat alone at the table, surveying her surroundings. Her chamber, situated in the western courtyard of the He residence, though a separate little enclave, was in disrepair. The doors and windows were dilapidated, casting the room into a dim and musty gloom that stifled her breath. Approaching the window, she leaned against the sill, gazing out at the desolate courtyard, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Bai Xiao, having washed her face and donned clean garments, hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door. Miss, she called softly, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Do not weep incessantly. Huan admonished with displeasure, inspecting the furnishings within the room. Bai Xiao hastily wiped her tears and timidly inquired, Miss, what shall we do from now on? Do you not comprehend my words? Cease your tears at once. Lest you vex me, she replied, making her way to a large screen. She patted the heavy wooden frame and commanded, First, assist me in moving this outside. Then summon Master Zhang to bring Manager Huang of Yongji Pawn Shop here. Bai Xiao, taken aback, remarked, Miss, you have always cherished this screen. Placing it here obscures the sunlight, leaving the room dreary, she retorted. Not daring to contradict her mistress, Bai Xiao promptly helped move the cumbersome screen and, under Huan's direction, removed the excess furniture from the room. When Huan finally pulled down the heavy curtains from the window, the room was flooded with light, and the oppressive, decayed scent was replaced by the fragrant warmth of sunlight. Huan brushed the dust from her garments and instructed Bai Xiao, Please inform Jing Di to bring a pot of flowers from the western corridor. I wish to place one on the windowsill. Bai Xiao nodded in confusion, unable to fathom why her mistress still had the inclination to tend to flowers at such a time. She bowed and began to exit the room, only to hear her mistress call her back. Huan retrieved a small pouch from beneath her pillow and handed Bai Xiao 2 coins, saying, I checked the kitchen. There is no food left. Go to the market and buy 2 cakes to stave off hunger. Bai Xiao stood there dazed, feeling the warmth of the 2 copper coins in her hand. These coins were given to her by Huan's father, Bai Xian, over a decade ago before he set sail, their last conversation. For all these years, Huan had treasured them, never once considering their use even in times of hunger. Miss, these 2 coins were given to you by your father, no matter who bestowed them. Nothing is more crucial than filling one's belly. From now on, remember this. Whether we live a day weeping or a day laughing, it is still just a day. Henceforth, we shall live joyfully, cherishing each day. Do you understand? Bai Xiao departed, stunned. Huan then approached the wardrobe to search for an appropriate garment to attend the funeral at the Shun family. Before long, Jing appeared at the door, cradling a potted plant, and called out, Elder sister. Jing Di, coming quickly. Huan smiled at him, taking the potted plant and placing it on the windowsill. As she admired it, She remarked, I see they're thriving, full of life. So I sought you out for pot. Look, with the flowers you've nurtured, the entire room appears bright and spacious. Sister, if you like, I could bring over the other pots as well. He Jing stared blankly at He Huan, realizing for the first time how beautiful his elder sister looked when she smiled. To be precise, it was the first time he witnessed her radiating such joy. Previously, she was either frowning or secretly wiping away tears. That won't be necessary. He Huan shook her head, then continued earnestly, Jing Di, the real reason I called you here was to apologize. Sister, why do you say that? He Huan pulled He Jing down to sit beside her and sincerely said, Jing Di, I know that Aunt Chow has approached you. He Jing interrupted her softly. Sister, please don't worry. I have always remembered that although Aunt Chow gave birth to me, it was her mother who raised me and taught me to read and write. In the future, I will certainly honor them both equally. But for now, I understand that everything you do is for everyone's benefit, and I will listen to your words. He Huan gazed at He Jing, letting out a quiet sigh. Adversity fosters growth. She reached out to stroke his hair and adjusted his collar. He Jing was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson as he protested softly, Sister, I am already a man. Indeed, you are a man, but in my heart, you will always be my little brother. However, I will certainly remember that you have grown up, no longer the child who require me to change his diapers or coax him to eat. Sister, He Jing's face turned even redder, resembling a sweet, glutinous persimmon hanging from a branch in late autumn. After He Jing departed, He Huan sat at the table for a moment in contemplation, then took up her pen to write a contract of servitude. Holding the contract, she left the western courtyard and made her way to the eastern wing where Madame Chow resided, directly pushing open the door. Upon hearing the noise, Madame Chow abruptly sat up, ready to scold, but then lay back down, turning onto her side as if she hadn't heard anything. He Huan approached the bedside and said leisurely, Aunt Chow, this is the contract of servitude I mentioned earlier. I know you cannot read, so just leave your thumbprint. Madame Chow rose from the bed, her face pale and her eyes filled with anger as she glared at He Huan, trembling as she spoke. You must not bully me too much. He Huan retorted coldly. If you are unwilling, you may certainly return to your family. I will not stop you. You are clearly taking advantage of my helplessness. Madame Chow turned to leave, but He Huan swiftly blocked her path. Raising her voice, let me remind you one last time. You personally agreed to have the second brother adopted by our uncle and aunt. Since that day, the second brother has had no further ties with you. Understand this clearly. This is my final reminder. Madame Chow stared at He Huan, seemingly unrecognizing her. She recalled that just days prior, she had been chasing after her in anger, yet now, she felt an innate fear of her. Could it be that, as He Huan claimed, she had come back from the dead, thus fearing nothing? You are relentlessly driving me to my demise. Do you not think of your father? Madame Chow collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, tearing at her hair and ripping her garments. He Huan looked down at her from a lofty position, remaining silent and casting a cold sidelong glance. Shortly thereafter, Tao Shi inquired from outside, Huaner, what has transpired? Nothing, He Huan replied casually. Aunt Chow is merely singing a tune for my amusement. Please return and keep second uncle company. As soon as He Huan finished speaking, silence enveloped the area outside the door. Initially, Tao Shi had been feigning tears, but upon noticing that Tao Shi was indifferent to her plight and recalling that her son was not coming to her aid, genuine sorrow welled up within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She sat on the ground, crying for the duration of a tea session, and upon seeing He Huan leisurely sipping tea, she could only gradually cease her weeping. Enough now. You have cried and made a scene. I shall inquire once more. Will you affix your handprint or not? Tao Shi awkwardly stood up, casually arranging her hair, and muttered, I will not affix my handprint. At most, you can dictate what I should say, and I will comply. After all, you know I have nowhere else to go. He Huan was well aware that she could not sway everyone in a single day, and for the time being, this was the best she could achieve. She certainly could not compel the biological mother of He Jing to sign a bond of servitude. Casting a glance at Tao Shi, she stepped outside to find Bai Xiao anxiously awaiting her. Chapter 4 Compromise. He Huan followed by Xiao's gaze towards the main house and inquired, What is it? Bai Xiao lowered her head and replied, "It's the old lady." "It is Aunt," He Huan corrected her. Bai Xiao quickly amended her words and informed He Huan that Wei Shi had learned of her sending Zhang Bo to fetch the pawnbroker, Huang. She had intercepted him, asserting that she could not brazenly sell family assets, nor would she allow someone like Huang to enter the He family home. At this point, Bai Xiao softly suggested, "Miss, perhaps I could discreetly assist Zhang Bo in transporting the screen out through the back door, as we have done before, quietly handling the matter and, later, finding a way to redeem it." He Huan did not answer, but countered with a question. Did Aunt learn of this by accident? Or did Zhang Bo tell her? Bai Xiao twisted her handkerchief nervously, murmuring, "Zhang Bo informed me that he must consult Aunt, so..." "Enough, I understand," He Huan replied, turning toward the main house. "Miss," Bai Xiao hurried to catch up with her, retrieving the 2 coins from her handkerchief and returning them to He Huan, saying, "I have already eaten, and these 2 coins are given to you by father before he left. Regardless of who they are from, they're merely 2 coins. I give them to you, keep them." "But, Miss, you once said that seeing these 2 coins is akin to seeing father." "Father and mother will always reside in my heart. The presence of these coins does not alter that. Since you have already eaten, keep them. In the future, as household matters multiply, should I become preoccupied, you'll need to find ways to fill your own belly. You have been with me since childhood. Our bond is naturally different, and we must work together to navigate our lives going forward." Even as He Huan stepped into Wei Shi's chamber, Bai Xiao stood frozen in the corridor, feeling the weight of the 2 coins in her hand as heavy as a mountain. Gradually, her eyes grew warm, and she hastily suppressed the tears that threatened to fall. Since the miss did not appreciate her weeping, she resolved to shed no tears easily in the future. At the entrance of the main house, He Huan gave a symbolic knock before entering to find Wei Shi reclining on a soft couch, resting with her eyes closed. She spoke calmly, "Aunt, did you not previously express your willingness to assist me in marrying into the Shun family?" Wei Shi opened her eyes and regarded her, saying, "While I am willing to help, upon further reflection, your mention of Qing Song Temple seems to be mere conjecture." "Indeed, it is my conjecture. However, attempting something is surely better than doing nothing at all." Wei Shi appraised He Huan and replied, "Even if Shun Jingluan were to go to Qing Song Temple, it is not something I can simply decide to do. Aunt, if you're unwilling to assist me, just say so. There is no need to offer excuses." "How am I making excuses?" Wei Shi's expression darkened. She had already inquired through Ani Zhang, confirming that Lin Xian had indeed passed away, leaving behind a newborn son. As for Qing Song Temple, to her knowledge, Shun Jingluan did indeed enjoy spending time there. Reflecting on this, she softened her tone and slowly articulated, "Even if I were to go, I must first arrange affairs at home and secure some funds. This is 10 taels of silver. I believe it should suffice for you to stay at Qing Song Temple for a while." He Huan presented the silver given to her by Tao Shi. Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, sparkling with astonishment, only to be met with a silent scoff within her heart. He Huan, preoccupied with her own thoughts, paid no heed to Wei's inner musings. It was imperative that she sent Wei away to prevent her from plotting behind her back or inadvertently causing some mischief that would hinder her progress. Clearing her throat, she addressed her, "Aunt, you surely understand that Lord Shun possesses a keen mind. If you wait for the Shun family to send word of mourning before you visit Qing Song Temple, he will undoubtedly perceive it as a deliberate ploy on your part to await him there. This is our final opportunity, and I trust you have not overlooked the fact that the Lin family has an unmarried second young lady." Upon hearing this, Wei was immediately agitated. She had vaguely heard that during Lin Xian's pregnancy, that second young lady frequently visited the Shun household, and it was common knowledge that Sima Zhao's intentions were apparent to all. Indeed, the second young lady of the Lin family was now deemed more suitable than He Huan to become Shun Jingluan's wife. "I shall gather my belongings and take my leave," Wei stated as she began to collect the 10 taels of silver from the table. Noticing that He Huan seemed reluctant to discuss the matter of selling the screen, she felt compelled to speak up. "Do not say I did not warn you. Although our circumstances have changed, it does not mean just anyone can be brought into the house. Furthermore, since you have made up your mind regarding marriage, You ought to cherish your reputation and avoid giving the Shun family the impression that you frequently consort with dubious individuals. Aunt, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. I am merely selling our possessions to procure rice for my family's sustenance. How could this be construed as associating with dubious individuals? And what are the pawnbrokers' presents? Is that not legitimate? They are reputable merchants. Are they not legitimate? He Huan countered. Moreover, for years, our family's needs have been met through the silver I acquired from the pawn shop using my mother's dowry. Why did you not express disdain for the silver then? Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, swallowing back her retort. He Huan continued, as I understand it, a few years ago, my cousin also dealt with that manager Huang, and Lord Shun is well aware of this. According to the servants of the Shun family, Lord Shun has never looked down upon the impoverished. I cannot out-argue you. After all, I am merely an aunt. Do as you please. Wei huffed, turning to retreat to the inner chambers to sort her garments. Half an hour later, accompanied by Aunt Zhang, Wei made her way to Qing's Song Temple. Shortly after the donkey cart had departed, Zhang Bo returned with a young assistant from Yongji Pawn Shop, though it was not Manager Huang, but merely a junior staff member. Upon seeing him, He Huan could only inwardly mock her own lack of foresight. It was common knowledge in Jizhou City that the He family was in dire straits. What valuable possessions could they possibly have left? The fact that Yongji Pawn Shop had sent an assistant was already a considerable concession. She sighed quietly and personally led the assistant to the screen, tapping on its wooden frame and smiling. Young sir, though this screen appears antiquated, listen to this sound. The wood has certainly aged over the years. The assistant's eyes flickered, and he replied, Miss He, I cannot presume to be addressed as sir. As for this screen, it is indeed worn and old. I can offer you about 1 tael if you are willing to part with it. He Huan shook his head at the attendant and said earnestly, My good sir, I have long heard that your pawn shop maintains fair prices and is honest in its dealings. That is why I have instructed my steward to invite you here for an assessment. I shall not elaborate further. I offer 100 taels for the pawn. Please confer with your manager and return with a response. Bai Xiao was taken aback when her master began with such a substantial offer, but the pawn shop attendant said nothing, merely casting a deep glance at He Huan before taking his leave. That evening, dinner concluded in a heavy silence. Faced with the inferior coarse rice, Chow did not dare to protest, and Tao offered no further comments. The family finished their meager meal of vegetables and tofu and gradually dispersed, leaving only He Jing lingering behind, gently tugging at He Huan's sleeve. He Huan slowed her pace, crouching to meet He Jing's gaze, and inquired, Jing, what troubles you? Seeing that they were alone, He Jing produced a jade pendant from his pocket and placed it in He Huan's palm, saying, Elder sister, this is for you. Though I promised father not to take out the pendant lightly, nor to pawn it, I am aware that our family lacks silver for rice. You may leave the pendant at the pawn shop for the time being. When I grow up, I shall redeem it. I believe father will not be displeased. And you need not part with the screen left behind by second aunt. Is this jade pendant a gift from uncle? He Huan asked in surprise, examining the pendant closely. Its exquisite craftsmanship and superior quality were unparalleled, hardly obtainable even with silver. He Jing nodded earnestly, responding, Yes, father secretly gave it to me. Even mother is unaware. He Huan was puzzled as to where He Bai Chu had acquired such a pendant, yet she returned it to He Jing, advising him to keep it safe and refrain from taking it out indiscriminately. The next morning, before dawn, He Huan awoke. During her time as Lin Xian, she had accustomed herself to rising at the hour of the rabbit to study with Shun Jingluan. While he read, she would tend to the flowers and brew tea beside him. Reflecting on those days, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. At first glance, she had perceived Shun Jingluan as merely more handsome, wealthier, and better educated than others. However, after marrying him, she realized he was a man unlike any other. His mere presence could make those around him feel inferior. He seldom smiled, yet his smile could outshine blooming flowers. He spoke little, yet each word he uttered resonated with profundity. He had little temper, treating everyone with gentleness and courtesy. At the breakfast table, He Huan addressed Tao, saying it, You are now the sole elder in our family, and all matters, both internal and external, depend upon you alone. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, Please take good care of your health. Tao hurriedly replied. In truth, I have been much better these past 2 years, only coughing occasionally during autumn and winter. Since you say so, will you join me today to visit the Shun family? Yihuan asked. Tao paused for a moment, shaking her head. Huaner, did you not mention that your cousin warned you against stepping foot into the Shin household? She is my cousin. How can we not attend her funeral? Yihuan replied matter-of-factly. Moreover, the eldest lady of the Lin family is my aunt. Though we have grown estranged in recent years, blood is thicker than water, and I must offer her my condolences. Upon hearing this, Chao lowered her head and murmured, how could the past be erased simply because she is no longer alive? Aunt Chao recalls the events of year. How could she conveniently forget what transpired yesterday? In response to Yihuan's retort, Chao could only silence herself. After breakfast, Tao sought out Yihuan, closing the door behind her and whispering, Dear Huan, since you have already made arrangements with Qing Song Temple, there is no need to rush to meet Lord Shun today. Perhaps, Aunt, if you were to consider Lord Shun's perspective, who would you choose as a wife for your son? Tao was momentarily taken aback, as she had never contemplated this matter. Yihuan continued, from a standpoint of the Lin family, with my cousin's demise, it signifies a severance of ties with the Shun family. How do you suppose the Lin family will respond? Tao began to comprehend. Regardless of the Shun or Lin family's viewpoint, it was evident that Shun Jingluan's intended bride would be Lin Xian's cousin, Lin Mingyan. She then advised, since you have come to this realization, we should refrain from wading into these murky waters. Aunt, we have yet to take our first step. How can we solely contemplate retreat? Observing Yihuan's resolute demeanor, despite her own myriad reservations, recalling Yihuan's unwavering resolve from the previous day, Tao dared not refuse and merely stated that she would return to her room to change her attire. Chapter 5. Shock After Lunch. Yihuan and Tao Shi boarded the horse-drawn carriage rented by Zhang Bo, leisurely making their way toward the Shun residence. As they approached the vicinity of the Shun household, the carriage stalled for quite some time. Anxious, Yihuan impatiently inquired, Zhang Bo, what is happening? Are many people visiting the Shun family to offer their condolences? Zhang Bo craned his neck to look ahead and replied uncertainly, replying to the young lady, it appears we cannot proceed further. It seems that the carriage blocking the way does not belong to mourners. Please go ahead and ask what is happening, Yihuan instructed. Before long, Zhang Bo returned to the carriage and informed Yihuan that the Shun family was hiring servants. Apparently, the conditions offered were so generous that the applicants had blocked the road, and some had even gotten into a scuffle. Upon hearing this, Yihuan could only sigh inwardly. Months prior, she had repeatedly urged Shun Jingluan to hire more servants for heavy labor, yet he disdained having too many lower-class individuals around and had procrastinated. She had always worried that should an emergency arise, there would not be enough hands to help, and today her concerns had indeed come to fruition. Zhang Bo, perhaps we should retreat the carriage and take a detour through the West 4th Alley, Yihuan suggested. Zhang Bo nodded in agreement. But just as he intended to turn the carriage around, he discovered that they were also blocked from behind, leaving them trapped in the middle. Feeling anxious, Yihuan could not resist pulling aside the curtain of the carriage to peek outside. Tao Shi, wearing a worried expression, softly advised, Huaner, if the Shun family is hiring young servants and it has caused such a blockage, there are likely many families thinking the same as you. Aunt, do we still have an escape route at this point? Yihuan lowered the curtain and suddenly realized she seemed to have seen something. She opened the curtain once more and spotted the man who had previously rescued her in the wilderness and later threatened her, now mingling among the crowd. She hastily dropped the curtain again. Huana, what is the matter? Tao Shi inquired, reaching to part the curtain, only to be stopped by Yihuan's hand pressing down on her wrist. Aunt, it is nothing, merely some ruffians outside. It would be best if you refrain from looking out. As for what you just mentioned, I have made my decision and will not waver. After a lengthy wait, the carriage began to move slowly, and the crowd on the street gradually dispersed. According to the information Zhang Bo gathered, the Shun family had deemed the situation too precarious and canceled the hiring of young servants. Yet many were unwilling to leave and, for some reason, had caused a commotion in front of the Shun residence, thus blocking the road. Tao Shi, perplexed by this, remarked, while it could be said that the Shun family was compelled to hire servants at such a time, why did they not seek the help of a broker? to indiscriminately recruit individuals on the street? Do they not fear bringing in those with ulterior motives? They may have their own unavoidable reasons, He Huan replied evasively. To her knowledge, the Shun family had previously recruited servants in this manner. Shun Jingluan seemed to have a strong aversion to the profession of brokers. Seeing He Huan's spirits dampened, Tao Shi refrained from further conversation. Soon, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Shun residence. The doorman, upon learning that the visitors were Tao Shi and He Huan, did not immediately lower the threshold. Following He Huan's instructions, Zhang Bo spoke softly to the doorman. The man gave Zhang Bo a scrutinizing glance. Then, while sending someone to announce their arrival, he slowly guided the carriage inside, stopping near the second gate. He Huan was assisted by Bai Xiao as she stepped down from the carriage, and she turned back to help Tao Shi disembark. When she caught sight of the maid from the Shun family, Si Zhu, hurrying towards them, she felt a twinge of surprise. She had anticipated that it would be Zi Lan instead. For over a year, Lin Xian had two esteemed maids by her side. One was her dowry maid, Zi Lan, and the other, the one before her, was Si Zhu. Upon entering the bridal chamber, the first maid she noticed was Si Zhu, and her instinct led her to believe that Si Zhu was Shun Jing Luan's consort. However, it turned out that she was merely the head maid of the household. Considering Shun Jing Luan's age and status, it was entirely plausible for him to have concubines or even a few legitimate wives. In fact, prior to their marriage, there was not a single woman by his side, and he generally preferred not to have maids flitting about in his presence. During her inconvenient days after their wedding, she had subtly suggested arranging for someone else to attend to him. He had simply replied with 3 words, "No need." Later, when she became pregnant, he responded to her in the same manner. She initially thought it was because her pregnancy was still in its early stages, and he feared it might trouble her. Yet throughout her entire pregnancy, he never left her side. "Madam," Mississippi Si Zhu greeted He Huan and Tao Shi, snapping He Huan back to reality. "You are my cousin's maid, Si Zhu, are you not?" He Huan inquired. Upon her nod, Si Zhu quietly explained, "We only learned of the news last night, and rushed over without the chance to greet you. Madam, miss, please forgive us." Si Zhu knelt before them, stating that after the passing of the matron, the master had been deeply sorrowful, remaining in the room to mourn her. The household arrangements were only organized that morning. Has my cousin's husband been by her side all this time? He Huan felt a pang of sorrow. He had kept vigil over her body for a day and night. Yes, Si Zhu confirmed. This morning, it was young Master Nian Shi who cried so intensely that the master had no choice but to leave the matron. Nian Shi? Is it the name my cousin's husband chose? He Huan struggled to suppress her emotions. Shun Jing Luan had already named their son, and the matriarch of the Shun family had consulted a master about it. Surprisingly, he had changed their son's name to Shun Yanxi. He Huan was uncertain how she found herself in the morning hall. She stood numbly behind Tao Shi, following her and greeting, her mind buzzing. "Huan, Tao Shi gently tugged at her. It was then that He Huan realized they had entered the small flower hall of the Shun family side courtyard. She hastily concealed her emotions, but within her heart, a voice incessantly echoed, "You know where he is. You can catch a glimpse of him from afar, and perhaps even see your son." "Huana, what is the matter? Did you not say you had to see your aunt today?" Tao Shi looked at her with confusion. "Indeed, I must see my aunt." He Huan bit her lip, gazing up at the sky to prevent her tears from falling. She reminded herself that she would, in due time, stand once more by Shun Jingluan's side. For now, their son was safe. The real danger lay with her mother and brother. "What did you ask Uncle Zhang to say earlier? How did they allow us in so easily?" Tao Shi's reluctance to come stemmed from her fear of being turned away at the door. He Huan shook her head and said, "It is nothing, in truth. The Shun family fears disgrace even more than we do." Tao immediately grasped her implication. Although she did not concur, given the current circumstances, further discourse would serve no purpose. She could only awkwardly take a seat beside her, intending to offer a few words of caution to He Huan, yet hesitating to speak out boldly. Seizing the opportunity while the maidservant brought in tea, He Huan inquired, "Where is Annie now?" The maid replied, "Miss, the matriarch is unwell and returned yesterday." "Returned?" He Huan exclaimed in surprise. "Did Lady Lin mention when she would come today?" Tao interjected. The maid shook her head, saying, "As for Lady He, I do not know." He Huan gestured for the maid to withdraw, momentarily feeling lost, her mind swirling with thoughts of Shun Jingluan and her own mother. Outside, Siju had approached the maidservant with tea. The two exchanged hushed words in the corridor, after which Siju walked toward the courtyard gate, giving a few instructions to Xylan, who was approaching. Xylan nodded and strode toward the small flower hall. Lady Heath, miss, Xylan greeted them as she stood at the entrance. He Huan returned to her senses, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. Tao, standing beside her, forced a smile and explained to Xylan, we received news last night. After all, we are kin. Xylan implied that, at this moment, whether it be the elder or the matriarch, or even the family matriarch, everyone was enveloped in sorrow and lacked the spirit to entertain them. Her meaning extended beyond merely asking them to leave. She was subtly reminding them that the Lin family and the Shun family were the true relatives. It was not merely that the He family had no ties with the Shun family. Even the Lin and He families had severed their connections years ago. Tao felt stung by Xylan's words, her face shifting from pale to flushed. He Huan felt both anger and amusement. Xylan had always been a trusted confidant of Lin Xian, who had once instructed her that Shun Jingluan's taking of concubine was inevitable, yet must not be allowed to benefit Wei or He Huan. Yet now, as she assumed He Huan's role, this matter had become a self-inflicted wound. He Huan helped Tao to sit down and raised her gaze to Xylan, saying, Xylan, my cousin trusted you the most. Now that she is gone, if you still genuinely care for her, you ought to contemplate who poses the greatest threat to Nianxi. She continued, it is not just Nianxi, even Aunt and my cousin. Perhaps someone is already unable to contain themselves. Xylan immediately understood. Lin Xian had long informed her that the He family was merely at the end of their rope, shameless, while the second branch of the Lin family was the true embodiment of cunning. They might propose to Shun Jingluan to take Lin Mengyan as a wife before the master was even buried. For the sake of young Master Nianxi, she wished to prevent such an occurrence. Yet as a mere maid, what could she do? Seeing Xylan's expression shift, He Huan continued, reflect carefully on what my cousin once told you, and why she had no choice but to marry into the Shun family. Miss, you have shared so much with me. I am fully aware of your implications, Xylan replied with a hint of sarcasm in her smile. He Huan was not angered. She merely sighed wistfully. In this world, who does not live for themselves, seeking a better existence? As her words lingered, Xylan suddenly lifted her gaze to meet hers. She recalls vividly that 3 years ago, on the night her master made the final decision, she stood dazed by the window, gazing at the pitch-black sky, uttering the same words. He Huan observed the astonishment in Zilan's eyes and spoke once more. Zilan, your cousin is in a moment of sorrow. Once the initial 3 months have passed, and he gradually regains his composure, he will undoubtedly make the best choice for Nianxi. Miss, I am but a servant. No matter how much you confide in me, I can offer you no assistance, replied Zilan. Zilan, does it serve any purpose to engage in a contest of wills at this juncture? We share a common goal, do we not? As for the decision your cousin will make in 8 months, let each rely on their own abilities. Zilan hesitated briefly before raising her gaze to ask, Miss, what do you intend to do? He Huan pressed her lips together, lowering her head in contemplation. Before arriving at the Shun household, she had already resolved that, for the sake of her son, she must instill a profound sense of guilt in Shun Jingluan regarding her death. This was merely the first step of her plan. Yet, he had guarded her lifeless body for 2 nights and a day, and named their son Nianxi. How could she bear such a burden? Chapter 6. A reunion. Though He Huan was reluctant to rub salt into Shun Jingluan's wounds, thoughts of her mother, younger brother, and newly born son compelled her to clear her throat and address Xylan. You should be aware that the timing of my cousin's remarriage and the choice of his bride rests solely with him and old Madame Shun. More precisely, it hinges on my cousin's decisions. She paused momentarily before continuing. You are well aware of his and my cousin's daily habits. As long as he still holds my cousin in his thoughts and sees that Nianxi is well cared for, he may not feel an urgency to remarry. Is it truly that simple? Xylan responded with an expression that suggested He Huan was underestimating the complexity of the situation. Understanding her thoughts, He Huan shook her head. Certainly, it is not merely that. However, the foremost point is that you must not, in a moment of desperation, criticize Miss Lin in front of my cousin. Of course. This servant is fully aware, Xylan nodded. The mistress has long instructed that the master detests idle gossip. As they spoke, Xylan's gaze towards He Huan grew more inquisitive. He Huan reiterated, in any case, you must ensure that my cousin believes my cousin is still alive, regardless of her passing or the past events. Everything she has done was for him and for Nianqi. Aside from that, I wish to meet with my aunt. Miss, your guidance will be etched in this servant's heart. But as for meeting the eldest madam, I am afraid I am powerless in that regard. He Huan glanced at her, her voice firm as she stated, you know well that even if my cousin holds my cousin dear in his heart, it does not alter the fact that Nianqi requires a mother-esque care. You are merely a maid. Some words must come from my aunt. Xylan's expression reflected her discomfort as she shook her head. Miss, the eldest madam's health has always been frail. Is mother truly unwell? He Huan blurted out, quickly correcting herself, given my cousin's passing. It is only natural that my aunt is overwhelmed with grief. Xylan regarded her intently, and Tao, standing nearby, looked equally puzzled. He Huan feigned ignorance, sighing, my mother passed away 10 years ago. I have always regarded my aunt as my own mother. 3 years ago, had it not been for our family's dire circumstances and my uncle's deteriorating health, I would never have caused my cousin distress or brought sorrow to my aunt. Although she had skirted around the earlier mention of mother, Xylan remained steadfast, stating she could not facilitate a meeting between her and Lin Xian's mother, Lady Han. As time slipped away, He Huan's anxiety intensified, and she exclaimed, I understand your loyalty to your master, but at this juncture, your fear of potential dangers renders you hesitant even to arrange a meeting with my aunt. Should Miss Lin become the matriarch of the Shun family, and something unfortunate befall Nianqi, how will you explain this to my cousin? He Huan's words struck Xylan deeply. The very same warning had once been spoken to her by Lin Xian. She lifted her gaze and replied, Miss, I can only disclose the current whereabouts of the eldest madam, but my doing so does not imply my agreement with your intentions. Neither you nor Miss Lin possesses the standing to replace the matriarch. Xylan's words, though perhaps too bold for a maid, did not perturb Huan. Instead, she smiled and reiterated, I maintain my stance. The future is a realm where each must rely on their own abilities. For now, simply remember that we share a common adversary, and that, in itself, suffices. Xylan remained silent, merely performing a bow before retreating. After a cup of tea, He Huan excused herself to visit the restroom and quietly navigated through the courtyard of the Shun family, alongside by Xiao. According to Xylan, yesterday, the matriarch Dahan fainted upon seeing her daughter's corpse and was subsequently placed in the cold plum courtyard by Shun Jingluan. This morning, Dahan appeared somewhat better, yet upon gazing upon her daughter's lifeless body again, she succumbed to another faint. The doctor had examined her pulse and prescribed medicine, and she had been resting in the cold plum courtyard, accompanied by her son, Lin Nuoyan. Upon hearing this news, He Huan's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. She yearned to reveal to her mother that she was Lin Xiyan, that she was not dead, but had merely assumed the guise of He Huan. However, upon reflection, even if her mother believed her, what would it change? Her mother had always been gentle and lacking in cunning. A careless slip of the tongue could only invite trouble. Moreover, it was time for her mother to grow stronger, for it was increasingly difficult for her, as He Huan, to protect her and her brother at all times. Not far from He Huan, 2 young men clad in servant attire observed her skillfully evade the gaze of the household staff, meandering toward a particular direction. The handsome man, with clear brows and bright eyes, gazed quizzically at He Huan and her companion, inquiring of the man beside him, Third Master, do you know them? She seems quite familiar with this place. The man with thick brows and large eyes stroked his chin, deep in thought, before casually declaring, I shall ask for directions, and briskly approached He Huan and her companion. Meanwhile, He Huan caught sight of the cold plum courtyard ahead, her heart racing wildly. Though she could assert herself before the He family and confront Xylan with confidence, she pondered how to behave in front of her mother and brother. He Huan gasped softly, hastily covering her mouth as she narrowly avoided colliding with a man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. How did you end up here? Bai Xiao's voice trembled. She recognized the man before them, the ruffian who had threatened them outside the city. Huan also recognized the man, silently lamenting her misfortune, only to then notice he was garbed in the attire of a Shun family servant. While she couldn't claim to know every servant of the Shun household, this man was certainly no ordinary lackey. A sense of vigilance stirred within her as she furrowed her brows at him. The man scrutinized Huan from head to toe. Her attire, though somewhat worn, was a far cry from the disarray of the previous day. She had evidently made an effort to present herself well. "Oh, Miss Lin S. maid, what a coincidence. We meet again," the man exclaimed, clicking his tongue and casting a glance at Bai Xiao. "You both seem rather hurried. What might you be off to? What do you want?" Bai Xiao's face paled in fear. "If you don't step aside, I will call for help." Her threat was feeble and lacking conviction. "By all means, call for help. I shall be waiting," the man replied, his gaze fixated on Huan's face. Huan gestured for Bai Xiao to keep watch ahead, lowering her voice. "This gentleman, you received our silver the other day. Let us not disturb the peace between us." "Have I not saved your life? Is that merely worth a handful of silver?" The man stepped closer, cornering Huan against the wall. With her back pressed against the barrier, anxiety surged within her. He had not disclosed his intentions. He was negotiating with her, disguising himself as a servant of the Shun family. His motives were undoubtedly far from innocent. She needed to devise a plan to alert the Shun family to his presence. The man lowered his gaze to examine Huan, bluntly stating, "I saved your life. You should not only offer your body in gratitude, but also treat me with sincerity." "Miss Lin's maid," Huan replied. "Indeed, I am not a maid of the Lin family, and I should not have deceived you. This was my fault." She readily acknowledged her mistake and continued, "You have rescued me. Besides money, if there is anything I can do for you as a token of my gratitude, please do not hesitate to ask." The man recognized her attempt to extract his intentions. To him, her tactics, though not particularly sophisticated, revealed that she was not an ordinary naive girl. He lifted her chin, locking his gaze with hers, noticing the lingering bruise on her neck. His lips pressed into a straight line. Huan returned his stare. She had learned to be strong long ago. Without her father's protection and faced with the predatory nature of her uncle's family, she had to be resilient or face dire consequences. This was the harsh reality. After a brief stalemate, the man abruptly asked, "Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" Huan attempted to push him away, but when he remained unmoved, she stepped on his foot. Unfortunately, her embroidered shoes were too soft, and her slight frame proved ineffective. The man recalled the forceful kick she had previously delivered and laughed, asking, "What? Do you wish to employ the same trick again? Truly an ungrateful woman." Huan glanced at the sun overhead and remarked, "I believe you intentionally created chaos to infiltrate. Surely there must be a compelling reason for it? You were among those carriages earlier, weren't you?" Though framed as a question, the man's tone was assertive. Huan nodded, stating, "Let us speak plainly. Do not concern yourself with my identity, nor shall I inquire about your intentions. Please express what you desire. If I can assist, we shall part ways after today and remain strangers henceforth. How does that sound?" The man scrutinized Huan once more before nodding. "Very well. However, you must first tell me why someone like you would contemplate suicide." His expression made it clear to Huan that if she lied, their conversation would cease. She understood the true reason behind her despair. Yet she had revealed too much of Lin Xian's nature to him. He would not believe her explanation. "What can't you speak?" the man urged. "It is not that I cannot speak." Huan lowered her gaze. "I simply experienced something no woman wishes to endure, and in a moment of despair, Her voice trailed off, barely audible. The man immediately recalled her implication that she was no longer a maiden. He took 2 steps back, shifting the topic. "It seems you are quite familiar with the Shun family. If I were to guide you, you wouldn't harm anyone, would you?" "Of course not," the man affirmed with a nod. "Good," Huan replied, confirming his destination, guiding him on his path, and carefully advising him on how to evade patrolling servants and deceive the gatekeepers. The man gazed at her intently, declaring, "There shall be no further entanglements between us." Before turning away, Huan stood on the corridor, watching him depart, and smiled gently. She entrusted him to Shun Jingluan, which not only eliminated potential dangers, but also made Shun Jingluan realize that the Shun family was not entirely secure. Henceforth, He must be vigilant in safeguarding their son. As for whether she owed her savior an apology, if he had not harbored ill intentions, how could she have found an opportunity to act? Chapter 7. Persuasion. In a fleeting moment, Huan lingered at the entrance of the Long Mei courtyard, before stepping alone into the abode of the sickly Mrs. Han. Lin Yin, upon spotting her, immediately positioned himself in front of the door, raising his voice to declare, "Mother is resting. No one is to disturb her." Although he and Huan were cousins, he could not recall her visage, and merely deduced from her attire that she was not a maid of the Shin family. Witnessing her younger brother's small frame standing guard over their mother stirred a bittersweet ache within Huan. With no time to utter a word, a maidservant of Mrs. Han approached, bowing politely and requesting that she refrain from disturbing Mrs. Han at this moment. Inside, Mrs. Han was roused from her slumber by the commotion, weakly inquiring, "Nuoyin, what is happening?" Upon hearing her mother's voice, Huan swiftly circumvented Lin Yin and knelt by Mrs. Han's bedside. Choked with emotion as she called out, "Aunt." Mrs. Han, startled at the sight of her, averted her gaze and bluntly replied, "I do not wish to see anyone. Please leave. Mother has instructed you to go. Do not linger, or I shall inform my brother-in-law." Lin Yin, fiercely protective of their mother, urged, pushing Huan away. "Nuoyin, do not be rude. She is your cousin." Mrs. Han reprimanded her son. "You are indeed he family's cousin?" Lin Nuoyin scrutinized Huan. "I have heard my sister speak of you." His demeanor revealed a heightened wariness. Huan sighed, her head bowed. Her mother was far too kind, too easily softened. Thus, she had advised her brother to keep ill-intentioned individuals away from their mother. "Dear cousin, I merely wish to exchange a few words with Aunt," she began, but Mrs. Han interrupted her, commanding the maid to escort her out. Huan raised her voice, "Aunt, my elder sister has passed away. She struggled to give birth to Nian Shi." Before she could finish, tears streamed down Mrs. Han's face, choking her with grief. "Mother, please do not be sorrowful." Lin Yin leaned over the bed, reaching out to wipe away her tears, adopting a tone of maturity as he comforted her. "I promised my sister I would take good care of you and the little nephew." Observing this poignant scene, tears cascaded down Huan's cheeks. She hastily wiped them away, lifting her gaze to the ceiling. Mrs. Han's tears flowed uncontrollably as she embraced her son, weeping inconsolably, murmuring, "Such a significant event. I should have been with your elder sister. It is all my body's fault. Had I been there, I could have at least seen her one last time. Mother, please do not weep. If elder sister sees you in tears, she too will be saddened." Lin Nuoyin's fair face flushed crimson, tears welling in his eyes. Huan inhaled deeply to steady her emotions and addressed Mrs. Han. "Aunt, as the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Do you not wish for the son of your elder sister, born with such difficulty, to grow up joyfully and without worries?" Her words rendered Mrs. Han momentarily speechless, allowing her tears to fall like raindrops. Lin Nuoyin, still but a child, grasped the essence of her statement only partially, regarding her with a puzzled expression. Mrs. Han pondered Huan's words, slowly beginning to wipe away her tears. "Shun Jingluan, despite his merits, remains merely an ordinary man. In the future, should a new bride enter the household, if she possesses a kind heart, one might be fortunate. However, should she be a woman of malice, she would undoubtedly regard the legitimate son born of the former wife as a thorn in her side." The more Han pondered this, the more fear gripped her heart. She instructed a maid to take away Lin Nuoyin and gestured towards the stool by the bed, beckoning Huan to sit down, softly lamenting her gratitude for the reminder. Huan lowered her gaze, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. "Aunt, although we have had misunderstandings in the past, I have always regarded you as my own mother. The events of 3 years ago were beyond my control. Now that my cousin is no longer with us, I must fulfill my responsibilities as her closest kin." Upon hearing this, Han began to weep once more, her sobs punctuated by the words, "Xian has always enjoyed good health. She was exceedingly careful during her pregnancy. The midwife and the doctor both assured me that the fetus was positioned correctly, and her pulse was steady and strong. How could things have turned out this way? Aunt, my cousin would not wish to see you in such sorrow," Huan said, sitting on the edge of the bed and taking out a handkerchief to wipe Han's tears. Han grasped her hand, weeping as she recalled, Your cousin used to sit by my side, comforting me just as you do now. Had it not been for her, I might have followed your uncle long ago. Huan sighed in exasperation, softly comforting Han. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Han gradually ceased her tears. Observing this, Huan gently remarked, "Aunt, with Nianxi just having been born, I believe that once my cousin is laid to rest, many will seize the opportunity under the guise of caring for Nianxi, urging my cousin's husband to remarry within 100 days. Nianxi, my unfortunate grandson," Han lamented, her tears flowing anew. "Aunt, you must be aware of many things," Huan exclaimed, a mix of urgency and anger in her tone. The second branch of the Lin family was certainly scheming to marry Lin Mengyan into the Shun family, while her mother could only weep. If tears were of any use, she would weep until her eyes were blind, yearning to return to her son. But do tears truly hold power? Han was torn between sorrow and helplessness, murmuring, "The son-in-law will inevitably remarry. What can I say? Aunt, at the very least, you can prevent the second daughter of the Lin family from becoming Nianxi's stepmother. Can you bear to see your only grandson fall in her hands?" In an instant, Han forgot her tears. Speaking of the second branch of the Lin family filled her with bitterness. 10 years ago, shortly after giving birth to her son, she received the news of her husband's murder by pirates. In her state of despair, with her husband's body unreturned, the second branch attempted to harm her son. Her daughter, merely 9 years old, had braved a heavy snowstorm to plead with her half-brother to take them away. Had it not been for her daughter's determination to leave the city overnight, her only son might have already fallen victim to the second branch's treachery. Nianxi was born through Xian's utmost struggle. "I would rather die than allow the second girl to become his stepmother," Han declared, clenching her fists and attempting to rise from the bed. Huan hastily restrained her, asking, "Aunt, what do you intend to do? You just mentioned that your son-in-law wishes to remarry. You cannot make that decision." Han was momentarily taken aback. Her son-in-law had always been resolute, and Lin Mengyan was adept at feigning innocence, while Lin Guqing maintained business ties with him to ensure the relationship between the Lin and Shun families. It seemed everyone would support the union of Lin Mengyan and Shun Jingluan. "If only I had another daughter," Han exclaimed impulsively. Huan, filled with exasperation, felt a laugh bubbling within her. "Aunt, whether my cousin's husband remarries within 100 days is entirely up to him. At this moment, rather than shedding tears in solitude, it would be more prudent for you to accompany my cousin with my younger brother by her side. Given that my cousin's husband is preoccupied and unable to provide comprehensive care, your presence will assure him that she is well looked after." Her counsel to Madame Han was not solely for her son's sake, but also for the well-being of her mother and brother. She firmly believed that Shun Jingluan would safeguard their son with utmost diligence. As long as their mother and brother remained close to him, he would ensure that everything was arranged meticulously, keeping them from harm. Upon hearing these words, Madame Han eagerly nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I must stay by Nianxi's side. With so many voices around, I must vigilantly protect him." At this juncture, she sighed deeply, reflecting, "I know these past 2 years have been arduous for you. It is not that I wished to withhold my assistance. Had you not acted so recklessly, neither I nor Xian could have ignored your plight." With another sigh, her thoughts drifted back 18 years. It was she who played matchmaker, uniting her half-sister, the young Han, with He Baixian. Little did she know, then, that He Baixian would take a mistress and even father a child with her. She could empathize with her half-sister's grievances as she lay dying. Yet the He family was utterly disgraceful, recognizing the mistress as a legitimate wife and allowing Huan to call her mother. At that time, she and her daughter had vehemently opposed this, only for Huan to turn and blame them. Reflecting on the past, Han said with bitterness, "It is those brigands wreaking havoc at sea who have brought our families to this state." Huan was well aware that the decline of the Lin and He families was a direct result of those marauding pirates. To her knowledge, Jizhou City remained relatively peaceful. While the coastal fishing villages frequently suffered from pirate raids, the bandits pillaged wealth, committed murder and arson, and the plight of the common folk was nothing short of atrocious. These accounts were gleaned by Huan from her association with Shun Jingluan. The Shun family had contemplated donating funds to construct naval vessels. And Shun Jingluan himself had visited the coastal villages, yet being a scholar, he lacked the expertise in military affairs. Moreover, he had once served as a companion to the eldest son of the late crown prince. After the crown prince's downfall, rumors circulated about his family's imprisonment or demise. Regardless, while the late emperor had pardoned Shun Jingluan and permitted his return to his hometown, the relationship between him and the former crown prince's family was well known, necessitating his cautious demeanor. Pondering over Shun Jingluan's vast knowledge, yet constrained to reside in Jizhou, forever barred from the officialdom, He Huan could only feel a deep sense of regret for him. As she noted the time, she found it curious that Shun Jingluan had not sent anyone to escort her away from the cold plum garden, a worry creeping in about the unfamiliar man who had not yet been apprehended. After bidding farewell to the Han, He Huan intended to return and reunite with Tao, only to find Lin Nuoyin squatting alone in a corner of the courtyard, his head bowed in contemplation. She approached quietly, only to discover he was stealthily wiping away tears. "Cousin, what are you doing crouched here?" He Huan deliberately raised her voice. Lin Nuoyin quickly stood, turning his back to her to wipe his face, and resolutely declared, "I will not allow you to bully my mother. If I had the intention to bully your mother, would you be able to stop me?" Lin Nuoyin was at a loss for words. After a moment, he exclaimed, "I am the eldest son of the family. If you dare to bully my mother, I will fight you to the end." This is merely the bravado of a naive youth. He Huan shook her head, reminding him that he had but one life. If he were to gamble it away, what would he do if others were to bully his mother again in the future? Lin Nuoyin widened his eyes, glaring at He Huan. "Do not underestimate me," he declared, clenching his fists, his cheeks flushed with determination. "Not only can I protect my mother, but I will also avenge my father." He Huan was momentarily taken aback. She had never dared to instill thoughts of vengeance in her brother, nor did she realize he harbored such sentiments. "Who taught you to seek revenge for our father?" she inquired. "It is my own thought," Lin Nuoyin replied, his eyes ablaze with indignation. At that moment, He Huan's heart was a tumult of emotions. The dynasty had always favored scholarship over martial prowess, and she had long wished for her brother to excel academically, to become the top student in high school. Yet, the vengeance for their father was a thorn in her heart. She lamented not being born a son. She stepped forward and embraced Lin Nuoyin's head tightly. Taken by surprise, Lin Nuoyin forcefully pushed her away, shouting, "Let go of me." He Huan, caught off guard, took a small step back. Steadying herself, she spoke earnestly, "Though your elder sister is no longer with us, you should remember the meaning of the character No in your name." With that, she restrained her tears and turned to leave. Chapter 8. Showing weakness, He Huan returned to the small flower hall in the front courtyard from the cold plum garden. Having heard no rumors about the Shun family capturing a thief, she found it curious, yet dared not inquire further. Tao Shi, having grown increasingly anxious from He Huan's prolonged absence, urgently asked, "So, did you see your aunt?" "What did she say?" "Let us discuss this at home," He Huan replied, casting a calming glance at Tao Shi. She noticed someone lurking nearby, peering from beneath the corridor. Just as she intended to send a young maid to inform them that they were preparing to leave, Xilan hurried towards them, her demeanor brisk. Upon reaching the doorway, Xilan, still unsteady, angrily exclaimed, "Cousin, I did not inform you about the madam's affairs for you to lead strangers around the back courtyard. On what grounds do you say such things?" He Huan retorted, her expression hardening. "You address me as cousin, and thus should understand the distinction between master and servant. What is your current attitude?" Xilan bit her lip, looking at He Huan, and stated stiffly, "A thief has entered the house, and someone saw him speaking with you in the vicinity." "Preposterous!" He Huan scoffed. "Are you insinuating that I have let a thief into your home?" "That is not my intention," Xilan stammered. "Then what do you mean?" He Huan's anger intensified. "I do not wish to engage in pointless banter with you. If your cousin suspects such a thing, summon him here immediately. I shall clarify matters in person." "Cousin," Xilan's face paled with fear, but she quickly masked her emotions and whispered, "Please, temper your anger. The master has been accompanying young Master Nianxi. No one dares to disturb him. I care not for these details. You must elucidate who precisely it was that saw this," He Huan demanded. Faced with He Huan's pressing demeanor, Xilan's initial accusatory stance dissipated, and she hurriedly attempted to appease her, attributing the observation to a young maid who had seen her conversing with an unfamiliar man near the cold plum garden, which prompted her inquiry. Feigning contemplation, He Huan replied uncertainly, "Indeed, I spoke with someone near the cold plum garden, but he merely asked for directions. I mistook him for a new servant of my cousin's, who had inadvertently lost his way." Upon hearing this, Xilan grew anxious, incessantly inquiring about the man's appearance and the nature of their conversation. He Huan falsely asserted that the man had informed her he was tasked to visit Shun Jingluan's study, and since she was unsure of the way herself, she suggested he inquire with others. Xilan, upon hearing this, hastily bowed to He Huan and excused herself, leaving in a flurry. After a brief interval, the He family's carriage departed from the Shun household's gates. Not far from the entrance, in a shadowy alley, a man's gaze fixated on the carriage, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. He had changed out of the servant's attire, yet his countenance remained fraught with distress. He was acutely aware that he had been outwitted by the woman in the carriage and had narrowly escaped being captured by Shun Jingluan. All he wished to ascertain was the identity of the woman within the carriage. He followed stealthily. In the ensuing days, He Huan and Tao Shi visited the Shun family early each morning, confronted with the pointed remarks and veiled jests of onlookers. He Huan felt a sense of humiliation akin to that of a toad aspiring to court the favor of a swan. Yet, she appeared blissfully indifferent to their scorn. In truth, she cared little for the opinions of others, save for one person whose regard she could not overlook, Shun Jingluan. In recent days, she had found no opportunity to converse with him, but she had observed him from afar on several occasions. He remained composed and graceful, though she could discern the toll of exhaustion etched upon his features, as if he were on the brink of collapse. After over a year of marriage, He Huan had come to realize that whenever he furrowed his brow, it was a sign of his utmost impatience, and when he absent-mindedly rubbed his temples, it indicated profound fatigue. In these past days, she had either seen him frowning or massaging his forehead. On 2 occasions, she even caught him staring blankly at the sky. Faced with such a weary Shun Jingluan, He Huan was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. What woman does not yearn for her husband to cherish her memory, even after her demise? Yet, if he were to be perpetually preoccupied with Lin Xian, how could she, as He Huan, ever hope to remarry him? Would she dare to confess that she was Lin Xian, inhabiting the body of He Huan? He had never been a believer in the supernatural. If she were to utter such a claim, he would likely turn and walk away without a second thought. As she gazed at Shun Jingluan conversing with a local gentleman inside the house, He Huan found herself entranced. "Ah, I thought it was someone notable. Turns out it is merely the eldest daughter of the He family." A sharp female voice jolted her back to reality. She turned to see Lin Mengyan standing on the steps nearby, evidently having noticed Shun Jingluan as well. "Miss Lin," He Huan replied with a lackluster tone, attempting to walk away. She knew Lin Mengyan all too well. The absence of a retinue hinted that she was seeking to provoke her. "Wait." Lin Mengyan obstructed He Huan's path. He Huan cast a timid glance at her. Lin Mengyan lifted her chin, leaning slightly forward, and whispered conspiratorially in He Huan's ear, "You are truly shameless, appearing so lavishly at your cousin's funeral for your cousin's husband. You are no different, flaunting yourself in such finery for your own cousin's husband," He Huan retorted, her voice low yet resolute, effectively drowning out Lin Mengyan's mockery. In the midst of her reply, she stumbled back a full step. Lin Mengyan stared at He Huan in shock, her astonishment swiftly morphing into fury. "What did you say?" she ground out through clenched teeth. "Truth be told, we are merely 50 paces laughing at 100, He Huan said, a faint smile playing at her lips. Lin Mengyan was thoroughly incensed. She cast a sidelong glance at Shun Jingluan within the house. He seemed unaware of their exchange. With her back to him, He Huan remained oblivious to the situation inside. Yet she was certain that Shun Jingluan's servant, Wenju, had already noticed them. Her smile gradually widened as she took another small step back, enunciating clearly, "Everyone knows that during your cousin's lifetime, you were already eager." Lin Mengyan, taken aback by He Huan's unexpected boldness, felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Yet she recalled the necessity of maintaining her propriety as a lady of high standing. As she glanced again towards Shun Jingluan, He Huan suppressed her smile and murmured softly, "I did not." It is not true. Her voice trembled with vulnerability. Lin Mingyan was acutely aware of the scheme at play, contemplating how to remedy the situation. At that moment, her maid, Mei Qing, emerged from behind a pillar in the corridor, indignantly addressing He Huan. Cousin, you have gone too far. Ever since the eldest young lady passed away, the second young lady has been in great sorrow, her mind in a daze, which is why she dropped her handkerchief. I merely picked it up for her. As Mei Qing raised the silk cloth in her hand, He Huan shook her head vehemently, retreating step by step. Lin Mingyan noticed that Shan Jingluan had taken notice of them and quickly urged Mei Qing, hurry and support her, lest she falls. He Huan, with teary eyes, offered Lin Mingyan a gentle smile, only to trip over a stone bench, causing her to fall backward, her palm scraping against the ground. You did that on purpose. I did not push you. Lin Mingyan hastily distanced herself from the accusation, just as He Huan anticipated, before Lin Mingyan could finish her sentence. Wen Zhu had already approached them, inquiring if He Huan was all right while calling over a maid from the Shun household to assist her. He Huan, with her head bowed, softly explained, I tripped over the stone bench and fell. It was my own carelessness, not Lin Erji's fault. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Lin Mingyan felt a surge of resentment. She shot He Huan a glare before striding toward Shen Jingluan. He Huan remained stationary, concealing her injured right hand behind her back, quietly requesting Wen Zhu to fetch her maid, Bai Xiao. Meanwhile, Shen Jingluan listened in silence to Lin Mingyan's defense until she concluded, at which point he directly instructed the maid from the Shun family to escort both the young ladies back to Madame Lin. Lin Mingyan wished to say more, yet upon seeing Shen Jingluan's impassive expression, she instinctively swallowed hard and lowered her head to depart. Shen Jingluan's gaze flickered over to He Huan, commanding Wen Zhu to arrange for someone to tend to her wound before handing her over to Madame Tao. He Huan kept her head down, feeling acutely aware of the proximity between them, yet sensing the immense difficulty in drawing closer to him. As he turned to leave, she urgently clarified, cousin-in-law, it was my own clumsiness that caused me to fall. I know, Shen Jingluan replied, preparing to walk away. Cousin-in-law, He Huan's heart raced. When she was still Lin Xian, her head barely reached his earlobe. Now, she could only reach his shoulder. Standing beside him, an invisible pressure constricted her breath. Do not wander off alone in the future. Shan Jingluan's voice was calm and devoid of reproach, yet He Huan suddenly realized that during their previous encounters, he had indeed seen her. Cousin-in-law, there is something I wish to ask of you, but I do not know how to express it. He Huan endeavored to convey to Shen Jingluan her awareness of his repeated observations of her as she sought his assistance. Shen Jingluan turned his gaze toward her, offering no affirmation. Actually, He Huan fidgeted with the handkerchief in her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. 3 years ago, I had a wonderful relationship with my cousin, and I regarded your aunt as my own mother. I realized that many matters cannot be clarified anymore. Everyone has their own stance. Her voice trailed off. Shen Jingluan remained silent, patiently awaiting her continuation. He Huan understood that he did not believe her words. She took a deep breath and earnestly pleaded, cousin-in-law, may I have a moment to see Nianqi? He is the only child of my cousin. After speaking, she anxiously added, I understand my request may be excessive, and has mentioned that Nianqi is still quite young. Shen Jingluan lowered his gaze to scrutinize He Huan, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips, as if he had already discerned her intentions. He inquired, did you visit Lumei Garden a few days ago, solely for this matter? Not entirely, He Huan replied, shaking her head. Anne has always treated me well. As she spoke, a sudden realization overtook her, prompting her to beseech Shen Jingluan. Cousin-in-law, please do not blame Xylan. It was I who persistently urged her to reveal to me that Aunt was at Lumei Garden. At that moment, her mother-in-law was attending to Nianqi. Shen Jingluan stated matter-of-factly, implying that since the Han family had already declined her request, he could not contravene their wishes. Cousin-in-law, may I not see Aunt? He Huan looked up at Shen Jingluan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Jingluan furrowed his brow slightly. He Huan immediately lowered her head, murmuring softly, I did not intend to trouble you, cousin-in-law. Regardless of whether Aunt agrees, I promise I shall not intentionally appear before you again, truly. She nodded earnestly, reminiscent of a young girl. 10 years ago, life had forced her to relinquish the unique innocence of childhood. She feigned simplicity before him, fully aware that Shun Jingluan, despite his mature composure, was ultimately an ordinary man. Perhaps his earlier experiences had been fraught with hardship, which is why he appreciated the moments of navet and charm that Lin Xian occasionally displayed. Throughout the past year, she had been meticulously discerning his preferences, confident in her judgments. Indeed, as Yi Huan uttered her heartfelt affirmation, Shun Jingluan momentarily faltered, inspecting her with surprise. In an instant, his expression reverted to its usual indifference, and he stated coolly, "I shall have Wanju escort you to see your mother-in-law." "Thank you, cousin-in-law." Yi Huan hastily bowed in gratitude, her face alight with joy. At last, she would see her son, the child she had longed for. In that moment, she could no longer feign composure, and she expressed her gratitude to Shun Jingluan once more, her hands trembling with excitement. Not far away, Lin Mingyan lurked in the shadows, seething with resentment as she beheld Yi Huan's radiant smile. "Just a fallen family, daring to compete with me. Tonight, I shall ensure you cannot smile," she sneered, storming off in fury. Chapter 9. The hijacking that evening. As Yi Huan settled into the carriage headed home, she remained enveloped in an overwhelming joy. Her son, soft and plump, with tiny hands reminiscent of lotus roots, had already opened his eyes after just a few days. Holding him close, he exhibited no signs of fear. Indeed, their son was the most beautiful and intelligent child in the world. No matter the cost, she vowed to return to her son openly and honestly, accompanying him as he grew up healthy and strong. Seeing the radiance on Yi Huan's face, Mrs. Tao could not help but inquire, "Huan, you are not the same as before." "Of course, I am different," Yi Huan affirmed, nodding emphatically. Having faced death, everything had transformed. Mrs. Tao lowered her gaze, aware that the bruises on Yi Huan's neck had yet to fade completely. These marks perpetually reminded her that it was she who had driven a mere 17-year-old girl to the brink of despair. Out of guilt, she hesitated to dampen Yi Huan's spirits, but she had heard many rumors within the Shun family. Deep down, she felt certain that even in the absence of Lin Mengyan, Shun Jingluan's wife could never be Yi Huan. "Huaner, perhaps you should reconsider." "Aunt, I've stated my resolve numerous times," Yi Huan replied. Just as her words fell, a commotion erupted outside the carriage. Peering through a small gap in the curtain, she saw their carriage surrounded by 3 or 4 rough-looking men. The coachman, Zhang Bo, paled at the sight of the thugs brandishing weapons and trembled as he asked, "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just hand over the toll, and we'll let you pass," the leading man sneered, his gaze fixated on the carriage's interior. Zhang Bo pleaded in a hushed tone, but the men continued to jeer, their eyes occasionally darting toward the carriage. Yi Huan sensed that they might have been instigated by Lin Mengyan. If that were the case, it was not merely money they sought. She grasped the teapot from the small table and quietly approached Zhang Bo, whispering through the curtain, "There are only a few of them. Tighten the reins and charge forward." Zhang Bo had indeed contemplated this, but the horses were rented from the carriage company, and any damage would be beyond their means to compensate. Noticing Zhang Bo's reluctance to act on her command, Yi Huan's heart raced as she perceived the gravity of their situation. She plucked a hairpin from her head and quietly instructed Bai Xiao, "You must get down, pretend to offer them money, and insert the hairpin into the horse's rear." Bai Xiao's lips turned pale with fear, yet she dared not defy her mistress's order. Timidly accepting the hairpin, Yi Huan reassured her, "Do not worry, just hold onto the carriage pole tightly, and once we are out of the alley, everything will be fine. Huaner, wealth is but a material possession." Yi Huan was taken aback by Mrs. Tao's naivete. Suppressing her voice, she asked, "And in the past year or two, have you heard of anyone being robbed in broad daylight before the sun sets?" Bai Xiao's tears fell freely as she choked out, "Miss, my life belongs to you." "Enough of the tears. Just hold onto the carriage pole, and I will divert their attention." Bai Xiao hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Just as she was about to rise, a man outside called out, "Brothers, what grand business is this? May I join in?" Yi Huan recognized the voice, her heart sinking. After the incident with the Shun family, she had inadvertently forged an enmity with this man. She gazed outside through the gap in the carriage curtain and spotted a man striding confidently towards the cart, unaccompanied. "Be wise, do not meddle," the ruffian warned, brandishing a dagger at the man. Miss, what should we do now? Bai Xiao inquired, her face a mask of helplessness. He is not a good person, Shou. He Huan gestured for silence. Outside the carriage, the man proclaimed with an air of arrogance, Have you not heard of the name of Master Xie? He Huan observed him closely, her brow slightly furrowed. Alone and unarmed, he faced several knife-wielding thugs without a hint of fear. In such a scenario, he either possessed exceptional martial skills, emboldened by confidence, or he was merely acting, with those outside being his accomplices and unrelated to Lin Mingyan. Or perhaps he had already summoned reinforcements, merely stalling for time. He Huan quietly assessed these possibilities. It was a fact that he had rescued her upon their first encounter. During their second meeting, she had played a trick on him, which he surely understood. With this thought, He Huan signaled Tao Shi and Bai Xiao to brace themselves, then quietly lifted the curtain and sat beside Zhang Bo, urging him, quickly, regardless of the outcome, we must charge out. Seeing Zhang Bo hesitate, she seized the reins from his hands and struck the horse sharply with the whip. The attention of the ruffians was completely fixated on Xie San. It was only after the carriage had traveled a dozen meters that they regained their senses, abandoning Xie San to pursue the cart. Despite the jolting of the carriage, He Huan craned her neck to look back, noticing that they were relentlessly chasing after them. As the carriage entered a bustling street, the thugs had yet to disperse. Zhang Bo, head towards the yamen, she instructed urgently. As they sped away, seeing the ruffians closing in on the carriage while the yamen was still several streets away, He Huan felt a sense of despair. Just then, several constables came running towards them. The ruffians scattered at the sight. He Huan alighted from the carriage and bowed to the leading man, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Captain Lin. Missy knows me? Captain Lin exclaimed, surprised. Although Lin Xian was familiar with Captain Lin, He Huan had never seen him before. She quickly clarified, I have long heard of your integrity, Captain Lin. Had you not arrived in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Missy need not be so formal. Captain Lin chuckled, adding if gratitude is due, it should go to this young man, for he notified us. He turned to look, but found no one beside him. Where has he gone? It was that individual who reported to the yamen, claiming there was an attempt to rob the He family's carriage. He Huan recalled that she had indeed seen a man in a blue robe following Captain Lin. She asked, Captain Lin, do you know the name of my benefactor? Captain Lin shook his head and inquired loudly of his subordinates. Unfortunately, no one had noted the whereabouts of the man in blue, nor had they managed to apprehend the thugs who had attempted to intercept the carriage. Feeling a lingering dread, He Huan discreetly handed some silver to Captain Lin, hoping he would assign more men to patrol the vicinity of the He family. Before long, after He Huan had briefly recounted the events to Captain Lin, the group boarded the carriage and returned to the He residence. Inside the carriage, Tao Shi expressed her displeasure, complaining, with just 2 characters for official. Why did you speak so much with the constables? Moreover, the household is on the brink of financial ruin, barely affording rice. Her implication was a reproach towards He Huan for having given silver to head Constable Lin. Tao rarely spoke in such a manner, and He Huan glanced at her, responding, Those individuals today seem to have intentions beyond mere robbery. I fear they may disrupt our home. Tao lowered her head in silence, her expression forlorn. It then dawned on He Huan that Tao's husband, He Bachu, had once been taken away by head Constable Lin to the magistrate's office. She urged gently, Aunt, regarding Uncle's matter, the constable was merely following orders. If it weren't for those ruffians at the magistrate's office, how could your husband have met such an untimely end? Tao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Aunt, the current state of our household stems ultimately from that band of marauders at sea. Tao did not respond, merely gazing upward at the top of the carriage. The cart sped on in the stifling silence. As they approached the gate of the He residence, Zhang Bo suddenly reined in the horses, which neighed loudly. Miss Lin's maid, the young master has saved you once more. Surely you ought to reward him handsomely this time. He called out. Upon hearing this, He Huan abruptly drew back the carriage curtain, only to find Xie San standing beside the cart, wearing a half-smile. His hand patted the horse's muzzle, causing it to shake its head and affectionately nuzzle his palm. He chuckled softly, sighing at the horse. This beast exhibits more loyalty than many humans. At least it does not repay kindness with malice. He Huan's expression shifted slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Is he here to settle scores? Drawing a deep breath, she inquired, what do you want? You yourself mentioned. I have come to collect my reward. Siessen grasped the reins around the horse's neck, his actions unmistakably indicating that he would not let her pass. Tao peered over Huan's shoulder, murmuring quietly, he did indeed divert those people just now. Huan pressed down on Tao, questioning Siessen. How did you know I reside here? Tao suddenly awoke to a sense of caution, eyeing the man before her warily. Being the elder, she raised her voice. How much silver do you desire? We have little to spare. Aunt, please return home and check if Jing has had his dinner. Huan dismissed Tao, alighting from the carriage and seizing the reins from Siessen, handing them to Zhang Bo and instructing him to return the horses to the livery. In no time, she stood face to face with Siessen in the dimming twilight. What do you truly want? Huan sensed that the man before her was far from benign. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unafraid, yet the He family was neither meek nor foolish. She could not allow He Jing to negotiate with him. Siessen scrutinized He Huan from head to toe, reiterating his intent. He had merely come to collect his reward. He Huan returned the scrutiny. Unlike their initial encounter outside the city, where he appeared disheveled, Siessen now wore a cap and a short grayish-brown coat, with matching trousers fastened at the legs, and black cloth boots that were relatively clean, resembling an ordinary commoner. Contemplating this, He Huan's anxiety intensified, and she whispered, I should not have concealed my identity last time. However, at that moment, I had no inkling of who you were. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply remember that I am your savior, having rescued you twice. He raised 2 fingers, waving them before her. In truth, regarding the events of that day, I have little patience for your incessant prattle. Today, there are 4 of you in total. I shall offer you a discount, each paying 100 taels of silver. That amounts to 400 taels. Hand it over. Siessen extended his hand, demanding payment. This is nothing short of extortion. He Huan quietly retreated a step. Siessen, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, advanced menacingly towards He Huan, his expression twisted in malice as he inquired, What? Do you intend to default on your debt? Or perhaps you wish to frame me? He Huan dared not respond. It was entirely possible that the ruffians from earlier were in league with him. She could only shake her head and assert, I have never sought to incriminate you. Regardless of the truth, the silver is required. I will leave at once, so be swift. Siessen urged, seizing He Huan's shoulder with a grip that was painfully tight, as if to imply that should she fail to produce the money, he would mercilessly snap her neck. He Huan struggled with all her might, yet could not free herself from his grasp. In exasperation, she demanded, What you truly want? You know where I reside. You know my identity, and you are well aware that I cannot possibly procure such a sum. Chapter 10. Dispute. Siessen gazed at He Huan, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were devoid of mirth. He Huan resolved firmly to never admit to having intentionally framed him within the Shen family. In the silent standoff, her initial trepidation gradually dissipated. Outside the city of Jizhou, Siessen threatened her verbally, but in reality, he had indeed rescued her. In the rear courtyard of the Shen estate, he had not imposed any hardship upon her. It appeared he was merely inquiring for directions, albeit the truth remained that he had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the Shen family. Could it be that he was an enemy of Shen's? This speculation sent a shiver through He Huan's heart. To her knowledge, Shen Jingluan harbored no enemies, yet with such a prominent family, disputes were inevitable. Clearing her throat softly, she lifted her gaze to Siessen and said, You have saved me twice, and I shall forever remember your kindness. However, you have witnessed my family's plight. I truly have no money, you possess no money, but the Shen family does. Are you not adept at playing the victim before Shen Jingluan? Siessen retorted. The Shens were indeed wealthy, yet her cousin-in-law had never held any affection for her. He Huan calmly articulated her thoughts, maintaining an impassive facade while internally, anxiety gripped her heart, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. In the span of these days, she had only encountered Shen Jingluan once, merely over an hour ago. Siessen's words clearly indicated his awareness of this meeting. After their previous encounter, he still dared to lurk around the Shen family. What grand scheme could possibly compel him to take such risks? Xiaxin seemed oblivious to his slip of the tongue, brazenly threatening her, regardless of your methods. Remember this. I risked my life to save you, and 400 taels is what I am owed. Your reasoning is utterly flawed. I never solicited your assistance. It was clearly your meddling. Xiaxin chuckled darkly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Do you believe I can ensure you never marry Xin Jingluan? I believe. Yihuan nodded. And do you believe that should you push me too far, we may both find ourselves in a deadly confrontation, and I can have you in prison at once? She subtly glanced around, hinting at the consequences. In the brief silence, a loud voice erupted from the entrance of the He family home. You cannot bully my sister. He Jing dashed between them, his small frame shielding Yihuan. Xiaxin cast a fleeting glance at He Jing, sneering. And what of it if I do bully her? Yihuan quickly shielded He Jing behind her. Addressing Xiaxin with deliberate clarity, you are not here for money. What is your true intention? Who says it is not for money? As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. You seek to align yourself with Shun Jingluan, marrying into the Shun family, betraying me in the process. I do not. It was you who clumsily attracted the attention of the Shun servants, nearly dragging me down with you. He Jing glanced between Yihuan and Xiaxin, attempting to interpose himself, yet Yihuan pressed down firmly on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. He could only shout, if you do not leave now, I will report you to the authorities. I am a man and the head of this family. Xiaxin scoffed dismissively, ignoring him, and turned back to Yihuan, asserting, bring forth the silver, or our matters remain unresolved. As the evening shadows deepened, Yihuan softened her tone, saying, at the very least, grant me some time to gather the silver. Very well. I shall give you 3 days. If, in 3 days, I fail to acquire the silver. He chuckled coldly and turned to leave. Yihuan did not anticipate his departure would be so abrupt. She pulled He Jing into the house and hastened towards a west courtyard. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind, regardless of whether Xiaxin harbored animosity towards the Shun family. His ability to conceal himself within their ranks indicated that others could do the same. Her son was still so young. She must alert Shun Jingluan. Returning to her chamber, Yihuan sat at her desk and began to write fervently, asserting that upon leaving the Shun residence, she inadvertently spotted the thief who had inquired about directions a few days prior, stepping out of the side door of the Shun household. She sealed the letter in an envelope, but was soon beset by a dilemma. The correspondence that reached Shun Jingluan's desk underwent meticulous scrutiny, and she had previously instructed the steward to incinerate any invitations or letters from the He family, whether intended for her or for Shun Jingluan, without presenting them. I have acted too impulsively. Even if the letter were to reach his hands, he might not believe me. Yihuan sighed inwardly, igniting the letter and casting it into the fire, entranced by the dancing flames. No, Yihuan abruptly rose, murmuring to herself, Xiaxin must have ulterior motives. There could be no lingering consequences. What consequences? Taosher stood at the door, glancing at Yihuan and then at the fire pit on the ground. It is nothing, Yihuan replied, shaking her head. Did my aunt come looking for me? Taosher stepped into the room, her brow furrowed with concern. Huaner, who was that person just now? Why was he waiting for you at our doorstep? Aunt, he is merely a rogue. I will handle this matter. Huaner, your cousin has been laid to rest. Perhaps we should have Zhang Bo bring your aunt back home tomorrow. From now on, we must secure our doors tightly. Aunt, I shall say this one last time. My mind is made up. I will only marry Lord Shun in this lifetime. This decision is not solely for my sake, but also for Jing's future. Elder sister, I will study diligently and achieve success. I do not require your sacrifice. Second brother, who taught you to eavesdrop outside? Yihuan shot a glance at Taosher, who immediately lowered her head, feeling guilty. He Jing hurried to Yihuan's side and grasped her hand, saying, Elder sister, this has nothing to do with mother. It was I who pressed her for answers, and she revealed it to me. Please do not blame her. Yihuan pulled her hand away and inquired earnestly, Jing, do you imply that elder sister has erred? He Jing did not nod, yet his eyes reflected disapproval as he softly remarked, I dislike others gossiping about elder sister, saying you. His voice trailed off, barely audible. Yihuan understood that these words must have originated from Taosher. She asked He Jing, Then what do you believe elder sister ought to do? He Jing, still a child, raised his head and spoke eagerly. Elder sister, you are the best. If we follow what mother says, staying at home to study and write, others will surely recognize your worth and cease their slander. If elder sister remains at home to study and write, then I ask you, who will earn a living for the family? What will become of elder sister's marriage? Shall we merely wait for a matchmaker to arrive, choosing the highest bride price, to sell elder sister off, allowing you all to continue living off our dwindling resources? Huaner, how can you speak such things to Jing? Aunt, have I spoken incorrectly? Huan gazed intently at the Tao family. Tao shook her head anxiously, yet found herself at a loss for words to counter. Jing observed both Tao and Huan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Huan crouched down, grasping Jing's shoulder, and declared, "Nothing in this world simply falls from the sky. If one desires something, one must earnestly strive for it. The elder sister does not wish to be sold off or to count silver for others. Hence she must exert herself doubly." Yet, Jing turned to look at Tao, recalling his mother's words that the elder sister exposing herself to the world would only bring harm. The disdainful treatment she received earlier was precisely because of that. Huaner, Aunt knows that you are resistant to my words. So I have asked Jinger to persuade you, all for the sake of you and your elder sister. Aunt, you do not act for our benefit. You act for your own pride. You feel that the idle gossip from outside has embarrassed you, tarnishing your reputation. Huaner, how could you think so? Tao covered her face and began to weep. Huan seized Jing, who was about to comfort Tao, and said earnestly, "The elder sister does not wish to live in tears as she once did, so she seeks a better life, just as you strive to study, hoping to achieve the highest honors. It is all for your future. How can this be compared?" Tao screamed, "You do not know how harshly people speak outside. How can it not be compared?" Huan rose and gazed directly at Tao, questioning if Aunt believes I should sacrifice my entire life for the sake of a few idle comments. That this would make me a proper young lady worthy of the title Miss He? Huan's fierce words turned Tao's face from pale to crimson, momentarily silencing her tears. Jing had never witnessed his elder sister speak in such a manner, staring at her in astonishment. I. Tao regained her senses, tears cascading down her cheeks as she cried, "I've said all I can and done all I can. Should anything happen in the future, do not blame me." With that, she swept away in a huff. Huan did not pursue her for explanations. Instead, she grasped Jing and addressed him. "Jing, perhaps the elder sister should not expose herself, but ponder this carefully. If we all do nothing but wait idly, will our lives improve on their own? The elder sister believes you will surely succeed in your studies, but before that, we all need food and clothing. Aunt is aging, and Aunt's health is poor. Shall we, as a family, simply wait foolishly for silver to fall from the sky?" Jing, in a daze, walked away. Huan watched his figure vanish at the gate, closing her eyes to rub her temples. She had meticulously planned to return to shun Jingluan's side, yet unexpectedly, a figure named Xie San had emerged. "Xie San." Huan repeatedly whispered the name, suddenly opening her eyes, hurrying out of the west courtyard, and found Bai Xiao in the kitchen, whispering a few instructions to her. Bai Xiao listened to Huan's command, her expression revealing hesitation, but ultimately she nodded in agreement, removing her apron and striding out of the He family gate, hastening towards the Shun residence. Bai Xiao had not walked far when a shadow appeared amidst the night, following her closely, step for step. Unaware, Bai Xiao quietly proceeded to the side entrance of the Shun household as instructed by Huan. She whispered with the gatekeeper for quite a while, and with a resounding bang, the door was shut. She anxiously glanced around, while a shadow swiftly recoiled, hiding behind the wall. After a brief interval, the door creaked open, revealing a little girl of 7 or 8 years. Bai Xiao paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down to converse with her. The shadow observed them from a distance, a faint smile playing on its lips before retreating a few steps to vanish into the darkness. Chapter 11. Trivial matters. As Bai Xiao conveyed a message to the Shun family, Huan summoned Zhang Bo for a discussion, inquiring if he had any means to uncover Xie San's identity. Zhang Bo wore an expression of difficulty, explaining that he and his wife had spent their lives serving the He family and were unfamiliar with the local ruffians. He Huan had previously heard Shan Jingluan mention that most of the constables in the Yamen hailed from impoverished backgrounds. In the northwestern corner of Jizhou City, although there were numerous ruffians, many had also become constables. Despite the slim chances, she considered this angle worth pursuing. Noticing that the hour was late, He Huan instructed Zhang Bo to visit the Yamen early the next morning to speak with Captain Lin. He was to inquire whether they had apprehended those who had intercepted the carriage and, at the same time, to ascertain if anyone at the Yamen had heard of the name C.S. San. Zhang Bo stood with his head bowed, silently absorbing He Huan's directives. Once she finished, he murmured, "Miss, the old lady had instructed." "It is Annie, not the old lady," He Huan corrected him curtly. "You and your wife are servants of the He family, not part of Annie's dowry." Zhang Bo was taken aback. He Huan continued, "Do not forget that Auntie is currently at Qingsong Temple. Even if she were at home, her age makes it unwise for her to overexert herself. Just the other day, I contemplated pawning the folding screen my mother left me, solely to procure funds for rice and grain. Such trivial matters do not warrant troubling Annie." With a sigh, she lamented, "You both are long-standing members of the household. You cannot be unaware that our circumstances have changed. It is no longer merely a matter of having more pairs of chopsticks or additional mouths to feed." As Zhang Bo listened to He Huan's ramblings, his expression subtly shifted. She was clearly hinting that they needed to recognize who the true master was. Momentarily, he felt a mix of panic and resentment. They had served her grandfather, and even Wei Shi treated them with courtesy. "Zhang Bo, if my memory serves me right, you and Annie are of similar age. Were you in an ordinary household, you would almost be cradling great-grandchildren by now," He Huan remarked with an air of indifference. Yet it sent a chill through Zhang Bo's limbs. The couple had no children, and if they were to leave the He family, they would likely perish on the streets. He Huan had managed to send Wei Shi to Qingsong Temple. Did that not suggest she could easily deal with them? Wei Shi was, after all, He Huan's true grandmother. No matter how tumultuous the situation, they remained family, while the couple were merely servants of the He family, lacking the standing to voice their opinions before their masters. Moreover, given Wei Shi's temperament, should she truly become incensed, she might not shield them. Reflecting on this, Zhang Bo's demeanor softened, and he respectfully replied that he would inquire at the Yamen first thing in the morning. He Huan nodded and proceeded to relay several other trivial matters. As Zhang Bo listened to her detached tone, he faintly sensed a change in her, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. He dared not lift his gaze, stealing glances with the corners of his eyes, noting how her plain white dress concealed her feet. Above her knees, her hands rested naturally on her thighs. He dared not look further, but he observed that her formerly rough hands had seemingly become fair and slender, and her once dull gray nails were now meticulously polished. Glimmering softly, "Is there anything else?" He Huan inquired in a low voice. Zhang Bo suddenly awakened to reality and hurriedly bowed to take his leave. Once Zhang Bo had departed, He Huan lowered her gaze to her fingers. In recent days, she had immersed her hands in warm water infused with vinegar, a practice taught to her by the housekeeper of the Shun family, as Shen Jingluan favored delicate, pristine fingers. However, her current dedication to her hands was not for him. She simply wished to maintain her optimal state, even in the smallest of details. She was uncertain when this habit had formed. Perhaps it was the subtle influence of Shun Jingluan over the past year. Half an hour later, Bai Xiao returned from the Shun residence. Upon hearing from her that Ziju had sent a young maid, around 7 or 8 years old, to deliver a message, He Huan couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to the customs of the Shun family, young maids were not permitted to roam freely after nightfall. What did that little maid look like? He Huan's voice rose a few notches. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment, shook her head, unable to articulate the details. He Huan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while, her gaze transfixed on the flickering candlelight. The following morning, He Huan awoke at the crack of dawn, as usual. After tidying herself, she stepped out of the west courtyard and spotted He Jing watering the flowers beneath the corridor. "Jing, brother," she called softly. "Elder sister." He Jing quickly set down the watering can and turned to greet her. As his eyes met He Huan's, he momentarily froze. She wore a grayish-blue pleated skirt paired with a matching narrow-sleeve coat. Although the attire was somewhat worn, it was familiar to He Jing. However, unlike before, she adorned her ears with 2 delicate lilac blossoms, and the hem of her skirt was embellished with tassels. Her hair was meticulously arranged, despite the simple wooden hairpin. The glossy black strands shimmered softly in the morning light, accentuating her fair and radiant smile. "Elder sister, are you going out later?" He Jing lowered his gaze. "Not going out today, why do you ask?" He Huan turned to glance at the vibrant sun. She relished the morning's vigor, which filled her with a sense of hope. He Jing looked at her again, noticing the sunlight casting a gentle shadow on her face as it danced upon her long eyelashes. He suddenly recalled that while his elder sister had been wearing old clothes lately, she had taken care to coordinate her outfits each day. Initially, he thought it was for her visits to the Shun family, but now it seemed otherwise. "Elder sister, didn't you say that without any joyous occasions there was no need to dress up? If there are no joyous occasions, it is even more essential to dress up nicely to uplift one's spirits, is it not?" He Huan replied casually, her gaze drifting to the potted plants below. She bent down to pick up the watering can that had fallen to the ground. Slowly watering the flowers, and softly inquired, "Jing brother, have you given any thought to what elder sister said last night?" "Yes," He Jing nodded, staring blankly at her movements. He felt that their home was barren and dreary, which had compelled him to plant these few pots of flowers despite others' objections. He had always known that his elder sister remained silent out of love for him, but he believed she thought he should spend his time studying rather than tending to flowers. Yet at that moment, as she helped him water the plants for the first time, her actions were so natural and graceful, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Elder sister, do you not think that spending each day caring for the flowers is a waste of time that could be devoted to studying?" He Huan paused her actions and smiled, saying, "Looking at these tender green leaves naturally lifts my spirits. When my mood improves, studying becomes twice as effective, which is splendid." "Really?" A smile blossomed on He Jing's face. "Of course it is true. If we can successfully sell the screen today, we might as well purchase some flower seedlings to plant in the yard. Who knows, they may bloom before long." "Sister, are you truly planning to summon Manager Huang from Yongji Pawn Shop?" "Indeed." He Huan nodded. "What is the matter? Did Annie say something?" "No," He Jing shook his head, his small face creasing in worry as he nervously fiddled with the hem of his garment. He Huan scrutinized him and asked, "Do you think I shouldn't seek out Manager Huang?" She was convinced that Tao Shi had lamented to He Jing, detailing her grievances. "That is not it," He Jing denied, his expression turning somewhat anxious as he lowered his gaze, avoiding He Huan's eyes. He Huan gently patted his shoulder, remaining silent. He Jing looked up, hastily explaining, "Although Mother's words are correct, I like the current sister. I do not wish to see her in sorrow as she was before." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized he had spoken too freely, his face flushing crimson, feeling at a loss. He Huan chuckled, "Since you say so, we shall live joyfully from now on. Let us go to the kitchen and see how breakfast is coming along." She took He Jing's hand and led him toward the kitchen, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the window in the west wing. Behind the window, Tao Shi watched with wide eyes as He Jing tilted his small face, chatting and laughing with He Huan. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and she sat behind the window, wiping away tears, feeling both wronged and resentful. After He Huan and He Jing had their breakfast, she urged him to return to his studies, while she herself carried a bowl of porridge to Tao Shi's bedroom. Noticing Tao Shi lying on her side with her back turned, her shoulders shaking slightly, as if she were crying, He Huan set down the tray and softly said, "Annie, even if you are upset with me, your well-being is paramount. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over me. I know, you are not truly concerned for my health. You are merely worried about spending the family's money if I fall ill." He Huan found Tao Shi's reaction amusing and retorted, "If a person does not even care for herself, she is hardly worthy of anyone else's concern." With that, she turned and left. Tao Shi felt a lump in her chest as He Huan's figure disappeared behind the door. Angrily, she got out of bed, grasped the bowl of porridge, and drank a few mouthfuls forcefully, tears streaming down her cheeks as she helplessly murmured, "They are truly siblings, what am I to them?" Upon returning to the west courtyard, He Huan had just tidied her clothes when Bai Xiao informed her that Manager Huang from Yongji Pawn Shop had arrived. In fact, Manager Huang had sent someone to convey a message to He Huan a few days prior, as she had been visiting the Shun family daily to mourn Lin Xiyan, which led to today's meeting being arranged. Chapter 12. Transactions. The proprietor of Yongji Pawn Shop, Mr. Huang, was approximately in his 40s, of modest height, slender build, and donned a wide-sleeve garment of brown and green hues, rendering him even more diminutive and unseemly. Ms. Chow observed his sycophantic smile, with an unmistakable glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Mr. Huang greeted them all courteously, ultimately addressing Bai Xiao with the respectful title of Miss Bai. Upon hearing this, He Huan could not suppress a surge of wariness. His awareness of Bai Xiao's unaltered surname indicated that he had inquired about the He family. Meanwhile, as Mr. Huang inspected the folding screen, he discreetly scrutinized He Huan from the corner of his eye. He Huan had pawned numerous items, visiting various other pawn shops, and to a connoisseur, she might appear to be a plump sheep ready for slaughter. What, then, prompted her to seek him out specifically? Mr. Huang pondered this conundrum for several days without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, and thus he hesitantly remarked, Miss He, to be frank, although this screen may be considered an antique, it is worth no more than 100 taels of silver, even if one were to hire a skilled craftsman to restore it meticulously. Upon hearing the term antique, Ms. Chow's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she began to circle the screen. She had always assumed it was little more than firewood, which was why she allowed He Huan to keep it in the western courtyard. In truth, the real He Huan was unaware of the screen's value. Even Lin Xian, prior to receiving guidance from Shun Jingluan, had been unable to recognize the inscriptions on the screen. He Huan devised a reason to send Ms. Chow and Bai Xiao away, then turned to Mr. Huang and said, Mr. Huang, if I assert that this very screen could yield you a net profit of at least 100 taels, what would you think? Miss He, you jest, Mr. Huang chuckled, offering no clear response. While 100 taels was not an insignificant sum, some matters depended on their worthiness. Perhaps he ought not to be involved with the He family at all. Noticing the condescension in his gaze, He Huan smiled and remarked, Mr. Huang may not consider this trifling sum of 100 taels significant. However, I believe your esteemed establishment's semi-annual bidding event brings in more than mere commissions, does it not? Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Mr. Huang's face, and his disdain dissipated. Yongji Pawn Shop, situated in Jizhou City, was of moderate size and unremarkable appearance. Yet he could assert that their annual profits were undoubtedly among the best in the industry, with a significant portion of income derived from their biannual bidding events. The He family had long fallen from grace, and it was inconceivable that they would be aware of such an event's existence. Miss He, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Mr. Huang feigned ignorance. With a light laugh, He Huan responded earnestly, Mr. Huang, I understand you are a busy man, so I shall be straightforward. I possess a means to ensure that Lord Shun acquires this screen at the bidding event. To be precise, I shall sell this screen exclusively to Lord Shun. Mr. Huang glanced at the screen again, feeling a renewed sense of indifference. At present, it was not only Jizhou City, but also the unmarried young women from neighboring towns who were vying for Shun Jingluan's attention. While he could comprehend He Huan's desire to draw closer to him through the screen, he wondered if Shun Jingluan was truly so approachable. Furthermore, Shun Jingluan's discerning taste was renowned. It was likely he would not regard such an item with any interest. Miss He, since you are a straightforward person, I shall speak candidly. Although our shop has received the occasional favor from Mr. Shun, we do not share a close relationship, and I am uncertain whether he will favor us in the upcoming bidding. He smiled awkwardly. He Huan was well aware that many of the items collected by Shun Jingluan upon his return to Jizhou originated from Yongji Pawn Shop, the sole pawn shop to have dealings with the Shun family. Manager Huang, I understand you never engage in ventures lacking assurance, and my words are not mere flattery. Let us do this. After some time, you could send someone to convey a message to Steward Shun. If Mr. Shun expresses interest in the screen, I would be glad for you to return to me. After all, the next bidding will not occur for another 4 months, so there is no rush. Before He Huan could finish speaking, Manager Huang regarded her thoughtfully. Under ordinary circumstances, he would dismiss such a troublesome transaction, yet her words piqued his curiosity. He inquired, How do you suggest I convey this message? Miss He, Manager Huang, you must have heard of the name Aunt Shanin? Indeed, Manager Huang nodded, the smile fading from his face. Aunt Shanin was a palace made during the reign of the late Crown Prince, renowned for her Sioux embroidery, which the late Crown Princess was said to have greatly admired. Clearing her throat, He Huan continued, I believe that with your connections, acquiring a piece reminiscent of Aunt Shan Yin's embroidery, even if the original is unattainable, should not be too difficult, would it? Manager Huang pondered this and nodded. Since you suggest it, I shall send someone to inquire once Mrs. Shen's mourning period has concluded. He agreed. We could discuss this further after my cousin's mourning period, as it is not an urgent matter. Manager Huang affirmed this, exchanged pleasantries with Yi Huan, and took his leave. Upon returning to her chamber, Yi Huan reflected on Shun Jingluan and was overwhelmed with emotion. When she first encountered the screen, her eagerness to engage Manager Huang stemmed from a desire to establish contact with Shun Jingluan through the pawnshop. At that time, she could not have anticipated the depth of his sorrow over his wife's passing. Over the past few days, she had witnessed his exhaustion and weariness. She longed to comfort him, yet she found herself, as Yi Huan, a woman he despised. To change Shun Jingluan's perception of her would require a long and arduous journey. She let out a gentle sigh. What is it? Has the screen not sold? Chao Shi had appeared under the eaves, her eyes darting curiously. Aunt Chao, do you require something from me? Yi Huan replied, her tone indifferent. Chao Shi stepped into the room. Unabashed, my dear miss, you are aware of our household circumstances, and we are in dire need of rice. Your asking price of 100 taels is rather steep. Perhaps, Aunt Chao, while selling the screen would indeed provide some income, it would subsequently belong to another. My dear miss, business is business. It is inherently a trade of goods for silver. Do you expect to engage in transaction at no cost? Precisely, Yi Huan smiled, nodding. I am indeed inclined to pursue a no-cost venture. I wonder if Aunt Chao would be interested in joining me to earn a little pocket money? Upon hearing Yi Huan express her willingness to take her along to earn silver, Aunt Chao's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. Yet, she quickly feigned nonchalance, stating, I understand the family is in need of silver. As a member of the family, it is my duty to... Growing impatient with her roundabout manner, Yi Huan interjected frankly, Aunt Chao, we are all well aware of the underlying truths. To be direct, I intend to borrow some silver from my third uncle. Regardless of the amount procured, you shall certainly benefit. Are you willing to accompany me on this venture? Chao glanced at her, shaking her head repeatedly. Your third uncle will certainly refuse to lend any. Yi Huan replied, the very reason I seek your company is to compel him to lend. Stunned, Chao retorted with a derisive laugh. Miss, your uncle has not yet cooled in his grave, and your third uncle has already absconded with valuable possessions, clamoring for a division of the family estate. Do you truly believe him to be a benevolent soul? Aunt Chao, I ask only if you're willing to take a gamble with me. If successful, you shall receive silver. If not, you stand to lose nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Chao nodded in agreement. The two then conferred briefly and resolved to visit Yi Huan's third uncle, Yi Baihai, the following morning. After lunch, Zhang Bo returned from the magistrate's office and informed Yi Huan that not only had the head constable Lin never heard of any ruffian by the surname of Xie in Jizhou City, but neither had any of the other constables. As for the thugs who intercepted the carriage, even Lin found it peculiar, as his men insisted that those individuals were unfamiliar faces. After all, no one knows ruffians better than the constables. Could they have descended from the heavens? Yi Huan's unease deepened with each passing thought. Initially, he surmised that Xie San had infiltrated the Shun family merely to pilfer valuables. However, reflecting on it now, if the reality were indeed so straightforward, why would he go to such lengths to create chaos and prepare servant attire in advance? The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Huan and Chao set off as planned in an ox cart towards Yi Baihai's residence. Yi Baihai, unlike his brothers Yi Baichu and Yi Baixian, was not born of the same mother. He had long harbored suspicions that his mother's death was entwined with the Wei family, leading to a strained relationship with his elder brothers. While Yi Baichu was alive, he somewhat fulfilled the role of an elder brother, treating Yi Baihai's family with a degree of fairness. Alas, human greed often knows no bounds. Yi Baihai felt that the first and second households conspired to marginalize the third. Even during Yi Baichu's lifetime, he had stealthily siphoned off public funds. Once his elder brother passed, he brazenly claimed a division of the estate, absconding with the majority of the valuable items. In stark contrast to the dilapidated old Yi residence, Yi Baihai's newly constructed abode, while not opulent, exuded a quaint elegance. With its blue bricks, red tiles, and ancient trees against white walls, it was evident that it belonged to a prosperous family. Standing before the shadow wall, Huan surveyed her surroundings. "Miss, this way." A servant beckoned to guide her towards a side courtyard. Huan craned her neck to glimpse the main house. "Oh, isn't that my third aunt?" Without further ado, she dashed towards the main house. "Third aunt, I bow to you." She respectfully performed a bow towards Mrs. Zhou and, with a bashful smile, added, "On previous visits, I sought your greeting, but fortuitously, you were always away." Mrs. Zhou's smile faltered, her response stiffening. Perhaps it was merely a matter of coincidence. Huan hurriedly nodded in agreement, smiling, "Of course. I am well aware that my uncle and aunt would never turn me away." This was undoubtedly true. Mrs. Zhou repeatedly nodded, unconsciously glancing at the woman beside her. Before urging Huan, "You have come to see your second sister, haven't you? Please go ahead." With that, she waved to the maid outside, signaling for them to assist Huan in departing. Huan, not wishing to impose upon her, smiled warmly, bowed to Mrs. Zhou and the woman at her side, and took his leave. In just a short while, Huan was brought back to the main room. Chapter 13. The visit in a bright and spacious room. Mrs. Zhou sat in an armchair, scrutinizing Huan with a disapproving expression. "Huan girl, your attire is so worn that even the floral patterns are indistinguishable. And this hairpin is on the verge of breaking. Though Aunt San is not a stranger, you are already a young lady. What can I say to you? Aunt San, my clothes are clean. I changed just before I left. Although the hairpin is somewhat aged, it remains functional. Our household lacks the silver to purchase rice. And this is the best attire and adornments I possess," Huan replied, her tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's displeasure deepened. "What did you wear at the Shun family 2 days ago?" Aunt San echoed. "Yes, 2 days ago. We all need to eat. We had no choice but to part with our valuables. By the way, I arrived by bullock cart today, and I have yet to pay the fare. Since it was my younger sister who invited me, I believe it is only right that the fare be covered by you, Aunt San," Huan stated matter-of-factly. Mrs. Zhou had always perceived Huan as a timid and easily bullied girl. Before she could process Huan's words, her daughter, Hexen, strode into the room, exclaiming loudly, "Mother, it was not me who invited her. She came of her own accord, little sister. Have you forgotten? Over 2 weeks ago, in front of the rouge shop in the eastern part of the city, you did not say such things." Huan tilted her head in contemplation. "I recall you stating it thus." She cleared her throat and mimicked Hexen's tone, haughtily declaring, "Elder sister, in a few days I shall be wed. My future husband is the second son of the wealthiest family in Ling City. When the time comes, do come to the wedding, but do not dress in rags, Mrs." Zhou shot a glare at her daughter, and tears instantly welled up in Hexen's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly. "Mother, she is speaking nonsense. I never said such a thing." Mrs. Zhou's frustration intensified. "If you did not say it, how would your elder sister know about Ling City?" At that moment, Hexen's tears flowed even more profusely. Huan observed the mother-daughter pair with a cold gaze. Those words had indeed originated from Hexen. At that time, she had told the real Huan that it was her unfortunate fate that led to the demise of their father and mother, and that she should not hope for marriage in this lifetime. She might even be sold by her family, reduced to servitude, or worse, to a life of degradation, destined to be reborn as a pig or a dog. Since that day, the true Huan had lived in constant anxiety, becoming increasingly submissive to Wei and Chao. It could be said that the true Huan's choice to take her own life was partly due to Hexen's influence. At that moment, Huan addressed Mrs. Zhou. "Aunt San, my younger sister, and I have grown up together. I am genuinely happy for her that she has found a suitable husband. Do you truly believe I am an outsider? Hence her joyous occasion must be concealed from me?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's expression darkened further. The matter of a marriage with the L family in Ling City was still in its infancy. She sternly ordered her daughter to withdraw and feigned an interest in her tea while casting furtive glances at Huan. With a smile, Huan stepped forward, seating herself beside Mrs. Zhou, and spoke slowly. "Aunt San, would you care to know what my younger sister said to me that day? Huan girl, your younger sister is still a child and quite forthright. She regards you as her elder sister and speaks without restraint. As the elder sister, You should be more accommodating. Zhou, with a forced chuckle, commanded Qing Tong to fetch 10 taels of silver. After issuing her directive, she turned to He Huan, lamenting, in recent years, the scourge of pirates has made life difficult for everyone. We would gladly split a single copper coin in half to make ends meet. She sighed deeply. He Huan responded with a smile. Aunt San, I genuinely rejoice for Heir Mei, which is why I accepted her invitation to congratulate her. The elf family of Lingsheng is renowned far and wide. They may lack in many aspects, yet they possess an abundance of silver. Once Heir Mei marries into their family. However, dear Huan, matters of marriage are dictated by parental guidance and matchmaking, complemented by fate. Although you and Xian Heir are sisters, there are certain things that an unmarried girl should not speak of lightly. She continued, as far as I know, the Shun family places great emphasis on a woman's virtue. At this point, a hint of disdain and mockery flickered in Zhou's eyes. In her perspective, He Huan was merely a desperate pauper, akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan, believing herself worthy of marrying Shun Jingluan. He Huan was acutely aware of Zhou's veiled threat. If she dared to disrupt He Xian's marriage, her own aspirations of entering the Shun family would be thwarted. Noticing Zhou's piercing gaze upon her, she felt an urge to laugh. Zhou clearly believed she was unworthy of marrying into the Shun family, yet sought to intimidate her nonetheless. As Qing Tong entered with the silver, He Huan scanned her surroundings. The room, adorned with numerous antique paintings and calligraphy, contained items mostly priced at no more than 50 taels. She strained to recall the properties and shops owned by the He family, but alas, the true He Huan was oblivious, leaving her feeling helpless. Ahem. Zhou cleared her throat and instructed Qing Tong, quickly, give the silver to the young lady. Aunt San, this is not a festive occasion. How could I accept your red envelope? He Huan replied, receiving the silver from Qing Tong, weighing it in her palm before placing it on the tea table beside her. Zhou watched her actions, her heart sinking with dismay. Dear Huan, every household's existence is a matter of mutual regard. Take this residence, for instance. While outsiders may find it appealing, they do not realize that in order to have a roof over our heads, your Uncle San and I have scoured for funds, begging many for assistance. It became evident that Uncle San and Aunt San were heavily indebted. He wanted feigned surprise. That was not my intention. Zhou hurriedly shook her head, anxious to prevent the elf family from hearing any gossip. What then does Aunt San mean? He Huan pretended to be puzzled, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the courtyard gate. Zhou followed her line of sight, only to hear Chao's voice shouting from outside. Why are you blocking my way? We are family after all. We should interact more. Sandime, Chao continued to yell. Do you think that now that you and Senshu have prospered, you no longer wish to acknowledge us, your impoverished relatives? Zhou stepped briskly out of the house, responding to Chao with an indifferent tone. Oh, what brings you here? It has been 2 or 3 years since we last met. Hasn't he it? Chao forced a smile as she replied. Sandime, it's not that I don't wish to engage in pleasant conversation, but I fear that some people, upon receiving wealth, might disregard their poorer relatives, even if they encounter them face to face. He Huan, wishing to avoid further complications, hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Chao's wrist, signaling her discreetly. Chao, with an understanding nod, shifted the conversation with a smile, saying, Sister-in-law, you would never guess whom I just encountered. Without waiting for Zhou to respond, she continued, I chanced upon the matchmaker from Lingchangjiang. It is said she is here to propose a match for the second son of the elf family. I wonder which fortunate girl has caught his eye. She clicked her tongue in amusement and rambled on, though the elf family cannot compare to the esteemed Shin family. They are genuinely affluent. Zhou, aware that they were engaging in a playful exchange, felt helpless. He Huan, being a young lady, could not roam the streets brazenly, yet Chao, being a woman of the market, had no qualms about expressing herself. Zhou harbored silent resentment, but could only subtly change the subject, inviting He Huan and Chao to stay for tea and refreshments while sending for He Baihai to return home. He Huan understood that matters concerning the third household were ultimately decided by He Baihai, and she graciously accepted the invitation. Noticing that He Huan had 10 taels of silver at her side, Chao swiftly pocketed it, an unmistakable delight blooming on her face. Meanwhile, upon receiving word from a servant, Hibai hurried home and found Zhou anxiously pacing at the second gate. What is the matter? Has the matchmaker made unreasonable demands? He queried, slightly furrowing his brow. If that is the case, it would be for the best. Zhou seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. I had only just exchanged a few words with the matchmaker when two nuisances arrived. Are they from the old residence? Hibai shot Zhou a disapproving glance. Displeased, that old hag dares to show her face here? Just send them away. It's not the old hag, but rather the young nuisance and that raucous woman. You summoned me back in haste for their presence? Hibai's displeasure grew as he walked toward the study, grumbling, utterly useless. We hold leverage over the old hag. Send someone to the old residence immediately to have her fetch them back. How could I have overlooked that? Xiao's worry dissipated momentarily. But soon her face was once again clouded with anxiety. My lord, Chao is nothing but a brazen scoundrel. She speaks without restraint. If she were to spread baseless rumors about the elf family, the marriage proposal is not yet settled. How could they possibly know it involves the elf family? Hibai halted, his expression darkening. It was merely Exener being too outspoken. Upon hearing this, Hibai's face turned as grim as a pot's bottom. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he commanded in a low voice, You must recount every detail of the events to me. Chapter 14. Apology. At the moment when Hibo Hai and the Zhou family were whispering to each other, He Huan entered He Xian's boudoir with a beaming smile. Insincerely explaining, second sister, I am genuinely delighted for you, which is why I spoke a few extra words in front of Aunt San. I was unaware that you could not speak of your engagement to the Liu family so carelessly. You wouldn't hold it against your elder sister, would you? He Xian pursed her lips tightly, her nostrils flaring with indignation as she turned her face away in anger. Since childhood, others had always remarked that He Huan was more beautiful than her, which had led to a moment of petty satisfaction on her part. At that moment, she had been terrified to the point of paling, and yet, half a month later, He Huan had the audacity to come knocking. Your aim has been achieved. What more do you desire? He Xian struggled to suppress her rising fury. Engaging in a quarrel with He Huan was trivial compared to the significance of her future. Second sister, how can you say that? He Huan took a seat beside He Xian. We have grown up together since childhood, always as good sisters. I recall, during our younger days, I would frequently lend you things, many of which you have yet to return, though they were merely trifles of little value. He Xian retorted, tossing a couple of silver coins at He Huan. Here, this is for you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. He Huan pinched the silver coins between her fingers, speaking leisurely. So in your eyes, dear sister, I am worth even less than a beggar. I wonder what the Liu family will think when they hear of this. He Xian abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at He Huan, exclaiming, What exactly do you want? He Huan seized He Xian's finger, twisting it gently. He Xian gasped in pain, instinctively withdrawing her hand. He Huan's smile faded as she tossed the silver coins back at He Xian, her voice dropping to a serious tone. Apologize. He Xian widened her eyes in disbelief. How could she possibly apologize to her? He Huan regarded He Xian with equal intensity. Gradually, a faint smile returned to her face. She shook her head gently, turning to leave, her expression seemingly conveying, I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me for being unkind in the future. In a sudden panic, He Xian called out loudly, You are scheming against the Shun family. Do not think I am unaware. If you dare to sabotage my plans, do not blame me for retaliating in kind. Oh, second sister, have you perhaps changed your mind and believe I have a chance to marry Lord Shin? You shameless wretch, cursing her elder sister to be sold into disgrace. Did that not strike you as disgraceful? Or do you believe that your sister becoming a pariah would enhance your own reputation? Upon hearing He Huan's words, He Xian felt a twinge of regret. Although they had separated their households, to the outside world, they were still both surnamed He. Initially, she had boasted about her impending marriage to the Liu family merely to evoke envy in He Huan. However, seeing her sister in such a pitiable state, she had become overly proud, leading her to utter those thoughtless words. She regretted her indiscretion, yet she could never bring herself to apologize to her timid and ineffectual cousin. In the midst of their silent standoff, Qing Tong knocked at the door, respectfully announcing, "Miss, the tea and snacks have been prepared. Please follow the maid to the flower hall." She had been tasked with keeping an eye on Huan and Madame Chow, but when she turned around, Huan had vanished. Huan did not respond to Qing Tong outside the door, but instead turned to He Xian and said, "Do you wish to apologize now? Or would you prefer to do so in front of everyone? I am aware that your desperation stems from financial need. Indeed, I do have an affinity for wealth. But at this moment, I demand your apology." Huan emphasized her threat, stating, to put it bluntly, those who wear barefoot fear, not the ones in shoes. "I will count to 3. 1, 2. I'm sorry." He Xian capitulated. "Sorry for what?" "I'm sorry for the words I spoke a fortnight ago." "And what else?" Huan pressed further. He Xian glared at her with indignation. She had already apologized. What more did Huan want? Clearing her throat, Huan articulated each word with care. "You would do well to remember that we share the surname He. In this lifetime, I am your elder sister. Should you dare to provoke me again or engage in underhanded schemes, a mere sorry will not suffice. Do you understand?" He Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she reluctantly uttered the words, "I understand." Huan then turned and opened the door, striding out. After taking just 2 steps, she heard a loud crash from within the room, evidently the sound of He Xian throwing something in anger. She shook her head gently and followed Qing Tong back to the flower hall, only to find the platter of pastries completely empty. Madame Chow, feeling embarrassed, irritably admonished Qing Tong, "What are you staring at? Hurry and fetch some fruits." As Qing Tong bowed her head and retreated, Madame Chow turned to Huan and said, "I didn't finish everything. I saved half for you. Don't just focus on eating. Have you learned anything?" Huan inquired. "Madame Gao Mu de." As for the division of the family estate, neither of us knows the details, so how could the servants possibly know? At this point, she leaned closer to Huan and, lowering her voice, added with a grin, "By the way, a few days ago, I chanced upon some information and discreetly inquired. It appears to be true." "What information?" "Your third uncle is keeping a woman outside." The mirth in Madame Chow's expression was unmistakable. Huan furrowed her brow slightly. The third branch had always been under He Baihai's authority. If he wished to take a concubine, he could easily bring one into the house without subterfuge. "Be more specific," she urged, sensing something amiss. "How would I know the specifics?" "I merely overheard a maid mention that your third uncle has been busy with business and has been staying at the shop lately. I suspect that he is not residing at the shop, but rather in the small courtyard behind it." Huan pondered for a moment, and then quietly instructed Madame Chow, "Do not mention this to anyone for the time being." Madame Chow, who had suffered at the hands of Madame Zhou, had initially intended to expose the affair to vex her. Hearing Huan's words, she felt somewhat displeased and muttered, "After all, you are a young lady. Matters of the outside mistress are not for you to meddle in. Aunt Chow, consider the 10 taels of silver in your pocket. In your view, which holds more value, the silver or the satisfaction of a verbal victory?" Huan believed that He Baihai was not keeping a mistress. There must be another explanation. Madame Chow's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the entire 10 taels of silver belongs to me?" Seeing her uncontainable joy, Huan silently sighed. 2 or 3 decades ago, the He family constructed what is now the old residence. This expansive courtyard, consisting of 4 sections along with a grand garden, was indeed a rarity in Jizhou. Over the years, not only has the garden vanished, but the 4-section courtyard has been reduced to 3 and subsequently to 2. Today, the notion of renovating the house has become a distant dream, and even the basic necessities of life have become a significant challenge. In truth, were it not for Lin Xian's marriage to Shun Jingluan, who has been actively supporting the Lin family, they would likely have faced a fate similar to that of the He family. Nevertheless, the current state of the Lin family is far from what it was 2 or 3 decades ago. In fact, even the Shun family, who have never engaged in maritime trade, have seen their fortunes dwindle due to rampant piracy. Naturally, fishermen like the Chow family have been direct victims of this piracy. Both the father and elder brother of the Chow family fell victim to the pirates' brutality. Huan, who has never encountered pirates, fails to comprehend why piracy is rampant and why the prices of rice and cloth are soaring. She is even more perplexed as to why families that do not partake in maritime trade are also finding life increasingly arduous. She knows only that both Lin Xiyin and herself have lost their fathers to pirate attacks. Lin Xiyin learned the harsh realities of life at the tender age of 9, while 17-year-old He Huan was compelled to take her own life before her parents' grave. All of this is a profound injustice. Yet, regardless of how much He Huan despises the pirates, she is utterly unaware of their whereabouts or their true identities. At present, she can only accompany Qing Tong to He Baihai's study. In contrast to the ostentatious living room, He Baihai's study is sparsely adorned. Yet the quality of the antique art and calligraphy is evidently of a superior caliber. Had it been a few years earlier, He Huan might have thought these were comparable to those in the living room. But after more than a year of marriage to Shun Jingluan, her perspective has transformed significantly. He Baihai glanced at He Huan and casually gestured towards a chair, expressing, "Your third aunt has informed me that your circumstances are exceedingly difficult. In the past 2 or 3 years, I have been preoccupied with your cousins and have failed to fulfill my responsibilities as an elder by properly caring for you and Jing'er. Though we too have our struggles, we at least have food to eat." As he spoke, he tapped a small box on the table. "This is the dowry that your third aunt and I have prepared for your second sister. For now, we shall allocate it to you. We cannot allow you to go hungry." He Huan examined the small box, estimating its contents to be no more than 100 taels. She nodded and replied, "To be candid, uncle, our family is indeed struggling, but the suitor for my second sister is from the L family in Lingshan, and her dowry must not be touched. Otherwise, she will certainly be looked down upon by her in-laws. As the eldest sister, I cannot jeopardize my sister's lifelong happiness. A dowry can be accumulated again. Although we have separated, how can I stand by and watch you go hungry?" He Baihai impatiently pushed the small box towards He Huan. He Huan understood that He Baihai was warning her to take the opportunity while it was still favorable. Her gaze once again drifted to the landscape painting behind him. She recalled that Shun Jingluan's study also housed a similarly styled landscape painting, which he treasured and forbade anyone from touching. She had once discreetly inquired with Shun Jingluan's servant, Wen Zhu, and learned that the painting was created by the illustrious landscape artist Qi Dashi, who was known for his proud demeanor and burned most of his works before his death. The piece in Shun Jingluan's possession was a gift from the late crown prince, priceless beyond measure. He Huan rose to her feet, her right hand resting upon the small box. He Baihai observed her actions with a faint smile. Just as he believed the matter would soon reach a satisfactory resolution, he was taken aback when He Huan pushed the box toward him. "My dear girl, do you find the silver insufficient?" he expressed, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "Third uncle, your affection for your niece is appreciated. Yet I cannot possibly accept my second sister's dowry," He Huan replied gently, shaking her head, her expression troubled as her gaze fell once more upon the landscape painting. She noticed that the seal's design on the painting was identical to that of the one belonging to the Shun family. Following her gaze, He Baihai glanced at the painting, then withdrew a silver ingot from his pocket, stating, "This is your elder brother's stipend. I shall give it to you as well. Since it is my elder brother's, I must refuse the stipend from my second brother." He Huan insisted, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes cast downward. "Third uncle, why not give me the painting on the wall? I could take it to the pawn shop in exchange for some rice." He Baihai's expression faltered as he regarded her intently. Although He Huan did not raise her head, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the room. Confused, she whispered, "Third uncle, I truly cannot accept the dowry of my second sister or the stipend of my elder brother. In fact, I have often pawned my father's calligraphy and paintings before, and I'm quite familiar with the owner of the art shop. I believe the artworks hanging in your study are undoubtedly more valuable than my father's, sufficient for us to sustain ourselves for a while." He Baihai quickly masked his emotions, lamenting, "These are merely imitations. They hold little value." "Imitations that are executed with such skill?" He Huan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity while He Baihai was distracted, she swiftly maneuvered around the table to scrutinize the brushstrokes of the artwork, which indeed mirrored those she had seen at the Shin residence. She reached out as if to touch the signature. "What are you doing?" He Baihai abruptly pushed her away. He Huan stumbled slightly, innocently inquiring, third uncle. What is the matter? Nothing, He Baihai replied awkwardly, retracting his hand. I merely feared you might soil your hands. Is that so? He Huan smiled, turning her attention to another painting nearby. Observing this, He Baihai hastily obstructed her view, seizing the silver on the table and placing it in her hands, urging, Take this silver home for now. As long as we have food to eat in the future, we shall ensure you never go hungry. Chapter 15. Enigma. Upon witnessing He Baihai's palpable anxiety, He Huan felt increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Unable to seize the paintings adorning the wall, or to press him for answers, she could only ride home in the ox cart with Aunt Chow. What business does your third uncle engage in? He Huan inquired of Aunt Chow. During the division of the family estate, they had acquired a silk shop, a tavern, and in recent years, a new ready-made clothing store. It was said that all three establishments were quite profitable. Is that all? No art shop or pawn shop? He Huan pressed further. Your third uncle has never been fond of learning. What would he know about running an art shop? Un gao ziplit dits misin. Noticing He Huan's silence, she continued, We had an agreement. If you and your third uncle could not reach an understanding, I would cause a scene at their doorstep. Why have you changed your mind? This matter is not for you to concern yourself with, He Huan retorted, though Aunt Chow felt a tinge of displeasure at her response. The thought of the 10 taels of silver nestled in her arms brought a smile back to her face. He Huan gazed out the cart, her mind racing with unease, for the genuine memories left to her by the real He Huan were few. Aunt Chow, have the names on the silk shop and tavern already been changed to that of my third uncle? Upon seeing Aunt Chow nod, she pressed on. How could Aunt Nai have agreed to transfer these two businesses to them? How would I know? It was said that all the wealth would be divided into 3 parts, but it should have been allocated to the second branch. I have seen nothing of it. I believe Aunt Wei would never have favored the third branch. It seems we are all burdened by your uncle and aunt, Aunt Chow remarked, her face betraying a hint of indignation. Yet, the realization that without He Bai Chu, she would never have crossed the threshold of the He family deflated her spirits like a punctured balloon. Upon returning to the He residence, He Huan's mind was consumed with the sight of He Baihai's tense demeanor, her heart feeling as though it were being clawed at by a feline. She hurried to the study, familiar to the He family. Confirming that no one was around, she addressed Uncle Lu, the proprietor of the study. Uncle Lu, if I were to possess an authentic piece by Qi Dashi. Hejier, do not jest with me. There are only 10 genuine pieces by Qi Dashi in the world, and each one has an owner. Throughout Jiangnan, only the Shun family possesses one. Given the Shun family's stature in Jizhou, even if you were to acquire an authentic piece, who would dare to buy it, or even sell it? He Huan understood that Uncle Lu might misconstrue her intentions as a plan to steal from the Shun family, and she could not afford to clarify. Instead, she inquired if he knew the whereabouts of the other 9 pieces. Uncle Lu, an ardent enthusiast of calligraphy and painting since childhood, recounted the journeys of the other 9 paintings, detailing the backgrounds of their owners. He Huan eagerly asked Uncle Lu, Do you think it possible that someone might have stolen a painting? Uncle Lu shook his head, saying, I have not heard of such a thing. However, those paintings are so renowned that if one were to be stolen, the owners might choose to remain silent to prevent the proliferation of forgeries. Of course, such a possibility is slim. Moreover, those owners are either high-ranking officials or wealthy families. Ordinary thieves would not dare to target them. As he spoke, a look of wistfulness crossed his face as he lamented, In this lifetime, if I could only behold a true masterpiece, I would die content. Regrettably, few have had the privilege of witnessing the original masterpiece, and the market scarcely offers any worthy replicas. The more He Huan listened, the more astonished she became. She recalled another painting of galloping horses and inquired, Uncle Lu, what of Tang An's painting of galloping horses? Is it also highly valuable? Upon hearing the name Tang An, Uncle Lu grew anxious and replied, Sister He, one mustn't speak carelessly. What is amiss? He Huan asked, perplexed. Due to Shun Jingluan's fondness for the arts, she had diligently studied to win his favor and had a general knowledge of renowned calligraphers and painters and their distinctive styles. However, she had never heard of Tang An, yet the galloping horse painting hanging on He Baihai's wall exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably a work of a master. Uncle Lu glanced around before pulling He Huan to the corner of the counter, speaking in a barely audible tone. Tang and was an advisor to the late crown prince. He is a traitor. He signaled a beheading gesture towards her. Upon hearing this, He Huan's face turned pale. Treason could lead to the extermination of 9 generations. If He Bai were implicated with the traitor, she too would face dire consequences. Burdened with unease, she returned to the He household. Not long after He Huan's departure, a youth clad in a blue robe entered the study, silently placing a silver ingot on the table and asking Uncle Lu, "What did that girl speak to you about?" Uncle Lu, unfamiliar with the boy, feigned that He Huan sought him for something. The youth, not convinced, produced another ingot and placed it on the counter. Uncle Lu insisted that He Huan was merely haggling with him, prompting the youth to depart. Once the boy had distanced himself, Uncle Lu personally went to inform He Huan. Initially, she suspected it was Xie San tracking her, but upon hearing Uncle Lu's description, she realized the individual was not Xie San. Confounded, she sensed she had unwittingly stumbled into some predicament, yet remained oblivious to the true nature of it. As night fell, Zhang Bo informed He Huan that the Han family and Lin Nuyen had disregarded her counsel and had gone to stay at a villa near Songwan. This only deepened her concerns, and she instructed Zhang Bo to inquire about Shun Jingluan's whereabouts early the next day. He Huan tossed and turned throughout the night, and by the next morning, she learned that Shun Jingluan had gone to Songwan alone to arrange rituals for Lin Shiyin, while Shun Yinshi remained at the Shun residence under the care of the matriarch. This news set He Huan's heart racing. With Shun Jingluan absent, would Xie San attempt to infiltrate the Shun household again? Might the second branch of the Lin family seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Nuyen, the rightful heir to the family fortune? In haste, unable to devise a better strategy, she hurried to the Lin residence with Bai Xiao in tow. As expected, they were met with a cold reception at the Lin family's entrance. The gatekeeper cast a disdainful glance at them before slamming the door shut in their faces. Staring at the closed door, He Huan couldn't help but bitterly smile. For it was Lin Xian's decree that forbade anyone from the He family from stepping foot inside the Lin household. "Miss, perhaps we should return," Bai Xiao gently suggested. "How can one retreat in the face of adversity?" He Huan declared, striding determinedly to the door and rapping forcefully on the knocker. "Open the door," she shouted as she struck the door. Bai Xiao, observing the passers-by stopping to stare and whisper, pleaded softly, "Miss, why not send a note instead and return another day?" But He Huan paid her no heed, continuing to pound on the door with fervor. After an indeterminate period, the grand door finally opened a narrow crack, revealing a face lined with wrinkles. He Huan recognized her. She was part of the arrangements made during her time as Lin Shiyin, possessing no remarkable traits in her dealings, save for her unwavering loyalty to the main household. "Miss, the matriarch is too busy to see you," the elderly woman declared, tossing the words over her shoulder as she attempted to shut the door. He Huan stepped boldly across the threshold, wedging her body against the entrance, and proclaimed loudly, "I never claimed I wished to seek an audience with my aunt. The second young master is also unavailable," the old woman retorted, shoving He Huan with force. "Very well. If you are so eager to dismiss me, do not regret it. What is there for an old servant to regret?" The woman snapped. He Huan pronounced clearly, "I initially intended to afford your second young lady an opportunity to explain herself, but given your treatment of me, I shall proceed to the magistrate's office to lodge a complaint against her." "You intend to file a complaint against the second young lady?" The old woman paused, then immediately flung open the door, inquiring with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, "What is the nature of your complaint?" "Inciting servants to commit acts of violence and malicious harm," He Huan asserted with conviction. The old woman ceased her attempts to eject He Huan and instead glared at the servant behind the door, commanding loudly, "Why are you not rushing to inform the second young lady?" In truth, He Huan could not ascertain whether the thugs who had intercepted the He family carriage had been instigated by Lin Mengyan, nor could she be sure if Lin Mengyan would even permit her entry. Perhaps those who engage in wrongdoing are perpetually plagued by a sense of guilt. After a brief interval, He Huan found herself standing before Lin Mengyan. Lin Mengyan regarded her coolly, her smile devoid of warmth. "After you maliciously implicated me before my brother-in-law, You dare to come here today to slander me. Whether it was slander or not, they both understood the truth. Huan held Lin Mingyin's gaze unwaveringly. Lin Mingyin scoffed and commanded, "Seize her." Huan did not resist, allowing Lin Mingyin's maids to grasp her arms. With a tone of derision, she quipped, "Second Miss Lin, aside from pricking people with your needle, do you possess any other means?" Lin Mingyin was momentarily taken aback. She had never employed such tactics against outsiders. How could Huan possibly know? Had Lin Xiyin divulged this to her? Had they not long since fallen out? Lin Mingyin's wariness heightened as she scrutinized Huan from head to toe, noting her worn, faded half-sleeve garment and the once vibrant green skirt, now indistinguishable in pattern. Yet, despite her attire, Huan's beauty remained undeniable. In that moment, Lin Mingyin's resentment surged. Throughout her life, Lin Xiyin had been lauded for her intelligence and beauty, leaving her forever as the shadow of her cousin. Now that her cousin had finally passed away, another Huan had emerged. Was she not timid and inconspicuous? How dare she repeatedly provoke her? Lin Mingyin resolved to teach her a lesson. In a fit of anger, she strode up to Huan, shouting, "Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of my elder sister." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had already raised her right hand high. Seizing the moment when the maid was unprepared, Huan forcefully withdrew her right hand and grasped Lin Mingyin's wrist, smiling as she said, "Second Miss Lin, as I knocked on the door outside and made my way through the second entrance to stand before you, can you guess how many people I encountered? As I entered with a sense of composure, should I leave bearing the scars of turmoil? What would others think of me? What will my cousin's husband ponder? You may all step aside." Lin Mingyin forcefully shook off Huan's grip on her wrist and spoke coldly. "Do not presume that I am intimidated by you. Let me assure you, in my eyes, you are even less significant than an ant. With a mere foot, I could crush you. Miss Lin, I am aware that you have tried to trample me before, yet regrettably, you failed to extinguish my existence, and instead, you have only invited a world of trouble upon yourself." Huan retorted, retreating a couple of steps to widen the distance between them. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyin's expression darkened further. She lowered her voice, threateningly stating, "Do not think that fortune will always favor you." Huan was taken aback by Lin Mingyin's bold admission. Her concern for her mother and younger brother intensified, regretting that she had not earlier exposed the true nature of the second branch of the Lin family before Shinjingluan. She silently scrutinized the young lady before her. At 16, Lin Mingyin was not unappealing. However, her demeanor betrayed a chilling essence, which her feigned smile could not obscure. In the brief silence, Lin Mingyin's maid, Mei Qing, reported from outside, "Miss, the madam requests your presence." The eldest madam is aware of the arrival of the He family's young miss and has instructed me to escort her to meet her. Lin Mingyin did not respond to Mei Qing's words. Mei Qing continued from outside, "Miss, the madam mentioned that the eldest madam is your aunt from the He family and is currently awaiting you." "I understand," Lin Mingyin called out, then lowered her voice, saying, "I know you are eager to meet your aunt, and I shall grant you that wish." As Huan observed the faint smile on Lin Mingyin's lips, an ominous premonition arose within her. Just as Lin Mingyin had stated, her purpose for this visit was to navigate through the barriers set by Lin Xiyin to reunite with her mother and brother. However, Lin Mingyin's unwavering confidence led Huan to suspect that the second branch was concocting some devious scheme. Chapter 16. Persuasion. As Huan departed from the courtyard of the Lin family's second branch, she was led by Mei Qing to meet the esteemed Madame Han. Upon crossing the threshold, she beheld Bai Shao kneeling in the courtyard with her hands bound behind her back, her head bowed in submission. Before she could utter a word, the gatekeeper seized her wrist, coldly instructing, "Miss, please follow this old servant to meet the madam." Huan was thrust into the main chamber, where she encountered Madame Han, seated in her rightful place, her expression stern. The only other presence in the room was her companion, Aunt Lu. Huan approached to pay her respects. Madame Han slammed down her teacup, commanding Aunt Lu to close the door, and said with displeasure, "Huan girl, your schemes are quite astute. I nearly fell for your ruse." "Aunt, I do not comprehend your meaning," Huan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Aunt Lu. She had always held reservations regarding this woman's character, despite her mother's fondness for her. Previously, She believed that with her supervision, Aunt Lu would not dare to cause trouble. Yet the complications of childbirth had unraveled all her plans. Noticing Yihuan's unflustered demeanor and the absence of any visible anxiety, Madame Han's wariness intensified. I'm already aware that your grandmother has gone to Qing Song Temple. Aunt, it is auntie, not grandmother, Yihuan corrected. Madame Han paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling how she and her daughter had earnestly advised Yihuan against recognizing Wei as her grandmother or Chao as her stepmother. At that time, Yihuan had not only disregarded their counsel, but had also expressed her grievances towards them. Aunt, indeed Annie has gone to Qing Song Temple. I am uncertain if there has been some misunderstanding. Madame Han snorted derisively. A few days ago, you urged me to visit Shi Yan's estate solely because it is near Qing Song Temple, and the son-in-law has long-standing ties with its abbot. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. The more she reflected, the angrier she became, exclaiming, I have been solely concerned with our familial bond. Yet you have been plotting against your own aunt from the very beginning. Yihuan hastily knelt at Madame Han's feet, imploring, Aunt, you are aware that Annie has gone to Qing Song Temple. You should also know that at that time, we were completely unaware of cousin's passing. Madame Han's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Aunt Lu, who looked down upon Yihuan with disdain, addressing Madame Han. Madam, the aunt left the night before. The Wei family hurried to Qing Song Temple the following morning. Aunt, after cousin's demise, brother-in-law, was overwhelmed with grief and only dispatched someone to convey the news a day later. The He family and the Shun family are separated by several streets. How could I possibly know of cousin's absence that early? Moreover, Auntie's disposition towards me is well known to you. How could I persuade her? Madam, the son-in-law has gone to Qing Song Temple, and Miss has gone to great lengths to ingratiate herself with you. Madam, the heart's intentions are often obscured. Aunt Lu also knelt in supplication. Enough. Cease your words. Madame Han rebuked with a sharp command, closing her eyes and gently massaging her temples. Yihuan gazed at her mother, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Why had fate played such a cruel jest upon her, rendering her unrecognizable to her own mother while subjecting her to suspicion? Now, the obstacles she faced were not merely from the Lin family's second branch, nor from the frail and elderly of the He family, but rather from the remnants of her past life. The esteemed Lady Han remained silent for a considerable time, instructing Aunt Lu to withdraw before addressing Yihuan. My dear Huan, I have no desire to delve into the past. Since you have heeded my counsel and no longer acknowledge the Chao family as your stepmother, and regard the Wei family merely as your aunt, I shall discuss your marriage with your aunt after your elder cousin's mourning period. My actions are solely to honor your late mother, fulfilling a sisterly duty. Rest assured, your dowry shall be ample, and I will select a suitable family for you. Tears welled in Yihuan's eyes, for her mother had been far too kind-hearted, easily swayed by others' words. What do you refuse? Lady Han furrowed her brow. Aunt, Yihuan shook her head, tears glistening. I am already 17, and given our family's circumstances, what reputable family would wish to marry me? You need not fret over that, Lady Han replied. Your concern should be for Nianqi. Upon hearing this, Lady Han turned her face away, revealing a hint of embarrassment and discomfort. Truth be told, despite her status as an elder, she felt unable to meet Shun Jingluan's gaze. Just days prior, she had mustered the courage to discuss matters concerning her grandson with him. He had treated her with great respect, yet she felt utterly humiliated throughout the exchange. Upon noticing Lady Han's expression, Yihuan swiftly grasped that she had underestimated her mother's reverence for Shun Jingluan. She continued, Aunt, have you inquired with Aunt Lu about how she learned of Aunt's visit to Qing Song Temple? Lady Han paused, taken aback. Yihuan proceeded, as you witnessed. Mei Qing personally escorted me here. Moreover, do you not wonder why Miss Lin would wish to meet with me? The days ahead are long. Are you not concerned for your cousin? Do not alarm us with your exaggerated fears, Lady Han retorted, though in truth, the Lin family had once attempted to harm her son, and she had ample reason to be worried. Aunt, since cousin-in-law has chosen Qing Song Temple for the rituals, if your health permits, why not take cousin along to recite more sutras for our cousin sister? Yihuan raised her right hand, swearing to the heavens, I assure you, as long as cousin-in-law remains at Qing Song Temple, I shall not set foot in the temple. With that, she produced a letter she had penned earlier and presented it to Lady Han. This is my correspondence to Aunt, explaining my inability to visit her. Seeing He Huan's earnestness, Lady Han was further perplexed and questioned, My dear Huan, what is your true intention? He Huan felt a pang in her heart, her eyes reddening. Her sole wish was for her loved ones to remain safe and sound. Such a modest desire seemed insurmountable, leaving her to wonder why fate dealt her such a hand. Aunt, I merely wish to repay your past kindness, He Huan said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Instantly, Lady Han's heart softened. Grasping He Huan's hand, she softly explained, Huan, today's matters are not out of distrust or wariness towards you. You yourself have admitted to being 17. It is imperative to seek a reputable family for your future. He Huan wiped away her tears and grasped Han's hand, sorrowfully stating, Aunt, my mother cherished your kindness until her last breath. I must speak frankly. My cousin is no longer with us, and you ought to take good care of my younger cousin. The Liu family members are merely servants, each with their own ulterior motives. She is my dowry, and she will harbor no treachery against me. Dalhon Shukadet. He Huan understood well that she could never occupy the esteemed position into Han's heart as Lin Xian did, and she could only blame her past self for not being resolute enough to expel Aunt Liu. Dahan used her own handkerchief to dry He Huan's tears, once again urging her to seek a good match for marriage. Fearing to incite her anger and provoke the opposite effect, He Huan bowed her head in contemplation. In the brief silence, they heard hurried footsteps outside, and Lin Nuyen called out for his mother, knocking forcefully on the door. Dahan hurriedly opened it. Upon entering, Lin Nuyen exclaimed, Mother! His gaze fell upon He Huan, and he raised his voice. Why are you here again? My elder sister forbade you from entering. Dahan grasped her son's hand, softly admonishing him for his rudeness. Lin Nuyen, reluctantly, called out to his cousin, glaring wide-eyed at He Huan. He Huan looked at her younger brother and felt a glimmer of solace. She stood and inquired, Cousin, did you not say before that you hold great respect for your elder sister? Why do you not go to Qingsong Temple to pray for her? At her words, Lin Nuyen raised his gaze to his mother, his eyes filled with pleading. Dahan recalled her deceased daughter, who had also disliked staying with the Lin family before marrying into the Shin family. She had always been cautious about tea and snacks, frequently warning Aunt Liu against trusting her too readily. Dahan knelt down and embraced her son, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, Very well, very well. We shall go to Qingsong Temple tomorrow morning to seek your brother-in-law and recite scriptures to accumulate blessings for your sister. Lin Nuyen bit his lip, stifling his tears, using his hand to wipe his mother's cheeks, repeatedly assuring her that he had grown up and would take good care of her in his elder sister's stead. He Huan felt a pang in her heart, turning away to erase the traces of tears from her cheeks before turning back to Lin Nuyen, asking, Do you remember what your elder sister said about whom you can trust and whom you cannot fully believe? Lin Nuyen replied loudly, Of course I remember. My elder sister said you must not be allowed in, nor can we trust anyone from your family. Nuyen, Dahan quickly interjected to stop her son. He Huan nodded at Lin Nuyen, approvingly stating, Very good. I hope you will always remember your elder sister's words during this visit to Qingsong Temple. I also hope you will take good care of your mother. You need not worry. I will also look after mother. Lin Nuyen's voice rang out clear and bright. Chapter 17. Malicious accusation. Upon witnessing the persuasion of Lady Han, He Huan hastily departed from the Lin residence, leaving behind a letter addressed to the Wei family. The following morning, despite their reluctance, the second branch of the Lin family could only watch as Lady Han and her son's carriage rolled away towards Qingsong Temple. The carriage traveled at a leisurely pace, taking a full 2 hours to arrive at the temple's entrance. Lady Han, unwilling to engage in pleasantries with Lady Wei, dispatched a maid to deliver He Huan's letter. Lady Wei, having grown weary of her extended stay at Qingsong Temple, had contemplated returning to the city to confront He Huan if Shun Jingluan had not indeed made an appearance. Upon receiving the letter from Lady Han's maid, Lady Wei eagerly opened the envelope, only to suddenly recall that neither she nor Aunt Zhang could read. Instinctively, she felt that He Huan was mocking her illiteracy, but upon further reflection, her expression transformed into a smile as she exclaimed to Aunt Zhang, Let us seek out Shun Jingluan. This girl has indeed become much wiser than before. Aunt Zhang, well aware of He Huan's instructions, hastily cautioned Lady Wei. Madam, the young lady has advised that Master Shun prefers tranquility. Why would she write to me, knowing full well we cannot read? Is it not evident? Lady Wei replied, smiling as she reassured Aunt Zhang. Fear not. I merely intend to ask him to assist me in reading the letter. I shall not speak of anything else. Aunt Zhang, unable to dissuade her further, remained by her side. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lady Wei's request for an audience, Shun Jingluan furrowed his brow in surprise. His devoted servant, Wenju, familiar with his master's temperament, suggested, Master, perhaps it would be best to inform them that you are resting? Shun Jingluan shook his head. No need for that. Let her in. Moments later, Lady Wei entered the room, earnestly requesting Shun Jingluan to glance at the contents of the letter. Initially intending to delegate the task to Wenju, he reconsidered and took the letter himself. As he perused the delicate script on the paper, he lifted his gaze to find Lady Wei standing with her head bowed, a visage of trepidation. As Shun Jingluan read the letter, a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. Although the letter was ostensibly addressed to Lady Wei, it was, in truth, meant for him. Each line implored Lady Wei to care for Lady Han and Lin Nian, while subtly conveying the gravity of his duty to care for his deceased wife's mother and younger brother. After finishing the letter, he handed it to Wenju, instructing him to read it aloud to Lady Wei. He also assured her that he would inform the He family of her receipt of the letter, thus alleviating her concerns. Lady Wei had never seen Shun Jingluan display such warmth, and her face brightened with gratitude as she repeatedly thanked him. Once she departed, Wenju approached with a report. Master, I have just heard that the matriarch and the young master arrived unexpectedly at the behest of the cousin. I do not understand why the cousin would act in such a manner. Furthermore, it seems she is quite worried about the safety of the matriarch and the young master. She simply remains unconvinced, Shun Jingluan replied calmly, pausing briefly before adding, however, she has indeed reminded me of my responsibility to care for my mother-in-law and Nu Yin in place of Shi Yan. As soon as the words fell, Wenju noticed that his master had resumed reading the book. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, My lord, will you truly marry Miss Lin Er? Shun Jingluan remained engrossed in his reading, seemingly oblivious to the question. In Jizhou City, He Huan met with the servant sent by Shun Jingluan that afternoon. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. With Shun Jingluan's protection, her mother and younger brother would undoubtedly be safe. Now, her only concern was whether Xie San would pose any threat to her son. As Madame Chow entered the west courtyard, she spotted He Huan lost in thought by the window. Leaning closer, she whispered, I just learned that a matchmaker has been dispatched from Lingxing. In my opinion, the Liu family may soon come to visit. Why don't we seize this opportunity to pay a visit to your third uncle's home? This time, you might as well demand 500 taels. No, I believe 1,000 taels would be more fitting. And Chow, if you have nothing to do, you might as well occupy yourself with sewing in the house, or perhaps check on the preparations for dinner in the kitchen, He Huan retorted. Madame Chow, feeling embarrassed, left in silence. He Huan, then summoned by Xiao, instructing her to deliver a message to Zilan, before personally seeking out Uncle Liu in the study. The following morning, as the He family gathered for breakfast, Xie San pounded on the door with a resounding thud, shouting for it to be opened. Uncle Zhang hurried to the door, only to find Xie San rolling up his sleeves, a wheat stalk clenched between his teeth, his gaze fixated on the second door. Wait here, Uncle Zhang cautioned, not daring to let Xie San inside. With a forceful shove, Xie San pushed past Uncle Zhang and stepped through the second door, where He Huan was approaching. He halted, extending his hands without courtesy, demanding, Where's the money? We can discuss it outside, He Huan replied, stepping towards the exit. What's this? You can't produce the money? Xie San blocked her path. If there's no money, don't blame me for being rude. Rude? Are you planning to kill me or sell me off? He Huan retorted with a cold laugh, bypassing Xie San and striding out the second door. Assessing her retreating figure, Xie San followed closely behind. Within the back room beside the He family gate, He Huan stood by the wall, appearing calm, though her heart raced like a pendulum, swinging wildly. Where's the money? Xie San pressed closer. Huan produced a silver ingot from her sleeve and tossed it onto the table. This is all I have. Clenching her fists, she forced herself to meet Xie San's gaze, commanding herself not to falter. Suddenly, Xie San seized her by the neck. What, try to renege? He spat through clenched teeth, tightening his grip unconsciously. Noticing the faint bruise on her neck that had yet to fade, his expression flickered as he coldly remarked, I can save you, but I can also kill you. In that instant, Huan felt as if her life was slipping away. She shut her eyes, biting her lip, pressing her palm against the cold wall in an effort to remain composed. Thoughts of her son's delicate face filled her mind, and she inwardly chastised Shun Jingluan. Bai Xiao had clearly sent word to Zilong. Why had he left their son alone at the Shun residence? Seeing Huan on the verge of asphyxiation, Xie San subtly relaxed his grip. He had not anticipated her to not only refrain from resisting, but also to show no signs of pleading for mercy, as if she had long since resigned herself to fate. What, do you wish for death? He taunted. If you truly wish to take my life, no amount of struggle on my part would alter your intent. Moreover, within my home, there exists naught but a handful of the frail and vulnerable, none of whom could possibly stand against you. Huan raised her gaze to meet his. Xie San lowered his head to scrutinize her, neither applying more force nor releasing his grip. The room, oriented north to south, was dimly lit by a solitary small window. The air, stale from prolonged disuse, was saturated with an oppressive, moldy odor, amplifying the eeriness of their encounter. I shall inquire once more, what drives you to seek death? Xie San suddenly spoke. Huan remained silent, slowly articulating. I possess but a scant sum of silver. However, should you seek something within the Shun household, perhaps I could be of assistance. What? Are you attempting to extract information from me? Xie San scoffed. Do not presume that I am unaware of your singular desire to wed Shun Jingluan. Indeed, Huan acquiesced, casting a fleeting glance towards the door. In an unexpected turn, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips and cried out in a frantic voice. Help! A robber is murdering. Xie San was momentarily taken aback, only to hear a resounding crash as the door was flung open. He beheld Captain Lin, wielding a dagger in his left hand, firmly gripping the hilt with his right, poised to strike. Huan seized Xie San's wrist, biting down fiercely while delivering a sharp kick to his shin. As Xie San regained his senses, a jolt of pain coursed through his wrist, compelling him to instinctively release her grip. His left foot retreated slightly, inadvertently entangling Huan's right foot, and with a forceful motion, he upended her balance. Huan felt her right ankle twist, rendering her nearly unable to stand. In that moment, thought was a luxury she could not afford. She instinctively clung to Xie San's arm, her teeth locked onto his wrist. The pain elicited a grimace from Xie San, and he stared at her in disbelief, his eyes ablaze with fury as she dangled precariously in midair, yet refused to relent. Witnessing the imminent threat to Huan, Bai Xiao turned pale, her mouth agape but soundless. Seize him! Captain Lin bellowed. Two constables rushed into the room, each grasping Xie San's arms with firm resolve. Suddenly, Chao Shi emerged from the shadows, collapsing at Captain Lin's feet. Her hair was disheveled, and a button from her collar had been torn asunder. Grasping at Lin's trousers, she wept, Sir, this brigand has not only stolen our life-saving silver, but also seeks to dishonor an innocent woman. Sir, he pursued me home with malicious intent. As if robbery were not enough, he also. Her voice rose in a crescendo of despair. This woman, humiliated, can only resolve to die in protest. I shall haunt him even in death. Before her words could fully escape, she feigned a desperate dash towards a pillar. Captain Lin swiftly restrained her, scrutinizing Xie San with keen eyes. Huan stepped back, casting a similar glance at Xie San, tasting the metallic tang of blood at her lips. She retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the stains before collapsing beside Chao Shi, kneeling in solidarity and choking out, Aunt, it is over now. Thankfully, Captain Lin arrived in time. He will surely seek justice for us. She too succumbed to tears, her peripheral vision involuntarily drawn to Xie San. He meanwhile allowed the constables to restrain him, his expression devoid of panic. replaced instead by a self-deprecating smirk as he regarded He Huan with an inscrutable gaze. Lin, the head constable, had spent the greater part of his life in the officialdom. Upon witnessing the current situation, his heart sank, and he pointed at Xie San with a grave voice, commanding, "Take him back to the yamen." Xie San did not resist, nor did he utter a single word in defense. As he passed by He Huan, he paused momentarily, casting a deep glance at her before continuing on his way. He Huan did not lift her head. She merely noticed a pair of black cloth shoes halting beside her knee, only to feel a piercing gaze searing into her neck. She shuddered slightly, instinctively recalling the time shortly after her marriage to Shun Jingluan, when his gaze would render her equally uncomfortable. Chow, having seen Xie San walk away with the constable, began to weep as she recounted their plight, adhering to the words He Huan had previously instructed her to use. "My lord, we are but a family of orphans, utterly helpless. Just a few days ago, we managed to borrow some life-saving silver from my uncle, only for this scoundrel to set his sights upon us." She picked up the silver that He Huan had placed on the table, pointing at the markings upon it. "Look, the marks are still here. If you had not arrived in time, this silver is of little consequence. Our lives, however, are at stake." She covered her face in tears and gently nudged He Huan, signaling her to join in. He Huan followed Lin's gaze and saw that Xie San's figure had vanished beyond the gates of the He family. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, and steeling herself, she said, "Head constable, Xie San is audacious enough to intrude under broad daylight. It is possible that he was the one who orchestrated the thugs to intercept our carriage on the street. Enough. The matter at hand will be thoroughly investigated by the yamen." Lin waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious as he stepped outside. He Huan wanted to chase after him, but ultimately halted in her tracks. Earlier that morning, she had deliberated for quite some time before deciding to imprison Xie San, believing it would be a permanent solution. Yet, observing the current circumstances, it seemed that Xie San was no ordinary thug, and Lin appeared to have sensed something amiss. Just then, Bai Xiao rushed back from the entrance in a flurry, anxiously reporting, "Miss, the head constable has stationed a constable at the front gate." "How could this be?" Xiao's face turned pale with fear. "What are you all in a panic for?" He Huan reprimanded sharply. "It is a fact that he extorted us. We have not wronged him." Though she spoke with conviction, her thoughts were a tangled mess, unable to find clarity or resolution. Chapter 18. Seeking justice, He Huan returned to the West Cross courtyard, forcing herself to regain her composure. Shun Jingluan had taught her that before making any decision, one must first understand their circumstances and clarify their objectives. If one wishes to comprehend another person, it is essential to ascertain their identity, background, and temperament. As he once said, "There are times when I truly act with undue impulsiveness." He Huan sighed softly, involuntarily reflecting on her life with Shun Jingluan after marriage. She had always held him in reverence, and, in the beginning, she was even somewhat fearful of him. To her, he appeared to be a mentor in every aspect, diligently guiding her. If he were in my position, what would he do? He Huan mused, envisioning Shun Jingluan standing by the window, gazing indifferently into the distance. He was always so serene and composed. Standing beside him, everything seemed tranquil and distant, as if the burdens of the world were rendered insignificant. "Mother, my elder sister must have her reasons for acting as she does." With a loud bang, the courtyard door swung open, and Tao Shi, dressed in her inner garments, stormed toward He Huan with fury. Behind her followed Bai Xiao closely, while He Jing, with a worried expression, attempted to persuade her, trying to block her path. Chao Shi trailed a few steps behind, leisurely following. Upon witnessing this scene, He Huan shut her eyes and gently rubbed her forehead. If Shun Jingluan were to witness this moment, he would likely frown and subsequently order them all to be removed, would he not? He Huan chuckled softly, opening her eyes to gaze at the leading Tao Shi, whose dark eyes sparkled with a bright light. Tao Shi, taken aback by He Huan's radiant smile, momentarily froze. The two Han sisters were not of the same mother and bore little resemblance, yet it was undeniable that both were beautiful. He Huan and Lin Xian each inherited their mother's beauty. If Lin Xian were compared to a tall and vibrant canna lily, then He Huan would be akin to a gentle and elegant jasmine. Yet in that moment, the brilliance of He Huan's smile revealed a glimpse of Lin Xian's shadow to Tao Shi. In that instant, she was no longer a shy little white flower hidden among green leaves, but rather a wild rose blooming under the sunlight. Tao Shi, awakening from her astonishment, felt anger surge within her and darken her expression, questioning, "What is so amusing? Aunt, I am merely delighted for you. Your illness has finally subsided. I was even considering having Bai Xiao summon a doctor for your treatment," He Huan replied, while gesturing for Tao Shi to take a seat and instructing Bai Xiao to take He Jing back to their quarters. He Jing's face turned crimson with anxiety, looking at He Huan with pleading eyes. "Jing Di, my elder sister and aunt have important matters to discuss. You should return to your studies for now." He Huan affectionately patted He Jing's shoulder, implying, no matter the matter, it is always better to speak out than to keep it bottled inside. Many things can be resolved once expressed. We are all family, and there should be no lingering grievances, don't you think? She deliberately raised an eyebrow at Tao Shi. Tao Shi chuckled softly, grasping He Jing's hand as they moved toward the exit, saying, "Let us go. Your elder sister has mentioned it is a serious matter. You, being a child, will only be a hindrance by lingering here." As she spoke, she raised her voice to instruct Bai Xiao. Since the eldest sister can now rise and move about, prepare some food in the kitchen. Listening to these words, Tao Shi's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. She had not anticipated that within just a few days, Tao Shi would side with He Huan. In recent days, she has been lying in bed with He Huan and He Jing taking turns to bring her plain rice porridge, while utterly ignoring her, showing no concern for her grievances. This thought brought tears to Tao's eyes, and she felt on the verge of weeping once more. "Aunt, if you're still unwell, allow me to take you to the medical clinic for a few days," He Huan said, not concealing her impatience. Tao suddenly lifted her head, angrily questioning, "What do you mean by that? You might as well send me to a nunnery. If Aunt truly wished to renounce the world, there would be no fault in it." "You," Tao trembled with rage. "Have you forgotten who taught you to read and write? Who protected you when Lady Chao struck you? Aunt, I dare not forget those matters. Thus, whatever you desire, I shall respect your wishes," He Huan replied. Tao pounded her chest with force, gasping for air as tears rolled down her cheeks. Once a lady of a scholarly family, the esteemed daughter-in-law of the He family, she had now become the subject of gossip among the common folk. She felt resentment and hatred, yet found herself powerless to alter her fate. "Aunt, if you truly cannot abide by my words and actions, whether you wish to return to your family home or prefer to live apart from the second household, I shall comply." "What did you say?" Tao sprang to her feet, her eyes wide in shock as she momentarily forgot her tears. He Huan regarded her calmly, stating in a measured tone, "If Aunt truly dislikes me, I can move out with Aunt Yi and Lady Chao. My only request is that Jing remains your son, capable of caring for you in your old age. However, he must live with me daily. I do not wish for him, at such a tender age, to be perpetually confronted by your tears, developing a melancholic disposition." Tao, dizzy with anger, pointed a finger at He Huan, yet could not utter a sound, collapsing back in her chair with a thud. He Huan stood before her, observing coldly, neither uttering a word nor offering assistance. After a struggle to regain her breath, Tao, in disappointment, accused, "You have caused so much trouble. How can you still not recognize your faults? Do you wish for the entire family to perish alongside you in silence?" He Huan countered with a question, "Aunt, if I am not mistaken, your hasty pursuit of me, even without donning your outer garment, is due to the constables outside our door, is it not? In such a state of agitation, do you truly comprehend the situation at hand?" Tao fidgeted nervously, adjusting her garment, and declared with righteous indignation, "Regardless of what has transpired, attracting the authorities is your fault. You must understand, one does not enter the public gates alive, nor the underworld dead. So, Aunt, your implication is that we should allow thugs to extort us, seizing our meager savings, leading our family to starvation?" Tao paused, bewildered. She was unclear about the events that had unfolded, having only overheard Lady Chao mention the constables guarding outside the door. "Aunt, others say one does not enter the public gates, fearing the darkness of the authorities. In truth, there is no good among them. Your uncle was killed by Captain Lin. As far as I know, Captain Lin was merely acting on orders to bring your uncle in for questioning. What questioning? Tao raised her voice, accusingly stating that it was they who had falsely implicated your uncle in smuggling, ultimately leading to his torment and demise. They are all murderers. Faced with Tao's uncontrolled emotions, Huan could only purse her lips and watch her. Once Tao had calmed slightly, she composedly articulated, "Aunt, what do you wish to do? As long as it does not affect others, I will respect your decision. However, I kindly advise you, since you're in good health, do not spend all day lying in bed. Staying cooped up indoors, even without illness, can lead to ailments. My affairs are none of your concern. In any case, as long as I am your niece, you are not permitted to have dealings with the authorities. Furthermore, you are not to show yourself in public from now on. And what if I must go out?" Tao hesitated slightly, defiantly retorting, "Then you shall tread over my corpse." "Very well." Huan gazed intently at Tao, her eyes seemingly conveying, "You may perish. I await the moment to step over your lifeless body." Tao's face darkened with rage at Huan's attitude as she turned to leave. Huan swiftly blocked the doorway, stating earnestly, "Aunt, I understand that you have been lying in bed for several days, primarily due to the idle gossip you overheard while at the Shun household. I believe that no matter what I say at this moment, you will not be receptive, yet I must express that beyond our door, there are only outsiders. These outsiders will only revel in our misfortune, uttering sour and harsh words. You may perceive their remarks as advice offered out of goodwill, but in truth, they care not whether we have food to eat, nor do they concern themselves with Jingdi's future. To them, we are merely a diversion during their leisure. I do not expect you to defend me in front of strangers, but at the very least, please do not jeopardize your health for the sake of inconsequential outsiders, causing worry for those who genuinely care for you." Huan's words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Initially, Tao felt a surge of anger, but gradually, resentment began to outweigh her rage. She forcefully pushed past Huan, not looking back as she exited the western courtyard. However, during lunch, she had groomed herself and appeared at the dining table unbidden. This is a side note. At that moment, Huan watched Tao depart and returned to her seat by the window, meticulously reflecting on each encounter she had with Xie, recalling the uproar before the Shun residence. Her expression shifted. "Why is it specifically the surname Xie?" Huan murmured to herself. "Is this a real name or a pseudonym?" Suddenly, a name struck her mind, Xie. It is well known in Jizhou that 10 years prior, the former crown prince was deposed, and Shun Jingluan returned home from the capital, carrying the tablet of his deceased wife, Xie. It was said that Xie was the legitimate daughter of the yeoman marquis, and Shun Jingluan had stood out in the palace examination, with the former crown prince's consort playing matchmaker, arranging their betrothal. At that time, Xie was merely 12 years old, while Shun Jingluan was not yet 15. A decade later, after the former crown prince's downfall, Shun Jingluan was sent back to his homeland. For the subsequent 7 or 8 years, he did not remarry, and people presumed he remained deeply devoted to his late wife. After Lin Xian married into the Shun family, she intended to glean insights into Shun Jingluan's preferences through Xie. However, after much probing, she discovered that Shun Jingluan and Xie had only met once during their engagement. Shun Jingluan had merely what a plaque bearing her name. In fact, there had been no formal wedding, and Xie name was not even inscribed in the Shun family genealogy. At that time, Lin Xian yearned to uncover more of the underlying truths, yet the servants brought back from the capital by Shun Jingluan were as tight-lipped as clams, revealing nothing about the events that transpired in the capital. All she knew was that Shun Jingluan would send gifts to the capital each year, accompanied by a handwritten letter. Chapter 19. Who designed whom? Huan possessed scant knowledge regarding Xie situation, rendering her incapable of discerning whether the appearance of Xie bore any relation to her. After lunch, a sudden unease enveloped her. In her desperation, she dispatched Bai Xiao to the Shun residence in search of Zilan, while instructing Zhang Bo to investigate the matter at Qing Songwan. An hour later, Bai Xiao returned with a distressed expression, plaintively recounting, "Miss, upon seeing me, Zilan declared that even if Master Shun did not visit Qing Songwan, and even if I were to trample the threshold of the Shun household, you would still not be able to meet Master Shun." She further intimated, She cautiously glanced at He Huan, murmuring softly. She suggested that if you are unperturbed by the futility of your efforts, you may continue your endeavors. However, she would not be able to accompany you. Did she utter these words directly? He Huan, instead of expressing anger, broke into a smile. Bai Xiao, perplexed, nodded slightly. Did you relay the words I taught you to her? He Huan pressed further. Bai Xiao nodded again, replying in a hushed tone. She mentioned that you need not concern yourself with Shun family affairs. At this moment, young Master Nianxi is under the watchful eye of old Madame Shun. And aside from the two nurses, she and the musicians, no one else is permitted to enter young Master's quarters. Even outside, Master Shun has dispatched guards to maintain a vigilant watch. Since Xie San is able to don the attire of a servant from a Shun household, Yuan's thoughts trailed off. She had faith in Shun Jingluan, which is why she had entrusted her mother and brother to Qing Songguan. She should not doubt his capability to care for their son. Bai Xiao cast a discreet glance at Yuan, pondering. Hasn't Xie San already been apprehended by Captain Lin? They were meant to report Xie San's intentions to pilfer from the Shun household earlier that morning. She could not comprehend why her mistress had deviated from a plan. Huan, lost in contemplation, waved her hand dismissively, signaling Bai Xiao to allow her solitude. Her sole concern was that Xie San might pose a threat to the Shun family, fearing for the safety of the child. Yet she had forgotten that with Shun Jingluan present, her worries were unwarranted. As Bai Xiao knelt in respect and turned to leave, she hesitated momentarily, hesitatingly stating, Miss Zilon informed me that when Master Shun visited Qing Songguan, he personally carried 2 items. One was a portrait of you, and the other was your bamboo flute. That will be all. You may leave now. He Huan urged Bai Xiao out of the room and shut the door, leaning against it, her mind a cacophony of thoughts. In the early days of their marriage, in an attempt to draw closer to Shun Jingluan, she had deliberately sought his guidance on playing the bamboo flute, and he had imparted skills to her, encouraging her to practice diligently. She feigned ignorance, persistently requesting demonstrations from him. One day, perhaps due to his own displeasure, he had brusquely questioned her why she insisted on his demonstrations when she had already mastered the technique. In that moment, the former He Huan, filled with both embarrassment and ire, had retorted that he was her husband, and she merely wished to share the same space with him. As she turned to leave, her bamboo flute inadvertently knocked over the inkstand on the table. Shun Jingluan, forsaking the precious tomes, hastily rushed to salvage the painting at the table's edge. Lin Xian observed that it was an unfinished, meticulous painting depicting her standing in the corridor, playing the flute. After that day, none of them mentioned the little incident again. However, she could distinctly feel that he no longer kept her at arm's length while reading or writing. Occasionally, he would even find excuses to take her out. When they walked together, even in silence, he would slow his pace, nearly matching her stride. As for the painting, he had framed it himself after completing it, and it remained in his study. Reflecting on the past, He Huan gazed up at the ceiling, striving to hold back her tears. From the moment she resolved to marry Shun Jingluan to the time she conceived their child, her efforts were not born of affection, but rather a means of survival. In plain terms, she was merely leveraging him. Her attempts to win his heart were not driven by love, but by a desire to secure her status as a matriarch of the Shun family. Yet what of him? After transforming from Lin Xian to He Huan, she realized that her feelings for him paled in comparison to his for her. He Huan bit her lip, her hands clutching the fabric over her chest. Just days ago, she had glimpsed the fruits of her labor, only for fate to play a cruel jest upon her. If she were still Lin Xian, she would have a husband, a son, and the means to protect her mother and brother. But now? No, there is still time. I must not despair. He Huan murmured to herself, finding that rather than wallowing in sorrow, she should seek a way back to them. There is still a future for us. I am still myself. Does it truly matter whether I present as Lin Xian or He Huan? Meanwhile, in the guest room of Qing Song Temple, Shun Jingluan stared blankly at the portrait on the shelf. In the painting, Lin Xian held a bamboo flute, adorned in a lake green gown, standing gracefully beneath a blooming apricot tree. Pink petals danced in the wind, some landing on her shoulder, while others drifted into the nearby lake, creating ripples. Though it was merely a profile, he felt as if he could see her smile. He had long noticed her fondness for laughter. In the early days of their marriage, she was always cautious and reserved around him, yet she ultimately could not conceal her true nature. Whenever he turned, he would catch a glimpse of her radiant smile. And at times he pondered how she, having lost her father at 10 and caring for a frail mother and younger brother, managed to cultivate such a joyful disposition. He had known from the start that she had orchestrated their first encounter. He understood that she did not cherish him as other women might. Her desire to marry him was solely for the sake of the Lin family. Her warmth, attentiveness, and little tricks were all aimed at securing a better life for her mother and brother. To her, he was merely a means to an end. Shun Jingluan chuckled self-deprecatingly, his slender fingers gently caressing the bamboo flute on the table. He could not bear to bury the flute with her, for it was an item she often held. She surely did not know that he had investigated her long before she decided to marry him. From the outset, he had resolved to take her as his bride. Thus the choice had always been his. Shun Jingluan lifted the flute, slowly tracing its verdant body. As he understood it, since her father's passing, the three of them had endured considerable hardship, yet she still held herself to the lofty standards of a refined lady. Reading, writing, needlework, and music, though she could not claim mastery in any, she did not neglect a single pursuit. In her everyday life, she dressed appropriately and conducted herself with grace. She had long planned to exchange her marriage for the well-being and tranquility of her mother and younger brother, and she was meticulously executing this plan. He speculated that had it not been for the upheaval that struck the Lin family 3 years ago, and had he been the one to save them, her pragmatic nature would likely have led her to choose a stable, yet unassuming family, quietly paving the way for her brother. Shun Jingluan gripped the bamboo flute tightly. The self-mocking smile that once graced his lips now vanished, leaving only sorrow in his eyes. He wished to set the flute aside, yet he found it difficult to part with it. He had chosen her not because she was an ignorant girl, but because she understood that marriage was merely a matter of equivalent exchange. He had seen myriad beauties during his time in the capital, yet he could not deny that her allure extended far beyond her flawless features. He had always believed that marrying would simply add another woman to his life, an inconvenience, but also a benefit. It was not until one fateful morning, awakening to her presence beside him, that he felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. He was accustomed to rising early, a long-held habit. The dawn light was insufficient, rendering her features indistinct, yet he could see her serene, sleeping face, her long eyelashes, her petite yet elegant nose, and her lips resembling flowers kissed by morning dew captivated him. Whenever she genuinely laughed, delicate dimples appeared on her soft cheeks. He was unaware of how long he had been gazing at her until she opened her eyes, jolting him back to reality. He intended to rise and dress, but inadvertently caught sight of her smile, following a moment of surprise. Her smile was perfectly polite, with gently upturned corners, and no one could claim it was unattractive. However, he noticed that the warmth of her smile did not reach her eyes, and her cheeks bore no dimples. This smile was merely a courtesy she felt obliged to extend to her husband. In that instant, his heart was pierced sharply as a realization struck him. Her submission beneath him was not born of affection or a desire for intimacy, but rather a duty she felt compelled to fulfill for the sake of her mother and brother. To her, he was no different from any other man. He understood fully that had she cared for him even a little, she would not have suggested, less than a month into their marriage, that she would arrange for others to attend to him. Rarely did he lose control. He had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet that day, in a fit of anger, he kissed her fiercely, tearing the ties of her garment and damaging her undergarment. She neither responded eagerly nor resisted, merely allowing him to take what he desired. His anger intensified, and he even suspected that, in that very moment, she was thinking of her mother and brother. "Look at me," he commanded in a hushed tone. It was only when he glimpsed his own reflection in her eyes that his fury began to abate. "Please me," he demanded, aware that he had frightened her, and she would never comprehend the reason behind his anger. Closing his eyes, he savored the warmth of her lips grazing his cheek, embracing her fragrant, soft body, yearning to become one with her. Think of nothing but the fact that I am your man, your sole support, he whispered in her ear. Recalling the past, Shun Jingluan felt a sting of emotion in his eyes, his dark gaze fixated on Lin Xian's portrait, as if wishing to relive every subtle expression and smile captured within it. Master, when Zhu called softly from outside the door, Shun Jingluan hastily placed the bamboo flute into the brocade box, inhaling deeply to suppress the mist in his eyes, and gravely inquired, "What is it?" Wen Zhu, sensing the unusual tone in her master's voice, hesitated at the door and replied softly, "Sir, an old servant from the He family has come, claiming to deliver something to his aunt." Understood. Shun Jingluan's voice had returned to its customary indifference and aloofness. Wen Zhu, mustering her courage, continued, "Sir, that old servant is inquiring about the affairs of the family and the young master." After a brief silence, Shun Jingluan opened the door and summoned a steward. Upon learning that Zhang Bo was merely seeking information regarding the daily life of Lady Han and Lin Nuyen, he quietly asked, "How are preparations for the family matters coming along?" The steward, lowering his voice, replied, "It is set for tonight." After a slight pause, he added, "We have just received news that Missy has sent her maid to search for Xylan again. This time, Xylan has resolutely severed all ties. Indeed, she remains steadfastly loyal." The steward, hesitant to continue, bowed and said, "Sir, the man claims to be Xia San. Might he be connected to the Yoma Marquise?" Shun Jingluan did not respond, instead instructing the steward to prioritize the safety of his grandmother and Shun Yinshi above all else. The steward, fully aware of Shun Jingluan's concern for his son, did not dare to be negligent and rode back to the Shun residence to guard Shun Yinshi. Upon his return, he found Zhang Bo's cart just arriving at the He family's entrance. He Huan, upon learning of his return, hurriedly beckoned him inside and inquired, "How are my aunt and cousin? And my aunt? Is she and Zhang's aunt settling comfortably at Qing Songwan?" After having been reprimanded by He Huan, Zhang Bo dared not be remiss and respectfully responded, "Miss, the old lady is well, though she mentioned that the food at the temple is rather bland. Furthermore, she asked me to inform you that if there are any matters at home, you may send someone to convey a message." He Huan remained non-committal, yet her heart felt lightened. It seemed that Shun Jingluan's personal assistance to Wei Shi in reading the letter had fostered a sense of closeness. Noticing her silence, Zhang Bo continued, "Miss, I intended to pay my respects to Lady Lin, but the people at the temple informed me that Lady Lin and the young master reside in a small courtyard managed by the Shun family servants, and even their meals and tea are prepared by the Shun household." He Huan nodded and inquired about various trivial matters within Qing Songwan. Just as she was about to dismiss Zhang Bo, he unexpectedly remarked, "Miss, there is one more thing. I am uncertain of its significance." Chapter 20. The little shoes He Huan was intrigued upon hearing Zhang Bo mention that Aunt Zhang had vaguely seen Lan Mama, who accompanied the Zhou family, visiting Wei Shi at the Qing Song Temple. She naturally recalled Lan Mama, as she was not only a dowry companion to Zhou Shi, but also a trusted confidant. The true He Huan had suffered numerous covert disadvantages at her hands, and even Xiao Han Shi had been brought to tears several times by Lan Mama's machinations. Why had she gone to see Wei Shi at Qing Song Temple? The thought of the two paintings in He Bai Hai's study further unsettled her. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recollect, she could not find any intersection between Lan Mama and Wei Shi, leaving her with no choice but to inquire of Zhang Bo. "Zhang Bo, when the family was divided 3 years ago, did they merely allow third uncle to live separately? Or were the first, second, and third families completely severed?" According to Chao Shi, the second family received nothing, while the third family had 2 highly profitable shops and a portion of farmland. Zhang Bo shook his head, responding, "Miss, at that time, the old master had just passed, and I was preoccupied with the funeral arrangements. I am unclear about the specifics of the division, but I did hear from old Lady E that you showed compassion towards the young third master, and due to the first madam's poor health, apart from the items left by Xiao and the late second madam, everything else was given to the third master." Upon hearing this, He Huan furrowed her brow slightly. Lost in thought, her memories indeed included the true He Huan clinging to her mother's dowry, crying out against anyone who attempted to remove it, as well as her pleading with Wei Shi not to sell by Xiao. However, She did not recall ever stating that all the assets belonging to the second family should be entirely bestowed upon the first family. In fact, she was completely unaware of the family's holdings, the extent of their land, or how much silver was exchanged from their sale. He Huan felt a surge of frustration towards the true He Huan for her inability to stand up for herself and asked Zhang Bo, "Did Aunt not question old lady Yi about why the only two profitable shops in the family were given a third uncle?" In response, Miss, after the master passed, the first madam fell ill and remained bedridden for over 6 months. Initially, however, Chao Yinyang was quite discontented and confronted old lady Yi about it. Zhang Bo's words only deepened He Huan's bewilderment. On that day, when she and Chao Shi approached Yi Bai Hai, the latter's tone suggested she was unaware of the details surrounding the family division and was quite dissatisfied with the substantial benefits the third family had received. How had Wei Shi managed to silence Chao Shi 3 years ago? Chao Shi was not the true He Huan, who would dare to remain silent after suffering losses. Moreover, a crucial point remained. He Bai Hai was not Wei Shi's biological child. She had always marginalized the third family. Why, then, had she been so generous during the division? He Huan was nearly certain that the so-called division harbored hidden motives. Had she not seen those 2 paintings in He Bai Hai's study, she would have immediately summoned Wei Shi back to clarify the details of the division face-to-face. Now, her immediate priority was to ascertain the origins of those 2 paintings. Given He Huan's temperament, she was tempted to confront He Bai Hai and demand answers, especially since Tang and was a rebel, and any misstep could implicate the entire He family. However, Shen Jingluan had taught her that it was imperative to understand the full context of any situation before taking decisive action. The last time she had visited He Bai Hai's residence, she had inadvertently alerted him. This time, she must remain composed. He Huan sat at the table, contemplating the recent significant and minor events. In her impulsiveness, she had imprisoned Xie San, resulting in the watchful eyes of the constables upon her. Although it is a fact that Xie San extorted them and she has prepared evidence, the attitude of Captain Lin makes her dare not harbor extravagant hopes for the outcome of the incident. Who exactly is Xie San? While He Huan speculates about Xie San's identity, Xie San is in the courtyard of the Jizhou County office, enjoying a light drink with the county magistrate under the moonlight. Magistrate L, holding a wine cup, cast a discreet glare at Captain Lin standing behind him and smiled at Xie San, saying, "Captain Xie, we are indeed blind and nearly impeded your important affairs. I shall drink 3 cups as punishment." With that, he downed a cup of white liquor in one gulp and reached for the wine jug. Lord L. Xie San pressed down on Magistrate L's hand, filling his cup with the wine jug, and said earnestly, "Captain Lin is merely fulfilling his duty. There is no fault in that. It is I who should have reported the case to you sooner." "Captain Xie, please do not say that," Magistrate L replied, his face filled with trepidation. Though he addressed both of them as captains, there are distinctions among captains. In the presence of a golden badge captain, such as Xie San, Captain Lin is insignificant. Even he, a dignified official of the court and a serious scholar, must curry favor with Xie San, especially given his surname. The thought of the yeoman marquis, Xie family, made Magistrate L.S. smile even more obsequious. He had vaguely heard that the heir of the yeoman marquis had recommended several household servants to the 6 doors for a certain matter, and this was tacitly approved by the late emperor. Seeing no reason to be surprised, Xie San spoke up. "Lord L, to speak candidly, I did not disclose my identity to Captain Lin at any household, for I have a delicate request." Although Magistrate L was unaware of whether Xie San had any ties to the yeoman marquis, he observed that Xie San had shed the demeanor of a ruffian and exuded the air of someone in a position of authority. He dared not be negligent, promptly nodding in agreement and solemnly promising to do his utmost. Xie San did not hold back, stating directly, "To be frank, Lord L, I have traced clues to this location and never expected that the rebel Tang and S subordinates would infiltrate the residence of my esteemed brother-in-law." The mention of brother-in-law made Magistrate L.'s complexion pale, more so than the mention of the rebel Tang. The only individuals who qualify to be called brother-in-law to Shen Jingluan are those from the Lin family of Jizhou or the yeoman marquis, Xie family from the capital. A decade ago, When the former crown prince was deposed, the role played by the Yeoman Marquis remains unknown to Magistrate L. He only knows that the Marquis's youngest legitimate daughter is the emperor's favored concubine, who has recently given birth to the crown prince. And her elder sister is Shun Jingluan's first wife, Xie Jun. Xie glanced at Magistrate L and shook his head with a sigh. Although my family has served in the Marquis's household for generations, and I can be considered to have some standing before the young lord, I'm still young and have not had the fortune to serve in front of my brother-in-law while in the capital. However, according to the young lord, my brother-in-law is not only learned but also possesses great integrity and is exceedingly loyal to the court. I believe my brother-in-law would never harbor a rebel. Hence, I merely wish to quietly apprehend the rebel without disturbing my brother-in-law as tranquility. Having navigated the political landscape for many years, Magistrate L immediately understood the 3 layers of meaning in Xie words. First, their family is closely associated with the heir of the Yeoman Marquis and holds considerable prestige. Second, Shun Jingluan does not know him. And third, Xie is cautioning him not to disclose his existence to Shun Jingluan until there is solid evidence. The magistrate, Liu, nodded earnestly and vowed that should Xie have any needs, the entire county office of Jizhou would be at his disposal. Xie, with a flourish of camaraderie, clapped the magistrate on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked that he would certainly have numerous matters to trouble Magistrate Liu with in the future, expressing his gratitude at that moment. Liu, ever modest, insisted he did not dare to accept such praise and continuously urged him to drink. As the two engaged in their convivial exchange, they lost track of time, each having consumed copious amounts of wine, their faces flushed with merriment. Meanwhile, Captain Lin, observing their inebriation, felt a twinge of anxiety. He was unfamiliar with Yi Huan, but the demeanor of the He family today suggested they were well prepared. If Yi Huan were to present evidence in court tomorrow, how would the case be resolved? After much hesitation, Captain Lin approached Magistrate Liu and whispered, "My lord," regarding the He family. Startled by the urgency, Liu misinterpreted Lin's intent. Burping from the drink, he turned to Xie and exclaimed, "Captain Xie, how dare those ignorant women and children from the He family slander you? Tomorrow, I shall have them all apprehended and served with punishment to ensure they learn their lesson." "My lord," Lin interjected softly, lowering his voice to murmur in his ear. "The He family is the plaintiff in this matter, and moreover." He glanced at Xie, his eyes conveying a silent message. Even if the words from the Chow family were slanderous, you forcibly grasped the neck of their young lady and coerced her for money. This I have witnessed with my own eyes. Xie raised his cup from the table and downed its contents in one swift motion. His sun-kissed cheeks were now adorned with a rosy hue, yet his eyes remained remarkably clear. Thudding the cup down, he slurred, "Forget the He family. I have official duties and do not wish to complicate matters. How can we simply forget?" Liu, filled with righteous indignation, slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly, pointing at Lin. "Go, apprehend every single one of the He family members right now." "Magistrate," Xie grasped Liu's arm, forcefully urging him back into his seat, shaking his head. "The He family and my lord's son-in-law are practically relatives. I must consider the larger picture. Besides, if you truly apprehend them, when my lord's son-in-law comes to plead on their behalf, would that not place you in a difficult position? What relatives? The He family is but a fallen household. Even the Lin family has long severed ties with them. How could Lord Shin intercede on their behalf?" Magistrate Liu scoffed disdainfully, sneering, "Now the whole of Jizhou knows that Miss He is merely a frog aspiring to the flesh of swan." "My lord," Lin quickly interrupted, understanding that even without formal education, he recognized that such harsh words against an unwed young lady were unbecoming of a county magistrate. Xie chuckled softly, casting a discreet glance at Lin, and ambiguously replied, "I am but a humble captain, while the young lady of the He family hails from a scholarly lineage, possessing both courage and wit." What being embarrassed a time or two, even in his inebriation, Liu grasped that Xie was speaking ironically. He seized Xie's wrist, resolute in his declaration. "This cannot simply be overlooked. They have accused a court official, which is a grave offense." Lin the constable, Ensure that the shackles and chains are properly secured. This will bind their entire family in court. I shall conduct an immediate inquiry into this matter tonight, and I shall undoubtedly owe you, Constable, a debt of gratitude for your fairness." At this remark, Xie San paused momentarily, then quickly replied with a smile. "Since Lord Lu insists on seeking justice on my behalf, I shall not refuse your goodwill. However, given that we have both indulged in drink, it would be unseemly to present ourselves in court at this hour. I propose this. Let's wait until dawn. I would request that Constable Lin lend me a few of his men, and I shall personally go to apprehend them. Thereafter, Lord Lu may impartially adjudicate the matter. At that time, they shall surely feel the weight of your authority. And Miss, he will come to understand that not all matters in this world can bend to her will. Sometimes, causing harm to others may ultimately bring about one's own ruin." Before Xie San could finish speaking, a thud resonated as Lord Lu toppled over onto the table in a drunken stupor. The constable hurried to assist his superior, instructing a maid to escort Xie San back to his quarters for rest. In the guest room of the yamen, Xie San sipped tea to alleviate his inebriation, enjoyed a soothing bath, and lay in bed, tossing and turning. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the fleeting smile of He Huan before her desperate cries for help, as if she were a mere plaything in her grasp. He had saved her life multiple times, yet she had repeatedly ensnared him in her traps. This time, he was determined to teach her a lesson she would not soon forget. Chapter 21. Heart-wrenching Xie Sankai contemplated administering a lesson to He Huan when she unexpectedly sneezed in the western courtyard. She gathered her collar and frowned slightly. Throughout the day, an inexplicable restlessness had taken residence in her heart. Gazing up at the starry sky, she couldn't help but reminisce about Shun Jingluan. She longed for him, but more so for their son. How much longer must she wait to hold her child in her arms and witness his growth day by day? "Miss," Zhang Bo's hoarse voice called from outside the courtyard. He Huan donned her outer robe and hurriedly opened the door, inquiring, "What news?" "Miss," inquired repeatedly, but there is no one by the name of Xie San in the prison. Upon hearing this, He Huan felt no surprise. Instead, her worries deepened. Captain Lin was righteous and loyal, yet what of County Magistrate Lu? By Shun Jingluan's description, he possessed ambitions but lacked the necessary talents, and was unwilling to accept mediocrity, striving to curry favor without the means. Such individuals, once given an opportunity, would undoubtedly claw their way to the top. Before He Huan could devise a strategy, Bai Xiao rushed in, breathless and gasping, exclaiming, "Miss, I just went to the entrance to see if the constables were still there, and I accidentally overheard people in the street discussing that the Shun family is urgently seeking doctors, nearly summoning all the physicians in the city. What is happening?" He Huan's heart raced. Shun Jingluan was never one to seek attention, and the Shun family had their trusted physicians. Seeing Bai Xiao panting, she demanded angrily, "What on earth is going on? Speak clearly." "Miss, I heard that the young master of the Shun family is ill and is said to not survive the night." At those words, it was as though a thunderclap had struck her, leaving her in a daze, her mind buzzing, and her vision dimming to darkness. "I must go to the Shun house." He Huan's voice was hoarse, her heart feeling as though it had been hollowed out. She numbly stepped out of the courtyard. But after just 2 steps, her legs weakened, and she had to lean against the pillar to steady herself. "Miss, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me." Bai Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurried to support He Huan. In that moment, He Huan was oblivious to Bai Xiao's pleas. She felt her hands and feet turn icy, her mind fixated on a singular thought. Her son must not die. She was striving to return to him, to accompany him as he grew. Seeing her mistress appear as though she had lost her soul, her eyes vacant and her lips pale, Bai Xiao, in a panic, cried out, "Miss, what is wrong? Someone help." Zhang Bo, a man of advanced years, hesitated to approach, standing nearby in a daze, questioning, "Is the miss possessed? Should we summon a doctor? What has happened? What is going on?" Chao Shi and Tao Shi arrived one after the other at the entrance of the western courtyard. Bai Xiao could no longer contain her tears, sobbing, "I do not know. I only informed the miss that the young master of the Shun family is ill, and this is how she has reacted." At last, the mention of the young master of the Shun family jolted He Huan back to reality. her gaze slowly regaining focus. Chao Shi stepped forward, intending to help Yi Huan back in the courtyard, instructing, "Let's first take her back to her room." Chao Shi quickly echoed her agreement. Suddenly, Yi Huan found an unexpected surge of strength as she forcefully pushed aside Chao Shi and Bai Xiao, murmuring, "I must go to the Shun residence." She stepped back a few paces, distancing herself from the others, and with trembling hands smoothed her long hair before taking a deep breath and declaring, "I will go to the Shun residence right now." Chao Shi remained silent, her brows furrowing in concern. "Gao si di sapon in dezet." Even if you wish to curry favor with Shun Jingluan, you must consider the time. It is already past curfew. Besides, do you intend to walk to the Shun residence at this hour? Yi Huan, undeterred by these words, turned and strode towards the exit. Chao Shi took a couple of steps forward to block her path, gently advising, "Miss, it would be wise to wait until tomorrow morning. Shun Jingluan is still at Qingsong Temple and won't return until at least tomorrow morning. Step aside," Yi Huan commanded. Chao Shi was taken aback by her expression. Instinctively stepping back, Yi Huan's gaze swept past Chao Shi and settled on Chao Shi's face. After a moment of silence, she spoke each word with conviction. "I am Lin Xian, not Yi Huan." "Child, have you lost your mind?" Chao Shi's brows knitted tighter as she reached out to grasp Yi Huan's arm. Yi Huan forcefully shook off Chao Shi's hand, pushing past Chao Shi, and bolted outside. Chao Shi, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Chao Shi swayed and bent down to assist Chao Shi. When they lifted their heads to look towards the entrance, they saw Bai Xiao sprinting out of the secondary gate, with no trace of Yi Huan in sight. Could she truly have lost her senses? Chao Shi's heart raced with worry. Could it be that she was possessed? As Chao Shi spoke, she caught sight of a small figure dashing along the corridor toward the main gate. "Jinger, where are you going?" she called, chasing after him. He Jing, running as fast as he could, replied, "I'm going to find my sister. I am the only man in the family." "Stop!" Chao Shi shouted. "What will you do if you encounter danger out there in the dead of night?" At the sound of this, He Jing quickened his pace, not daring to look back. Yet, he was just a child. As soon as he dashed out of the He family's gate, Chao Shi caught hold of him. Seeing He Jing's eyes brimming with tears, Chao Shi relented, handing him over to Chao Shi before pursuing Yi Huan, unaware of how long she had been running. Yi Huan's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to reach the Shun residence and see her son. The night wind whipped past her ears, and she remained oblivious to it all. Bai Xiao chased after her, repeatedly calling out, "Miss, please wait for me." Yi Huan turned a deaf ear. In that moment, even Shun Jingluan seemed insignificant to her. It was only now that she realized she was first and foremost Shun Yinqi's mother, and only secondarily Shun Jingluan's wife. For the first time, she discovered that the tiny life she had only encountered once held greater importance than anything else in her heart. She vividly recalled every flutter of his movements within her. Once, she had grown accustomed to speaking to him daily. Their souls had long been intertwined, which explained her persistent unease throughout the day. As Yi Huan continued to run, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She wiped her eyes with her hand and pressed onward. Even though she felt utterly exhausted and the pitch-black street swayed before her, she did not slow her pace. In her daze, she recalled a cold winter night 10 years prior when she and her mother eagerly awaited her father's return to celebrate the new year with them, only to be met with tragic news. The messenger reported that the fleets of the Lin and He families had fallen prey to a pirate ambush, and her father was struck in the chest by an arrow, plunging into the vast ocean. Upon hearing this dreadful news, her mother fainted, overwhelmed by despair, while her infant brother wailed inconsolably in his cradle. That night, she ran tirelessly, gasping for breath. Consumed by a singular thought, she must protect her innocent brother from the clutches of her Uncle S family. She was resolute in her determination to safeguard her family. "Heaven, why do you treat me so cruelly?" Yi Huan cried out to the night sky. "What sins have I committed to deserve this?" Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated across the heavens. The once starry night had become shrouded in ominous clouds. As Yi Huan gasped for air, a flash of lightning split the darkness, followed by another thunderous roar, as raindrops the size of fists pelted her face. Clenching her fists, she fought to draw in breath. She could not falter. She had to see her son, who would never abandon her. She wiped the moisture from her face, uncertain whether it was rain or her own tears. Not far away, Xiao struggled to keep up, breathless from her exertions. Upon seeing her mistress pause, she dared to rest, leaning heavily on her knees as she gasped. "Where is she?" Xiao Shi called out, scanning the darkened streets, her hair drenched and her garments soaked by the relentless rain. Bai Xiao tremulously pointed into the night. "Miss is over there. Miss, wait for your servant." She attempted to chase after her, but suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. "Useless wretch," Xiao Shi cursed under her breath, before resolutely stating, "I will bring her back. You hurry and inform Jing are not to worry and to stay put. Also, prepare clean garments for us." With that, she dashed forward. The torrential rain obscured He Huan's vision and hindered her steps, yet she pressed on with all her might toward the Shen residence. "Halt!" Xiao Shi shouted from behind. "Even if you wish to play the victim for sympathy, ensure that Shen Jingluan can see you." He Huan, however, paid her no heed and continued her desperate flight. "Stop right there." Xiao Shi's fury reached its peak. Seeing that He Huan ignored her, she inhaled deeply and sprinted a few paces, seizing He Huan's shoulder and pulling her back. Exhausted, He Huan could not shake off Xiao Shi's grip. In response, she kicked out her leg, striking Xiao Shi's calf. In pain, Xiao Shi reflexively shoved her, causing He Huan to crash against the wall. "What madness has taken hold of you?" Xiao Shi shouted. He Huan remained silent, rising to her feet and pressing onward. Once more, Xiao Shi lunged to grasp He Huan's shoulder. "Let me go. I am Lin Xian, and I must see my son. Have you not caused enough chaos?" Xiao Shi wiped the rain from her face. "You are He Huan, not Lin Xian. Shen Yanqi is dead, and what does it matter to you? Yanqi is not dead. She is not." He Huan pressed her forehead against Xiao Shi's abdomen, summoning all her strength to surge forward. As if by overcoming Xiao Shi, she could ensure her son's safety. Although Xiao possessed immense strength, she could not withstand He Huan's explosive power, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, stars dancing before her eyes. When she regained her senses, He Huan had already sprinted far away. Initially, she contemplated returning to the He residence, but after a moment's reflection, she stomped her foot in frustration and hastily pursued He Huan. At that moment, if He Huan had retained even a sliver of rationality, she would never have cried out so indiscriminately. She was not He Huan, she was Lin Xian. Chapter 22. No entry. Xiao was unaware of how long she had pursued, and just as she felt her strength waning, He Huan finally came to a halt. Following He Huan's gaze, she beheld the bustling scene before the Shen residence, where countless lanterns adorned the entrance and servants anxiously awaited or scurried to and fro in the rain. Stunned, Xiao observed the spectacle, feeling as though the entire street was illuminated by the glow of the Shen family's lanterns. He Huan took a deep breath, allowing her damp hair to cling to her cheeks, and strode purposefully towards the main gate. Xiao hastily seized her arm, whispering urgently, "In your current state, how can you possibly enter?" "I must go in," He Huan replied, prying Xiao's fingers apart. Xiao stared at her in disbelief. Just days prior, she had been taken aback by He Huan's fierce demeanor. Now, she perceived her as a wisp of a ghost, akin to a lifeless rag doll, and felt that if she were to impede her, despair would consume her. Reluctantly, Xiao acquiesced, gritting her teeth. "Since we are here now, I shall accompany you inside. But you must refrain from mentioning that you are Lin Xian, lest they deem you mad." Before she could finish, He Huan had already advanced towards the door, compelling Xiao to follow in her wake. Upon their arrival, the doorman raised his hand to block their entry, declaring haughtily, "Miss, the master is not at home. Please come back another day." Fearing He Huan would utter something shocking, Xiao interjected, "Good sir, we have heard that young Master Nianqi is ill and have come to pay our respects." "Pay respects?" The doorman scoffed, surveying the two drenched figures with disdain. "The master is not here. I am afraid we cannot accommodate you. Why are you wasting time with them? Do not delay important matters," barked a man who appeared to be in charge. "You are Wang Liang, stationed at the gate for 7 or 8 years, with a son and daughter. You yearn for your children to serve in the household, yet your daughter bears a small birthmark and your son stutters," He Huan whispered, turning her attention to the steward nearby. "And you are Shun Chong, overseeing the outer court for nearly a decade, with all your children in service here. You are content with your life, save for the disappointment that your daughter-in-law has yet to bear a child after 3 years of marriage. Her voice was barely audible amidst the thunderous rainfall and the intermittent clatter of hooves and wheels. Yet this gentle murmur seemed to possess an extraordinary penetrating power, plunging the surroundings into an intense silence. Step aside, Dr. Qian is coming. A servant's voice shattered the stillness as he held an umbrella, assisting a feeble old man up the steps. Upon seeing him, Huan's heart sank heavily. Dr. Qian, now aged and long retired from practicing medicine, had been summoned by the Shun family, indicating the severity of her son's illness. I must see Nianxi. I shall not disturb the doctor while he examines him. The steward named Shen Chong stood resolute before Huan, subtly gesturing for the butler to come forth. Chao grasped Huan's arm and softly urged, "Since he claims that Lord Shun is not present, perhaps we should return to change into clean attire." Huan shrugged off her hand and replied to Shen Chong, "I can simply observe from the pavilion outside Yilan Courtyard. If you're concerned, you may send a maid to keep watch nearby." Shen Chong's expression grew, even more astonished at her words. Yilan Courtyard was the residence of his family's matriarch. Years ago, Shun Jingluan had constructed a pavilion by the lakeside to admire the lotus flowers. Once the pavilion was completed and the obstructive elm tree was felled, it became apparent that one could see every blade of grass and tree within Yilan Courtyard from the pavilion. Although Shan Jingluan had intended to dismantle the structure, the matriarch insisted that even though her eyesight had faded, she still wished to sit in the pavilion. In recent years, she had often visited the pavilion to sip tea and listen to music. While Huan had visited Lungmei Courtyard, she was unaware that there was a pavilion on the other side of the garden outside Yilan Courtyard. Chao, equally astonished, gazed at Huan and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, "Go, summon Xilan." At that moment, the steward Shun Jihua happened to arrive at the entrance and overheard her words. He bowed to Huan and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Cousin, your concern for the young master will be conveyed to the elder. Given the current chaos in the household, it will be best for you to visit another day." With that, he gestured for the maids behind him to assist Huan into the carriage, intending to escort them back to the He family. Huan shook off the two maids and retorted angrily, "Shun Jihua, I am a guest, while you are merely the steward of the household. Cousin is correct. I am but a servant. As per the elder's instructions, we servants dare not disobey. I kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for us." Shun Jihua replied with calmness. Huan was quite familiar with Shun Jihua. It was said that he had accompanied Shun Jingluan to the Imperial Academy for studies and had escorted him back to Jizhou, making him the most trusted individual after Shun Jingluan's deceased parents. Considering this relationship, Huan's lips twitched as she ultimately swallowed her words, instead softly pleading, "Since Steward Shun has stated that without Lord Shun's permission, I cannot enter, may I perhaps seek shelter from the rain beneath your esteemed roof?" Her implication was clear. Was she to be cast into the street to be drenched simply because Shun Jingluan was absent? Shun Jihua simply replied, "I cannot allow that," leaving her standing outside the Shun residence. Half an hour later, Shun Chong approached Shun Jihua and quietly inquired, "Steward Shun, with so many people passing by the entrance, it is not ideal for Miss Yi to remain there. Perhaps we should find her a room. Just tend to your own affairs." Shun Jihua interrupted him with an impassive demeanor. Outside the grand entrance, Huan trembled with cold, her arms folded tightly, yet unwilling to huddle for warmth. She stood upright, her gaze fixed intently on the door. At that moment, her mind remained in disarray, yet she could see clearly that the doctors entering the door were solely coming in, not exiting, indicating that they were still attending to her son. Chao offered Huan a few words of comfort, but upon seeing that she seemed not to hear, and noticing that the rain had ceased and dawn was approaching, she feigned an excuse to return home, intending to have Tao bring Huan back. Huan fixated intently on the entrance, gradually sensing an unsettling discrepancy. According to the customs of the Shun family, attendants accompanying guests were expected to wait in the small hall beside the gatehouse. Should they require to accompany their master, they would be attended by the servants of the Shun household. At present, although a servant guided the physician inside, there was no one to acknowledge the physician's subordinates. Under normal circumstances, Shun Jihua would never allow even outsiders, let alone his own servants, to roam freely within the Shen residence. Could it be that even Shun Jihua had lost his composure? Anxiously, He Huan longed to enter, but could only gaze helplessly in the direction of the lawn courtyard. In the county office of Jizhou, Xie San was jolted awake by the first rumble of thunder. Upon opening his eyes, he heard the torrential rain pouring outside. Rising, he opened the window and noticed the lights in the magistrate Lu's chamber flickering to life as a figure hurriedly slipped inside, causing him to furrow his brow in surprise. Magistrate Lu, awakening from his drunken stupor, sipped a few gulps of strong tea and grumbled. What pressing matter could possibly require attention at this hour? Must it not wait until dawn? Head Constable Lin performed a respectful bow and replied earnestly, "My lord, I have just received word that the young master of the Shun family has suddenly fallen gravely ill. Is that all?" Magistrate Lu's expression darkened further. Even if the boy were to perish, Shun Jingluan would not return until daylight, and I could extend my condolences then. My lord, Missy is currently en route to the Shun residence. I seek your guidance on whether we should apprehend anyone after dawn. She is at the Shun house now. Magistrate Lu furrowed his brow. Head Constable Lin shook his head. My lord, it is my humble opinion that the words of that Xie constable are largely one-sided. His claims should not be taken at face value. Magistrate Lu, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean? Is his 6 doors badge of forgery? Impersonating a court official is punishable by death." He then chided Head Constable Lin. "You are the one who said he does not resemble a mere ruffian. Nor is he an ordinary commoner. My lord, that badge is indeed authentic, but regarding his recommendation by the heir of the Yong and Marquis to join the 6 doors, that is something you may not be aware of." Magistrate Lu raised his teacup and took several hearty sips, enviously remarking, "Those fortunate enough to serve as attendants in noble households, if they catch the eye of the gentry, find it far from difficult to secure a position in government. Have you not heard him say that both his parents are in close service to the young lord? Not to mention, most attendants are decent folk. Even those of low birth may easily find themselves married to officials, who themselves are hardly desirable to women like me." Having spent his entire life in Jizhou, Head Constable Lin was unaware of the grandeur of the Xie family that Magistrate Lu spoke of. Yet his instincts told him that some of Xie San's words seemed deliberately crafted. Realizing he could not persuade his superior, he shifted to a question. "My lord, after dawn, if Missy is still at the Shun residence, should I proceed to apprehend anyone?" Magistrate Lu stroked his small mustache, a look of perplexity on his face. After a moment, he slapped his thigh with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Did he not instruct us earlier to avoid alarming Shinjingluan about his arrival in Jizhou? Use that as an excuse to inquire whether we should go to the Shun residence to make arrests." He patted the shoulder of Captain Lin and spoke with earnest gravity. "In both life and work, one must learn to be adaptable. Do you understand?" Captain Lin could only nod in agreement. As he exited the room, he cast a glance at the guest room where Xie San resided, contemplating how to extract information from him come dawn, when a young maid hurriedly approached. "What is it?" He intercepted the maid, gesturing towards the door to indicate that Lord L was in a foul mood. The maid appeared anxious. Being familiar with Captain Lin, she lowered her voice and said, "Someone is causing a commotion at the front gate, claiming there is an urgent matter to report to Captain Xie. I shall go and investigate." Before the maid could finish her sentence, Captain Lin had already strode away purposefully. Chapter 23. Indifference. As he stepped out of the second gate, he spotted a young man, no more than 17 or 18 years of age, standing beneath the corridor. He recognized him at once. Just days before, it was this very youth who had reported to the authorities, claiming that someone was brazenly robbing in broad daylight, thus allowing him to timely rescue He Huan's family. "It is you." Chief Lin scrutinized the young man from head to toe, noticing his delicate features, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, while his entire being was nearly drenched by the rain, adding an air of frailty about him. "Chief Lin," the youth respectfully bowed, his voice laced with urgency. "My name is Chang'en, and I serve under Chief Xie. I have an urgent matter to report to Master San. I will be most grateful if you could guide me." Skepticism deepened in Chief Lin's gaze as he replied with measured calmness. "So you are also from the 6 doors. No wonder you were so eager last time, and afterward you did not seek recognition. Taken aback for a moment, Chang'an replied solemnly, "That day, my act of saving someone was merely a matter of convenience. I had pressing matters to attend to, which unfortunately prevented me from greeting you properly. I acknowledge my oversight. However, Chief Lin, as fellow officials, you must understand that certain matters, if delayed, could not only endanger oneself but also implicate our superiors. Wouldn't you agree?" Chief Lin was momentarily taken aback by this retort and, with a hint of resignation, said, "It is not that I am unwilling to guide you." "Chief Lin," Chang'an, a voice approached, interrupting them. "Master San." Chang'an swiftly circled around Chief Lin and urgently addressed Xie San. "I have pressing news to report to you." As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Chief Lin. Chief Lin touched his nose and excused himself with a bow. Once he had distanced himself, Chang'an whispered, "Master San, there has been an incident at the young master's home. Has he not been at Qing's Song Temple? It is his son. It is said that he is on the brink of death. Currently, all the doctors in the city are rushing to the Shun residence." Lowering his voice further, he added, "Master San, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Have you ascertained what ailment he suffers from? It is rumored that he is convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and may not survive the night." Xie San did not respond to Chang'an's remarks, but instead gazed thoughtfully into the pitch-black night, listening to the relentless patter of the rain. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard, revealing Chief Lin hiding not far from the corridor's column. Xie San averted his gaze and murmured, "Let's first go to the Shun residence." Upon hearing this, Chang'an grew anxious, whispering, "Master San, you previously mentioned that the young master is a cautious man. There are only the two of us here. We shall refer to him as Shundiyi." "Yes, my Master San." Chang'an, both anxious and helpless, reluctantly acquiesced. Shundiyi is indeed a prudent man, governing his household with utmost strictness. If we fail to seize this opportunity, it may be exceedingly difficult to verify matters in the future. "Are you certain that Shen Yinshi is truly ill?" Xie San's retort left Chang'an momentarily speechless. The sudden illness of Shun Yinshi, teetering on the edge of life, had come solely from the mouths of the Shen family. "Master San, what shall we do now?" He found himself at a loss. "Let us go and see for ourselves." Xie San took the lead, walking out first. The two of them donned their rain gear, mounted their horses, and galloped through the torrential downpour. As they arrived at the narrow alley outside the Shun family's gate, they saw He Huan just reaching the entrance. Xie San, upon spotting her, felt a surge of resentment. Over 10 days ago, within the Shun family's garden, had she not played a trick on him, he would not have faced such a dismal outcome. Just yesterday, she audaciously accused him. Since she lacked compassion, he would show no mercy in return. Chang'an wiped the rainwater from his face and quietly inquired, "Third master, shall we wait here?" Xie San did not respond, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized He Huan. His entanglement with her stemmed from his realization of her familiarity with the Shun family. Yet, witnessing her current disheveled state, how could the Shuns exhibit such a lack of empathy? Days prior, he had feigned a slip of the tongue before her, suggesting that he had informants within the Shun household and had brazenly extorted 400 taels of silver from her. He was convinced she would inform Shun Jingluan, and he had anticipated seeing Bai Xiao relay the news to Zilan that very night. However, Shun Jingluan appeared completely oblivious. Or perhaps he had already discerned He Huan's exploitation, which prompted his unperturbed demeanor. Contemplating this possibility, Xie San's wariness intensified, and his gaze shifted from He Huan to the Shun family gate. After a short while, the rain finally ceased and the first light of dawn appeared. The damp air infused with the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees, invigorating the senses. Yet, neither He Huan at the Shun gate nor Xie San in the alley felt inclined to relish the tranquil beauty of the morning. From a distance, He Huan caught sight of Dr. Qian approaching the gate. She rushed forward, disregarding the servants attempting to impede her, and called out loudly, "Dr. Qian, is Nianxi all right? Is he?" Dr. Qian glanced at her and sighed softly. In an instant, He Huan felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, and she cried out in desperation, "Impossible! You're deceiving me. It cannot be true." She frantically shoved the servants blocking her path. If it were possible, she would willingly trade her own life for her son's health. Seeing her distress, Dr. Qian shook his head. Young Master Shen's condition is congenital. Have I harmed Yanqi? He Huan's eyes reddened with disbelief. It cannot be true. Absolutely not. She shook her head vigorously, her throat hoarse, yet no tears would fall. The servants, growing impatient with her kicks and shoves, one of them scoffed, Miss He, the master is not present. Who are you performing for? He Huan ignored them, persistently demanding to see Shen Yanqi. Unfortunately, being a woman, and after enduring the rain and wind the previous night, she was soon subdued by the Shen family's servants. As she struggled, she cried out mournfully, Shen Jingluan, come out. You must explain to me why Yanqi has become like this. Xie observed the scene from a distance, his brow furrowing deeper. Missy truly knew how to put on a show. Chang'an looked on with disdain, remarking that a woman like her would never resort to suicide. Third Master, your kindness is misplaced. You should not believe her. At that moment, Shen Jingluan was still absent. Xie caught the faint sound of hooves, the noise lodged in his throat. At the end of the long street, two striking chestnut horses galloped into view, and the man on horseback was none other than Shen Jingluan. Though the rain had ceased for some time, his hair and clothes were still dripping wet. Before the horse had come to a halt, he had already leapt from its back and strode purposefully towards the grand entrance. He Huan, upon seeing him, felt a tumult of emotions. She was aggrieved, heartbroken, and filled with resentment. She attempted to approach him, but the servants of the Shen family held her arm firmly, leaving her with no choice but to cry out, Shen Jingluan, I want to see Yanqi. Shen Jingluan did not pause, nor did he spare her a glance. He simply coldly commanded, take the young lady back to the He family. As Shen Jingluan stepped through the doorway, He Huan urgently called out, stop right there. I am Lin Xian. Enough. Shen Jingluan finally halted. Yet he still did not look at her. Instead, he angrily inquired, where is the housekeeper? Why are you allowing unrelated individuals to cause a ruckus at the entrance? Unrelated individuals? He Huan let out a laugh, having long forgotten that to others, she was merely He Huan, not Lin Xian. At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Overnight, her son was on the verge of death, and her husband had the audacity to label her as an unrelated person. How would you treat me this way? She weakly uttered, before darkness enveloped her and her body crumpled to the ground. What is happening? What is going on? Chao Shi pushed through the crowd and hurried to He Huan, kneeling beside her to grasp her shoulders. Bai Xiao rushed forward and knelt beside He Huan, sobbing uncontrollably. Earlier, Chao Shi had intended for Tao Shi to persuade He Huan to return home. But Tao Shi had declared that she could no longer show her face at the Shen family and had no desire to meddle in He Huan's affairs. Although Chao Shi wished to wash her hands of the matter, she was unable to resist her son's pleas, and thus returned with Bai Xiao. Initially, she thought He Huan was merely putting on a performance before Shen Jingluan, but as she embraced her, she immediately sensed something was amiss. He Huan was burning with fever, severely so. Miss, what is wrong? Chao Shi exclaimed in alarm, raising her voice to the Shen family members. What have you done to cause the young lady to be in such a state? Seeing that Shen Jingluan was indifferent to her plight and was leaving without a backward glance, she cried out in anguish, Madame Shen and the young lady are cousins. How can you wish to harm her cousin so soon after her burial? Shen Dehua, having arrived upon hearing the commotion, wore a stern expression and said, Chao Shi, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I have made myself abundantly clear last night. I request that you return home for the time being. How can you utter such words? Good heavens, is this how one speaks? Chao Shi's voice rose in pitch and fury. We learned of Yanqi's illness and braved the rain to visit, yet you not only barred us from entering, but now have caused Huaner to lose consciousness. You are clearly taking advantage of your position. Chao Shi's voice was both high and fervent, and with He Huan lying motionless on the ground, coupled with Bai Xiao's sorrowful wails, passers-by began to stop and stare. At this moment, while Chao Shi was genuinely concerned for He Huan, a pragmatic thought crossed her mind. He Huan was ill. How would they manage the cost of the medicine? They were in the Shen residence. Who else could they rely on but the Shens? With money as her motivation, Chao Shi cried even louder, striking her chest and tugging at her hair, her voice hoarse, as if Shen Jingluan had slain her own daughter. Dr. Qian, being of advanced age, was most averse to crowded situations. The moment He Huan began to demand to see Shen Yinshi, he had already turned to exit through a side door of the Shen residence. However, he is indeed a doctor, embodying the compassion of a healer. Upon witnessing He Huan faint, he returned, squatting on the ground to take her pulse. After a brief moment, he addressed Shun Jihua. "Steward Shun, Missy has succumbed to a chill and is in shock. We must immediately administer acupuncture and prepare a medicinal concoction for her." Shun Jihua had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but he had never dealt with someone as boisterous as Madame Chow. Observing the crowd both inside and outside the door, he hastily nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, saving a life is paramount. "I shall promptly arrange for a carriage to take Miss Biao to the medical hall." "Absolutely not," Madame Chow vehemently opposed. Handing He Huan over to Bai Xiao, she stood up with her hair disheveled, placing her hands on her hips and exclaiming, "With Huaner in such a state, the bumpy ride to the medical hall will not only waste time, but could also lead to unforeseen consequences. Can you bear the responsibility for that?" Seeing Shun Jihua preparing to retort, her voice grew louder as she lamented, "Our master passed away early, and the eldest young lady is his only daughter. While she was at home, we treated her like a precious jewel. Today, she has only just arrived at your Shen household, and you have left her in such a state of unconsciousness." Shun Jihua was so incensed by her words that his face turned pale. He gestured to two maidservants, intending to order them to assist Madame Chow into the carriage and forcibly send her to the medical hall. Just then, he noticed the carriage of the Lin family's second branch had come to a stop outside the main gate. He quickly changed his tune. "You shall attend to Miss Biao and Madame Chow in the Xiaohua Hall, ensuring they are well cared for within the house." With that, he offered a respectful bow to Dr. Qian, kindly requesting him to diagnose He Huan, thus concluding this tumultuous scene. Chapter 24. The deception outside the gates of the Shun residence. Xie San observed from a distance until the crowd dispersed, and Lin Guqing, Lin Mingyan, and others entered the estate. Only then did he instruct Chang'an, return to the Yamen, and inform Captain Lin to convey to Lord Liu that the matter concerning the He family is settled. "I no longer wish to pursue it. Master San, did you not assert that we must teach Missy a proper lesson, to make her understand that one must not repay kindness with enmity?" Xie pressed his lips together, pondering for a while before responding deliberately. "The urgent matters take precedence. Do not complicate things further." Chang'an glanced at Xie San and then at the Shun family gate, indignantly declaring, "Master San, you are once again moved by compassion. In my humble opinion, her fainting was merely an act, a collaboration with her families made to orchestrate a charade, all to cling to the Shun family. If it were an act, how could she deceive the physician? It appears she is not only cruel to others, but also severe with herself." A hint of sardonic amusement flickered across Xie San's lips before he turned serious and addressed Chang'an. "For now, we must ascertain whether Shen Yinshi is truly ill or feigning illness. Besides informing Captain Lin, do not involve yourself further with the He family. Additionally, discreetly inquire with the physician who examined Shen Yinshi. The more detailed the information, the better. Moreover, relay the news of Shen Yinshi's illness to King Songwen under the name of the Lin family's second branch." Chang'an nodded in agreement and hurried away. Xie contemplated the Shun family gate, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Shun Jingluan hastened along the stone path of the garden. He had wrung out his hair and donned fresh attire, making his way towards Elan Courtyard. Unlike the clamor of other areas, Elan Courtyard was serene and resplendent, adorned with a riot of colorful flowers competing for attention in the morning light. The emerald bamboo at the foot of the wall appeared even more vibrant after the rain. The maid responsible for cleaning spotted Shen Jingluan and quickly approached to pay her respects. He nodded in acknowledgement and ascended the steps, where a maid had already lifted the curtain for him. "Grandmother, your grandson seeks forgiveness for disturbing your peace." Shen Jingluan bowed to the elderly matriarch, whose face was a tapestry of wrinkles. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped yet devoid of focus. She trembled as she reached out towards the source of the voice. Shen Jingluan promptly grasped her fingers. "Good child, sit here." The elder patted the space beside her. Shen Jingluan settled beside her, softly explaining, "Grandmother, I arranged for a sick child to impersonate Nianxi, hoping to uncover those with ulterior motives, but I did not anticipate such a commotion. Grandmother is growing old and does not wish to hear of such matters. Now that I have my great-grandson accompanying me every day, I am content. She continued, By the way, you have not seen Yinshi for quite some time, have you? Go and see her. She is truly well-behaved, not crying or fussing, smiling at anyone who holds her, just like you when you were a child. The elderly lady chattered on, her thin fingers gripping Shun Jingluan tightly, her eyes twinkling with joy. Shun Jingluan conversed with his grandmother for quite a while before a maid led him into the inner chamber. Inside the spacious room, 2 wet nurses sat by the window sewing, while Xylan silently kept watch by the cradle. In the cradle, Shun Yinshi raised her chubby little hands, waving them about in the air, her bright, dark eyes darting playfully, while her tiny legs kicked beneath the thin blanket, enjoying her frolicsome playtime. Xylan and the wet nurse noticed Shun Jingluan's arrival and promptly stood to pay their respects. Shun Jingluan gestured for them to wait outside, his gaze never leaving the cherubic infant in the cradle. He stood by the edge, leaning down to observe his son's plump little face. While Lin Xian possessed an oval visage, their son had a round face. Nevertheless, he could see her reflection in the child's features, especially in their identical eyes. To this day, he found it astonishing that this soft, tiny bundle was his eldest son, a testament to life's continuity, embodying the inseparable bond of father and son. The midwife had remarked that she had never seen a newborn so fair and beautiful. Though a compliment, it rang true. How could the child of Shun Jingluan and Lin Xian be anything less than striking? Shun Jingluan gazed at his son, unable to restrain himself as he reached out to touch the little face. Startled, Shun Yinshi rubbed her cheek against his finger, continuing to kick her legs in an attempt to dislodge the bothersome blanket. Shun Jingluan lifted his son into his arms, cradling him securely with one hand while cautiously supporting his neck with the other, holding him close, allowing the little head to rest on his shoulder, where drool was wiped onto his garment. He tilted his head, gently rubbing his cheek against the infant's fine hair, closing his eyes to savor this tranquil moment. After a long while, he reluctantly kissed the child's forehead and placed him back into the cradle. Upon exiting the Yilan courtyard, the gentleness and sorrow on Shun Jingluan's face had vanished, replaced by an air of indifference. Shun Jue had been waiting outside for some time. Upon seeing his master emerge, he hurriedly approached to report, Master, the second master, second madam, and second young lady of the Lin family have arrived. Indeed, Shun Jingluan nodded, not wishing to pursue that topic further. Instead, he inquired, Is there any news? Not at the moment, Shun Jiwei replied, instinctively furrowing his brow as he lowered his voice to say, At the Yamen, Chief Lin detained a man yesterday. Last night, County Magistrate LV personally entertained guests in the back courtyard. Oh, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Shun Jingluan's face as he turned to glance at Shun Jiwei, encouraging him to continue. Shun Jiwei pondered his words carefully before respectfully relaying, in accordance with your instructions. Only a few unfamiliar faces were sent to casually inquire at the Yamen. They discovered that the man detained by Chief Lin is indeed the earlier mentioned Xie San, though his true identity remains unverified, and we cannot ascertain whether he is the servant asking for directions spoken of by the young lady. At this point, Shun Jiwei paused, discreetly observing Shun Jingluan's expression before continuing. The informants near the Yamen encountered an elderly servant named Zhang Bo from the young lady's household. He was flitting about aimlessly, inquiring one moment about a prisoner named Xie San in the jail, and the next about Chief Lin's whereabouts. I took the liberty of investigating the He family, only to find that it was the young lady's maid, Bai Xiao, who reported to the authorities, leading Chief Lin to apprehend someone at the He residence. As for the charges, that remains unclear. Shun Jingluan refrained from commenting, quietly asking, She arrived last night? Shun Jihua paused for a moment, realizing that Shun Jingluan was inquiring about He Huan. He hastily replied, By the timeline, the young lady must have rushed over upon hearing about the young master's illness. She stood alone in the corridor for most of the night. He hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Shun Jingluan. If there is something to say, just say it. My lord. Shun Jihua stepped forward and whispered, Last night, the the young lady spoke many peculiar words. He recounted Huan's statements in detail, perplexed as he added, though what she said is not a secret. The late madam forbade any interaction between the household servants and the young lady's family. If it were merely Xylan inadvertently letting something slip, it doesn't seem likely. Earlier, when she spoke with Bai Xiao, there was always someone nearby observing. Furthermore, Xylan has always been utterly devoted to the late madam. His voice gradually faded. Listening to his account, Shun Jingluan pressed his thin lips into a straight line, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. He commanded, "Earlier." She referred to herself as Xian. "You find 2 maids to relay this matter to Miss Lin Er. As for other matters, let them remain unchanged for now. My lord, the previous incident was due to my mismanagement. Let bygones be bygones." Shun Jingluan gazed at the trees by the pond, gently tugging at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "I suppose I underestimated her." However, he refrained from elaborating. He was acutely aware of how Lin Xian dealt with Huan, the one who was defenseless that day. How could she have transformed overnight? Becoming, Shun Jingluan struggled to find an appropriate term to describe it. He merely sensed a shadow of Lin Xian within Huan. Perhaps it was because they were cousins. He offered himself a rationale, proceeding forward at a leisurely pace. Shen Jihua closely followed in Shun Jingluan's footsteps. Observing the sick child and the physicians not far away in the courtyard, he mustered his courage to say, "My lord, that Xie San has the surname Xie. Once we encounter him, it will surely become evident." Shun Jingluan interrupted him, stepping into the stifling little courtyard, where he could vaguely see Si Zhu kneeling beside the frail child, attentively caring for him. As the physicians gradually departed from the Shun residence, news of the only son's grave illness spread throughout the city. In an instant, the entrance of the Shun family became bustling with activity. Even though Shun Jingluan refused to receive visitors, it did not deter others from coming to show their concern and condolences. Among them were business partners of the Shun family, relatives, and those who fancied themselves as close friends of Shun Jingluan, eager to ingratiate themselves. As for families with daughters seeking a match, their thoughts became even more animated, particularly those who longed for the acknowledgement of the late madam's status. After all, if Shen Yinshi were alive, he would be Shun Jingluan's legitimate eldest son, destined to be the unquestionable head of the Shun family. With the name Yinshi frequently on Shun Jingluan's lips, how could he possibly forget Lin Xian? However, if he were to perish, the situation would be entirely different. Among those with such thoughts was Lin Mingyan, who nearly burst into laughter at the prospect. Early in the morning, after a brief discussion with her parents, she hurriedly boarded a carriage to come over. As the physicians shook their heads and departed one by one, the anxiety of the Lin family, comprised of 3, became increasingly palpable. They had waited for over an hour, yet still there was no sign of Shun Jingluan. "Father, as the elder, how long must we endure this wait?" Lin Mingyan impatiently twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, muttering this time, "We cannot allow the he to get ahead of us." The Shen family would never consider marrying that Huan. Lin Mingyan's mother, Mrs. Wu, scoffed disdainfully. To her, Huan was merely a figure of ridicule. As Lin Mingyan cast her gaze outside, she remarked, "Mother, you do not understand. She has changed. She is not the same as before." "Patience is a virtue," Lin Guqing said, setting down his teacup with deliberation. "In my experience, the longer we wait, the easier it will be for Shun Jingluan to converse with us when he finally arrives. Mingyan, your father speaks wisely. Your impulsive nature pales in comparison to that of Xian, who possesses a calm demeanor that allows her to surpass you in many matters. Mother, she is already deceased. What use is her intelligence or composure now?" Lin Mingyan's expression darkened momentarily. Observing her daughter, Mrs. Wu sighed inwardly and turned to her husband. "What does Lord Shen truly intend regarding the marriage? Have any of his confidants hinted at his thoughts? 100 days will pass swiftly. I have conducted business with him for so long, yet his intentions remain inscrutable." Lin Guqing lamented, "No one can decipher him. Those around him are as tight-lipped as clams." Did Miss He truly dare to address the Lord by his name in public, claiming to be the grand lady? Hearing the hushed discussions outside, Lin Mingyan turned to her father and gestured for silence, pressing her ear against the window to listen. She caught snippets of conversation from the maidens outside. How could Steward Shun allow her to remain in the estate, requiring us to serve her tea? The Lord, being a gentleman, would not be swayed merely because she arrived last night. Surely he would not marry her out of gratitude? Lin Mingyan missed the latter part of their conversation and turned to reproach her parents. He Huan has once again outpaced us. You should not have restrained me last time. If I tarnish her reputation, my brother-in-law would have no choice but to dismiss her. Have you lost your senses? Speaking such words within the Shen household, Mrs. Wu hastily covered her daughter's mouth. Chapter 25. The Grand Duel. Upon hearing that Yi Huan was at the Shen residence, Lin Mingyan felt a tumultuous sensation in her heart, akin to a cat clawing at her insides. She was consumed by the fear that Shan Jingluan might be moved to marry her. In recent days, she had already suffered 2 covert setbacks at Yi Huan's hands, and her instinct urged her to act decisively and eliminate this rival once and for all. She pulled away from Wu Shi's grasp and approached Lin Guqing, whispering, "Father, had you acted promptly more than 2 years ago, you would now be the father-in-law of my elder brother-in-law. How could he leave you waiting here for over an hour? This time, you must not be as lenient as before." Lin Guqing cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, but remained silent. He truly found it difficult to disclose that when the Lin and Shun families discussed the marriage proposal, Shen Jingluan had made it abundantly clear that he intended to marry Lin Xiyan, not any daughter of the Lin family. Had he heeded his daughter's words and ruined Lin Xiyan to allow her to take her place, the Lin family would likely have become the second He family by now. To speak candidly, while Shen Jingluan appeared aloof and disinterested in mundane affairs, he was remarkably astute when it came to business. Over the years, outsiders believed that the Shun family had supported the Lin family, but in reality, Shen Jingluan had achieved a dual purpose, securing a beautiful bride while also amassing wealth. Seeing her father's silence, Lin Mingyan tugged at his sleeve with a playful pout, insisting, "Father, this time you must trust my judgment. Let us proceed as we did last time." "Do you dare to mention last time?" Lin Guqing retorted, visibly displeased. He lowered his voice as he admonished Wu Shi. "It is one thing for Mingyan to be naive, but you, at your age, ought to understand. The ruffians you've sought are well known in the streets." That day, as soon as the He girl left the Shun residence, if something had truly occurred, would the Shun family remain indifferent? Those ruffians would have easily implicated you. Why raise this topic again? Be cautious. The walls have ears, Wu Shi replied, though she felt a pang of anxiety at the back of her mind. She hastily opened the door to check the corridor, finding it empty, and breathed a sigh of relief as she closed the door. During Lin Xian's funeral, when her daughter had sought to teach He Huan a lesson, she had thought little of it, assuming her daughter merely wished to frighten her rival. Oblivious, she had agreed, but later, after her husband pointed it out, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. Had those ruffians been caught by the officials, her and her daughter's reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. In the brief silence that followed, Lin Mingyan bit her lip, and the thought of He Huan's delicate features, reminiscent of Lin Xian's gaze, filled her with seething hatred. "Knock! Knock!" Accompanied by the sound of knocking, Shan Jihua respectfully called out to Lin Lao Yi from outside the door, personally bringing tea for them and apologizing profusely, stating that Shen Jingluan was occupied attending to Shen Nianqi's treatment with a physician and could not be present. Seizing the opportunity while her parents were distracted, Lin Mingyan quietly slipped out of the room. Shen Jihua caught a glimpse of her retreating figure from the corner of his eye, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before it was swiftly replaced by a look of concern. In the small flower hall of the Shun family's outer courtyard, He Huan lay on a soft couch, her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed with worry, an unnatural flush coloring her cheeks, and occasional moans escaping her lips. "Dr. Qian, it has been over an hour. Why has the young lady not yet awakened?" Bai Xiao's eyes glistened with tears as she anxiously gazed at the elderly physician. Dr. Qian offered a kind smile, reassuring her, "Missy has merely caught a chill. Once the fever subsides, she will awaken." Chao Shi, seated nearby and indulging in tea cakes, scolded Bai Xiao with displeasure. "It's merely a bit of rain. Do refrain from your incessant chatter and let Dr. Qian attend to his patient." She had long since resolved to remain at the Shun household until He Huan's health was fully restored before returning home. Dr. Qian chuckled softly. It's quite all right. Since Steward Shun has already dispatched someone for medicine, it is time for me to take my leave. He rose leisurely. Upon hearing this, Chao Shi hastily set down her sweet pea cake and exclaimed, Dr. Qian, as for the consultation fee, please address it to the Shun family. We have no silver to spare. The young lady jested, but at my age, how could I not know who to ask for fees? Dr. Qian was not in need of money. His visits to the Shun household were merely acts of goodwill. Chao Shi, having long surpassed her youthful years, was elated by Dr. Qian's address of her as a young lady, nodding eagerly as she responded, Dr. Qian, you are indeed a learned man, possessing not only excellent medical skills, but also a kind heart and a sound understanding of propriety. Oh hot do, on gao. Do you truly comprehend what it means to be learned and principled? Lin Mingyan suddenly burst through the door, hurling sarcastic remarks at Chao Shi. Miss Lin, do you believe that barging into someone else's room is an act of propriety? Chao Shi retorted sharply. Is this the He family, then? Lin Mingyan scoffed. Or is it the Lin family? Gao si gao de. As the two exchanged barbs, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dr. Qian, observing their fiery exchange, contemplated calling a maid to separate them, only to find that the room was left with only Bai Xiao, who remained by He Huan's side. While the Shun servants had already retreated, he chose to withdraw, not out of cowardice, but due to his advanced age. He had no desire to entangle himself in disputes like Chao Shi. In his view, if the Shun family was willing to cover He Huan's medical expenses, it was a testament to Shun Jingluan's generosity and humanity. If they were unwilling, that too was entirely understandable. Lin Mingyan and Chao Shi remained oblivious to Dr. Qian's departure, glaring at one another like two crows ready to peck. Nearby, Bai Xiao could only listen to Lin Mingyan's cold jibes. I have encountered those with thick skins, but never have I seen anyone as shameless as you. Before she could finish, Chao Shi sneered, our skins are thick. Then you are utterly devoid of shame. As their argument escalated, Bai Xiao sat helplessly at the bedside, her heart in turmoil, glancing at her slumbering mistress, tears streaming down her face, too afraid to intervene. Lin Mingyan had initially planned to leverage He Huan's illness to drive them away from the Shun household, hoping to extinguish any lingering affection He Huan held for Shun Jingluan. She believed that no matter how much one might change, their true nature would remain. He Huan was still the fragile flower, easily trampled upon. Even if she could not expel the He family, she intended to vent her frustrations on He Huan, hoping to provoke her to the brink of despair. Little did she anticipate encountering such a fierce adversary as Chao Shi. Though Chao Shi was one who feared the strong and bullied the weak, Lin Mingyan's shrill accusations paled in comparison to the fierce confrontation with He Huan that had left a mark. Moreover, as they lingered in the Shun residence, indulging in fragrant tea and delightful pastries, the expenses for He Huan's medicinal concoctions would be significantly mitigated. How could she possibly allow herself and He Huan to depart in disgrace due to a mere utterance from Lin Mingyan? Observing Lin Mingyan glare at her with palpable hostility, she retorted with equal fervor, hands on her hips, finger pointed accusingly at her nose, exclaiming, "How utterly amusing! You possess the audacity to demean your own cousin in broad daylight while feigning virtue and chastity. What did you say? I am indeed addressing you." Gao Si, noting the absence of any witnesses, forcefully shoved Lin Mingyan's shoulder, declaring, "Do not deceive yourself into thinking you are of any worth. Frankly speaking, you are nothing but a wanton, unable to resist the allure of men, and a scavenger of discarded treasures. I shall tear your mouth apart." Lin Mingyan's face turned a ghastly shade, her eyes blazing with fury. Though she and Lin Xiyan had been rivals since childhood, their conflicts were typically of a literary nature. Never had she encountered such raw, unabashed vitriol. Enraged to the point of madness, she reached out to grasp Chao Shi by the throat, shouting, "Someone, bind this vile woman, for I intend to personally end her life." With what strength? Chao Shi seized Lin Mingyan's wrist, raising her hand to deliver a slap aimed at her crown. She had intended to strike her face, but being within the confines of the Shun household, she feared leaving evidence and thus directed her blow to the top of Lin Mingyan's head. With a resounding crack, a jade hairpin fell to the ground. shattering into 3 pieces, and Lin Mingyin's long hair tumbled down, ensnared between her nape and neck. Before Lin Mingyin could lament the loss of her hairpin, a sharp pain erupted at the back of her head. Chao Shi had indeed grasped her hair. In retaliation, Lin Mingyin lunged to claw at Chao Shi's face. Unfazed, Chao Shi reveled in her triumph. Having been previously injured by Lin Mingyin, both the Lin and Shun families would owe her compensation for her medicinal expenses. Gripping Lin Mingyin's hair, she began to drag her toward the door. Lin Mingyin, stung by the pain, dug her nails in deeper, bellowing, "Mei Qing, where on earth are you? Hurry and hang this vile woman up, whip her to death." Meanwhile, Bai Xiao stood petrified, having never witnessed such a brawl. Although Chao Yinyang often scolded her, she had never dared to retort or retaliate. A few barbs and prod from Chao Yinyang had always sufficed. "Aunt, the young lady is still unwell," Bai Xiao timidly interjected, hesitating to intervene as she saw Shan Jingluan standing at the doorway. Though Chao Shi had caught sight of the figure at the threshold, Lin Mingyin remained oblivious, her back turned, wholly focused on extricating herself from Chao Shi's grasp. When she sensed that Chao Shi might relinquish her hold, she seized Chao Shi's wrist, biting down fiercely. "Master Shun." Chao Shi stifled her pain and did not shake off Lin Mingyin. The utterance of Shan Dajuan's name sent Lin Mingyin's spirit soaring. She froze in place, releasing her bite, yet lacked the courage to turn around. Chapter 26. Distressed throughout her life, Lin Mingyin was acutely aware that she could not rival Lin Xiyin in beauty. Thus, before Shun Jingluan, she consistently presented herself as a gentle and charming lady, embodying the grace of a refined young woman. Her intention was to overshadow Lin Xiyin with her virtuous demeanor, communicating to Shun Jingluan that, apart from beauty, Lin Xiyin could not compare to her in any regard. At this moment, even without a bronze mirror, she recognized that her disheveled hair made her resemble a madwoman. With tears welling up, she wished fervently to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself within it. In her moment of regret and frustration, Chao Shi stepped forward to salute Shun Jingluan. She made no effort to conceal the scars on her face. Rather, she deliberately turned her head to the side and said, "Forgive me, Master Shun. Our young lady has been in a deep slumber. I merely wished to prevent those with ulterior motives." "You lie. Who has ulterior motives?" Lin Mingyin cried out in exasperation, abruptly turning to point an accusing finger at Chao Shi, elder brother-in-law. It was she who struck first, but upon recalling her disheveled appearance, she abruptly halted, lowered her head with force, and suddenly burst into tears, squatting on the ground. Throughout this episode, Shun Jingluan remained silently stationed at the doorway, his expression inscrutable, as though the surrounding individuals were non-existent. It was only when Lin Mingyin wept loudly that he cast a fleeting glance at her before shifting his gaze to Chao Shi. Feeling the weight of his stare, Chao Shi instinctively swallowed hard, a chill creeping through her. She had prepared a host of grievances, determined to extract compensation for the medicinal fees. She had even resolved that if the Shun family proved miserly, she would create a scene, for those without shoes are unafraid of those who wear them. However, despite her clear intentions and abundant confidence, she found herself utterly speechless, her scalp tingling as she dared not raise her gaze. Shun Jingluan's attention lingered not on Chao Shi for long. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired in a deep, resonant voice, "Where is everyone?" "My lord." The steward of the front courtyard, Shun Chong, hurriedly approached, his forehead glistening with sweat as he stammered, "Reporting to my lord, Wan Zhu is currently." "Summon the steward to see me," Shun Jingluan commanded, his tone heavy and grave, devoid of any trace of displeasure, yet oppressive enough to stifle breath. No sooner had his words left his lips than 2 maidservants emerged from the side room. One carried a steaming bowl of medicine, while the other bore a small plate of candied fruit and a cup of honey water. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they exchanged glances, hastened a few steps, and knelt upon the steps, speaking in unison, "We are at fault. Please forgive us, my lord." Chao Shi, suddenly regaining her senses, found her voice and addressed Shun Jingluan. "Master Shun, our young lady has yet to awaken. I am merely concerned for her well-being and did not intend to prevent Miss Lin Eyre from visiting." "You lie. It was you who struck me." Lin Mingyin cried out, her heart burdened with injustice. Despite her disheveled appearance and prolonged weeping, how could Shen Jingluan not offer her support or even a word of comfort? Elder brother-in-law, she lamented, Miss, he is my cousin. My visit is purely out of concern. My lord, Chao Shi knelt, the truth can be verified with Bai Xiao. Elder brother-in-law, they are family and will surely protect their own. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Chao raised her face, pointing to the scratches on her cheek, and exclaimed, Miss Lin Air, could it be that these wounds were self-inflicted? It was you who struck me first. Where did I hit you? Lord Shun, feeling it inappropriate to inspect, noted that the Shun family had plenty of maids available, or they could even summon a midwife if necessary. You, Lin Mingyan, infuriated, lamented to Shun Jingluan, brother-in-law. Does my sister's absence allow you to let outsiders bully me? Enough. Shen Jingluan frowned slightly, displaying his displeasure, and uttered 4 words softly, the deceased take precedence. Lin Mingyan was momentarily stunned, as was Chao, both rendered speechless. Shen Jingluan's tone suggested that their mention of Lin Xiyin at that moment was a sacrilege against her memory. In the oppressive silence, Shen Jingluan glanced at the helpless Bai Xia standing inside the room, then cast a sidelong glance at Yi Huan reclining on the soft couch. Before turning to the embarrassed Dr. Qian, courteously stating, Dr. Qian, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your dreams last night. He bowed in apology and continued, Thank you for attending to Miss He. I will arrange for someone to escort you home. Despite expressing gratitude to the He family, he referred to Yi Huan as Miss He. Dr. Qian took his leave, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Mingyan. The Shen family was known for its strict adherence to propriety and discipline over its servants. However, just moments ago, when he sought to intervene and dissuade Lin Mingyan and Chao, he found no one available, only encountering Shen Jingluan. Dr. Qian refrained from speculating on the circumstances, but noted that Lin Mingyan had always prided herself on being a refined young lady. Yet her current appearance, wrinkled clothing and disheveled hair, made her resemble a rustic village girl in distress. After today, what face would she have to present before Shen Jingluan? Sighing, Dr. Qian departed with the assistance of the Shun family servants. After he had taken only a few steps, he saw the steward, Shun Jihua, hastening towards him, accompanied by Lin Guqing and his wife. Wu, seeing her daughter disheveled and noticing Chao and 2 maids from the Shun family kneeling on the ground, instinctively sensed her daughter had been wronged. She stepped past her husband, intending to speak, but was restrained by Lin Guqing. Shen Jingluan feigned not to notice their actions, greeting Lin Guqing and his wife calmly, stating, Uncle, Aunt, Miss Lin is unwell. I shall arrange for a carriage to take you home immediately. A dismissal? Lin Guqing and his wife exchanged glances, both glaring at their daughter. Lin Mingyan, startled by the address of Miss, felt as if a line had been drawn between them. Although Shan Jingluan's demeanor was typically aloof, he had never publicly dismissed her before. In a state of desperation and indignation, disregarding the multitude of onlookers, she stumbled toward Shan Jingluan, choking on her words as she pleaded, Brother-in-law, please do not be angry. Today's events are truly not my fault. The He family has been excessively oppressive. You can ask Dr. Qian for confirmation. As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Shen Jingluan's sleeve. Shen Jingluan discreetly took a step back, remaining silent. Wu hurriedly grasped her daughter's arm, while Lin Guqing positioned himself protectively in front of them, smiling as he addressed Shen Jingluan, suggesting that they visit to see Shen Yinshi another time. Once Lin Mingyan was pulled away by her parents, Chao cast a lingering glance at Shen Jingluan's profile, momentarily captivated. She had always considered He Baichu, the late master of the He family, to be one of the most handsome men in Jizhou City. Yet upon encountering Shen Jingluan, He Baichu's looks seemed merely passable by comparison. At this moment, during Lin Xiyin's 7th day of mourning, Shen Jingluan donned a plain Taoist robe, cinched at the waist with a deep blue linen sash. His attire bore no embellishments, yet his tall and poised figure exuded an elegance that rendered him a striking presence. Despite the simplicity of his garb, he remained a man of remarkable allure. With his deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and slender lips framed by arched brows, his fair complexion did not evoke any sense of femininity. Instead, It enhanced an air of noble valor. Chao Shi found herself entranced, and when Shun Jingluan cast a glance in her direction, she hastily averted her gaze. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shun Jingluan briefly surveyed her before turning to instruct Shun Jihua. Since Dr. Qian has assured us that Miss He is not in grave danger, once she awakens, please arrange for a carriage and send her home. Upon hearing this, the flush on Chao Shi's face dissipated instantly. Drawing a deep breath, she licked her lips, her eyes darting about as her mind fixated on but two words: silver. She reached up to touch the scratch on her cheek and feigned a sharp intake of breath. Just as Chao Shi was about to voice her pain and grievances, she heard Shun Jingluan instruct Shun Jihua, in addition to the consultation fee and medicine, disburse an extra 50 taels from the account and provide them with 2 bottles of external ointment for their injuries. Shun Jihua nodded in acknowledgement, watching Shun Jingluan depart. Turning back, he noticed the delight on Chao Shi's face and quickly realized that her reluctance to leave was solely for the sake of a mere handful of silver. A sense of disdain welled within him, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that without Chao Shi's cooperation, such a splendid scene would not have unfolded today. With this thought lingering, Shun Jihua couldn't help but glance in the direction Shun Jingluan had taken, and then raised his voice to address the maids kneeling on the steps. The master will not pursue this matter further. You may rise. Quickly attend to Miss He with her medicine and assist Aunt Chao with her ablutions. Do not dawdle, understood? The 2 maids responded in unison. Suppressing her joy, Aunt Chao remarked to Shun Jihua, "Rest assured, Master Shun, they are quite capable and attentive." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shun Jihua sought an excuse to depart. However, recalling the purpose of her visit, Aunt Chao inquired, "Master Shun, may I ask about young Master Nianqi's illness?" "The doctor is currently attending to the young master," Shun Jihua replied dismissively, adding, "Aunt Chao, please keep Missy company. I must take my leave now." Without awaiting her response, he turned and walked away. Chapter 27. Awakening, He-Huan lay upon the soft couch, feeling as though she had traversed an interminably long dream. In this reverie, she discovered her pregnancy, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. She caressed her belly, yearning day and night for the arrival of her son. To ensure a smooth delivery, she was supported by Zilan on daily walks along the corridor, undeterred by rain or shine. Despite the severity of her morning sickness, she diligently swallowed morsels of food, eating and retching in a relentless cycle. In the enveloping darkness, He-Huan felt an immense fatigue. Since the loss of her father, she had taken on the burden of comforting her mother and caring for her younger brother while remaining ever vigilant against her uncle's family. After marrying into the Shun family, she navigated the complexities of her relationship with Shun Jingluan with utmost caution. She constantly reassured herself that eventually everything would improve. The future, this was the goal she set for herself. Without it, she feared she would never again find the strength to smile. She faced each day with a smile. Even as she suddenly transformed into He-Huan, she accepted the reality swiftly, striving towards her envisioned future. Yet, who could fathom the exhaustion that lay beneath her facade of joy? By the bedside, Bai Xiao watched over her mistress and noticed 2 streams of tears trailing down He-Huan's cheeks. "Miss, what troubles you?" Bai Xiao asked anxiously, hastily offering a handkerchief to wipe away the tears. "Please, Miss, awaken. It is time for your medicine." He-Huan heard Bai Xiao's voice. Yet she found no desire to open her eyes. Her son was on the brink of death. What future could she possibly have? Even if she were to remarry Shun Jingluan, what significance would it hold if her son were no longer alive? "Miss, why do you weep incessantly? Please wake up." Bai Xiao's voice trembled with emotion, and soon she found herself weeping alongside her mistress. Chao Shi, having changed her attire and refreshed her face, entered the room with a cheerful demeanor after collecting silver from Shun Jihua, only to find Bai Xiao in tears beside the bed. What is the cause of this weeping? She scolded, her displeasure evident. One of her grievances against He-Huan and her maid had been their perpetual sorrowful expressions, reminiscent of mourners. Bai Xiao, deeply concerned for He-Huan, replied hastily, "Chao Ani, Miss has been crying without pause, and we cannot awaken her. Perhaps you should summon Steward Shun. Is it truly necessary to trouble those from the Shun household over such a minor issue? Chao Shi approached the bed, rolled up her sleeves, and sat down at the edge, gently lifting He Huan's shoulders to lean against her, inquiring of Bai Xiao, "Where's the medicine?" At that moment, a maid sent by the Shun family presented a bowl of medicine. Chao Shi grasped He Huan's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. The maid, observing this, scooped a spoonful of the thick, dark concoction and brought it to He Huan's lips, slowly administering the bitter brew. As the spoon emptied, the mixture dribbled from the corners of He Huan's mouth. "What nuisance!" Chao Shi muttered, still holding He Huan's chin while taking the bowl from the maid, pouring the contents directly into He Huan's mouth. He Huan, barely aware of Chao Shi's actions, felt her head throb and her heart weary, reluctant to open her eyes. As the warm liquid filled her mouth, she resisted swallowing, yet the bitter medicine continued to flow unceasingly. Coughing, she was compelled to open her eyes. She attempted to push Chao Shi away, but her body was too weak to muster any strength. "Awake? That is a relief," Chao Shi remarked nonchalantly, placing the bowl of medicine before He Huan, urging, "Now that you are awake, quickly drink your medicine." Old Master Shun prepared the carriage, and after taking the medicine, we would return home. Bang! He Huan forcefully struck the medicine bowl from Chao's hand, articulating each word. "I want to see Old Master Shun. Old Master Shun is quite busy at the moment. We should hurry back. Your aunt and Jing Guer are waiting." "I want to see Xin Jingluan," He Huan reiterated. Her body trembled slightly, a mix of warmth and cold enveloping her. She recalled the events that transpired before her fainting, when she was still Lin Xian. Xin Jingluan had promised to protect her and their child. Why did he break his vow? He had said that she need only think of him and look at him. There was no need for her to worry about anything else. Why did he fail to fulfill that promise? The maidservant of the Shun family bowed respectfully to He Huan and said, "Miss Biao, the doctor is currently checking on young Master Nianxi, and the master is accompanying him." Upon hearing the name Nianxi, He Huan wilted like a withering flower, feeling as though she could scarcely breathe. "Nianxi, how is he?" Her voice was faint, as if fearing an unfavorable answer. Chao hurriedly echoed, "Yes, how is young Master Nianxi?" We rushed here upon hearing the news. She sighed heavily, remarking, "The madam and our young miss are cousins. Just as the madam left, the young master fell ill. Could it be that a mother and son share a heart?" "Do not speak nonsense," He Huan interrupted, her displeasure evident. She turned to the maidservant, standing respectfully to the side, speaking softly. "Are they in Elan courtyard? Could you please inform old Master Shun that I wish to see him from afar, just to ascertain his well-being? Miss Biao, it is not my intention to make things difficult for you, but the master instructed early this morning that from today onwards, the doors are to be closed to guests, and he shall not meet anyone. Closed doors to guests." He Huan smiled bleakly. She had believed that there would be time enough. Thus she readily accepted her identity as He Huan, fully intent on returning to their side. She told herself that what she desired was not fleeting moments, but a lifetime. The truth proved her wrong. Xin Nianxi was her son, and she did not wish to delay even for a moment. She needed to be by his side at all times. Weakened, He Huan closed her eyes once more and inquired, "What ailment does young Master Shen suffer from?" The maidservant, adhering to Shun Jihua's orders, replied, "The doctor is still attending to the young master." He Huan refrained from pressing further. She longed to see her son, wishing she could soar to his side, but her impulsive actions from last night had been reckless. By publicly declaring herself as Lin Xian, she had not only failed to assist her return to her son, but had also invited trouble. The words she spoke at the gates of the Shun residence were equally ill-advised. With her son ill, she could not afford to wait any longer. She needed to confront Shun Jingluan. However, the foundation of this confrontation required her to see him to prove that she was indeed Lin Xian. He Huan opened her eyes and calmly asked, "Has the doctor administered the medicine? Which doctor prescribed the remedy?" The maidservant shook her head, stating, "That is something I do not know." He Huan scrutinized her. She was a second-tier maidservant of the Shun family, named Xianxiao. Though not favored like Xylin and Siju, she still held a certain standing among the servants. Perhaps her previous actions had aroused Shun Jihua's suspicions, hence her assignment to monitor the situation. "I accidentally spilled the medicinal soup. I truly apologize," He Huan forced a smile. Xianxiao hastily declared her intention to prepare once more. He Huan replied courteously, much obliged, seizing the opportunity to dismiss her. Once the room was devoid of any other presence, she inquired of Chao Shi and Bai Xiao, "Have you heard anything regarding young Master Shin's ailment?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she could not help but smile wryly. Shen Jingluan held a particular disdain for servants who spoke too freely. Thus, what could Chao Shi and Bai Xiao possibly know? At this moment, she found herself within the Shun household, with her son merely a door away, yet it felt as though the distance between them was insurmountable. He Huan sighed, her gaze falling upon the marks on Chao Shi's face. Just as she was about to inquire further, Xian Chao returned with a bowl of medicine. He Huan was aware that the Shun family never brewed only a single bowl of medicine, hence she found no cause for surprise. As she cradled the bowl, she swallowed the bitter concoction sip by sip, and despite her body's vehement rejection of the acrid taste that penetrated her very being, she did not so much as flinch. Xian Chao observed He Huan with utmost care. Bai Xiao, quicker on the uptake, took the empty bowl and adeptly presented candied fruits and honey water. "No need," He Huan replied. "Please fetch me a cup of warm water to rinse my mouth." Chao Shi snatched the honey water from Xian Chao's hands and drank it down in one gulp. Upon noticing that Xian Chao had already handed over the teacup, she cast an irritated glance at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, aware of her perpetual lag behind Xian Chao, felt increasingly flustered. He Huan swished her mouth, still tasting the herbal bitterness. Coupled with her fever, her body felt exceedingly unwell, and she instinctively grimaced. Sensing her discomfort, Xian Chao tentatively suggested, "Miss, if you do not fancy sweetness, I could fetch some sour plums for you to suck on. Would that be agreeable?" He Huan understood that Xian Chao was testing her on someone else's orders, and feigning ignorance, she asked, "What is your name?" Xian Chao replied respectfully, in response to "Miss, I am Xian Chao." He Huan nodded, recalling it so happens that in my childhood, my cousin and I used to make sour plums. After taking our medicine, we would always relish sucking on one. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xiao and Chao Shi exchanged puzzled glances. Typically, He Huan detested sourness. How could she possibly enjoy sour plums? Xian Chao bowed to He Huan and turned to fetch the plums. He Huan called out to her, "Why is Zilan not here?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Chao lowered her head and replied, "I have not seen her since last night." With that, she exited the room. Once the door was closed, Chao Shi eagerly remarked, "You truly frightened us last night. Even if you wished to put on a show before Shin Jingluan, you should have given us a heads up. You did not know how anxious Jing was, like an ant on a hot pan. By the way, when did you develop a liking for sour plums?" "I merely sought to distract her," He Huan said, regarding the bruises on Chao Shi's cheek with concern. "How did you come to be harmed? I believe I heard Miss Lin's voice earlier. Speaking of that, you ought to be grateful to me." Chao Shi chuckled, her brows arched in amusement. "If only you had seen the pitiful state of the second daughter of the Lin family, you might have laughed yourself awake from a dream." She recounted the entire incident in detail, omitting only the part where Shun Jingluan had given her 50 taels of silver. After finishing her tale, she beamed with self-satisfaction. "See, my approach was far more effective than yours. Henceforth, upon seeing Lord Shun from afar, she will surely be too embarrassed to approach him." "You underestimate the situation." He Huan shook her head. Based on her understanding of Lin Mengyan, she was certain that she would not simply concede. He Huan gently rubbed her forehead. Despite the fever rendering her dizzy and weak, she immediately discerned the peculiarities of the situation. She inquired of Madame Chao, "Did Miss Lin mention how she knew I was in this room? Moreover, even if Xian Chao went to brew medicine, was there not a maid stationed outside?" Madame Chao, seemingly unconcerned, replied casually, "Who knows? Perhaps it is fate." Weary, He Huan closed her eyes and soon let out a soft sigh. She suspected that Lin Mengyan's appearance might have been orchestrated by Shun Jingluan. Perhaps she need not worry about Lin Mengyan becoming her son's stepmother. Had this matter arisen before last night, she would have felt elated. However, at this moment, her desire was no longer for Shun Jingluan to remarry her, but to swiftly return to her son, not wishing to delay even for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Xian Chao returned with a small dish of sour plums. He Huan tasted one and politely remarked that her excessive excitement the previous night had led to her uttering nonsense, putting Shun Jihua in an awkward position. She wished to convey her apologies directly and requested Xian Chao to relay the message, initially intending to refuse, as her task was merely to monitor them until their departure from the Shen residence. Xian Chao hesitated a moment upon witnessing He Huan's sincere demeanor and frail appearance, ultimately agreeing to report to Shun Jihua. Chapter 28. Unyielding Chao, clutching 50 taels of silver, was solely intent on concealing her private funds to avert any unforeseen complications. She suggested, "You have achieved your objective. It is time for us to return home. Your aunt and second brother must be quite anxious by now." He Huan remained unmoved, responding slowly, "Aunt Chao, could you please return first to deliver a message? Later, I shall return home with Bai Xiao." Later? Chao was taken aback. When Shun Jihua entrusted her with the silver, he had explicitly stated his desire for them to return to the He family promptly. "Miss, what are you scheming? At this juncture, Master Shun will not see you. Moreover, you are not a physician." Under He Huan's scrutinizing gaze, Chao's voice gradually diminished. "Aunt Chao, is my consultation fee and medicinal expenses not to be borne by the Shen family?" He Huan inquired. Noticing Chao's flickering gaze, she pressed her lips together and continued. "Master Shun intended to send me to the clinic. Do you wish to compel the Shun family to cover this expenditure to retain me?" Chao defiantly retorted. "You fainted in the Shun household. Naturally, they are responsible for the medical expenses. Besides, the Shun family is not lacking in silver. The wealth of the Shun family is their own concern." He Huan began to cough violently, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Bai Xiao, witnessing her mistress's distress, hurried to assist her in calming her breath, gently advising, "Miss, please do not be upset. It was entirely due to Aunt Chao's intervention today. Furthermore, the consultation fee and gratitude were all. Master Shun is more than willing to provide silver. Why should I refuse it?" Chao interrupted, effectively silencing Bai Xiao's expression of gratitude. Weakened by her fit of coughing, He Huan found herself unable to utter a word. She was acutely aware of Chao's temperament. She wished to avoid conflict, yet in this moment, she had utilized the Shun family's funds. The notion of being beholden to them would surely diminish her standing when she later approached Shun Jingluan for negotiations. Moreover, her illness had no connection to the Shun family. Thus, the payment should not have been their burden. Chao discreetly felt the silver at her waist, fearful that her cooked duck might take flight, and insisted she would return to the He family to relay a message, departing without a backward glance. Once He Huan had managed to cease her coughing, Chao had already vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Xian Chao returned from Shun Jihua's side, apologetically informing He Huan, "Cousin, the steward wishes me to convey that he does not require your apologies or gratitude. He merely hopes you will recuperate well after returning home, and that is sufficient." He Huan, already aware that matters would not proceed smoothly, felt no disappointment. She attempted to speak, but suddenly a wave of nausea surged through her, and she retched, expelling the medicinal concoction she had just consumed. Bai Xiao supported He Huan, her eyes brimming with tears. Xian Chao, while pouring warm water for He Huan, called for a little maid outside to come in and tidy up. After a flurry of activity, He Huan was settled upon a soft couch by the window. Gazing out, she observed a few small maids without head coverings and some hurried young servants, occasionally spotted with a couple of stewards passing by. Though the scene appeared somewhat chaotic, it remained orderly. He Huan's suspicions deepened. She closed her eyes and weakly inquired, "I truly feel unwell. May I rest for a while longer before returning home?" Xian Chao noticed that her complexion was ashen and her lips as pale as parchment, so she simply nodded. Together with Bai Xiao, she fed He Huan a small bowl of plain congee and administered her medicinal soup. After a brief rinse, they allowed her to rest on the couch. He Huan attempted to clarify her thoughts and devise a course of action, but the fever left her in a daze, and the medicine made her feel increasingly groggy until she eventually drifted off to sleep. When He Huan opened her eyes again, she felt sticky all over, reeking of sweat. She turned her head and saw only Bai Xiao sitting vacantly at the edge of the couch. He Huan remained silent, straining to listen to the sounds from outside the room. Though her body still felt weak, her fever had subsided, and her mind was no longer as chaotic as before. Earlier, upon uttering her first words, "I am Lin Xian," She had already resolved to confront Shen Jingluan. However, since Shen Jingluan was a skeptic of the supernatural, persuading him would not be a simple task. This was precisely why she had refrained from confessing to him at the first opportunity. Last night, in a public display, she had repeatedly asserted that she was not He Huan, which was a foolish move. Absorbed in her thoughts, He Huan was uncertain whether she could convince Shen Jingluan or even if she would be able to see him. Yet, it was only by making him believe her that she could remain close to her son. After an indeterminate period, Bai Xiao finally noticed that her mistress had awakened. "Miss, you are awake," she exclaimed with delight, her eyes brimming with tears. "What time is it?" He Huan inquired. Bai Xiao wiped her eyes and replied, "Just past noon, Mississippi. Are you feeling better? Are you hungry?" He Huan nodded, allowing Bai Xiao to assist her in sitting up as she anxiously asked, "How is young Master Shun? Is there any news?" Bai Xiao shook her head, saying, "I have been in the room the whole time." When Xian Chao left, she left 2 young maidservants outside to keep watch. Just then, a young maid of about 12 or 13 knocked and entered, cheerfully stating that Xian Chao had sent someone earlier to fetch clean clothes for He Huan from the He household and to avoid disturbing her rest. She had instructed the maid to stand guard outside. The maid handed the clothes to Bai Xiao and informed He Huan that someone had already gone to notify Xian Chao, and the carriage was ready. The curtains of the carriage had been reinforced to ensure that He Huan would not be exposed to the wind and cold during the journey. Such a blatant dismissal was not lost on He Huan. However, her concern for her son's safety compelled her to feign ignorance. She expressed her gratitude and inquired, "Has the illness of your young master been diagnosed?" The young maid shook her head, indicating that she did not know. He Huan pressed again, asking if she could see Zilan, only to find Xian Chao standing at the door with a midday meal. She reiterated her previous statement, claiming that she had not seen Zilan since last night. A sudden realization struck He Huan, and she pressed further. "Is Zilan not by your young master's side, serving him?" "I do not know about that," Xian Chao replied, shaking her head as she placed a meal on the table, apologetically saying, "Cousin, the household is in a state of chaos at the moment, and we can only ask you to make do with this meal." Her implication was clear. Everyone was worried about Shen Yinshi, and it would be best for her to leave and not add to the turmoil. He Huan cast a glance at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, crafted by the second-tier cook of the Shun family. Although they appeared exquisite and appetizing, according to the customs of the Shun household, such delicacies were reserved solely for guests who came to beg for favors. Xian Chao stepped aside and continued, "If Miss Biao has no further instructions, this servant shall take my leave. After you have dined, a little maid will bring you the midday medicinal soup. As for the remaining herbs," she discreetly glanced at He Huan, "I have already packaged them and placed them in the carriage. Speaking of this matter, I was just about to inquire about the total cost of the consultation and the medicinal soup. I will fetch the silver when I return home and deliver it later." Upon mentioning this, He Huan offered an embarrassed smile and explained, "I was in a hurry to leave last night and did not bring any silver with me." Xian Chao replied smoothly, "As for the silver, Steward Shun has already given instructions. Miss Biao need not concern herself with it." She once again bowed to He Huan and said, "Please enjoy your meal. This servant shall take my leave first." "Wait a moment." He Huan sat up straight, urgency in her voice. "Please convey to Steward Shun that I will personally deliver the silver later. I wish to hand it to him myself." "Forgive me, Miss Biao. There are many matters at home, and this servant does not know where Steward Shun is, so I cannot relay your message." Xian Chao bowed once more, but added, "However, Steward Shun has instructed that if Miss Biao insists, she may simply give a coin to the coachman to take back." He Huan was rendered speechless, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Last autumn, the villages near Jizhou City were ravaged by pirates, leaving many fishermen and tenant farmers unable to pay their rents. Shun Jingluan had allowed his tenants to symbolically pay a single coin, claiming it was to accumulate blessings for their sons. Later, she had personally strung those copper coins together and placed them in her son's cradle. "Miss, what troubles you?" Bai Xiao reached out to support He Huan. He Huan came to her senses, gently shaking her head, only to find that Xian Chao had already departed. It seemed that even if she brought the silver later, neither Shun Jingluan nor Shun Jihua would see her. What should she do? Xian Chao had clearly received instructions, hence her pretense of ignorance. and Zilan had previously stated that she would no longer meet with anyone from the He family. "Miss, there is something I must discuss." Bai Xiao appeared hesitant. "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush," He Huan said, feeling a surge of agitation. If there were truly no options left, she could only seek the Han Shi at Qing Song Temple. In fact, it was not only the consultation and medicinal expenses. Aunt Chow had also taken 50 taels of silver and 2 vials of ointment from Master Shun. What does this even mean? Thanking Aunt Chow for her assistance, He Huan abruptly halted her thoughts. Shun Jingluan was unaware that she was Lin Xian. He wished to settle matters with the He family in a clear-cut manner, which was his usual approach. As for Madame Chow, her greed was something she had long been aware of. They were not in the wrong. The fault lay with her. Last night, she had been too impulsive, too irrational, resulting in a series of consequences. As He Huan wallowed in regret and frustration, Xian Chao stood before Shun Jihua, meticulously recounting every detail of He Huan's words and actions. Concluding, "Steward Shun, in my humble opinion, Miss Biao will certainly seek other excuses to come and plead." Shun Jihua remained non-committal, signaling for Xian Chao to withdraw. After she had walked away, he entered the western corridor and spoke to Shun Jinglan, saying, "Sir, although the behavior of our cousin is somewhat peculiar, she seems to care deeply for the young master." Shun Jingluan set down his book and gazed towards the eastern corridor, where he could faintly see the nurse and the maids attentively tending to the ailing child. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look out at the blue sky adorned with white clouds, quietly inquiring, "Has everything been arranged at Qing Song Temple?" "Indeed," Shun Hua affirmed with a nod, noting that neither the cousin nor anyone else could possibly meet the matriarch. He paused momentarily and added with a smile, "It seems that the cousin's persuasion of the matriarch to go to Qing Song Temple has inadvertently been a significant aid. Otherwise, with the numerous tongues of the Lin family, it would have been exceedingly difficult to conceal the young master's illness from the matriarch, had it not been for the sudden emergence of Xie San. Some matters need not have been rushed." "Indeed, sir." Shun Jihua quickly suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. "Regarding Xie San, I conducted some discreet inquiries. He claims to be Xie Jinghui at the Yamen and was recommended by the heir of the Yongan Marquis to serve as a captain in the 6 doors. I recall that the heir had recommended 5 individuals in total, 3 of whom went to the 6 doors, while the other 2. Age?" Shun Jingluan interjected with a gentle exhalation. Shun Jihua was taken aback, his expression shifting abruptly. The recommendation of Xie Jinghui to the 6 doors by the heir occurred a decade ago, yet Xie San could not be more than 20 years old. He exclaimed, "Sir, Captain Lin has verified that Xie San's badge is authentic. Impersonating a public official is a capital offense. I shall immediately inform County Magistrate Liu." "Jihua, your actions have always been prudent and meticulous. Why then, upon encountering the name Xie, did you immediately lose your composure?" "Forgive me, sir." Shun Jihua stood in a daze. Shun Jingluan set down his book and spoke calmly. "I am not reproaching you. I merely wish to remind you that in our current situation, we should maintain a steady course amidst uncertainty. That incident transpired 10 years ago, and Jizhou is far from the capital. There is no need for such anxiety." Shun Jihua's face flushed with shame. After a long pause, he quietly remarked, "If Xie San is impersonating Xie Jinghui, yet his badge is genuine. If it were indeed Xie Jinghui who willingly entrusted him with the badge, this is my true concern, and the reason I have gone to great lengths to entice him to reveal himself." Shun Jingluan sighed softly, almost to himself. In the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. Xie San was merely around 10 years old then. Who could he be? He furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head and sighed. "Never mind. Even if I had once seen him, I would hardly recognize him now. Yet, he is likely to remember you, sir, and me as well." Shun Jihua's expression changed subtly. Chapter 29. Mutual suspicion amidst Shun Jihua's concerns. When Zhu softly called from outside, "Steward Shun." Shun Jihua quietly approached the door and accepted the embroidered box from Zhu's hands. Upon returning to the city earlier that morning, Shun Jingluan had left Lin Xian's portrait and a bamboo flute at Qing Song Temple, intending for Zhu to retrieve them once the rain had ceased. Just as he was about to turn back inside, he heard Zhu report, "At Qing Song Temple." Someone has offered 100 taels of silver to send a message to the matron of the in-laws. Shen Jihua was not taken aback. He turned and walked towards the western chamber. After placing the embroidered box down, he recounted Wen Zhu's words to Shun Jingluan. Shun Jingluan's slender fingers traced the contours of the box as he murmured softly. It appears he remains suspicious, having taken no action thus far. Master, his subordinate has indeed put forth 100 taels. It seems your estimation was correct. He is either exceedingly wealthy or of noble birth. Shun Jingluan remained silent, his thumb gently caressing the box, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Observing his demeanor, Shun Jihua sighed inwardly. No matter how rational one may be, when faced with genuine affection, one can easily find themselves ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. Now, all he could do was hope that Xie San had no connection to the Yongan Marquisate, and that everything was but a mere coincidence. A little over half an hour later, Shun Jihua learned that He Huan had dined, taken her medicinal soup, and was preparing to return to the He family. He hurried to the second gate, witnessing her carriage exiting the main entrance. Inside the carriage, He Huan gazed through the curtain's gap, staring blankly as the tall walls and green tiles of the Shan residence receded further from her sight. In her heart, though filled with countless feelings of reluctance, she could only silently pray for her son to remain strong, awaiting the day they would reunite. In a tea house along the street, Lin Mingyan sat in silence by the window of an elegant room on the second floor, her face obscured by a veil. As she watched the Shun carriage slowly make its way to the He residence, her hands gripped the window frame tightly, her delicate nails nearly piercing the wood. Mei Qing stood nearby, her head bowed, arms hanging limply at her sides. Earlier, after enduring humiliation at the Shun household, Lin Mingyan had vented her frustration by pricking her with a needle upon returning home. The slender needle drew little blood from her arm, yet the pain pierced her heart profoundly. In that moment, Mei Qing seemed to glimpse the grim visage hidden beneath the veil. She fell to her knees with a thud, pleading mournfully, "Miss, why not? Return home. Do you too believe that He Huan is more beautiful than I?" Lin Mingyan glared at Mei Qing, her cheeks ablaze with pain. After hearing her account, her father had not sought retribution against the He family, but had instead struck her. Surely, He Huan feigned illness, conspiring with her family to humiliate her before Shen Jingluan. Mei Qing dared not speak directly, instead offering a softened version. "Miss, everyone knows that the eldest grandson could never take Miss He as a wife again." Lin Mingyan scoffed coldly, turning her gaze back to the window. Suddenly, she exclaimed, pointing at two figures walking side by side in the street. "Isn't that Lin the constable from Yamen? Who is the man beside him?" Below in the tea house, Lin the constable walked alongside Xie San, explaining, "The He family has practiced medicine in Jizhou for generations. Their skills are exceptional, and their ethics even more so. What he says must undoubtedly be true." As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Xie San. During the luncheon, they had visited 3 medical establishments, where the physicians unanimously confirmed that Shun Yinshi was gravely ill. Even if by some stroke of luck her life could be saved, she would undoubtedly be left with lasting afflictions. Xie San met Lin Butu's gaze, offered a faint smile, and sighed, expressing his reluctance to disturb the young master, especially given the troubling circumstances at the young master's household. He sighed once more, seemingly torn about whether to pay a visit to the Shun family to extend his condolences. Lin Butu withdrew his gaze and looked towards the Shun family's grand residence. He had encountered Lin Xian, a woman as radiant as the sun, young, healthy, and full of vitality. How could her maternal frailty lead to a congenital deficiency in her child? What struck him as most peculiar was the midwife's assertion that childbirth was inherently perilous, and that Madame Shun, having been pampered all her life, was too delicate to endure the pain, implying that her demise was simply fate. With decades of experience in assessing character, Lin Butu discerned that the midwife's flustered demeanor and evasive responses suggested she was not speaking the truth. In a brief silence, Xie San suddenly halted. "Xie Butu, what is the matter?" Lin Butu inquired, glancing sideways. Xie San appeared hesitant, noticing the sparse foot traffic around them. He lowered his voice and said, "Lin Butu, might I dare to ask a question?" "Please do speak," Lin Butu encouraged. Xie San, somewhat embarrassed, probed. After the young master returned to Jizhou for 10 years, why has he only now chosen to remarry? Before Lin Butu could respond, he continued in a hushed tone. It seems I must make a visit to the young master's home. I fear I might inadvertently say something amiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Butu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise, simply noting that everyone in Jizhou believed Shen Jingluan to have shared a deep bond with his late wife, though the reality of the situation remained unknown to him. As the two conversed and walked forward for about 100 meters, Lin Butu excused himself, citing unfinished business at the yamen, and took his leave of Xie. He crossed the street on his way to the county office, then turned into a narrow alley. Upon glancing back and finding no trace of Xie, he redirected his path towards the midwife's residence. Unfortunately, the midwife, though visibly anxious upon seeing him, steadfastly maintained her story, no matter how he pressed her. She insisted that Lin Xian's frailty had led to her untimely demise and the birth of a child with congenital issues. Lin Butu's interrogation of the midwife would come later. Meanwhile, Xie watched Lin Butu depart and proceeded deeper into the alley toward the small tavern. Chang'an, upon seeing his master, hurriedly approached, anxiously inquiring, "Third master, will Lin Butu assist us? He remains skeptical of me, but his suspicions regarding Shen Jingluan have surfaced. He will indeed investigate the matter of Shen Yinxi's illness." Xie replied, a sly smile forming on his lips. Despite Lin Butu's constant vigilance against him, he held a certain admiration for the man. Chang'an shivered at his master's smile, swallowing hard and quietly asking, "Third master, is it really necessary for Shen Yi to go to such lengths just to lure you to the Shen family? Does that not seem excessive? He likely intends to ensnare me as merely a side note," Xie mused, stroking his chin. "Alas, I was too young to witness the unparalleled brilliance of the foremost talent of the great Liang dynasty when he departed the capital. I can only imagine the splendor he commanded." Chang'an, feeling a pang of jealousy, grimaced and replied, "Third master, to be fair, we were the ones who intruded upon the Shen family first." "Indeed," Xie acknowledged. Xie nodded and strode up the wooden staircase of the tavern, with Chang'an following closely behind. Having served his master for many years, he was well aware of Xie's foul mood, yet he dared to inquire, "Third master, is it truly the case that we will simply let the He family's eldest daughter go? What prompted the mention of her?" Xie's voice was laced with impatience. Last night, upon realizing that He Huan had betrayed him to Shen Jingluan in pursuit of her own happiness, he felt no shame for her actions. Yet his anger had dissipated. After all, he firmly believed that everyone is entitled to seek their own happiness. Moreover, as a grown man, he deemed it unnecessary to bicker with a young woman. As for the alleged extortion, he was convinced that He Huan was not foolish enough to ensnare herself by reporting him to the authorities. Xie had assumed that after last night, he and He Huan would have no further entanglements. However, he had just caught a glimpse of her again. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he distinctly noted her new water-green half-sleeve garment, her cheeks adorned with rouge, as she sat in the Shun family's carriage, gazing wistfully in their direction. Preoccupied with dealing with Captain Lin earlier, he had not given her much thought, but now, as Chang'an mentioned her, a wave of annoyance surged within him, prompting him to command in a low voice, "Do not speak of her in my presence again." Chang'an recoiled slightly, perplexed as to what he had said wrong. He hastened to keep pace with Xie as they entered a room at the end of the corridor. Inside, a man in his 30s rose quickly upon seeing Xie, greeting him with a bow, "Third master." Xie lightly patted his shoulder, smiling, "Captain Xie, this is not the capital. Just call me Xie." He retrieved the waist token of the 6 gates and returned it to him. The man accepted the token, stepping aside from the window. This individual was none other than the owner of the token, the constable Xie Jinghui. Approaching the window, Xie gazed down the narrow alley toward a wooden door, inquiring, "Any news?" Xie Jinghui shook his head. "For the past few days, I have dispatched men to follow him for 12 hours. He has not interacted with anyone of note until today, when Huang, the manager of Yongji Pawn Shop, sought him out. They spoke behind closed doors for about half an hour. Once again, it was Huang," Xie mused, lightly tapping his fingers against the window frame. The man referred to as he was Feng Jiang, a broker who had arrived in Jizhou approximately 8 or 9 years prior. They were monitoring him because over a decade ago, he had not gone by that name. He had been one of the disciples at the former crown prince's residence alongside Tang, and Chang'an stood nearby, following C.S. San's gaze. He wished to remind his master that He Huan had also interacted with manager Huang, but after a moment's reflection, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. Xie Jinghui, standing behind C.S. San, lowered his voice. Third master, although the son-in-law frequently visited the former crown prince's residence over 10 years ago. He may not have known Feng Jiang. C.S. San interrupted him, asserting Feng Jiang's presence in Jizhou is no mere coincidence. Shen Jingluan may not recognize him, but Shen Jihua certainly does. At this, Xie Jinghui fell silent. C.S. San lowered his gaze, contemplating the dimly lit and narrow alley. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, as a youth clad in the garb of a trader arrived at the door and whispered a few words to Xie Jinghui. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinghui waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw, and returned to C.S. San's side, saying, "Third master, we have clarified the matter." Manager Huang sought out Feng Jiang, hoping he could procure a few pieces of Su embroidery, preferably genuine works from Aunt Shanin, though replicas would suffice. Feng Jiang declined, and now Manager Huang is looking for other brokers. It seems he is quite anxious. Aunt? Xie San turned his head. Those from the palace? Third master, you may not be aware, but over a decade ago, Aunt Shanin was quite favored in the palace. The noble ladies adored her Su embroidery, including the late crown princess. 5 years ago, after the passing of the late emperor, no one has seen her since she left the palace. At this, Xie Jinghui paused slightly, almost as if speaking to himself, murmuring, how could Manager Huang suddenly mention someone who has been missing for 5 years? Logically, only the elite of the capital would know the name Aunt Shanin. Ah, Chang'an exclaimed softly, having stepped outside. Xie San lowered his head and looked into the distance, spotting Feng Jiang closing the courtyard gate, standing at the entrance, glancing left and right, then tugging at his collar and shrinking his head as he made his way towards the alley. He instructed Chang'an, "Stay here. I shall investigate." Third master. Chang'an followed a few steps, watching Xie San depart. Xie Jinghui glanced at him and chuckled. Are you once again urging the third master to return to the capital swiftly? Not all. Chang'an shook his head firmly. The third master has said, one must see the living for life and the dead for death. Otherwise, he will not return to the capital. How could I dare to urge him further? His face bore a look of sorrow, and he lamented. Earlier this morning, I went to Qing Song Temple. In a moment of desperation, I thought to offer 100 taels of silver to send a message. The third master said I would alert the enemy and ruin his plans. Xie Jinghui shook his head helplessly, offering comfort to Chang'an, assuring him that he had already instructed someone to follow Feng Jiang, and given that Xie San was also skilled in martial arts, there would be no danger. Chang'an returned to the window, peering out in the direction Xie San had gone, muttering, "It's all that Miss He's fault. If she hadn't plotted against the third master at Master Shin's house, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. Speaking of which, she truly knows how to play her part. If I were the third master, I would never let it go so easily. She should certainly face some consequences." The author's previous works have been released from censorship. Bukid 2665187. Book name Forced Marriage. Bukid 2259855. Book name The Return of the Wild Goose. Bukid 1715015. Book name Noble Families and Aristocrats. Chapters 30 to 42. A public assault. As Chang'an grumbled incessantly about He Huan, Xie San was confidently strolling through the bustling streets, his gaze never straying from the distant figure of Feng Jiang. After turning through 3 or 4 narrow alleys, Xie San concealed himself behind a blue brick wall, observing as Feng Jiang cautiously surveyed his surroundings before hastily approaching the side entrance of the Shen residence, knocking urgently several times. Being at a distance, Xie San could not hear their conversation, but he saw Feng Jiang growing increasingly agitated, while the gatekeeper persistently shook his head. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was shut. Feng Jiang stared in shock at the closed door, raising his wrist again to knock frantically. After a long wait, seeing no one answer, he kicked the wooden door in frustration and stormed away. Xie furrowed his brow and quietly followed Feng Jiang. Like a cornered beast, Feng wandered aimlessly through the streets before dejectedly returning home. Witnessing this, Xie felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. As he absently touched his nose and prepared to head back to the tavern, a familiar figure flashed past him. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the man as one of the ruffians who had intercepted the He family's carriage that day. Dressed now as a servant of a wealthy household, he had not immediately recognized him. Unwilling to involve himself in matters concerning Yuan, Xie turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, he felt a pang of regret and decided to stealthily follow the man. Unbeknownst to him, another pair of eyes was intently watching him from behind, trailing closely. After walking a short distance, Xie sensed that he was being monitored. He refrained from looking back, continuing to shadow the man ahead. Since the day Huan's carriage had departed from the Shun family, he had kept a discreet distance behind, clearly observing how that group had emerged from the alley, encircling the carriage with malicious intent. It was evident they were not robbers, but rather had a specific vendetta against the He family, prompting him to immediately summon Chang'an for assistance at the Yamen. Now, as he approached the sign of Yongji Pawn Shop, he noticed the ruffian glancing around nervously before hastily entering a dark alley beside the shop, slipping into a small courtyard, causing Xie frown to deepen. Xie Jingwei had already discovered that Yongji Pawn Shop had established connections with He Huan's uncle, He Baihai. However, there was no link between the pawn shop and the vulnerable members of the He family. Why would He Huan meet with the shopkeeper Huang from Yongji Pawn Shop? What connection did the ruffians have with the establishment? Standing at the entrance of the alley, Xie leaned against a stone wall, his dark gaze fixed on the fluttering banner of the pawn shop. Moments later, the door of the courtyard creaked open. Xie stepped back, concealing himself behind a large tree. As footsteps approached, he tensed up. "Do you remember me?" He suddenly leapt from behind the tree, blocking the man's path. The man paused, momentarily taken aback. In a flash, he swung a fist towards Xie's face. Xie deftly sidestepped the attack, seized the man's wrist with his left hand, and countered with a punch aimed at the man's abdomen. Hearing a muffled grunt escape the man, Xie remarked, "I do take pleasure in meddling." With a firm twist of his right hand, he sent the man crashing against the cold wall. Xie maintained his grip on the man's wrist, pressing down on his shoulder with his other hand, forcing the man's face against the rough brick wall. Realizing he was powerless to retaliate, a flicker of desperation crossed the man's eyes. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, he twisted his own right arm, breaking it. Though Xie had practiced martial arts since childhood, he lacked combat experience and was momentarily stunned by the gruesome sight of the man self-inflicting such harm. "Captain Xie, be careful." Xie had yet to comprehend the situation when he felt an immense force propel him aside. An instant later, a sound akin to a thud echoed, as an object resembling an iron nail pierced the tree trunk, a chill grazing his cheek. When Xie regained his senses, he beheld the Captain Lin's formidable blade poised against the man's throat, a hidden weapon from the bandits. "Who are you?" Captain Lin's eyes blazed with fury. The man, upon noticing Lin, slowly curled his lips into a cold smirk. Observing this, Lin's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly discarded his blade and firmly grasped the man's face, only to see dark crimson blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. "A wax bullet!" Xie exclaimed in astonishment. Captain Lin remained silent, repulsively wiping the blood from his hands, allowing the man's lifeless body to thud to the ground. He then crouched to check the man's pulse, shaking his head gently. Rising, he extracted the nail from the tree trunk. His gaze fixed on Xie as he inquired, "Who is he?" His fingers clenched the nail tightly, nearly slicing into his skin. "Captain Lin, do you not recognize him?" Xie kicked the corpse and suddenly gasped. That small courtyard. He hastened into the dark alley, with Captain Lin closely trailing him. At the courtyard's entrance, Lin took the lead, forcefully kicking open the door. Inside, the yard lay desolate, void of any presence, save for a wooden platform under the eaves of the main house. The overgrown weeds and the layer of dust on the platform suggested that this place had been uninhabited for quite some time. Noticing the door of the western wing ajar, Xie approached and pushed it open, revealing 5 neatly arranged quilts on the floor. In one corner, 7 or 8 food containers were haphazardly stacked, while the filthy bluestone tiles were strewn with chicken bones and wine vessels. Let us see if anyone is here, or if there is a secret passage, San suggested as he and Captain Lin began their search separately. Once they confirmed that the courtyard was devoid of life, Lin questioned, Captain, what on earth is happening? His voice resonated like thunder, his eyes piercing as he gazed at San, consumed by anger. San cast a sidelong glance at him, returning to the western wing and pointing at the 5 quilts on the ground. Not long ago, the horse-drawn carriage of the He family's young lady was intercepted by 5 ruffians. That man was one of them. Only bandits would employ such hidden weapons, Lin declared, raising the nail, each word pronounced with deliberate intensity, as if forcing them through clenched teeth. You should know well that my knowledge does not surpass yours. San crossed his arms, scrutinizing Lin from head to toe, casually inquiring, moreover, Captain Lin, did you not return to the precinct to handle official duties? Why have you followed me all this way? Captain Lin's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to respond, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. The two rushed out to find the onlookers who had previously stood at a distance were now shrieking and fleeing in panic, many of them bleeding. Masked men, upon spotting Lin and San, continued to brandish their blades at the crowd. As they slashed at people, they moved towards the corpses, each seizing a limb of the dead and swiftly making their escape. Their movements were synchronized and graceful, revealing their proficiency as skilled fighters. San and head Constable Lin pursued the 4 masked assailants, but the townsfolk fled like headless flies. Even those uninjured found themselves toppled by the jostling crowd, rendering their escape impossible. After a few hurried steps, San suddenly halted and turned back towards the small courtyard. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, a sharp whistle pierced through the air, and he muttered to himself, I have been deceived. Quickening his pace, he spotted a shadow vaulting over the courtyard wall, leaping onto the tiles and disappearing along the rooftop ridge from his sight. Anger surged within him, and his face darkened. He should have anticipated that if those individuals aimed to rob a corpse, they would not resort to public violence. It was merely a ruse to draw him away. Stepping into the courtyard, he examined his surroundings and found the bedding in the west wing thoroughly disturbed, indicating that the cloaked figures were searching for something. Hearing footsteps behind him, San turned and inquired, Did you not catch them? Head Constable Lin nodded in frustration. Pressing his lips together, San glanced towards a nearby Yongji pawn shop and asked, Whose courtyard is this? More than an hour had passed before Huan learned of the robbery and the violent assault near the Yongji pawn shop. She refrained from probing for details and simply confirmed with Bai Xiao, Did Zilan explicitly inform the gatekeeper that we need not announce our arrival if we seek her? Indeed, Bai Xiao affirmed, the gatekeeper stated as much. She also mentioned that not only you, miss, but even the county magistrate and Master Shun were declined visits to see young Master Shun. Huan lowered her head in silence. Previously, she had instructed Zhang Bo to inquire, and all the doctors who had examined Shen Yinshi unanimously declared that the boy's illness originated from her womb. Even if she could save his life now, he would still bear the roots of that affliction. Though she had only seen her son once, he was so robust and lively. How could he simply be ill? Upon reflection, she found it hard to believe. Yet, despite the Shun family's esteemed reputation in Jizhou, Shen Jingluan could not possibly persuade so many doctors to conspire in deceit. She raised her eyes to Bai Xiao. Did you mention the consultation fee? And regarding young master's illness. Oh dear, miss, now that you have returned home, there is no need for further pretense. Aunt Chow has come uninvited. The Shun family spent silver on your treatment and even invited you for lunch. Surely, you understand the principle of knowing when to withdraw. Aunt Chow, your timing is impeccable. Huan signaled Bai Xiao to step outside before addressing Chao Shi. You must have heard the saying, a gentleman values wealth obtained righteously. What gentleman? I know nothing of such things. Aunt Chow evasively avoided her gaze and shifted the topic, saying, How about the garments I hurriedly procured for you from the tailor? A lovely water green, both elegant and charming. You cannot barge in unannounced. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Bai Xiao's exclamation, Huan rose to open the door, only to find 5 or 6 unfamiliar constables advancing towards her, shackles in hand, their demeanor imposing. Before she could utter a word of inquiry, they seized her without ceremony and locked her in chains. Moreover, the author finds the writing process quite exhausting and thus requires a respite. Prior to the new year, only short to medium-length pieces will be crafted, with no long narratives in sight. As for what to pursue post-New Year, the author remains undecided. There exists a strong desire to delve into the realms of science fiction and suspense. However, both simplified and traditional Chinese audiences seem to overlook this genre. The author's electronic performance has historically been subpar, leading to considerable inner turmoil. It seems that readers of High Marriage are predominantly fond of historical narratives, raising the question of whether they would appreciate a futuristic setting. Nonetheless, the notion of a new book can be revisited later, as inspiration might strike unexpectedly. Furthermore, and of utmost importance, heartfelt gratitude is extended to the loyal readers who have followed the narrative. A little secret: the author frequently checks the fan rankings and feels immense joy upon seeing familiar usernames. 1,000 thanks for your support. Frankly, this work has been rather melancholic. Despite assurances from editors and fellow authors that the author has improved since the previous publication, the results have not reflected such progress. Had it not been for the recognition of those usernames, the author might have faltered. Lastly, it has previously been mentioned that the simplified version of High Marriage has not passed, thus only the traditional version is available. Those who do not mind traditional characters can reach out, specifically the 5 individuals, CN, Isrenus HI. Should you prefer simplified versions of other works, or even magazines, do not hesitate to contact me. However, please note that magazines are readily available, while the simplified versions may take longer and the specific titles and genres remain uncertain. Once again, profound thanks to everyone for your unwavering support. Author, 2014-11-6, Chapter 43. Interrogation confronted by the imposing presence of the constables. It was only when the cold clank of shackles echoed that Huan recalled the unresolved case between her and Xie San. She could hardly fathom that one day she would find herself in court, held captive by the authorities. At this very moment, with her hands and feet bound by frigid iron chains, she trudged across the bleak courtroom, where the stern and composed county magistrate Liu sat, his expression unwavering beneath the heavy plaque inscribed with the words "Bright Mirror." If she were to claim she felt no fear, even a 3-year-old child would not believe her. But did fear serve any purpose? Huan advanced step by step, casting furtive glances around her. She saw neither Captain Lin nor Xie San. Only the sound of Bai Xiao weeping outside the courtroom, being escorted away by the constables. She had already sent Zhang Bo to Qing Song Temple to seek assistance, with her mother approaching Shun Jingluan on her behalf, setting aside whether Shun Jingluan would be willing to intervene. It was another matter entirely if Zhang Bo could even reach her mother. How could she save herself? When County Magistrate Liu laid eyes on Huan for the first time, he squinted slightly, taking a longer look at her. While everyone claimed that Lin Xiyan was the most beautiful woman in Jizhou, he had not expected her cousin to possess such ethereal beauty as well. Yet, upon reflection, he felt he understood. If Huan were not strikingly beautiful, how could she possibly be entangled with the nobility of the capital, daring to aspire to become Shun Jingluan's second wife? Hearing the gentle cough from the clerk, Magistrate Liu seized the gavel and struck it down forcefully, demanding in a stern voice, "Huan, do you plead guilty?" With her hands clasped together, Huan struggled to maintain her composure. Although she had broken a sweat and reduced her fever upon leaving the Shun residence, her return home had been fraught with incessant matters that drained her energy. Kneeling on the cold, hard ground, she could distinctly feel the fever returning. Thinking of her son's soft little body, Huan bit her lip and slowly shook her head, articulating each word distinctly. "Your Honor, I am unaware of any wrongdoing. On the contrary, I bear grave grievances and implore you to grant me justice." "Grievances?" Magistrate Liu scoffed, fixing his probing gaze upon her. After a moment, he cleared his throat and rebuked her loudly. "Bold and cunning woman, how dare you slander an official of the court and attempt to twist words in front of me? Do you know what punishment awaits such offenses?" Xie San was an official of the court? For a moment, Huan's mind was in disarray. She had no time to ponder further. She could only lower her head and protest her innocence, repeatedly asserting that she had never defamed anyone. Magistrate Liu raised the gavel once more and brought it down with force, his face stern as he accused. Yesterday, you accused Constable Xie of extorting money from you. You remain unrepentant and truly obstinate. Your Honor, He Huan respectfully bowed her head. Captain Lin was well aware of the entire sequence of events from the previous day when he apprehended her. If the magistrate doubted her words, he could certainly summon Captain Lin to speak. At this moment, she could only trust Shun Jingluan's judgment, hoping that Captain Lin was an upright and law-abiding individual. Seeing Yi Huan unfazed and unperturbed by the title of court official, Magistrate Liu's gaze flickered momentarily as he discreetly glanced at the clerk. Although Xie San had informed him earlier that he did not wish to pursue charges against Yi Huan, he had clearly overheard Xie San's desire to teach her a lesson the night before. Not long ago, he heard that Shun Jingluan had completely disregarded the He family. Had it not been for Yi Huan feigning illness, the Shun family would have long cast her out. Upon learning this, Magistrate L immediately conceived a plan to achieve two objectives at once, to curry favor with both Xie San and Shun Jingluan. He initially intended to drag Yi Huan into the courtroom, give her a beating, and then cast her aside. However, witnessing her calm demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the pitiful wails of an ignorant woman, left him feeling uneasy. In the oppressive silence, Yi Huan's heart felt as if it were suspended by 15 buckets, teetering in uncertainty. She recalled Shun Jingluan's words, indicating that while Magistrate L was not as greedy and malevolent as the previous magistrate, he was nonetheless a foolish and petty man. If he unjustly condemned her, she feared she might never return to her son. Your Excellency, Yi Huan bowed again, recalling her cousin-in-law's instruction that every case in the court must have a plaintiff and a defendant. As a child, her aunt had taught her to read, and the first character she wrote was family. Her aunt had said that a family should support one another. Impertinent, Magistrate L rapped the gavel. How dare you threaten this official? I do not dare. Yi Huan prostrated herself on the ground, earnestly pleading, if I have truly misunderstood Captain Xie, I am willing to apologize and seek his forgiveness by any means necessary. Magistrate L remained silent, stroking his beard while casting a sidelong glance at Yi Huan. Secretly pondering, her dress of water green accentuates her like a delicate blossom in spring. No wonder Xie San is smitten. If I were to harm her, I wonder if Xie San would feel remorse. Unaware of Magistrate L's sordid thoughts, Yi Huan bowed again, pleading mournfully, Your Excellency, if I am unable to gain Captain Xie's forgiveness, you may punish me as you see fit. With half-closed eyes, Magistrate L was about to find a way out for himself, intending to detain Yi Huan and hand her over to Xie San, when a constable hurriedly approached and whispered something to the scribe. Upon hearing, the scribe's expression changed, and he quickly moved to Magistrate L's side, whispering in his ear. Before the scribe could finish, Magistrate L slammed his palm on the table. Enraged, how can this be? Where is Captain Lin? The constable hastily knelt and replied, Your Excellency, Captain Lin is currently treating injured citizens and will return immediately. Who did this? Have the culprits been apprehended? It appears they caught one, but he was later rescued. A bunch of useless fools. Magistrate L was furious, slamming the gavel with great force. Yi Huan, startled by the loud bang, gasped and quickly lowered her head. Only then did Magistrate L take notice of her, impatiently waving his hand, instructing the scribe to take her away while calling for the constables to accompany him to the scene. Yi Huan's heart raced with urgency. If she spent a night in the jail, even if Shun Jingluan believed she was Lin Xian, the antiquated members of the Shun family would never permit her to enter their doors. Seizing the moment, she knelt and grasped Magistrate L's garment, softening her tone as she pleaded desperately, Your Excellency, please allow me to see Master Xie. I have misunderstood him, and I am filled with trepidation. Miss He, you wish to see me? Xie San's mocking voice echoed behind her. Magistrate L abruptly shoved Yi Huan aside and approached Xie San with a sycophantic smile. Yi Huan was caught off guard, and with the cumbersome shackles weighing her down, she fell to the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Captain Xie, what has happened to your face? exclaimed County Magistrate Liu. Although the bleeding on Xie San's facial wounds had ceased, the scars were prominently visible. County Magistrate Liu exclaimed in anger, "Where is Captain Lin? How could he allow this to happen? It's merely a superficial injury. I'm fine." Xie San waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to He Huan, who was shackled by iron chains on both hands and feet. Frowning, he looked back at County Magistrate Liu. Alarmed, Liu quickly instructed, "Hurry, remove the shackles. How can we conduct our business like this?" In truth, Xie San did not feel the pity for He Huan that County Magistrate Liu assumed. It was merely the customary practice of the office to use heavy iron shackles primarily on notorious bandits or exiles. He had indeed contemplated reprimanding He Huan, but he had not anticipated the extent of Liu's excessive measures. However, upon seeing that despite her pale complexion, He Huan did not weep or grovel, he felt a sense of relief and turned to County Magistrate Liu, saying, "Captain Lin has taken a few citizens to find the painter. He was concerned you might grow impatient, so he sent me back to inform you." County Magistrate Liu nodded eagerly and, with a righteous demeanor, declared, "Though I may be lacking under my governance, Jizhou has enjoyed a reputation for safety. It is not a place where one would expect such brazen acts of violence in the streets. For the injured citizens, I shall exert every effort to capture those bandits and bring them to justice without delay." "Indeed, this matter has some relation to Miss He," Xie San remarked, casting a knowing glance at He Huan, his expression suggesting, "You have repaid kindness with enmity. Tell me, how shall I deal with you?" As the officers released her from the shackles, He Huan stood up, rubbing her bruised wrists while contemplating her next move. Suddenly hearing her name mentioned by Xie San, she instinctively looked towards him, only to find his dark, bright eyes fixed upon hers. She hastily lowered her gaze and quietly said, "Captain Xie, I previously misunderstood you. I sincerely apologize." As she spoke, she bowed respectfully, her demeanor humble and appropriate. Xie San gazed down at her, lips pressed together in silence. He Huan felt anxious, as if she were being scorched by flames. As the saying goes, the common people do not confront the officials, yet she had genuinely offended Xie San. Nevertheless, her apology was merely a concession born of necessity. "Captain Xie," He Huan feigned a desire to kneel, but to her surprise, he did not stop her, and she found herself kneeling firmly on the ground. Xie San evaded her gesture and turned to County Magistrate Liu, stating, "Captain Lin suspects that those individuals may very well be Japanese pirates covertly lurking within Jizhou City." "Japanese pirates?" County Magistrate Liu was taken aback. Observing He Huan lift her gaze towards him, Xie San lowered his head and asked her, "Do you recall the 5 ruffians who intercepted your family's carriage that day? They were all Han people. You heard them speak." He Huan instinctively clenched her fists, her voice dropping in intensity. "Just because they spoke our language does not mean they are Han. Of course, Captain Lin deduced their identity as pirates based on the weaponry they employed. The truth will only be revealed once we have apprehended them and conducted our interrogations." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xie San touched the wound on his face and found a chair to sit down. He Huan lowered her head in contemplation, slowly shaking it. "It cannot be. They cannot possibly be pirates," she murmured to herself. She had once suspected that Xie San had orchestrated thugs to intercept the carriage, feigning a rescue. But Lin Mingyan had already confessed to her that those individuals were indeed her own arrangement. The Lin and He families harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards pirates. Even if the second branch of the Lin family were to indulge in greed, Lin Mingyan would never collude with them. They are not pirates. He Huan looked at Xie San, shaking her head with conviction. "Why are you so certain?" Xie San countered. Chapter 44. Just playing with you. Although He Huan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Mingyan and her family, her younger brother was still but a child, and their grandfather, despite suffering a stroke, remained alive. As long as the Lin family had not yet divided their estate, her mother and brother could never sever ties with the second branch of the family. Thus, she could not expose her uncle's family's disgrace in court. Moreover, she lacked any evidence to assert that Lin Mingyan had orchestrated the thugs to intercept her carriage. Xie San observed He Huan with suspicion, attempting to glean some insight from her expression. However, The look he cast was interpreted quite differently in the eyes of Magistrate Liu. Why do you not answer? Xie pressed Huan. Her thoughts whirled, filtering through each possibility in her mind. After a moment, she shook her head and replied, "There is no particular reason. It is merely a feeling. Just as Captain Xie mentioned, once we apprehend the culprits, the truth will naturally unfold." "Is that so?" Xie retorted, and suddenly raised his voice, "Since Missy claims to know nothing, we shall have to trouble Lord Liu to bring every member of the He family back to court for a thorough examination. The He family may be harboring spies from the Japanese, perhaps even collaborating with traitors." "Master Xie, from where do you draw such conclusions?" Huan's face drained of color, and even Magistrate Liu gazed at Xie San in astonishment. Xie San lowered his head, scrutinizing Huan, and spoke deliberately. "According to the records of the magistrate's office, the small courtyard behind the Yongji pawn shop, located in Shirtu Alley, belongs to your He family, and Japanese bandits have been hiding there all along." "Impossible." Huan vehemently shook her head, only to watch as Xie San produced a deed stamped with the official seal. She snatched the document from his hands, and, upon inspection, saw her grandfather's name clearly inscribed in the owner's section, accompanied by a handprint. She racked her brain, but had no recollection of this, nor had she ever heard mention of it from the Wei or Tao families. Xie San fixed his gaze on her, speaking with unhurried precision. "Missy, you adamantly assert that the 5 individuals who intercepted your carriage are not Japanese bandits, yet you cannot provide evidence. Is this not a sign of your own guilt?" Huan met Xie San's seemingly mocking expression with intense resentment. He had clearly dug a pit, waiting for her to leap into it. Yet, she could not tell him that those 5 were acting under Lin Mingyin's orders. She lifted her chin and replied, "Captain Xie, I must consult my elders to clarify the matter regarding this deed." In truth, it was well known in Jizhou that her grandfather had been deceased for decades. Who could guarantee that it was not a case of a namesake or some other explanation? Upon hearing Huan nearly accuse him of forging the deed, Xie San suddenly burst into laughter, admiring her audacious ignorance. Just as Chang'an had said, he was indeed too soft-hearted, allowing her to provoke him time and again. Huan took a deep breath, softening her tone as she lowered her head and said, "Moreover, if I were to recognize those 5 individuals, why would they intercept my carriage? On that day, I was unaware that Captain Xie was nearby. There was no intention to stage a performance for you." Xie San remained silent, allowing Huan to kneel on the ground. It was precisely because she had suspected that the 5 were under his instruction that, upon learning the courtyard belonged to the He family, he chose to believe she was uninvolved with the Japanese bandits. However, her ignorance did not imply that the other members of the He family were equally uninformed, particularly her uncle, He Bai. Given her calm demeanor, he was intrigued to see just how much courage she truly possessed. Upon this realization, Xie San lightly cleared his throat and turned to Magistrate L, stating, "My lord, on that day, Miss He's carriage was besieged. I sent Chang'an to seek help from Yamen while delaying for time. In truth, I was not the only one who witnessed the entire incident. I merely stepped forward, perhaps foolishly. Perhaps Missy believes I should not have interfered, thus orchestrating an elaborate scheme that led Captain Lin to misunderstand my intentions, thinking I was extorting her under the guise of gratitude." "My lord, Captain Xie," Huan interjected, addressing Magistrate L, "given that those 5 reside in a small courtyard on Shirtu Alley, surely someone must have seen them. Perhaps a neighbor knows of their origins." "Missy has made a valid point," Xie San mused with a light chuckle, nodding in agreement. "You speak as if you were already aware that Shirtu Alley is a dead end. Aside from your family's modest courtyard, the other houses belong to Yongji Pawn Shop. The pawn shop's entrance is on Changxiao Street, and no one pays any heed to the residents of Shirtu Alley." Upon hearing this, Huan felt a sudden shock. Neither Lin Shiyin nor she knew what Shirtu Alley was, yet she had accompanied Shan Jingluan to a small courtyard behind Yongji Pawn Shop. The pawn shop held its bidding meetings there every 6 months, and she vaguely recalled that the courtyard was temporarily rented by the shop. "What? Have you lost your excuse to rebut me?" Xie San inquired, glancing towards the door. Huan, wishing not to implicate Shan Jingluan, could only follow Xie San's lead, responding, "Captain Xie, Yongji Pawn Shop is bustling day and night. Is it possible that anyone noticed strangers at the alley's entrance?" "Miss He," Speaking of Yongji Pawn Shop, as far as I'm aware, you have had several clandestine meetings with Manager Huang. I have indeed met Manager Huang. Huan patiently clarified, her tone amicable. I sought him merely regarding pawning a screen for my home. Xie-san, noticing a flicker of anger in her eyes, exaggeratedly shook his head and adopted a serious demeanor. That is merely your side of the story. Captain Xie, if you do not believe me, you may certainly inquire with Manager Huang. And what of it? You may have already colluded and prearranged your statements. Magistrate L observed the exchange between Xie-san and Huan, one resembling a cat toying with a mouse. Not hastening to capture his prey, but rather indulging in the game. The other appeared as a cornered lioness, striving to conceal her fangs. Appearing harmless, yet capable of revealing her sharp teeth at any moment. At this juncture, Magistrate L discerned that Xie-san's gaze towards Huan bore no hint of romantic inclination, yet this only deepened his confusion regarding Xie-san's true intentions. Faintly, he overheard Captain Lin speaking outside. Magistrate L quietly stepped back, tiptoeing out of the room, beckoning Captain Lin with a hand gesture and, in a hushed voice, inquired, "What transpired? Have we captured the fiends who attacked in the streets?" Captain Lin shook his head and replied, "My lord. The four who absconded with the corpse were all masked. No one saw their faces." "What corpse? Are there fatalities involved?" Magistrate L's countenance registered shock. Lin, the head of the constables, was perplexed as to why Xie-san had divulged nothing to County Magistrate L. His gaze traversed over L's shoulder and into the room, where Huan knelt at the center, tilting her head as she conversed with Xie-san. Seated in the grand chair of the scribe, Xie-san leisurely held his teacup, occasionally casting a glance at Huan. It appeared they were embroiled in a debate. However, Xie-san faced west while Huan knelt toward the south, rendering the scene exceedingly peculiar. "My lord, did Xie not brief you on the entire matter?" Lin inquired, filled with suspicion. L turned his head to glance back, urging pray, "Explain what transpired." With no alternative, Lin recounted the details of the incident meticulously, concluding, "Xie and I have ascertained that the small courtyard was rented to Yongji Pawn Shop by the broker Feng Jiang, with the rental income going to Hebai High, and the courtyard has remained largely vacant." Xie stated that as Feng Jiang is entangled in other serious cases, we must not alert the culprits. So my focus is solely on tracing the bandits who absconded with the corpse. Upon hearing this, L furrowed his brow and queried, "Who is this Feng Jiang?" Lin replied, "I have recently gathered information that Feng Jiang has been in Jizhou for merely a few years. He is quite experienced in the brokerage trade, with a notable reputation. It is said that even Master Shun has sought his assistance in matters of the heart." "Oh." L cast a significant glance back at Xie-san. Lin leaned closer to L, whispering, "My lord, although Xie refers to Master Shun as son-in-law, do you not sense that he seems to be targeting him?" L offered no response, merely murmuring, "These two are individuals we cannot afford to offend. We must tread carefully henceforth." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Huan's profile, and he muttered softly, "Her demeanor in conversation bears a striking resemblance to the late Lady Shun." Huan, entirely focused on Xie-san, remained oblivious to L's scrutiny. Noticing the absence of others, she lowered her voice, "Xie, consorting with the Japanese pirates is a grave offense, not to be trifled with. Do I seem to jest?" Xie set his cup down, leaning slightly forward to loom over Huan. Instinctively, she recoiled, but after a moment, she straightened her back and met his gaze unwaveringly. Xie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her, his thin lips pressed into a firm line. Huan held her breath, defiantly glaring at him, only to quickly lower her eyelids. Clenching her fists, she pressed against the cold floor, biting her lip tightly. The stalemate between them, though fleeting, felt to the participants as if they had endured an eternity. Suppressing her fury, Huan enunciated, "Xie, I was previously blind to your stature and may have offended you. I am willing to bow an apology. However, I cannot bear the weight of the accusation of collusion with the pirates. You are well aware of the phrase cannot bear." Xie abruptly stood, turning his back to her and coldly stating, "If I were not a constable of the Six Doors, would I be able to withstand the charge of extortion?" Huan longed to retort that it was he who had infiltrated the Shun household first and extorted her thereafter, and that she had not wronged him. However, contemplating the son far away in the Shun family, and then reflecting on her current predicament, she knelt and turned to face the profile of Captain Xie, saying, "Captain Xie, if you wish to accuse me of false charges, I shall plead guilty. I will offer my apologies to you, and whatever you say shall be accepted as truth." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she bent down, intending to bow her head in submission. Captain Xie leaned forward, firmly grasping her shoulders to halt her motion, shaking his head and saying, "I cannot accept such a gesture from you." "Then what do you intend to do? Shall you imprison me, or like Lord LV, publicly chastise me and then cast me out of the court?" Although He Huan continuously reminded herself to endure, she was never one to be molded like clay. And at this moment, she could no longer contain her fierce spirit. Chapter 45. The plea. He Huan winced as Xie San's grip on her shoulder tightened painfully. It became evident to her that his actions were driven by a petty desire for revenge, perhaps even fabricating the existence of so-called pirates to humiliate her. The more she pondered this, the more plausible it seemed. After all, no matter how greedy and malevolent Lin Mingyin's family may be, they lacked both the means and the opportunity to engage with the invaders. Lin Guqing often lamented that it was the pirates who had led the Lin family to ruin, forcing them to depend on the Shun family for survival, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. With these thoughts, He Huan struggled to free herself from Xie San's grasp. When she noticed he persistently held onto her shoulder, she disregarded any sense of propriety and attempted to pry his fingers loose, asserting, "In this world, everything ultimately hinges on reason, or perhaps even on the law." "Oh, are you attempting to discuss the law with me?" Xie San retorted, seizing her fingers, gripping the four of them tightly, and yanking forcefully. In an instant, He Huan felt as if her arm might be wrenched from its socket, compelling her to rise. After kneeling on the ground for some time, she suddenly stood up, her legs trembling with numbness, struggling to maintain her balance, nearly toppling over. She could only lean against the back of the chair, attempting to retract her other hand, which Xie San had firmly clasped at the wrist. "Release me," she commanded, her voice strained. Xie San looked down at the woman before him, whose nose barely reached his shoulder. Her cheeks were flushed, and initially he had presumed she was merely suppressing her anger, but at that moment, he could distinctly feel the heat emanating from her palm. Is she feverish? This realization reminded him of her from the previous night, standing drenched beneath the eaves of the Shun residence. "Is it worth it for Shen Jingluan?" He blurted out. "Let me go." He Huan thought of kicking him if she could. Xie San released his grip, stepping back half a pace. He Huan was taken aback by his sudden relinquishment, losing her balance and colliding painfully with the leg of the chair. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Xie Captain, what do you truly wish to achieve? Please be forthright. If you are determined to make my life difficult, let us lay everything bare. Let us start from the moment you appeared in the attire of the Shun family's servant in their courtyard. What say you? Are you unable to resist showing your claws, attempting to threaten me?" Xie San chuckled lightly. Before him stood the very woman he had rescued from the wilderness, and now she sought to repay his kindness with malice, wishing to ruin him. He shook his head and scoffed. "Do you believe that County Magistrate L can drag you back to the Yamen like a common criminal? Do you think you have the opportunity to lay everything bare?" "Xie Captain, are you implying that you are the law here?" She glanced at County Magistrate L and Captain Lin outside the door, sneering. "Magistrate L is merely trying to curry favor with you by contemplating your intentions and might consider striking me, but he lacks the courage to kill me. Let us take 1,000 steps back. Even if Magistrate L, out of respect for your esteemed position from the capital, dares not oppose you, Captain Lin would not allow you to trample upon lives in Jizhou. Moreover, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Shun family has long resided in Jizhou, and if the elder brother finds out about your ill intentions in his household, why, if you speak with such certainty, did you not accuse me earlier?" Xie San countered, then feigned sudden realization. I understand, for Shun Jingluan does not trust you, and thus you cannot possibly meet him." He Huan gazed at Xie San's smug expression, feeling an urge to chastise him for his childishness. Yet, despite her inability to suppress her indignation, a semblance of rationality remained within her. She softened her tone and implored, Captain Xie, you are a precious gem, while I am but a mere earthen vessel. For the sake of your own future, it is unnecessary to engage in mutual destruction with me. Moreover, I have truly repented. If you could find it in your heart to overlook my past transgressions, I would be willing to serve you tea and apologize before Lord Liu, and thereafter we could coexist peacefully. What do you say? Xie San was entirely unconvinced that He Huan had genuinely reformed. Yet he had no desire to further tease a sickly woman. From a distance, he spotted County Magistrate Liu and Head Constable Lin approaching Shen Jihua. Lowering his gaze, he stated, I do not require your tea and apology. All I ask is that you explain why this house deed has been collected by your uncle. He Huan was momentarily taken aback, then indignantly accused. So this is your true intention. You have been toying with me from the very beginning? Xie San did not respond to her accusation, but hastily insisted, this matter has nothing to do with Shun Jingluan. Simply inform me about the house deed, and I will no longer be an obstacle to your marriage with him. Otherwise, should I keep you here for a night, or should I gesture towards Shen Jihua? Do you believe I could ensure that you would never have the opportunity to become Mrs. Shun for the rest of your life? Upon seeing Shen Jihua, He Huan was filled with excitement. She turned to leave, only to hear Xie San behind her stating that he was giving her a mere 2 days. She turned back to glare at him, only to find his gaze fixed on Shen Jihua, his brow slightly furrowed, a faint scar on his cheek becoming distinctly visible. Shen Jihua entered the room and called out to He Huan by the door, Cousin, how have you been? He then approached Xie San to pay his respects, inquiring with concern, how is the health of the old Marquis? A few months ago, someone sent to the capital to deliver festival gifts reported that the heir's old ailment had recurred. I wonder if he is faring any better now? Has the heir's old ailment recurred? Xie San retorted, sighing for the past 3 or 4 years. I have been occupied with official duties outside and was unaware of this matter. Shen Jihua's eyes flickered, and he replied with a smile, It seems I have been presumptuous. Captain Xie, given your busy schedule, it is understandable that you have not been in the capital. Furthermore, since you serve in the 6 doors, you would naturally be unaware of the affairs of the Marquisate. Not necessarily, Xie San shook his head. Although I have not been at the Marquisate for some time, my family remains there. For instance, my elder brother was recommended to the 6 doors by the heir 10 years ago, while my second brother has always been by the heir's side. I see. Shun Jihuan nodded with a smile, discreetly scrutinizing Xie San, as if seeking to discern some hidden truth. Xie San, unperturbed by the scrutiny, graciously acknowledged, Now that I have arrived in Jizhou, I should have first sought the heir's well-being. Captain Xie, you are being overly polite, Shun Jihua interjected, inviting County Magistrate Liu to take a seat, while also offering Xie San a place, standing modestly beside them with a smile, saying, Both Lord Liu and Captain Xie serve the Emperor, so of course, matters of state take precedence. I should not have intruded upon your conversation, but he cast a glance at He Huan, who was left standing by the door, and hesitantly remarked, Lord L., the matron is quite concerned about Miss Biao, which is why my lord has sent me to inquire whether there has been some misunderstanding regarding Miss Biao's detention at the Yamen. County Magistrate L. was already aware that Shun Jihua had come on behalf of Shun Jingluan to intercede for He Huan. He dared not take matters into his own hands and turned his gaze towards Xie San. To his surprise, Xie San paid him no heed, busily lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the floating tea leaves. Shun Jihua bowed once more, addressing both County Magistrate L and Xie San. The matron has always regarded Miss Biao as her own, and my lord does not wish for her to be distressed, which is why I have taken the liberty to inquire about the situation. Lord L? Magistrate L cleared his throat and once again looked to Xie San. Seeing that Xie San remained unresponsive, he said to Shen Jihua, It is merely a misunderstanding. I was just about to send someone to escort Missy home. With a thud, Xie San set his teacup down. Magistrate L was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Shun Jingluan had dispatched the chief steward to plead for He Huan, yet Xie San was unwilling to release her. What was he to do now? He could not afford to offend either Shun Jingluan or Xie San. He had initially hoped to curry favor by punishing He Huan, but now how could he resolve this predicament? Noticing Xie San's displeasure, Shen Jihua turned to him and said, Xie Constable, Has Miss Biao perhaps offended you in some way? Prior to yesterday, I had indeed had some misunderstandings with Miss He. However, I've already conveyed my sentiments to County Magistrate L. Since she is related to my esteemed lord, I believe it is best to let bygones be bygones, is it not, Lord L? Xie smiled at Magistrate L. L dared not contradict him in front of Xie. Moreover, Xie had informed him of He Huan's accusations of extortion against him, so it seemed reasonable to let it go. It was his own impulsiveness that had led him to hastily pursue the matter. Unaware of these developments, He Huan looked at Xie in disbelief, thinking to herself, how can you speak such blatant falsehoods with your eyes wide open, just to fulfill He Huan's expectations? Xie continued, as I have previously stated, let the earlier matter rest. However, Missy has just brought another matter to my attention, one that cannot simply be overlooked. As he spoke, the smile vanished from Xie's face. Magistrate L, witnessing this transformation, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, wishing fervently to seize He Huan and demand, what on earth did you say to make Constable Xie speak in such a serious tone? In truth, not only was Magistrate L bewildered, but He Huan was also perplexed. However, the grave demeanor of Xie, seated upright and composed, evoked in her a strange illusion, reminiscent of the time she had just married Shen Jingluan, when she had always perceived an air of formidable authority about him that commanded reverence. Beside them, Shan Jihua shared the same sentiment, his heart filled with increasing trepidation. Over the years, although Shan Jingluan resided in Jizhou, he would send festival gifts to the Yongan Marquisate, thus having some awareness of the situation in the capital. Regrettably, despite pondering throughout the day, he could not fathom who Xie truly was, what his identity entailed, or what his intentions were. Xie seemed to feel that the atmosphere in the room was still insufficiently cold. He turned to He Huan and said, Miss He, since Butler Shun is here, why don't you repeat to him what you just said to me? His voice bore no trace of displeasure, as if he were merely discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet it caused the temperature in the room to plummet. He Huan, increasingly perplexed, found herself beset by layers of doubt. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes, her pupils shimmering with an undeniable thrill. Regardless of Xie's ambiguous words, if she adeptly seized this opportunity, she might just meet Shen Jingluan. Only by seeing him face to face could she prove that she was Lin Shiyin and accompany her ailing son. This is a note of gratitude for everyone's support. In the blink of an eye, it has been 33 days since the story began. Over this past month, I am deeply moved by your encouragement, especially on the mornings of April 1st and May 1st, when I could hardly believe my eyes. I would like to express my thanks in chronological order. I am grateful for the support from the torrential summer rain, to Fanxiu Zhuiji for their votes, to Xian for their votes, to Qing Zhengui Yu for their votes, to Gui Ren for their votes, to Hao Peng for their votes, to Guokui Huigua for their votes. The order may be incorrect. Please forgive me. I thank Miao He for the fragrant sachet, Shi Qi Yang Yang for the peace talisman, Ling Hu Shi for the 2 peace talismans, Fan Xiu Zhuiji for the Lang Yuan Xian Ba, Qing Shan Yanyu for the peace talisman, Xian for the Lang Yuan Xian Ba, Yin Qing Sei for the peace talisman, Yi Sun Jun for the fragrant sachet, Gui Ren for the fragrant sachet, Qing Zheng Gui Yu for the peach blossom fan, Shi Zhen for the fragrant sachet, Ling Air 80628 for the peace talisman, Yu Wu for the fragrant sachet, Didiaya for the peace talisman, He Shi Bai for their support, Fei Yin for the fragrant sachet, Xiao Bao AI Qi Shi Gua for the peace talisman, Yu Shi Yin for the fragrant sachet, due to the inability to check the PK votes in the back end. I apologize for any omissions. Latest chapter reading. Furthermore, thank you all for your review votes and pink votes. I won't list everyone individually, but thank you all for your unwavering support. This is a note of gratitude posted before 9 a.m. on May 2nd, 2014. Chapter 46. Stalemate. As He Huan realized the possibility of encountering Shen Jingluan, she was filled with excitement, yet anxious contemplation. Shen Jingluan had always displayed a lack of curiosity and an aversion to meddling in others' affairs. At times, she found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. Take the last incident. For instance, despite having informed him that Xie had infiltrated the Shun household amidst chaos with ulterior motives, he had shown no sign of action, as if completely oblivious. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Huan grew increasingly agitated, yet the opportunity was fleeting. Even devoid of confidence, she felt compelled to take a gamble. She stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Captain Xie, yesterday's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Had it not been for my cousin, it would have concluded there. In any case, my actions were reckless, and I am willing to accept punishment. Xie Sin did not glance at her, maintaining a serious demeanor as he stated. Regardless of whether yesterday's events were a misunderstanding or otherwise, they are in the past, but the matter concerning Shirtu Ali must not be overlooked. His piercing gaze fixed upon Shun Jihua, who stood with his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. Huan was at a loss regarding Xie San's intentions. She sought to clarify, but Xie San interjected. Miss He, you have had contact with those individuals. I witnessed it myself. Until we ascertain the facts, you cannot leave the yamen. Captain Xie. Both Huan and Shun Jihua exclaimed in unison. Shun Jihua gestured for Huan to remain calm, wearing a placating smile as he said, Captain Xie. While I'm unaware of the exact circumstances, my cousin is certainly not involved with any illicit characters. She is more than willing to assist you in uncovering the truth. However, it is rather late today. Besides, she is not a criminal. This is a serious matter. It is not that I wish to disregard your family's standing, but if I were to let Miss He leave today and she were to flee Ji province, it would inevitably become our responsibility if inquiries were pursued, Xie San remarked, shaking his head as he spoke. Piecing together the situation, Huan suddenly understood. Xie San was compelling the Shun family to shelter her. What ulterior motives did he harbor? As expected, after Shun Jihua's repeated pleas, coupled with Magistrate Lu's subtle encouragement, Xie San reluctantly consented to allow Shun Jihua to escort Huan back to the Shun residence, instructing that she return for questioning the following morning. Should Huan harbor any guilt and attempt to escape Ji province, the blame would rest upon the Shun family. Upon leaving the yamen, Shun Jihua guided Huan into the Shun family carriage. Through the curtain, she gazed at the character's county yamen. She could not fathom Xie San's intentions, nor could she discern whether his motives were righteous or sinister. If he truly acted on imperial orders to investigate a certain case, his infiltration of the Shun household, did it signify that the emperor had secured his throne and sought to settle accounts with the remnants of the late crown prince's faction from a decade prior? Hearing Shun Jihua instruct a servant to inform the He family of their safety, Huan inquired through the curtain, Steward Shun, is Captain Xie truly a constable from the capital? I do not know, Shun Jihua replied, shaking his head. I'm simply following orders to escort my cousin away from the yamen. With that, he instructed the coachman to set off. The carriage sped along, swiftly entering the gates of the Shun residence. Perhaps due to the mental strain endured in the courtroom, even though the Shun carriage was spacious and comfortable, Huan found herself disoriented, feeling a mix of cold and heat, and quite uncomfortable overall. As she stepped down from the carriage, she felt the world around her spinning. She noticed Shun Jihua instructing Xianqiao to care for her before turning to leave. She hurriedly approached him and inquired, Steward Shun, how is young Master Nianqi's condition? What did the doctor say? Shun Jihua scrutinized Huan, observing her vacant eyes, pale lips, and the vivid redness of her cheeks. Xianqiao, please assist Miss Biao, he commanded, and then instructed a young maid to summon the doctor immediately to attend to Huan. Consumed by worry for her son's safety, Huan grasped Shun Jihua's sleeve and urgently asked, has the doctor administered medication to Nianqi? Which doctor's prescription was used? Shun Jihua, confused by her fervor, replied dismissively, the young master has already received his medication. Huan exhaled in relief and added, I wish to see Master Shun. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with him. Miss Biao, it is getting late. You should rest in the guest room, Shun Jihua replied. What I wish to convey to Master Shun concerns my cousin and is of great significance to him as well. Shun Jihua chose to ignore her further, again instructing Xianqiao and others to assist Huan into the house. In desperation, she called out to Shun Jihua's retreating figure, Steward Shun, please relay to my cousin's husband that my cousin cherishes a humble bamboo flute, for it was the last gift bestowed upon her by my uncle the day before he departed overseas. The flute bears the character pin, painstakingly carved by my uncle himself, which is my cousin's personal signature. Upon hearing this, Shen Jihua hesitated momentarily before continuing on without a glance back. Yihuan, unaware of Shen Jihua's reaction, felt as if her strength had been drained in an instant. Although she could perceive the sounds around her, darkness enveloped her vision, and she could only manage to walk with the support of Xianxiao and others. Before long, she found herself settled onto a bed. She sensed someone taking her pulse and another administering medicine, yet she could not open her eyes. Her body oscillated between feverish discomfort and shivering cold. In a daze, she fancied herself cradling her son, who looked at her and laughed joyfully, prompting her to weep with happiness as she repeatedly called his name. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Shun household, Shen Jihua stood respectfully before Shen Jingluan, meticulously recounting every word that Xie San had uttered. Shen Jingluan listened in silence, with 2 brocade boxes from Qing Song Guan resting beside him. Shen Jihua stole a glance at the boxes, hesitating to speak. After a prolonged silence, Shen Jingluan murmured, "It appears he intends to use Miss He to probe me. Since he did not avoid you, it is likely that I, too, would not recognize him upon meeting, and he is quite confident that we cannot uncover his identity." His brow furrowed deeper, and his gaze grew increasingly somber. After a moment, he instructed Shen Jihua, "Please recount the events at Shurtu Alley in detail once more." Shen Jihua narrated everything he knew. Shen Jingluan asked in astonishment, "At what time did Feng Jiang come to visit?" Shen Jihua paused slightly before replying, "Master, do you suspect that Xie San inadvertently followed Feng Jiang while tracking him, and thus encountered the Japanese pirates he mentioned, trailing him to Shurtu Alley? This would connect all the events." Shen Jingluan pondered this, and after a moment, he remarked, "It seems the true Xie Zhenghui is indeed monitoring Feng Jiang. Master, what shall we do?" "Nothing at all." Shen Jingluan chuckled softly. His repeated use of Miss He was merely an attempt to provoke a reaction from me. In truth, he likely knows nothing at all, which explains his eagerness. Judging by his demeanor today, he may continue to exploit Miss He, as the matriarch has always been soft-hearted, and at that time, the elder gentleman may find himself in a precarious position. She seems to have changed significantly. Shen Jingluan's fingers grazed the embroidered box on the table. However, issues that can be resolved with silver should not be considered genuine troubles. Shen Jihua, understanding Shen Jingluan's implication, realized that should Yihuan persist in her entanglements, they could invoke the name of the Han family to provide a dowry for her marriage. The Weiss and Chows of the He family are known for their avarice, while the Tao family has always prided themselves on their genteel status. If they were so inclined, they would not be difficult to placate. Seeing Shen Jingluan had already opened the embroidered box, Shen Jihua bowed and withdrew. He took a couple of steps before abruptly halting. "What is it?" Shen Jingluan glanced sideways. "Master," Shen Jihua saluted, "you have previously instructed me that trivial matters are to be handled at my discretion. However, the conduct of the young lady has been rather peculiar of late. Is it possible that after she was caught in the rain, you have developed a sense of pity for her?" Shen Jingluan made it clear he wished to avoid this topic. Shen Jihua cast a glance at the bamboo flute in Shen Jingluan's hand and, steeling himself, continued, "Earlier, the young lady mentioned that this bamboo flute was a gift from the elder gentleman to the matriarch a decade ago, inscribed with the character frown, which is the matriarch's given name." Shen Jingluan remained silent, his index finger gently stroking the inner wall of the flute. He had long noticed his wife's subtle gestures, though the inscription had long since become indistinct. After a lengthy pause, he murmured as if to himself, "They were once cousins, 10 years ago. The Lin and He families were quite close, so it is not surprising that she is aware of this. Master, I do not believe in the supernatural, but the young lady does indeed show considerable concern for the young master, and it does not seem feigned. Previously, I instructed the physician to add a calming herb to her medicine, and she repeatedly called out the young master's name in her sleep." Shen Jingluan smiled wistfully, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Are you suggesting that because she cares for Ninshi, I ought to marry her? When it comes to care, who could surpass him?" He fell silent, his already pallid complexion tinged with a shade of gray, casting a shadow of sorrow over him. Shen Jihua, frightened, knelt down. Shen Jingluan rarely displayed anger. However, since Lin Xian's death, He had become incensed every time she was mentioned. It had been barely over half a month since the funeral, yet it was evident that his master had lost considerable weight. What anguish this was! Time slipped away in silence, and as the last rays of the sunset vanished from the horizon, darkness enveloped the room. Shen Jihuan knelt on the ground, afraid to rise. Shen Jingluan sat behind the table like a statue. The surroundings were eerily silent, with even their breaths becoming nearly inaudible. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wenju outside the house fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. The sickly child they had brought had passed away. What should they do next? He needed to consult the master, yet he knew that the master was within the room and dared not enter. In recent days, he often felt that the elder had merely been reserved in temperament. However, since the passing of the matriarch, the elder appeared unchanged on the surface. Yet his heart seemed to have perished alongside her. The tranquil courtyard felt as though time had come to a standstill, until the moon hung high in the sky. When Shen Jingluan finally spoke, when will the effects of her medication wear off? Upon hearing Shen Jingluan's words, Shen Jihua immediately felt a sense of regret and softly cautioned. Elder, what Xie San and the young lady spoke of at the yamen was clearly intended to lead you to meet her. I am aware. Shen Jingluan interrupted Shen Jihua. If she awakens, please inform me at once. Today, I was criticized for my eccentric male protagonist, prompting me to vent my frustrations on Weibo, which only attracted more criticism, leaving me feeling disheartened. I truly cherish my eccentric male protagonist. Aside from his schizophrenia, he is utterly impeccable. Chapter 47. The confrontation in the last shroud of darkness before dawn, Xian Chao dozed drowsily at the table, suddenly stirred by the faint sound of footsteps outside. She turned her head towards the bed, where Yuan lay quietly in the dim candlelight, having wiped her sweat and changed her into clean garments. Xian Chao noted that Yuan's fever had subsided, and she no longer murmured the name of her young master. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Xian Chao hesitantly opened it, only to be startled by the sight of Shen Jingluan standing alone outside. She quickly composed herself and bowed respectfully. As Shen Jingluan stepped into the room, her astonishment deepened. He, who was always strict with decorum and propriety, rarely summoned a maid into his quarters at night. What could possibly compel him to enter a young woman's chamber? Earlier, she had been calling out for Nianqi. Xian Chao paused momentarily before approaching Shen Jingluan, whispering, "My lord, during the delirium of her fever, my cousin repeatedly called for the young master's name and even claimed to be the young master's mother." She cast a sidelong glance at Shen Jingluan. His gaze was fixed intently on Yuan, and he lowered his voice to inquire, "Aside from you, who else has heard such nonsense?" "No one." Xian Chao quickly shook her head. "My cousin has taken her medicine, and I have remained by her side throughout. Apart from reporting her condition to Steward Shen, I have not left her side." "Very well." Shen Jingluan nodded gravely, stating, "I do not wish for anyone else to know the delirious words spoken by my cousin during her illness. Do you understand?" "Yes," Xian Chao replied, her fear evident as she quietly retreated outside. Shen Jingluan stood alone at the edge of the bed, gazing down at Yuan. Her complexion was pale, lips chapped, yet there was a haunting beauty in her frailness. He scrutinized her features. Her delicate brows were soft and alluring, unlike the strikingly dark brows of Lin Xiyan. Her nose was small and refined, not as prominently charming as Lin Xiyan's. Her lips lacked the defined allure of Lin Xiyan's plumpness, and her furrowed brow bore none of Lin Xiyan's characteristic brightness and warmth. If one were to seek similarities, perhaps only their elegantly curled eyelashes remained. Where in the world could one find a second Lin Xiyan? A sigh escaped Shen Jingluan as he stood motionless, yearning to find a trace of Lin Xiyan in Yuan, only to be met with disappointment at their dissimilarities. He turned to leave, yet inexplicably halted in his tracks. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Yuan's slumber was restless. In the early days of their marriage, Lin Xiyan too had struggled to find peace in sleep. He had often noticed that whenever he shifted, she would awaken. Over time, they seemed to have grown accustomed to sharing a bed, and even he had become less easily roused. In the solitude of the night, Shen Jingluan felt the sting of tears in his eyes. As a man, he should not indulge in the whims of love as a woman might. It was only when he suddenly realized his affection for Lin Shiyin that he had believed himself to be devoid of emotion. He lifted his gaze to the canopy above the bed, the fog in his eyes slowly dissipating. He held on to the belief that time was the greatest healer, capable of erasing the memory of Lin Shiyin and alleviating the pain and guilt within his heart. He cast a lingering glance at Yihuan. Why did she feel a sense of familiarity when she spoke to him and commanded him to halt, yet simultaneously perceive him as a stranger? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When Yihuan finally opened her eyes with a soft whimper, she turned to find Shun Jingluan standing by the window, his back to her. Startled, she thought it impossible for him to have entered her room uninvited while she slept. Instinctively, she glanced at her collar and let out a self-deprecating laugh. There was no man in the world more chivalrous than Shun Jingluan. He would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. Bathed in the morning light, Shun Jingluan stood tall and composed, gazing serenely out the window, reminiscent of a pine tree on the edge of a cliff, calm, poised, and elegantly proud. The golden dawn cast a beautiful halo upon his white attire, enhancing his regal appearance. Yihuan had prepared countless arguments to persuade him, yet at that moment, not a single word escaped her lips. She resented him for failing to care for their son. Yet her deepest yearning was to hear him say that their son was safe, that it had all been a mere false alarm. Sir, Yihuan's voice was dry. Has Nianqi's condition improved? Shun Jingluan turned in surprise. Her tone was reminiscent of that of his wife, Lin Shiyin. He offered a slight smile, polite yet distant, and replied, Miss He, you needn't trouble yourself. He did not answer her question. The mere address of Miss He served to widen the chasm between them. He had always been this way, preferring to keep others at arm's length. Yihuan glanced towards the door, where she could faintly see the servants waiting outside. Sir, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Shun Jingluan pursed his lips as he regarded her. He should not have lingered in the room, awaiting her awakening. He was uncertain of what he anticipated. Yet, gazing at her, disappointment washed over him, and he stated in a subdued tone, Miss He, I have merely come to inform you that I have sent someone to report to County Magistrate L that due to your ill health, you will be staying at my residence for another day. Sir, over a year ago, beneath your wedding attire, you wore a light crescent white Han-style undergarment, with red silk embroidery only along the edges. What do you wish to convey? A sardonic smile graced Shun Jingluan's lips, his expression seemingly questioning why she would concern herself with the garments he wore on his wedding day. A detail known not only to the household servants, but also to the embroiderers at the bridal shop. Yihuan felt both anxious and embarrassed, glancing towards the door again. Lowering her voice, Sir, you have a mole on your right shoulder, one you mentioned you had not noticed yourself. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her voice trembled uncontrollably as she dared not meet his gaze. In stark contrast to Yihuan's nervousness, Shun Jingluan's demeanor remained serious, his eyes filled only with curiosity. She clutched the bedspread tightly, her head bowed low. When silence lingered in the air, she stammered, I only saw it that morning. Are you telling me you are Shiyin? Yihuan nodded vigorously, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Shun Jingluan's voice was too calm, too composed. He did not believe her. Clenching her fists, she continued, You once said that in private, husband is more intimate than sir, especially in the bedroom. Shun Jingluan's tone grew increasingly frigid. Yihuan was taken aback by Shun Jingluan's complete lack of doubt. If he had sought to verify, she would have had the opportunity to explain. Yet he had condemned her without hesitation. Setting aside her embarrassment, she raised her head and asked, What must I do for you to believe me? Did Xylan not inform you that I prefer Shiyin calling me by my name? Before Shun Jingluan could respond, Yihuan's heart was tumultuous. No matter how much she trusted Xylan, how could she ever reveal the intimate matters of their chamber to a servant? Had it not been for her repeated inquiries to Xylan, Shun Jingluan would never have suspected her motives were to delve into the private affairs between Lin Shiyin and himself. Yihuan felt a pang of frustration and lowered her gaze, stating, I know you have never taken hearsay at face value. Even if you were to summon Xylan now, you would not believe her words. Miss He interjected, Yesterday, I sent Steward Shun to the Yamen to plead on your behalf, solely to alleviate my mother-in-law's concerns. Had she been alive, you would still be at the Yamen. Even with the utmost trust in someone, it is impossible to disclose everything to them. If you doubt my words, You may question me, and I shall answer. Enough. Shun Jingluan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying his anger. You and Xie San colluded at the Yamen merely to convey this to me? The individuals who intercepted the carriage were part of your scheme as well? That is not true, He Huan exclaimed. At Xian's funeral, your visit to Lungmei courtyard was not out of concern for my mother-in-law, but to guide him. That is not true. He Huan stood up with fervor. If I were allied with Xie San, how could I have delivered him into your hands and instructed Baishao to inform Xilan of his dubious intentions? He has spies within his household. Shun Jingluan silently scrutinized He Huan, his expression impassive as he gazed at her, seemingly attempting to penetrate her essence. Unable to decipher his thoughts, she continued, I know you do not believe in the supernatural. Had it not been for Xian's illness, I would have simply wished to remain by his side. I would never have spoken of this to you. I have repeatedly told myself that I am Lin Xian, and even though I have taken on the visage of He Huan, I trust that you would marry me again. Miss He, you are becoming overly presumptuous. Do you believe that by sharing mere hearsay, I would accept your nonsensical claims? Frustrated and agitated, He Huan blurted, I can recount every incident that transpired after our marriage. I can describe the arrangement of our chamber, the books in the study, the styles of clothing in the wardrobe, even the number of times you wore each piece. Bring the doctor here. Stop. He Huan commanded the maid outside, her voice laced with fury. Do you think I have lost my senses? Shun Jingluan did not nod, but his expression clearly conveyed that he believed just that. Shun Jingluan, why do you never trust anyone? You cannot witness every event in this world. Why can you not trust me just this once? Shun Jingluan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing He Huan, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. That very phrase had been uttered to him by Lin Xian in the absence of Xilan. While He Huan might be aware of the quarrel he once had with Lin Xian, even Xilan could not perfectly mimic Lin Xian's tone. He Huan, filled with anger, failed to notice the subtle changes in Shun Jingluan's expression. She exclaimed, Yes, I have indeed tried every means to see you. In the court, I harmonized perfectly with Xie San. I am unaware of his intentions and indifferent to his motives. All I desire is to remain by my son's side, to protect Nianxi without leaving his side for a moment. This is my only humble request. If you do not wish to see me, I can certainly avoid your presence. I would not want to be an eyesore to you. He Huan's eyes gradually reddened, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. She understood that he would never believe her. Even though he held affection for Lin Xian, he had never placed his trust in her. Perhaps in his heart, she was merely one of those women who would stop at nothing to marry into the Shun family. I'll lamentably admit I neglected to update. Oh dear. Additionally, Shun Jingluan and Xie San are both ordinary, utterly typical men. The neurotic male protagonist, the one with antisocial tendencies and emotional deficiencies, belongs to a different narrative entirely, crafted solely to indulge my peculiar tastes. Please rest assured, the characters in this historical tale are quite ordinary, devoid of any unconventional traits, I swear. Chapter 48 Commitment. He Huan was engulfed in sorrow, while Shun Jingluan merely scrutinized her. In the silence outside the door, Xian Chao reached out to knock, but hesitated, withdrawing her hand awkwardly. She had been waiting in the corridor from the depths of night until the first light of dawn. She had observed Shun Jingluan standing idly by the window, his gaze fixated on a distant point for over half an hour. Sensing movement beyond the door, He Huan inhaled deeply to suppress the mist forming in her eyes and pleaded mournfully, Please, let me catch a glimpse of Nianxi. You need not feign pretense any longer. I shall not marry any woman for the sake of Nianxi, Shun Jingluan reiterated firmly when he saw her moment of hesitation. In my heart, no one can replace Xian. The second daughter of the Lin family cannot, and neither can you. His words were resolute. In that instant, He Huan's heart was a tumult of confusion. Traditionally, it is women who remain loyal in mourning. Seldom do men uphold such fidelity. What did his words imply? She asked, bewildered. Why did you come to the guest room to find me? Why not have a maid awaken me? I merely wish to remind you in person that henceforth, whether you faint at the doorstep or continue to be exploited, I shall not show you any leniency for your mother's sake and will not allow you to remain in the estate. After today, take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave. Without a moment's thought, He Huan rushed to the door, blocking his path, and said urgently, I know you do not believe me. At this point, many things cannot be clarified, but I can prove that I am Lin Xian. I only wish to accompany my son as he grows. Step aside. I speak nothing but the truth, every word from the depths of my heart. Shun Jingluan took a step back, regarding her coolly, and pronounced each word with chilling clarity. Do not force me to send you to the asylum. The last shred of hope within He Huan shattered. If Shun Jingluan truly disbelieved her, he could publicly humiliate Lin Mengyan, and of course, he could send her to the asylum. He was a man of his word. He had done many good deeds in Jizhou, yet he was never soft-hearted. With resignation, He Huan whispered, "You may find my words preposterous, but why are you so unwilling to verify? I have said all I need to say." Shun Jingluan remained unmoved. He Huan interjected now. "I did not expect you to believe me, but at the very least, let me see Nianxi, even if it is just from a distance." She knelt at his feet, pleading, "Regardless of whether I am He Huan or Lin Xian, I have never implored you as I do now." Shun Jingluan attempted to turn away, but He Huan obstructed the doorway. Even if he wished to call Xian Chao to assist in pushing her aside, Xian Chao could not open the door. Lin Xian needed him to save the Lin family, which was why she chose to marry him. Yet she had never knelt and begged him. "Master, I implore you, allow me but a glimpse of Nianxi." In that fleeting moment, Shun Jingluan felt a piercing pain in his heart. To say the sick child had already passed would not suffice. Even if he were alive, he could not permit He Huan to see him, much less allow her to meet the true Shin Nianxi. Enough. Shun Jingluan bent down, grasping He Huan's shoulders, forcing her to stand and meet his gaze. In a low, steady voice, he declared, "All your actions are merely to secure a marriage with me, to preserve the He family. Very well, I may take you as my concubine, but please do not appear before me for 3 years." He Huan was taken aback by Shun Jingluan's fury. She had never seen him so enraged. What did his words mean? Now that your cousin is no longer here, you are unwilling to be a concubine? Shun Jingluan sneered. If it were not for my arranging for someone to expose you 6 months ago, were you not planning to compel me into accepting you as my concubine? He Huan's expression shifted slightly. According to the true memories of He Huan, she had been forced by the Wei family and had indeed intended to take advantage of Lin Xian's pregnancy to seduce Shun Jingluan. Ultimately, the real He Huan had retreated. She had initially thought the true He Huan was timid, but now reflecting upon it, if not for the sudden interruption by someone seeking Shun Jingluan, the true He Huan might not have given up. Had he never taken a concubine, not because she had been diligently guarding against all women who coveted him? He Huan stared blankly at Shun Jingluan. Had heaven given her a second chance merely to unveil the depths of his love for her? Her expression gradually softened. After marrying him, she slowly comprehended why all the women in Jizhou aspired to become Mrs. Shun. He possessed not only looks and the wealth and status of the Shun family, but also an aura that commanded respect yet irresistibly drew people in. Shun Jingluan likewise gazed intently at He Huan, his dark eyes becoming more inscrutable. He spoke each word with clarity, as if this were his vow. "If you nod in agreement, I shall immediately instruct Steward Shun to draft the concubine contract at the official office, resolving your affairs and sending you out of the city. For 3 years, as long as you do not appear before me, the He family shall not suffer from hunger. This is my promise." "Why?" He Huan blurted, completely bewildered. "As you said, if I continue to entangle myself, you may well send me to the madman's tower. I believe that as long as there is money, aunt and concubine Chow wouldn't care where I end up. This is your only opportunity." He Huan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I will not be anyone's concubine. For 3 years, I shall not take a wife." Shun Jingluan's voice was soft, yet each word was pronounced with utmost clarity, as if this were his true promise. He Huan was uncertain whether to feel touched or anxious. She was already 17. She could not wait 3 years. Frustration surged within her, urging her to push him away, yet he gripped her arm tighter. "I will not become anyone's concubine," she replied resolutely, relinquishing her struggle. Shun Jingluan remained silent, fixated on her. After a long moment, he finally released his grip, pushing her gently away from the door as if their earlier conversation had never occurred, and called out loudly, "Miss He, today, please rest well inside the room." Steward Shun will manage matters at the yamen. He extended his hand to open the door. Wait. Yuan grasped his arm. I wish to see Xian. I will not disturb the doctor. Shen Jingluan turned back to her. He did not respond to her request, but instead took hold of her wrist. Huan could distinctly feel the chill of his fingertips. She wanted to withdraw her hand, yet once he departed, she would have no chance to see her son. She clutched his arm tightly, repeating, I only wish to see Xian for a moment. I will not utter a single word, just a glance, and I will leave. Shen Jingluan's elongated fingers grasped Huan's index finger, prying it apart, then seized her middle finger, repeating the action, followed by her ring and little fingers. As Huan was compelled to release his arm, he firmly held her fingers, pushing her wrist away, and silently stepped back. Huan, astonished, looked down. Shen Jingluan's fingers were icy. Had he spent another sleepless night? Indeed, like her, he was troubled about their son, believing her to be dead. He must be enduring greater hardships than she. She softly uttered, I merely wish to see him. As she took a step forward, Shen Jingluan simultaneously retreated. He raised his gaze to the blinding sunlight, slightly squinting, and gently instructed Xian Chao, assist Miss Biao into the house and ensure she is well cared for while she rests inside. You cannot imprison me, Huan exclaimed, instinctively reaching for Shen Jingluan, only to be thwarted by Xian Chao's embrace. Release me. Huan struggled vigorously, yet could only watch helplessly as Shen Jingluan receded from her sight, vanishing into the distance. Upon rounding a corner, Shen Jingluan gradually halted. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no one, only the vibrant flowers in the garden vying for attention under the sun. He could faintly hear Huan reprimanding Xian Chao. Leaning in, he listened as the morning light cast a long shadow of his form upon the mottled stone path. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he opened them again, his expression had reverted to its usual calm and indifference. From afar, Shen Hua observed Shen Jingluan until he took a step forward, at which point he followed suit, speaking from behind, Master. The midwife who assisted with the birth of the eldest lady mentioned that yesterday, Captain Lin returned to inquire about the young masteress' condition. Shen Jingluan paused momentarily, then replied softly, in that case, to prevent Captain Lin from further investigation and complications, let it be known that Nianqi's condition is gradually improving. Shen Jihua looked up in surprise, studying Shen Jingluan's profile as he quietly said, Master, did you not previously state that once the eldest lady returned to the He family, you would announce the young master's illness as terminal? Let us proceed as currently discussed. You shall manage the subsequent matters appropriately. Dr. Xiao and Siju are trusted allies. They will not speak indiscreetly. The two wet nurses must be handled with utmost care. Not a word must escape their lips. Though Shen Jihua was filled with confusion, he dared not press further, merely nodding in agreement and keeping pace with Shen Jingluan. Wandering aimlessly around the garden for an extended period, Shen Jingluan ultimately paused outside the gazebo of Yilan courtyard, gazing into the courtyard. Through the window, he could faintly discern his son's cradle. Have Xilan meet me in the study, he instructed Shen Jihua, inside the guest room of the Shen residence. Huan glared furiously at Xian Chao, the door having been locked from the outside by a young maid. She felt incredulous that Shen Jingluan had simply walked away without a backward glance. He had commanded the maid to confine her. Contemplating further, she deflated like a punctured balloon. While Shen Jingluan might still harbor feelings for Lin Xian, he had always been this way with other women, impatient and dismissive, turning away without sparing a moment's thought. If he had resolved that she was indeed Huan, how could he allow her to exert any influence over him? Huan sat despondently at the table, her thoughts a tangled mess. She sensed that Shen Jingluan harbored an unspoken burden, yet in the entire Jizhou, even the county magistrate, Lord L, addressed him respectfully as Master Shen. Who could possibly place him in such a predicament? In truth, not only in Jizhou, but also in the neighboring towns. As the young patriarch of the Shen family, he has always commanded great respect. What could be troubling him? Was it perhaps due to Xie or the individuals behind Xie? Sister Xilan, the little maid's soft call interrupted Huan's thoughts. She looked up to see Xilan at the door, urging, open the door. I have something to say to Miss Biao. Her tone was hurried and filled with indignation. Today, Weibo has been buzzing with the I love you test among friends. I tried it on someone, and upon the first utterance, he turned to gaze at me. On the second, he looked at me in confusion. By the third, I found myself unable to voice it, silently turning away. Behind me, he remarked, rock climbing and horseback riding are impossible. You might as well go swimming. Oh dear, I feel utterly exhausted and devoid of affection. Chapter Patruzit Shinoa, Reprozilan. Diwan hurriedly approached the door, calling out through the door panel. Zilan paid no heed to Hihuan, insisting that the maid outside open the door. The maid mumbled something incomprehensible, to which Zilan raised her voice. Xian Chao. I merely wish to speak with my cousin before I depart. Where do you intend to go? Hihuan asked, taken aback. She did not catch Zilan's response, and turned to glare at Xian Chao, saying, I am in your Shun household. Can I sprout wings and fly away? At most. You can have a few people guard outside, but I shall not step outside this room. Xian Chao hesitated for a moment before instructing the maid to open the door. Zilan stormed into the room, casting a fierce glance at Xian Chao, and firmly declared that she wished to speak with Hihuan privately. Once the room was left with just Hihuan and herself, Zilan exclaimed with fury, The master intends to send me to Qing Song Temple. Cousin, are you pleased now? What? He wants to send you away? Hihuan, momentarily stunned, asked in confusion, What have you done to provoke him so? Zilan glared at Hihuan with resentment, wishing she could leap forward and bite her, gritting her teeth as she said, I no longer wish to see you all. Solely because you come to find me time and again, even the old woman at the door has grown weary of me. Have you not considered that with the esteemed lady gone, my situation at home cannot be the same as before? I simply wish to guard the young master in the manner the esteemed lady would have liked, yet you stab me in the back. What on earth are you saying? I wish to inquire, cousin. What did you say to the master that led him to chastise me for speaking ill of the esteemed lady, deeming me reckless, and banishing me from the house? What benefit do you gain from my expulsion? Hihuan could see that Zilan was not pretending. She was striving to contain her fury. Otherwise, she would have lunged at her. Why have you framed me? Zilan raised her voice, tears welling in her eyes, stating emphatically, You wish to marry the master. It is nothing short of wishful thinking. In the master's heart, no one compares to the esteemed lady, or he would not have ceased all else for her. Upon hearing this, Hihuan began to piece together the sequence of events. Earlier, she had been eager to prove to Shun Jingluan that she was Lin Shiyan. And the words she spoke led Shun Jingluan to mistakenly believe that Zilan had informed her, resulting in his reprimand of Zilan and his decision to send her back to the Lin family. How do you know about the esteemed lady that has incited the master's ire? Zilan's voice was hoarse. She interpreted Hihuan's silence as an affirmation. Trembling, she pressed, Who told you about the esteemed lady? Hihuan gazed intensely at Zilan. She was her most trusted maid. Should she reveal the truth? Would she believe that she was Lin Xian? Hihuan stepped forward, ready to speak, when she suddenly caught sight of a figure outside the door. Xian Chao might not dare eavesdrop on her conversation with Shun Jingluan, nor would she spread rumors. However, it was her duty to monitor Hihuan's every move and report back to Shun Jihua. Zilan, has Nianxi's illness improved? Hihuan asked softly. Zilan stared at Hihuan in disbelief, her anger flaring as she retorted, Do not think I am oblivious. You are just like the second young lady, eagerly wishing. At this moment, is there any value in uttering such impassioned words? Hihuan shook her head with a sigh, retreating a few steps to sit at the table, lamenting, You are unaware of Nianxi's condition, which is quite understandable. You yourself have stated that your cousin is no longer present, leaving you in an awkward position. There is no need for you to feign compassion here. Had you not approached me repeatedly, how could the master have driven me away? Tell me, who informed you about the eldest lady? Xilan's eyes reddened with urgency. Shun Jingluan had always treated her with courtesy and held a degree of trust in her. Otherwise, he would not have left her in Elan courtyard to care for the young master. In over a year, today marked the first time he admonished her. She knew his decision was unyielding, yet she still had the opportunity to atone for her misdeeds. As Shun Jihua remarked, they were all aware of how much the master cherished both the eldest lady and the young master. By temporarily returning to the elder lady's side, she might still have a chance to return in the future. Contemplating this, Xilan once again pressed, Who informed you about the eldest lady? How is Nianxi's illness? Has there been any improvement? He Huan inquired again, her expression suggesting that Xylan should first answer her question. Xylan remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Throughout the Shun family, apart from Shun Jingluan and Shun Jihua, only a few in Elan courtyard knew that the young master was not actually ill. She dared not pry into why her master had falsely claimed the young master was unwell. But she had previously heard vague whispers that the matriarch had received advice from a revered monk, wishing to use this pretext to help the young master evade a calamity. Initially, Shun Jingluan was skeptical of such matters, but in order to prevent the family elders from pressuring him to remarry within 3 months, and to dissuade the insincere women from harboring hopes, he ultimately acquiesced. Xylan had not believed Shun Jingluan would choose not to remarry, yet just moments ago, Shun Jihua had disclosed to her that for at least the next 2 or 3 years, the young master would not have a stepmother. If this were indeed the case, she need not worry about the young master's safety, for the members of the Shun family were genuinely devoted to the young master, especially Shun Jingluan, who would never neglect his son. In contrast, returning to the elder lady's side to help guard against the second branch of the Lin family, while caring for the young master, seemed far more beneficial. With such thoughts, Xylan's resentment toward He Huan diminished somewhat, and recalling Shun Jihua's words, she remembered that previously, to spare the elder lady's worries, the young master's feigned illness had been kept from them, but the He family had let the matter slip to Qingsong Temple. During her visit to Qingsong Temple, she could take the opportunity to inform the elder lady and others that the young master's condition was not as dire as rumored, and that he would recover soon. In this light, could it be that the entire affair yielded more advantages than disadvantages? Xylan felt somewhat bewildered, yet Shun Jihua's admonition echoed in her mind. He had advised her to think carefully before acting during her penance at Qingsong Temple, and only through the elder lady's intervention would she have an opportunity to return to the young master's side. Indeed, had it not been for Shun Jihua's recent warning, she would have been tempted to lash out at He Huan, wishing for mutual destruction. As her thoughts swirled and her emotions settled, she raised her gaze to He Huan and inquired, "Miss He, who informed you about the eldest lady?" He Huan remained silent, merely fixing her gaze upon Xylan. Suddenly, Xylan felt a pang of pity for her. Regardless of whether Shun Jingluan can truly refrain from marrying within 3 years, the mere circulation of this news is enough to ignite impatience among He Huan, Lin Mengyan, and others of their age. Their exhaustive efforts ultimately yield nothing but futility. Contemplating this, Xylan retorted, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Biao. The young master's health is no longer in jeopardy." "Is that true?" He Huan exclaimed, springing to her feet, seemingly incredulous, shaking her head. "Please, repeat that." "No matter how many times you ask, the young master will soon recover," Xylan replied. "But was he had said that Nianxi's ailment was congenital? The doctors have all stated that even if he escapes this crisis, Miss Biao, I did not expect you to be so cruel as to curse the young master," Xylan coldly scoffed, raising her voice. With the great matriarch's spirit watching over him and the diligent care from the elder master, the young master is surely destined for good fortune. He Huan did not catch the latter part of Xylan's words. She only felt the room suddenly suffused with sunlight. She clasped her hands together and reverently bowed towards the heavens. Yet, a moment later, she feared Xylan might be deceiving her and sought confirmation once more. Xylan scrutinized her in confusion and asserted Shen Yinshi was out of danger as of last night. Upon seeing He Huan's radiant expression, she suppressed her own puzzlement and inquired, "How did you come to know about the matriarch?" He Huan countered with a question. "I have spoken at length with my cousin-in-law. Which specific matter are you referring to?" She doubted that Shun Jingluan would discuss their private affairs with a maid. As expected, Xylan's expression faltered at her words. Shun Jingluan had merely chastised her for speaking inappropriately to He Huan without revealing the specifics. She could only reply, "Over the past 3 years, the matriarch has hardly conversed with you. What could you possibly know? I truly know nothing about my cousin S. affairs. It was you who came in questioning me about gossiping in front of Master Shun, was it not?" He Huan responded unhurriedly, as long as her son was safe. Whether Shun Jingluan believed her or not had become inconsequential. Even if he never acknowledged her as Lin Xian, it mattered little. She would surely find a way to return to their side. Meanwhile, within Qing Songwan, Wei Shi was both anxious and exhilarated. She addressed the recently arrived Zhang Bo. Are you saying that last night, the Shun family sent word that Huan girl stayed overnight at their residence? Did the family steward personally escort her back? Yes, Zhang Bo affirmed. And they did not return her until you left the city? Wei Shi's excitement mounted. Indeed, Zhang Bo nodded again. Wei Shi's face lit up with a smile, yet a flicker of concern clouded her heart. In her view, He Huan's 2 consecutive nights at the Shun residence meant that even if Shun Jingluan was unwilling to take her as a wife, he would certainly accept her as a concubine. However, their association with the Shun family would surely provoke the third branch. And would He Huan's entrance into the Shun household lead to an inquiry into events from 3 years prior? If Shun Jingluan aided her, the truth from 3 years ago would likely prove difficult to conceal. And Zhang, noticing Wei Shi's silence, interjected, have you inquired about the young master's condition? Zhang Bo shook his head. It's not that I haven't tried to find out. It's simply that nothing can be learned. After Mr. Shin returned to the city, the physician who had previously taken young Master Shin's pulse had already gone home, leaving only Dr. Xiao to attend to his ailment. Are you referring to that esteemed physician who served in the palace? The one who has made an appearance for a decade, and whom no amount of wealth could summon? Wei interrupted Zhang, murmuring to herself. This is the advantage of wealth and power. One can only imagine that Mr. Shun will be able to resolve the legal troubles that Ms. Huan has incurred. In stark contrast to Wei's unwavering confidence, Mrs. Han, also residing at Qingsong Temple, exhibited swollen eyes filled with worry. She lamented to her son, what exactly does your brother-in-law intend? Is this a form of confinement for us? I can't help but wonder how Nianqi is faring. If it weren't for the news brought by the He family, how long would you have kept me in the dark? Chapter 50 lies upon hearing Lady Han's words. Aunt Lu expressed her concerns, saying, Madam, permit me to speak unflatteringly. With the eldest Miss gone, the son-in-law will inevitably seek to remarry. There's a saying, when there is a stepmother, there'll be a stepfather. Before she could finish, Lin Nguyen interjected, addressing Lady Han, Mother, I suspect that brother-in-law, fearing you would worry for your little grandson, refrained from informing you. He did not disclose that Nianqi was ill, perhaps to spare us anxiety. Yet he has stationed the Shun family members at the courtyard entrance, preventing others from contacting us. Were it not for the matter of Miss Huan being apprehended by the authorities and Uncle Zhang's lamentations outside the gate, I would remain oblivious to my own confinement by my son-in-law. Lady Han's agitation grew, and as thoughts of her deceased daughter flooded her mind, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Madam, perhaps the son-in-law fears that you would miss the eldest Miss too dearly and wish to speak with him, thus disturbing his tranquility. Aunt Lu, recognizing that Lady Han was consumed by her sorrow, turned to Lin Nguyen, who was intently watching her, and said, You should check the kitchen for some snacks. As both you and Madam have hardly eaten lunch, I will assist you. Lin Nguyen seized the opportunity to dismiss Aunt Lu. Observing Lady Han lost in her grief and Lin Nguyen's unwavering gaze upon her, Aunt Lu could only bow to both before departing. With Lin Xian deceased, the main house was left with only the fragile Lady Han and the young Lin Nguyen. She felt the need to consider her descendants. Perhaps turning to a new faith was not entirely unwarranted, for Lin Xian had never believed in her. Thus she felt no sense of betrayal towards the main house. Moreover, as the second house asserted, their actions were for the greater good of the Lin family, a noble cause indeed. Lin Nguyen watched Aunt Lu leave, gently wiping Lady Han's tears, and softly said, Mother, my sister always said we should cherish each day with joy. She would not wish to see you in sorrow every day. Nguyen, how could your sister abandon us, leaving us to fend for ourselves? She clutched her son tightly, weeping as she lamented, It has not yet been 7 days since your sister's passing, and already your brother-in-law has confined us. Who knows how he will come to resent us in the future? Although Lin Nguyen felt that Shun Jingluan's actions were excessive in isolating them from the outside world, he still urged, Mother, brother-in-law merely wishes to protect us from external disturbances. Is it not better for us to remain here in peace, transcribing scriptures for sister? Lady Han disregarded her son's comforting words, continuing to weep. Does he not worry for Nianqi? Do we not ache for him? Nianqi was brought into this world by your sister's utmost struggle. Mother, brother-in-law knows you care deeply for Nianqi, which is why he did not inform you immediately. Why do you, like your sister, always defend him? Lady Han turned her head, wiping her tears. Aunt Lu is right. When there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Mother, when it comes to caring for Nianqi, who can rival brother-in-law? Lin Noyan pondered, I wonder how Nianqi is faring. May your sister's spirit in heaven ensure his safety. Indeed, Lin Noyan nodded, picking up the scriptures he had copied, and asked, Mother, do you think my calligraphy has improved? He deftly diverted the conversation. Aunt Lu, holding a plate of pastries, stood in the corridor, eavesdropping. In recent days, Lin Noyan has been unwaveringly devoted to the care of Lady Han. She yearned to send news back to the Lin family, yet the watchful eyes of Shun Jingluan surrounded her, compelling her to devise a new plan. After lunch, Xylan, accompanied by 2 young maidservants, was sent to Qing Songguan in a carriage from the Shun family. Upon seeing her, Lady Han was reminded of Lin Xian and wept once more, her tears subsiding only after a considerable time. She inquired, Why are you here instead of tending to Xian at the Shun residence? It is the master's command for me to return and serve you, madam, Xylan replied. Is it he who summoned you back? Just as Xian's body has yet to cool, he is already eager to send you all away. Lady Han's voice dripped with discontent. Please do not misunderstand, madam. Xylan hastily knelt down. I have merely returned temporarily to attend to you. What does he mean by this? Lady Han's anger had not yet dissipated. Nearby, Aunt Lu and Lin Noyan exchanged puzzled glances at Xylan. Lowering her head, Xylan bit her lip in frustration. She harbored deep resentment towards Huan, who had prevented her from guarding her young master, yet she felt compelled to heed her advice. Weighing the future of her young master against the kindness bestowed upon her by the lady, her disdain for Huan seemed trivial. Taking a deep breath, Xylan replied, Madam, the master is aware of your concerns for young Master Nianqi. I have come to convey that his condition has stabilized. May Amitabha bless us. Lady Han, momentarily forgetting that they were in a temple, clasped her hands in gratitude to the Bodhisattva, a smile finally gracing her face. Lin Noyan interjected, Sister Xylan, what ailment has befallen Nianqi? What do the doctors say? In response to the young master, I cannot specify the illness, Xylan admitted. I only know that the master has engaged Dr. Xiao to attend to him. For the past 2 days, he has remained by the young master's side for 12 hours straight. To have engaged Dr. Xiao speaks to his diligence. Lady Han nodded, her dissatisfaction with Shun Jingluan notably lessening. Xylan discreetly observed her expression, reluctantly acknowledging that Huan had indeed been more astute than she had anticipated. Following Huan's counsel, she continued, The master has sent me back to serve you, madam, but he also wishes to extend his apologies. What wrong has he committed that requires an apology? Lady Han turned her face away, displeased. Xylan quickly clarified, Madam, the master expressed that he departed hastily, concerned for the young master, and hence did not inform you. He left before dawn in fear that his absence might lead to others discussing the matter. She casually glanced at Aunt Lu before continuing. The master was apprehensive that others might disturb you and the young master. Hence he instructed the servants to attend to you carefully, not intending to withhold the news of the young master's condition from you. I am not unreasonable. After all, his concern for Nianqi is quite natural. Lady Han, already predisposed to compassion, found her irritation with Shun Jingluan diminishing further as Xylan spoke with sincerity. Aunt Lu, witnessing the unfolding scene, flickered her eyes, contemplating speaking, but ultimately chose silence. Madam, Xylan implored earnestly, the master has sent me back out of filial piety. Please allow me to stay. You have come this far. Can I truly send you back? Thank you, madam. Xylan hurriedly bowed to Madam Han and, lifting her head, said, Madam, an incident occurred yesterday that I am uncertain whether I should divulge, pertaining to the second young lady. What has she done now? Madam Han asked, her eyes betraying a barely concealed disdain. Following Huan's instructions, Xylan recounted in vivid detail the events leading to Lin Mengyan being unceremoniously dismissed by Shun Jingluan. Casting a furtive glance at Aunt Lu, no matter how soft-hearted Madam Han might be, she would harbor no sympathy for the second branch of the Lin family, bluntly remarking, She deserves it. Xylan surveyed her surroundings and, with utmost seriousness, declared that there was a matter of great importance she wished to privately report to Madam Han. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu's heart sank. Xylan was Lin Xian's confidant, and Lin Xian had never trusted her. Thus, Xylan must be intent on speaking ill of her. However, with Madame Han instructing her to leave, she had no choice but to comply. Xylan turned to watch as Aunt Lu and Lin Nguyen exited the room. Once the door was securely closed, she lowered her voice to Madame Han, saying, "Madam, the matter I wish to discuss pertains to the second young lady." Outside the door, Aunt Lu's heart raced at those few words, eager to press her ear against the door to catch Xylan's every utterance. Since Lin Xian's passing, the second branch had promised her son and daughter-in-law a prosperous future, asserting that Lin Mingyan would surely marry Shen Jingluan. It was only then that she agreed to assist them. If Lin Mingyan were indeed cast aside by Shen Jingluan, her son and daughter-in-law would be better off accompanying her, living under Madame Han's roof, where at least they would not suffer from want. Moreover, as long as Shen Yinshi was alive, Madame Han would remain his maternal grandmother and Shen Jingluan's mother-in-law. That wretched girl Xylan has always been contrary to me. It seems I must deal with her first, Aunt Lu muttered bitterly. A little over half an hour later, upon seeing Xylan emerge from Madame Han's chamber, Aunt Lu swiftly entered. Xylan stood at the corner of the corridor, gazing at the closed door. She pressed her lips together, her expression darkening, and after a moment of stillness, she proceeded toward Lin Nguyen's room, gently knocking on the door. Sister Xylan, Lin Nguyen personally invited her in. Xylan closed the door behind her, and, with a thud, knelt in the center of the room, bowing her head and saying, "Young master, I have come to Qing Songwan after being chastised by my master." Lin Nguyen stood in place, puzzled, and asked, "So everything you just said was a lie? Except for the fact that I was sent back by my master? All else is true," Xylan replied, bowing her head again, and earnestly added, "Young master, once I expose Aunt Lu's true colors, I shall seek to apologize to Madam and accept her punishment." Lin Nguyen bent down to assist Xylan, saying, "Sister Xylan, Mother is of the kindest heart. Even if you speak the truth, she would never cast you away. I understand that Madam is compassionate, but she is currently in a temper. If she learns that I was sent back by my master, she will surely be displeased with him. If I am not mistaken, Aunt Lu has undoubtedly spoken ill of me to Madam in recent days," Xylan replied. Lin Nguyen did not respond. Though still young, he could discern that some of Aunt Lu's remarks were clearly intended to stoke discord between his mother and brother-in-law. He was at a loss as to what to do, following his mother closely and occasionally diverting the conversation. "Young master, had it not been for the young Mrs. severe morning sickness, we would have long since found a way to persuade Madam to release Aunt Lu's family from the estate. Do you have any plans?" Lin Nguyen exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at Xylan, speaking with difficulty. "Elder sister has departed, and mother has been deeply saddened. I do not wish to see her in pain." Xylan nodded gently. She was reluctant to admit it, yet she had to concede that He Huan's methods were remarkably simple yet practical, even deserving of the title of a double-edged sword. At that moment, Aunt Lu was undoubtedly employing all her tricks in an effort to uncover what she had said to Han, seizing the opportunity to create obstacles for her. In fact, just as Xylan had surmised, while she was conversing with Lin Nguyen, Aunt Lu stood behind Han, massaging her shoulders while engaging her in casual chatter. Chapter 51. Following the trail, the various events that unfolded after Xylan's arrival at Qingsong Temple were swiftly relayed to Shen Jingluan by Shen Jihua, with every detail meticulously conveyed. Shen Jingluan, deep in thought, gazed at the portrait of Lin Xian, a smile gradually gracing his lips. Observing this, Shen Jihua was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Master, is something amiss?" Shen Jingluan shook his head and, with a hint of self-mockery, recounted, "This morning, I proposed to Miss He that I could take her as a concubine. Fortunately, she declined." Upon hearing this, Shen Jihua was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Shen Jingluan. After a moment of light laughter, Shen Jingluan commanded, "Have Yuan Peng come to see me tonight? At this hour?" Shen Jihua was further astonished, but upon seeing his master's nod, he dared not inquire further, bowed, and withdrew to make the necessary arrangements without another word. Meanwhile, at the yamen, when Xie San saw Shen Jihua and the physician he had brought, his mood could only be described as dismal. He believed the physician's words that He Huan was unwell, for he had noticed her fever the previous day. In truth, whether He Huan was ill or not mattered little to him. His frustration stemmed from Shun Jingluan. Days prior, he had deliberately misled He Huan, encouraging her to inform Shun Jingluan. He had anticipated some action from Shun Jingluan, yet time and again he was met with indifference, as if Shun Jingluan were entirely unaware of his existence. For instance, just yesterday, he had gone to great lengths to facilitate He Huan's stay at the Shun residence, convinced that she would inevitably encounter Shun Jingluan. To curry favor with him, He Huan would surely divulge everything she knew. By today, Shun Jingluan should have taken some initiative. Yet the Shun household remained eerily silent. It was akin to him expending all his strength to deliver a punch, only for it to land upon cotton, producing not even the faintest sound. Third Master, Chang'an glanced at the scar on Xie San's face, his expression filled with trepidation, almost crying out, "Third Master, how could you be injured on your face? What if it leaves a scar?" "Do not worry, it will not scar," Xie San reassured, touching the shallow wound, now fully scabbed over. He felt no pain, especially since he had deliberately tanned his skin. Unless inspected closely, the injury was hardly noticeable. Chang'an looked anxiously at the glaring scar, whispering, "Third Master, perhaps Master Shen truly only asked Feng Jiang to procure paintings and nothing more." "Why not?" Xie San shot him a glare, his fingers impatiently drumming on the table. One tap, two taps, three taps, and he abruptly stood up, saying, "Let's go. We must find Captain Lin." Ever since the incident of the ruffians attacking and killing in the streets, Captain Lin had been diligently seeking leads. Although the assailants had masked their faces during the attack, Xie San had clearly seen the 5 men who intercepted He Huan's carriage. The fact that the criminals had appeared in Shitu Alley at the first opportunity indicated they had been nearby at the time. Therefore, Captain Lin, accompanied by his constables, armed with the portraits provided by Xie San, had inquired among passers-by near Yongji Pawn Shop. Upon learning of the heinous street attack in Jizhou City, He Baiai had been informed immediately. However, preoccupied with his daughter He Xian's wedding, he had not paid attention to the gossip, resulting in him only discovering the incident's proximity to Shitu Alley the following morning. An ominous premonition arose within him, prompting him to send someone to investigate, leading to the acquisition of precise details regarding the event. After lunch, having seen off the envoy sent by the elf family of Lingxing, He Baiai could hardly contain his urgency as he made his way to Shitu Alley. Upon arrival, he found the streets teeming with constables, each clutching a portrait and inquiring of passers-by. The sight struck He Baiai with fear, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. He turned to leave, but hesitated after only 2 steps, spinning in place twice, his furrowed brow tight enough to crush a fly. Xie San, accompanied by Chang'an, hastened to the scene and observed He Baiai, who appeared as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He paused, taking in the sight, He Baiai alternately glancing towards the alley's entrance and the Yongji pawn shop, finally fixing his gaze upon Constable Lin. Before long, He Baiai dismissed his attendants, foregoing a carriage as he stepped into a narrow alley. Xie San instructed Chang'an to remain behind while he discreetly trailed He Baiai. He Baiai cautiously meandered through the streets, casting furtive glances before ultimately heading towards Feng Jiang's residence. Xie San's expression darkened as he swiftly approached a tavern that overlooked Feng Jiang's abode, watching intently through the window as He Baiai entered the gates of the Feng family. Xie Jingwei witnessed the same scene, letting out a soft sigh, pondering when Feng Jiang would finally make his appearance. It was inconceivable that Feng Jiang was merely a broker. Xie San articulated each word with utmost clarity, stating that sometimes cases are as straightforward as they seem, not every mystery entwined with another. Xie Jinghui paused, gently advising, "Third Master, perhaps we should wait until I apprehend Feng Jiang and recover the stolen goods, and then you may return to the capital with me." Xie San remained silent, his gaze fixed on the small courtyard of Feng Jiang. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If it were that simple, how would one explain the concealed weapon?" "Third Master, Constable Lin mentioned it belonged to the pirates. However, in my perspective, it is merely a sharp nail." Just as Xie San was about to retort, he observed Feng Jiang and He Baiai emerging from the courtyard side by side, conversing as they exited the alley before parting ways. San trailed Feng Jiang from a distance, his mind rife with doubt about whether the truth was indeed unrelated to Shen Jingluan. At the opposite end of the street, Chao Shi donned a somewhat worn yet stylish lilac jacket, her face alight with a smile as she hurried along. The previous day, the constables had seized Huan, binding him tightly, and she had believed her troubles at an end. To her surprise, fortune had favored her as Shen Jingluan intervened. Initially skeptical about Huan's prospects of marrying into the Shen family, she now felt a glimmer of hope, even if he could not be the main wife. Perhaps she could become a favored concubine. In stark contrast to Chao Yinyang's buoyant demeanor, Bai Xiao wore a frown, her brow knitted in concern as she walked with small, hurried steps. In a moment of distraction, she collided with Chao Yinyang's back. Startled, she looked up to see Chao Yinyang's gaze fixed intently on a particular direction. Following her line of sight, Bai Xiao scanned the bustling crowd but saw no familiar faces. However, Chao Yinyang wore an expression of sheer fright. "Chao Yinyang, what troubles you?" Bai Xiao's voice startled Chao Yinyang from her reverie, prompting her to abruptly turn her back to the crowd. Her lips turned pale, her earlier joy evaporated, and she trembled as she replied, "I am unwell. I shall return now." "How could it be him?" Bai Xiao exclaimed, mirroring Chao Yinyang's gesture and whispering. "Did Constable Lin release him, thus leading to the Mrs. arrest?" Chao Yinyang discreetly turned her head to glance back, only to find Sen halted in front of a small stall, meticulously scrutinizing the wares. "How is he here?" she murmured softly, incredulous that Lin Budu had so easily released him. "What shall we do now?" Bai Xiao dared not look back, and, suppressing her voice, lamented, "That San is no good. We must ensure he does not see us." Chao Shi grasped Bai Xiao's hand, pulling her into a nearby alley, explaining that they would wait until San moved on before proceeding to the Shen residence. Bai Xiao nodded, pressing herself against the wall in search of San's figure. Chao Shi paid her no heed, leaning against the wall, gazing skyward, her hands clutching her collar tightly as she endeavored to calm her racing heart. San's attention was entirely fixated on Feng Jiang, completely oblivious to Chao Shi and Bai Xiao. As he watched Feng Jiang enter the tavern and vociferously summon the attendants for drinks and dishes, a sense of disappointment washed over him. "Have you heard? Zhang Meipa has just been summoned by the Shen family." "Which Shen family?" "Surely not." "Indeed. It is said that Zhang Meipa intends to act as a matchmaker for Master Shen under the pretense of bringing fortune. This Zhang Meipa is quite audacious, boldly proclaiming her intent to marry off a father for the sake of his son's luck." "When did this occur?" "How was I unaware?" "Just half an hour ago." As the scent of cosmetics wafted through the air, San overheard the women chattering animatedly. He dared not eavesdrop on their gossip publicly and stepped into the tea house across the street. In less than half an hour from the murmurs of the patrons, San learned that Zhang Meipa had not even reached the second gate when she was ushered out by the Shen family steward, never having met Shen Jihua. Zhang Meipa claimed she was dismissed because Shen Jingluan had no intention of marrying, at least not within the next 2 to 3 years. This revelation quickly divided the tea house patrons into two factions. Some argued that this was merely Zhang Meipa's fabrication to preserve her dignity, asserting that even if Shen Jingluan had little interest in women, he ought to remarry for the sake of his son. Conversely, others contended that since Shen Jingluan had named his son Yinxi, he must indeed hold a deep fondness for Lin Xian. 10 years of celibacy for the sake of Xian Minjun was already considerable. Waiting another 3 years for Lin Xian hardly seemed excessive. As the tea house patrons engaged in fervent debate, the news of Shen Jingluan's potential remarriage 3 years hence reached the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyan, along with Wu Shi, was rendered speechless. At 16, Lin Mingyan risked becoming an old maid if no betrothal was arranged soon. Wu Shi urged her daughter to remain calm and hastily entered Lin Guqing's study, finding him seated at the table with a serious expression. "Master, you have heard the news?" Lin Guqing nodded. "What shall we do now?" "Mingyan cannot wait 3 years. Initially, did you not say? What are you babbling about?" "Master, have you not heard of this matter?" "What have you heard?" Lin Guqing and Wu Shi exchanged glances, and after a brief deliberation, Wu Shi's expression grew more grave. It turned out that Lin Guqing had just received word that Xylin had been sent to Qing Song Temple in a carriage from the Shen family. Xylan is Lin Xian's confidant. With her presence, it would be no easy feat for them to contend with the Han family and Lin Nguyen. Outside the room, Lin Mingyan strained her ears but could discern nothing. Growing impatient, she glanced at the door before pushing it open, only to find her parents seated across from each other at the table, enveloped in silence. Clearing her throat, she lowered her voice and said, "Father, Master Shun and we share a long-standing business relationship, and as Xian's aunt, who else in all of Jizhou would be more suitable than I? What do you understand?" Lin Guqing scolded his daughter. "Father, enough, enough," Mrs. Wu interrupted her, ushering her out of the room. Then turning to Lin Guqing said, "My dear husband, it would be best to resolve Mingyan's marriage swiftly and decisively." Chapter 52. Prosperity. The Wu family's so-called swift knife to cut through chaos merely intended to leverage the long-standing business ties between the Lin and Shen families, compounded by the fact that Lin Mingyan was the sole eligible daughter of the Lin family, to proactively approach Shun Jingluan with a marriage proposal. Previously, Lin Guqing had, for the sake of male pride, expressed to his wife and daughter that, given his relationship with Shun Jingluan, this marriage was practically a certainty. However, in truth, he was merely speaking idly at that moment. Observing her husband's sullen silence, Wu hastily urged, "My lord, at this juncture, it would be entirely reasonable for us to broach the subject with the Shun family. After all, this concerns both the Lin and Shun families, not just Shun's decision alone. What do you understand?" Lin Guqing retorted with displeasure. "After yesterday's incident with Mengyan, how can I possibly bring it up? Isn't she just a child lacking understanding?" Wu dismissed lightly. While the couple exchanged words, Lin Mingyan fidgeted anxiously outside the door. Although Shun Jingluan was somewhat older, he was the only one worthy of her in the entirety of Jizhou. She firmly believed that she would inevitably become Madame Shun. The only variable was whether she would have to wait 3 months or 10. If she were to wait 3 years, would she not become an old maid? "It's all because of he family. It's he Huan who has wronged me," Lin Mingyan muttered to herself, increasingly convinced that Shun Jingluan's sudden change of heart must have been due to being startled by her behavior yesterday. "I shall confront her." She turned and dashed outside. "Stop!" Lin Guqing bellowed. "Where do you think you're going?" "Father," Lin Mingyan returned to her parents, seething, "It's he Huan. She is the one who has brought me disgrace." Slap! Lin Guqing struck her sharply across the face. "Haven't you learned your lesson from yesterday?" He then turned to Wu, reproaching, "It's all your fault. You always indulge her. She's grown up now, and yet she runs off at the slightest provocation." "Father," Lin Mingyan covered her cheek in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Guqing. "What have I done wrong? My elder sister is gone. It should be my turn to marry." "Mingyan," Wu hastily interjected, casting a discreet glance around. "Let us discuss this inside." She pushed her daughter into the room, chastising softly, "How many times have I told you? Why are you still so impulsive? Your father has already formed a decision regarding this marriage." She gave her daughter a reassuring glance. Simultaneously, in a bustling tea house, Xie Sen monitored Feng Jiang while listening to the animated gossip of tea patrons regarding Shun Jingluan. 10 years ago, Xie Sen was merely 10 years old. Not only was he not in the capital at the time, but even if he had been, he would have had no knowledge of the inner workings surrounding the former crown prince's downfall, nor of how Shun Jingluan, as an advisor to the former crown prince, managed to extricate himself unscathed. Nonetheless, he could assert with certainty that Shun Jingluan had remained unmarried for a decade after returning to Jizhou, and this was certainly not due to Xie Minjun. Although they had been engaged, they never formalized the marriage, and even Xie Minjun's remains were left with the Xie family. Reflecting on this, Xie San raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Casting his gaze across the street towards the tavern, Xie Jinghui had been tracking Feng Jiang for over a year, and this time he would not escape. Had it not been for his desire to investigate the relationship between Feng Jiang and Shun Jingluan, Xie Jinghui would have already apprehended him with evidence. He escorted Feng Jiang back to Beijing to report. Was he too selfish? Xie Sen once again lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp, inadvertently catching sight of 2 timid figures blending into the crowd, seemingly fearful of being discovered. Xie Sen speculated that Chao Shi and Bai Xiao were likely heading to the Shun residence, but what could they possibly be afraid of? He scanned the surroundings, but noticed nothing unusual. Bai Xiao, catching Xie San's gaze, turned pale, gripping Aunt Chow's arm and urging, "Let us go, he has spotted us." Aunt Chow nodded, nearly burying her head in Bai Xiao's chest, wishing she could sprout wings and flee the scene immediately. Once the two had distanced themselves by 100 meters, Chao Shi could no longer suppress her complaints. "We told you, even if we go to the Shun residence, we may not meet the eldest miss. How could we leave the eldest miss alone at Master Shin's house? Why not?" Chao Shi shot Bai Xiao a glare, reminding her that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They must ensure that the eldest miss recuperates well at the Shun residence. Do you understand? As they conversed and walked, they gradually moved farther away, soon arriving at the gates of the Shun residence. Among the crowd, He Baihai silently observed them, stroking his chin in contemplation. Witnessing the servants of the Shen family allowing them entry, he hired a carriage and headed towards Qing Song Temple. Chao Shi had initially thought they would face numerous obstacles before seeing He Huan, but to her surprise, the servants of the Shun family directly led them inside. Following a maid of about 14 or 15, she quietly surveyed her surroundings. She recalled her first entrance into the He family, which appeared much like what lay before her now. White walls and green tiles, surrounded by flourishing blooms, with the bluestone tiles gleaming from the rain. In just a decade, the He family's garden had vanished, the 4 courtyards reduced to 2, and even the ancient trees planted by their ancestors had been sold for silver. The house itself had not been maintained for 10 years. During the plum rain season, leaks were everywhere. As she beheld the Shun family's garden, with its towering artificial hills, vibrant flowers, and the melodious sound of flowing water, koi swimming joyfully, Chao Shi could not help but feel envious. Had it not been for the pirates at sea, she too could reside in this paradise. However, upon recalling the events of a decade ago, her shoulders slumped and her gaze dimmed. Why had that man appeared in Jizhou? Was he searching for her? "On Gao," Bai Xiao whispered. Chao Shi snapped back to reality, noticing 2 maids from the Shun family standing respectfully at the door. One of them knocked and announced, "Sister Xian Chao, the Chao lady from the He family has come to visit the young miss." As soon as the words were spoken, the door swung open, and Xian Chao bowed to invite Chao Shi inside. Peering in, Chao Shi saw He Huan seated at a writing desk, a young maid standing at the side, grinding ink. Chao Shi surveyed the surroundings. The room was spacious and bright, with minimal furnishings. Yet both the desk and the antiquities rack, even the flower stand by the door, were crafted from intricately carved redwood, exuding an enduring luster. A screen in the corner towered taller than her, embroidered with 2 large red flowers, the identity of which she did not recognize, but found to be exceedingly splendid, with 2 colorful butterflies vividly depicted on the petals. This room was infinitely more splendid than the one from yesterday. Chao's heart sank as she approached the desk, only to find He Huan engrossed in her drawing. The paper depicted several coarse and burly men, reminiscent of thugs one might encounter on the streets. She hastily remarked, "Miss, what are you doing? You are unwell and should be resting properly." He Huan did not lift her gaze but asked Chao Yinyang, "Have you come to see me about something at home?" "I was merely concerned for your well-being," Chao replied, taking a seat. Her eyes darted around the room, noting that even Xian Chao and the others seemed more deferential than the day before. Observing He Huan's indifference, she casually inquired, "By the way, when did you learn to draw?" "Father taught me a bit once," He Huan replied dismissively. At this, Xian Chao's eyes flickered with curiosity as she glanced at the desk, where He Huan was gently drawing her final piece of artwork, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was evident to Xian Chao that He Huan's spirits had lifted since Zilan's departure. Politely requesting some ink and paper, she continued to sit at the table and draw. Before long, He Huan handed the drawing to Xian Chao. "Say, Miss Xian Chao, please deliver this to Steward Shun or my cousin-in-law. It depicts the 5 men who intercepted the carriage, though my observation was limited to a glance through the curtain, so may lack some details." Xian Chao nodded, about to withdraw, when He Huan called her back. He Huan fixed a deep gaze on Chao and said, "Additionally, please inform Steward Shun that my earlier fever and fainting spell were due to my own carelessness after getting caught in the rain, and it has nothing to do with your household. As for the medical fees, the cost of the medicine, and the additional 50 taels, I I kindly ask you to retrieve them from home and return them to Steward Shun. Regarding the ointment gifted by my cousin-in-law and the assistance I received last night, I can only express my gratitude here. Chow was reluctant to part with the 50 taels she had long regarded as her private reserve. She shot by Xiao a fierce glare and was about to retort when Huan continued, "Today, my ability to recuperate at my cousin-in-law's home is entirely due to his efforts to negotiate at the yamen. Otherwise, I would have surely been dragged to court by Captain Xie, and possibly my entire family would face trial." The mention of her family facing trial struck fear into Chow's heart. By the time she collected herself, Xin Chao had already exited with the ink-grinding maid. Chow quickly rose to close the door, urgently asking, "What do you mean by facing trial? What on earth is going on?" Huan did not respond directly, but countered, "Chow Yinyang, would you prefer to clutch those 50 taels and spend a lifetime in prison with Jing Di? Or would you rather unite with me and navigate this crisis together?" "What nonsense are you speaking? It was your own actions that summoned Xie," Chow retorted, turning away with determination. "If that is your belief, then there is little I can do. However, do not say I did not warn you. The house on Stone Alley was entirely your idea. I was not privy to it all." "What house on Stone Alley?" Chow asked, her face a mask of confusion. "Are you referring to the place where robbers attack?" She shook her head in alarm, eager to distance herself from the matter. "I know nothing of any Stone Alley or house. You can ask your aunt if you don't believe me. You may inquire with the appropriate authorities, as it is not within my jurisdiction to intervene. However, I feel compelled to caution Aunt Chow that should I appear in court, my cousin may, out of familial loyalty, send someone to intercede on my behalf. As for those who would maliciously extort money from him, I cannot ascertain whether he would choose to involve himself in their affairs. You need not resort to alarmist rhetoric." A sense of trepidation has gripped Chow. "Aunt Chow, let us consider the matter empathetically. If you were in my cousin's position, would you not recognize your intentions?" Although Chow is uncertain of the veracity of Huan's words, she is indeed fearful of appearing in court and reluctantly concedes to retrieve the money. Huan observes her with a subtle shake of the head, moderating his tone as he speaks. "Aunt Chow, while I appreciate your reprimand of Miss Lin, it is essential to maintain clarity regarding the matter at hand. Perhaps you perceive the sum of 50 taels as insignificant to my cousin, yet the wealth of the Shun family is their own concern. The question of whether we ought to accept another's money, and if we are even entitled to it, speaks to the principles of our character. Enough of this. You are being overly verbose. I shall return home to fetch the money." Chow, in a huff, storms out, her tears flowing as she laments, "My driver's license has expired. The vehicle administration informed me that it has been nearly 2 years. I must retake the first subject test. How distressing. Should I abandon the pursuit of my license or press on with the examination? Oh, the madness of it all. I distinctly remember renewing my license so vividly, so clearly. Seeing me in such a pitiable state, would you grant me a pink ticket? Is it too shameless to make such a request?" Chapter 53. Difficulties. Huan watched as the Chow family departed, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. Initially, when she conspired with the Chow family to frame C.S. San, they showed no reluctance in testifying against him in court. Yet now, upon hearing the mention of the magistrate's office, she appeared almost timid. Could it be the previous day's encounter with the constables had instilled fear in her? Her thoughts briefly turned to C.S. San, and with no time to ponder the Chow family's unusual behavior, she whispered a few instructions to Bai Xiao, dispatching her to discreetly follow the Chow family home. Once she was alone in her chamber, she wearily leaned back in her chair, her mind consumed by the visage of her son. Although Zilan had assured her with unwavering conviction that her son was no longer in mortal peril and that his condition was not as dire as the rumor suggested, how could she find peace without witnessing his recovery with her own eyes? Unbeknownst to Huan, while she fretted over her son's illness, Shun Jingluan was in the Yilan courtyard, playfully engaging with Shun Yinshi. When Shun Jihua handed him the portrait painted by Huan, he instinctively glanced at the other 5 portraits laid upon the table. Though Huan and Xie San had distinctly different styles and techniques, it was evident that they had depicted the same 5 individuals. "My lord," Shun Jihua knelt, but was halted by Shun Jingluan. You shall personally deliver the portraits created by the young lady to the magistrate's office, Shan Jingluan commanded, as he picked up the portrait of Xie San, scrutinizing it closely, and sighed softly. It seems my absence from the capital has rendered me unable to discern who has been his mentor. My lord, judging from the portraits, Xie San has only scratched the surface in his learning, while the young lady, though not a master, has evidently practiced for a time. I'm surprised that, given the circumstances of the He family, she found leisure to pursue painting. Shen Jingluan remained non-committal, merely urging Shen Jihua to take the portraits to the magistrate's office. At the Jizhou County office, a mere night had passed, yet Magistrate L was already in a state of agitation, his mouth filled with sores. Previously, in an attempt to curry favor with Xie San and Shen Jingluan, he had ordered the constables to detain He Huan in court. Now, however, he realized that his flattery had backfired. At this juncture, he finally comprehended that He Huan was of little consequence. The real contest lay between Xie San and Shen Jingluan, both of whom he could not afford to offend. How could he not be anxious? Seeing Shen Jihua approach, Magistrate L hurriedly stepped forward, smiling. What instructions does Master Shen have? If Butler Shen had merely sent word, there would have been no need for you to make this trip personally. Shen Jihua promptly bowed to Magistrate L and handed him the portrait created by He Huan. In a clear and deliberate manner, he stated that both He Huan and Shen Jingluan hoped the magistrate's office would swiftly apprehend the bandits depicted in the portraits, revealing the truth to the world. Magistrate, drenched in cold sweat, understood that Shen Jihua was explicitly reminding him that capturing the criminals and maintaining public order was the government's responsibility, independent of Xie San and Shen Jingluan. Should this matter reach his superiors, it could jeopardize his evaluation for the year. Butler Shen, Magistrate L chuckled ingratiatingly as he stepped closer, ensuring they were alone. He lowered his voice. These individuals have committed numerous heinous acts. Even if I were to turn Jizhou upside down, I would spare no effort to find them. However, he intentionally lowered his tone further. Once apprehended, what should be done with them? I humbly request your guidance, my lord. You jest. Shen Jihua cupped his hands in greeting to County Magistrate Liu, asserting that now that the suspect had been apprehended, justice would surely be served, wouldn't it? Liu's expression faltered, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Steeling himself, he replied, "Thank you, Captain Xie, for your meticulous efforts. Once Miss He has recovered, we may require Master Shen's assistance in escorting her to the magistrate's office." Rest assured, Shen Jihua's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk as he bowed once more, saying, "Although my young master is unwell, I know you are concerned for him, always by his side, losing sleep over his condition. However, I have already instructed my subordinates to accompany Miss Biao to meet with you and Captain Xie when she is well. My master maintains that all matters in this world ultimately adhere to principle and law. Wouldn't you agree, Magistrate Liu?" Upon hearing this, Liu felt a cold sweat break out, his vision dimming. With the Shen family stance so firm, it seemed he could only further persuade Xie San. Meanwhile, in Shen's guest room, Madame Chow threw a pouch of coins on He Huan's lap, her voice laced with anger. "I've already gone to fetch the silver. Why did you send Bai Xiao back? Do you fear I might abscond with it?" She grimaced, watching intently as He Huan extracted the coins from the pouch. He Huan smiled. "I know well that Aunt Xiao's intelligence is not to be underestimated. I merely asked Bai Xiao to retrieve something. There is no need for you to worry." Madame Chow's face instantly flushed with indignation. He Huan's words clearly mocked her for her perceived greed and fixation on wealth. She muttered in frustration, "I know you all look down on me, thinking my origins are humble and that I can barely read. Gao, where are you going with this? To be honest, your willingness to stand up for me at the Shen residence and assist in reprimanding Miss Lin will forever be etched in my memory. By the way, is Jing Di particularly worried?" She deftly shifted the conversation. Once Madame Chow had indulged in enough snacks and tea, leaving the Shen household with lingering satisfaction. He Huan gestured to Bai Xiao, pointing towards the figures outside, and wrote on paper, "After Aunt Chow returns, did she mention Shirtu Alley to Aunt Dama?" Bai Xiao nodded and then shook her head, writing, "Aunt Chow questioned the matriarch about whether she was aware of our connection to the property in Shirtu Alley. The matriarch dismissed her, claiming that Aunt Chow was mad with greed and speaking nonsense, asserting that if the family still possessed land, we wouldn't be living from meal to meal. He Huan nodded thoughtfully and then inquired of Bai Xiao, when Madame Chow spoke with Madame Tao, "Did she notice you?" Seeing her shake her head, He Huan glanced towards the direction of Song Temple. She had always believed that the property deed bore her grandfather's name, and considering the passage of years, it was indeed possible that Madame Chow and Madame Tao were unaware. Yet, the Wei family could not be entirely ignorant. In essence, the Wei family and the Chow family were alike, albeit one was more power-hungry while the other was driven by greed. Reflecting on the unreasonable actions of the Wei family during the division 3 years ago, He Huan was nearly certain that the third branch held some leverage over the Wei family. For now, she needed to first address external threats before devising a means to stabilize her own house. Seated at the table in contemplation, He Huan's thoughts drifted back to the 5 individuals who had intercepted the carriage. If this matter were not orchestrated by Lin Mingyan, she would undoubtedly have confessed on that fateful day. The words spoken by Xie San in the magistrate's office still resonate vividly in her mind. Should it be true that the man who perished in Shirtu Alley was one of the 5 who intercepted her family's carriage? It is plausible that Lin Mingyan was merely a pawn in this scheme. Yet, this scenario still fails to elucidate the situation. One must consider that the He family is but a dilapidated household. On that fateful carriage were a young orphan who had lost her parents, a widow who clung to her adopted son, and a maid who wept incessantly. Who would go to such lengths to confront them? Upon further contemplation, it seems that the subsequent 1,000 words would be more fitting in the next chapter. Thus, the following chapter shall comprise 4,000 words. Chapter 54. A bitter night. As night fell, Xianqiao and the others attended to He Huan, assisting her with dinner, administering her medicine, and helping her wash up before taking their leave one by one. Once the room was devoid of company, Bai Xiao remarked enviously, "Miss, this room is truly exquisite, especially the 2 flowers on the screen. I have never seen such beauty." He Huan was taken aback to find that Shun Jingluan had placed her in this guest room, designed specifically for receiving distinguished female guests of the Shun family. She gazed at the screen and explained, "These flowers are called peonies, cherished by the people of the capital in Luoyang." Could it be that they were brought back by Master Shun from the capital? Bai Xiao stepped closer, eager to touch them, yet hesitant to desecrate the blooming flowers. He Huan offered no response. It was said that when Shun Jingluan returned to Jizhou a decade ago, he encountered bandits on the way, losing not only his possessions but also injuring Shun Jihua, making their entrance into the city quite distressing. Thus, this screen could not have been brought back at that time. It was likely a purchase made by Shan Jingluan in recent years. In truth, even without this screen, after more than a year of marriage, He Huan felt that despite his words, he still harbored a longing for the capital in his heart. Noticing her mistress lost in thought, Bai Xiao curiously asked, "Miss, how do you know this flower is called a peony?" "I merely read it in a book," He Huan replied dismissively, instructing Bai Xiao to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night. Glancing at the moonlight outside, Bai Xiao whispered, "Miss, there's no one guarding outside. May I slip down to the corridor and secretly sketch the patterns on a lantern? Just because there's no one guarding does not mean we are unobserved." "Let's not complicate matters," He Huan said, already lying down. With no alternative, Bai Xiao reluctantly extinguished the flame. In the enveloping darkness, He Huan gazed at the luminous moonlight, her thoughts swirling as she found it difficult to sleep, wishing fervently to sprout wings and fly to her son, even if only to glimpse his little face from afar. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after He Huan had breakfast and taken her medicine, Shun Jihua arrived. He informed her that they had found witnesses the previous day who could attest that the 5 ruffians had intercepted the He family's carriage solely for the purpose of robbery. After the carriage burst out of the alley, the thugs had continued to pursue them until Captain Lin arrived, at which point they scattered. He Huan was uncertain whether the witnesses had genuinely seen the incident or if Shun Jihua had hired them with money to prove her innocence. Seeing that Shun Jihua's account aligned with the facts, she nodded in agreement to recount the events truthfully in court. After a short while, He Huan, accompanied by Bai Xiao, boarded the carriage. Just before they set off, Shen Jihua informed her that once the matter at the Yamen was resolved, the carriage would take them directly back to the He family. As the wheels of the carriage rolled steadily along, He Huan peered through the gap in the curtains to observe the bustling scene outside. In a nearby bun shop, steam rose from the steaming baskets as a woman energetically called out to customers, while others fried dough sticks and sold rice dumplings, all appearing orderly and vibrant. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure, biting into a sesame cake as he navigated through the crowd. Angrily, she turned her gaze away, pursing her lips in silence. Outside the carriage, although Xie San did not see He Huan, he had already taken note of the Shun family-esque carriage. His eyes remained fixed on Feng Jiang nearby, never allowing his guard to drop. In the early morning, the sun's rays cascaded through the delicate clouds, bestowing a golden hue upon the bustling streets. Passers-by leisurely enjoyed their breakfasts or casually greeted acquaintances, creating an ambience of lively activity intertwined with tranquility and serenity. Xie San trailed behind Feng Jiang, occasionally dodging pedestrians. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye, and instinctively, he turned toward the source of light, only to behold a man with his back to him, fixated on the Shun family's carriage. Realizing that Feng Jiang was about to vanish from his sight, Xie San quickened his pace and glimpsed the man's profile. To his astonishment, he recognized him as one of the individuals who had intercepted the He family's carriage that day. What was his intent? As Xie San hesitated, torn between pursuing Feng Jiang or apprehending the man, he watched as the figure sheathed a dagger at his waist and produced a black cloth to cover his face. Xie San shouted towards Shen Jihua at the front of the carriage, "Be cautious. That man is Xie San." The sudden exclamation was drowned out by the crowd's commotion. Following the sound, he saw a man brandishing a dagger at him, shouting, "It matters not if we die. Kill them all, and then find Xie Zhenghui." Amidst the panic of fleeing townsfolk, two masked assailants lunged toward the Shun family's carriage, while two others, unable to don their black veils in time, swung their blades at Xie San. "Protect Third Master." Two of Xie Jingwei's subordinates abandoned their pursuit of Feng Jiang, confronting the assassins, one on each side. Xie San yelled, "Capture them alive and bring them to the Yamen." He then witnessed Shen Jihua, stunned, staring at the dagger aimed at his face, swiftly rolling off the carriage's axle. The coachman, in shock, clutched the reins tightly. The horse neighed and reared, bolting forward. The coachman struggled to regain control, shouting to calm the frightened steed, when suddenly, a searing pain shot through his right arm. Before he could react, a bloody dagger slashed toward his throat. The coachman hastily released the reins, grasping the masked assailant's wrist, and as the carriage jolted, both men tumbled to the ground. Shen Jihua rolled and crawled, desperately evading the attacks of the masked men. Seeing the coachman entangled with another assailant and the white horse galloping wildly through the streets, he cried out in despair for Miss Biao, exerting himself to rush forward, only to be struck in the shoulder by a dagger. At the moment Shen Jihua fell from the carriage, Xie San had already sprinted towards it. However, a distance separated him from the carriage, and he could only helplessly watch as it collided with several stalls. Realizing the imminent danger of the carriage crashing and potentially causing catastrophe, he took a deep breath and leapt forward, seizing the reins. The horse slowed, slightly under his grasp, but continued to charge straight toward a bun shop. Dragged for 3 or 4 meters, Xie San suddenly heard a loud crash, and a flurry of buns, mingled with scalding water, cascaded toward him like petals in the wind. Known for his handsome appearance since childhood, Xie San had intentionally tanned his skin. He cared little for scars on his face, but the thought of disfigurement weighed heavily on him, knowing could lead to dire consequences for many. He hurriedly lowered his head to shield his cheeks, only to feel a sharp, stinging pain in his arm. Hiss! The horse let out anguished cries as it was scalded by the hot water, shaking its head in a desperate attempt to toss off the reins, its forelegs thrashing about. Xie San, fully aware that it was impossible to immediately tame the frenzied steed, gritted his teeth against the pain, grasping the reins with one hand while searching for a dagger in his boot with the other, intending to sever the bindings. Alas! The carriage of a Shin family was secured with premium bullhide ropes, and no matter how sharp his dagger was, it could not sever the cords in an instant. He attempted to leap onto the horse's back, but the animal was bucking violently, and his right hand was burned by the boiling water. Looking up, he noticed the once bustling street was now nearly deserted. He turned back toward the carriage and shouted, "Jump out, jump down." Inside the carriage, He Huan and Bai Xiao were utterly oblivious to the chaos outside. Just a moment ago, He Huan had been simmering over the sight of Xie San, and suddenly she was met with a cacophony of noise from outside, followed by the carriage lurching violently. Her forehead collided with the carriage wall, momentarily staggering her. As she steadied herself, eager to inquire about the disturbance, the carriage jolted again, accompanied by a chorus of screams from outside. He Huan sought to escape, but the thick curtain obstructed her view, leaving her in ignorance of the unfolding events. She could only implore the panicked Bai Xiao to hold onto the carriage and avoid being thrown out by the tumultuous jolting. Startled by the sound of Xie San's voice, He Huan released her grip on Bai Xiao, lifted the curtain, and before she could ascertain the situation, a loud thud resonated as Bai Xiao's head struck the carriage wall, causing her to faint instantly. Although He Huan was not fond of Bai Xiao's incessant weeping in that moment, her instincts took over as she cradled Bai Xiao's head to prevent further injury. She pressed her back firmly against the carriage to steady both their bodies. Xie San, witnessing the horse's escalating frenzy, called out once more, "Did you hear me? Jump out." One hand clutched the reins while the other attempted to steady himself on the horse's back. Perhaps his movements inadvertently brushed against the scalded wound of the horse, prompting another anguished cry as the carriage collided with a nearby stall, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. The horse galloped even more wildly, and the carriage appeared poised to accelerate further. "Jump out." Xie San dared not make any further movements, fearful that he might aggravate the horse's injuries and incite greater madness. With a resounding crash, one side of the carriage flew off, and the corresponding side of the carriage followed suit, the roof collapsing in the process. Thud, thud, thud. The carriage, now devoid of wheels, ground against the earth, creating sparks, yet the horse, driven by its pain, continued to accelerate, and the carriage threatened to disassemble at any moment. He Huan, gripping the carriage with one hand and holding Bai Xiao with the other, felt her face blanch in terror. Upon hearing Xie San's urgent plea again and spotting a vegetable stall ahead, she clenched her teeth, held her breath, tightly embraced Bai Xiao, and closed her eyes. Leaping towards the stall, suddenly she felt a tightness around her ankle, forcing her to release Bai Xiao. Opening her eyes, she realized her right foot had become ensnared. It dawned on her that the habit Shen Jingluan had picked up from somewhere was the presence of fishing nets beneath the carriage seats. Typically, these nets would secure rolling items during travel, but now they had ensnared her foot tightly. Xie San observed He Huan precariously dangling from the cart, frantically waving her arms as if to grasp at something. A wave of frustration surged within him. How could there exist a woman so foolish, incapable of even jumping from a carriage? Why was it that every encounter with her seemed to bring misfortune? Why did he find himself repeatedly rescuing her? Turning his gaze back, Xie San noted the street behind the cart was deserted, yet ahead, a curious crowd gathered, intrigued by the commotion. The spirited stallion, owned by the Shun family, exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, it seemed to unleash its inherent wildness, galloping uncontrollably. With no other option, Xie San drew his dagger and plunged it into the neck of the white horse, swiftly withdrawing it. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Yet the stallion did not collapse immediately. Rather, it let out a frantic neigh and charged ahead as if possessed. At the moment the horse cried out, Xie San leaped onto the yoke, only to discover that He Huan's foot was ensnared in a fishing net. He leaned forward to sever the net, and as the stallion surged ahead, He Huan was flung from the cart. In a desperate attempt, he caught her midair. At that moment, He Huan was utterly bewildered, feeling the world spin around her as the arms of a man enveloped her tightly, just as they had done before. His body radiated warmth, in stark contrast to the icy ground beneath her. Through the thin fabric of her clothing, she felt the sharp stones digging into her. With each roll, his weight pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. She wished for unconsciousness, yet remained acutely aware of his palm pressing against the back of her head, securing it against his chest, while his other arm encircled her back, striving to shield her from harm. In that moment, Xie every movement was driven solely by instinct. The only sensation left to him was pain. His right hand, scalded by boiling water, scraped against the ground with every shift, the agonizing, searing pain rendering him oblivious to all else. Suddenly, as Xie steadied their bodies, the white horse collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsed twice, and then fell silent. The onlookers, having whispered among themselves, began to approach. Xie released Huan and rolled aside, lying on his back, gazing up at the cerulean sky. His arm ached with an intensity that made him want to curse, and he felt utterly drained. Abruptly, a series of startled gasps echoed as Huan spotted two menacing figures charging toward them, wielding sharp blades. She recognized them as the assailants who had intercepted the cart. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly retrieved the dagger that had fallen from Xie's hand, gripping it tightly with both hands, the blade aimed at the advancing men. Trembling, she inquired, "Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want?" The two men disregarded her completely, launching a direct attack aimed at her face. Xie instinctively pushed Huan aside, confronting their assault with his bare hands. Taken aback, she stumbled, and, as she looked up, one of the assailants aimed a dagger at Xie's abdomen, while the other sought to plunge his blade into his chest. She gasped in horror, but in a fleeting moment, she saw Xie evade the abdominal strike and deflect the weapon aimed at his chest. Yet, just as she blinked, the assailants renewed their attack, targeting both Xie's face and back. As Huan witnessed Xie besieged on all sides, she found herself struggling to catch her breath. In a moment of electrifying urgency, she disregarded her thoughts, glanced down at the dagger in her hand, and, with her eyes shut tight, charged towards the enemy behind Xie, intending to plunge the blade into the man's back. Xie, sensing her reckless intent, felt a surge of madness. Did she not realize that by blindly rushing forward with her eyes closed, a mere turn of the enemy could spell her doom with a swift strike? He deflected an incoming attack with a punch and struck Huan's shoulder with a palm, bellowing, "Get away!" No sooner had he spoken than the chill of his left arm's wound, as he had anticipated, arrived on cue, swiftly staining his sleeve crimson. Ignoring the pain, he pivoted to shield Huan with his body, his right fist aimed at the enemy's eye socket. To Xie's astonishment, the adversary exhibited no inclination to evade or defend. Instead, he absorbed the blow as though impervious to pain, countering with a knife aimed at Xie's throat. One might wonder whether such depictions of combat are unappealing. I confess, I am not particularly adept at crafting such scenes, yet I find myself drawn to them, lamenting my own masochism. Chapter 55. Chaos before him stood opponents unafraid of death and indifferent to pain, while behind him was a woman devoid of the strength to harm even a chicken. The gravity of the situation left no room for Xie to ponder. Instinctively, he grasped Huan's shoulders, lowering his head to evade a lethal strike aimed at his throat. Observing his adversary's lack of defense, he forcefully pushed Huan aside, narrowly dodging one assailant's blade, only to find another immediately following with a second attack. The two men in black scarves coordinated seamlessly, each strike intent on delivering Xie to his demise. Yet, their fluid collaboration inadvertently provided Xie with a rhythm, allowing him to navigate both offense and defense with surprising ease, resulting in a fierce stalemate among the three combatants. Huan, standing nearby, was entranced by the whirlwind of combat, hesitant to approach and become a burden to Xie. Instead, she clutched her dagger tightly, vigilantly scanning her surroundings to deter any intruders. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps it had only been a brief moment, or perhaps an eternity. Just as Huan perceived that Xie's left sleeve was becoming saturated with blood, two bloodied men sprinted toward them from a distance. Uncertain of their intentions, she brandished her dagger, demanding, "Who are you?" Ignoring her, they shouted in unison, "Third Master," and swiftly positioned themselves in front of Xie, creating a barrier against the black-scarred assailants. In truth, Xie's stamina had long reached its limit. He had fought valiantly against two foes, fueled solely by youthful vigor and an indomitable spirit. Now, sensing a shift in their favor, he retreated several paces, acutely aware of his weary arms and trembling legs. Seeing this, Huan discarded her dagger and rushed to Xie San, intent on assessing the injury to his left hand, yet hesitant to cause him further pain. "Fear not, I shall not perish," Xie San retorted sharply, commanding, "Capture them alive." Amidst the unmistakable scent of blood, Huan glimpsed the gruesome wound through the dark crimson fabric. "This injury is a debt I owe you," she uttered with difficulty, realizing that had she not recklessly intervened, he would have remained unharmed. Xie San turned to regard her with a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you suggesting that I should stab you in return?" Huan pressed her lips together, glaring up at him. Dismissing her with a scoff, Xie San shifted his gaze back to the tumultuous skirmish, muttering under his breath, "Your debts to me are numerous. This is merely one among many." Huan refrained from arguing, her attention fixated on his wound. Witnessing the blood continuing to seep forth, she murmured, "I am not skilled in bandaging wounds, but it seems one ought to staunch the bleeding first. Ensure they do not perish. They possess wax bullets beneath their tongues." Xie San shouted to the constables. At this moment, the black scars had long since vanished. Their earlier struggle against Xie San had drained their strength. Now, faced with the relentless advance of the constables, they could only retreat, lacking the strength to counterattack. Xie San surveyed the four fighters from a distance, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. Having trained in martial arts for over a decade, he had always believed himself invulnerable, only now realizing that had it not been for Xie Zhenghui insisting that two subordinates accompany him, he might well have met his end today. As for his martial prowess, he had trained relentlessly through the harshest winters and the sweltering summers, convinced that none could surpass him. It was only in the throes of battle that he realized, in contrast to the life-and-death struggle with his adversaries, the individuals he had previously encountered were merely his sparring partners. Huan observed Xie San's singular focus on capturing the man in the black scarf, entirely neglecting to tend to his own bleeding wound. He could only resort to his own handkerchief, pressing it firmly against the injury. "Hiss!" Xie San gasped in pain and turned to Huan, growling, "What are you doing?" It was only then that he noticed her intent to staunch his bleeding. Truth be told, it was not that he was unwilling to control the bleeding. Rather, the pain from the knife wound on his left hand was overshadowed by the searing agony of the burn on his right. He could not even lift his right hand. At that moment, even though he knew that the appearance of the man in the black scarf was not Huan's fault, he still preferred to ignore her. Turning his gaze towards the fierce struggle among the four fighters, he saw that one of the black-scarved men had inexplicably vanished, leaving the remaining one unable to contend with the two constables. Following his gaze, Huan witnessed the black-scarved man disregard the gleaming blades in the constable's hands, grinning wickedly as he thrust a knife toward his opponent's chest. The constable swung his sword at the man's arm, yet astonishingly, the black-scarved man did not flinch, seemingly willing to sacrifice his arm to drive the blade into his foe's heart. The other constable, instinctively reacting to his companion's peril, lunged toward the black-scarved man's lower back. Almost simultaneously, the severed arm of the black-scarved man, along with the dagger he held, clattered to the ground, while the other constable's blade penetrated his back. Witnessing this, Huan could only cover her mouth and nose with her hands to stifle any sound. In a daze, she perceived the black-scarved man glancing in their direction. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she felt as though he was smiling at her and Xie San. Before she could discern his expression, she saw him grasping the blood-stained blade with his remaining hand, aiming it at his own neck. Xie San stepped aside to block Huan's view. Despite his years of wandering, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene, and his heart raced with astonishment, rendering him speechless. He longed to capture the black-scarved man alive, but the current situation was beyond the control of the two constables. Observing the black-scarved man collapse, lifeless, he called out, "What about the other one?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a voice rang out, "Xie San," from the street corner. The crowd turned to see a man in his 20s, holding a trembling elderly woman of about 50 or 60 hostage, slowly advancing towards Xie San. Huan recognized this woman. She was the most renowned midwife in Jizhou, the very one who had assisted her during childbirth. However, her home was quite distant, raising the question of how she had ended up here so early in the morning. With no time to ponder this, She quietly informed Xie San of the woman's identity. The two constables quickly retreated to Xie San's side, awaiting his command. Xie San, maintaining a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on the black-scarfed man and quietly inquired of the constables, "What about the other two?" The constables, faces filled with shame, one shook his head and replied, "They are dead." The other added, seeing their determination to fight to the death, "We intended to capture one and kill the other. However, after we killed one, the other took his own life." Upon hearing this, Xie San's expression darkened further. Given the circumstances, the remaining black-scarfed man should have chosen to take his own life rather than take a hostage. He declared, "Speak your mind. I am listening." He stepped forward and said, "This old woman is likely several years older than your mother. We all have our parents who gave us life and raised us. Why must you torment her?" The man in the black scarf sneered mockingly. "Ah, Master Xie, how benevolent you are." With a slight exertion of his arm, the midwife's collar was instantly stained with crimson. She dared not weep, only gasping for breath as tears streamed down her face. Master Xie raised his voice, demanding, "What do you want? Speak plainly. Bring Xie Jingwei here." Before the black-scarfed man finished speaking, Captain Lin halted, glancing towards Master Xie. He had just received news of the black-scarfed man's further disturbance in the marketplace and had hurriedly brought his men, not yet revealing himself when he heard those words. Master Xie nodded to the constables beside him and addressed the black-scarfed man. "Since you have come for the 6 doors, why do you obstruct the He family's carriage? We are merely trying to make a living in the Jianghu. Had you not sought to eradicate us, how would we dare to oppose such an esteemed entity as the 6 doors?" The black-scarfed man looked around and declared loudly, "Dear villagers, just yesterday we sought to reclaim our brother's corpse from the hands of the officials, and we never intended to harm the innocent." "Nonsense! You have been cutting down anyone in the streets, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. Are they still innocent?" Yihuan's voice drowned out Master Xie's rebuke. "If you had not committed crimes first, how could the officials pursue you? Even if they did pursue you, I have no acquaintance with you, nor any grievances. Miss He, my brothers have never intended to harm your life. If you are frightened, you can only blame Master Xie by your side. Had it not been for his repeated disregard for his own safety to save you. Steward Shun, help." The midwife, suddenly agitated, shouted to the crowd, attempting to free herself from the black-scarfed man's hold. He plunged a knife into her shoulder, pressing the blade against her neck as he coldly commanded, "If you wish to live, behave yourself." The midwife gasped for air, no longer daring to struggle, her pleading gaze fixed upon Shun Jihua. Shun Jihua, in tattered clothes stained with blood, was haphazardly bound with strips of cloth. Supported by 2 young men, he staggered out of the crowd, weakly stating, "As long as you release Granny Li, I can offer any amount of silver. My lord will hire you the best lawyer." "Lawyer?" The black-scarfed man let out a hearty laugh. "My brothers are dead. I never intended to live alone. Please, let me go. The midwife wept, realizing that there is indeed a sense of cosmic justice in this world, a reckoning. Is this my retribution? As the midwife lamented, Shun Jihua desperately shouted, "Granny Li has delivered my family's eldest lady. If you release her, any conditions can be negotiated." Meanwhile, Captain Lin, sensing the situation was about to erupt, disregarded observing Master Xie and urgently commanded his subordinates to encircle the black-scarfed man and the midwife while he approached Master Xie. Yihuan naturally heard the black-scarfed man mention their interception of the He family's carriage. Purely because Master Xie had saved her, they sought to capture her to threaten him. Setting aside how the black-scarfed man came to know that Master Xie had saved her, why would Lin Mingyan admit that she had instigated that incident? The man in the black scarf was a fugitive from the court. In broad daylight, Yihuan could not question the connection between the black-scarfed man and the Lin family. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively stepped forward but was firmly restrained by Xie San, who grasped her shoulder. The black-scarfed man looked at the encircling constables with despair, gripping the midwife and directing his words at Xie San with deliberate clarity. "Tell Xie Jinghui, everyone has perished because of him." Before his words could fully settle, he swiftly severed the midwife's throat with a blade. She clutched her neck and collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice, her eyes wide open, fixated on a distant point, and then fell silent. Xie San exclaimed urgently "Quick, do not let him take his own life." At his cry, the constables surged forward, seizing the black-scarred man, who then let forth a stream of black blood from the corner of his mouth. Amidst the silent chaos, a voice rang out, "The water is breaking." The crowd turned to see thick smoke billowing in the distance, nearly obscuring the glaring sun. Chapter 56. Arson. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone looked up, and the expression on Xie face altered dramatically. Lin Butu, sensing the disturbance, abandoned his inquiry into who Xie Jinghui was and rushed to extinguish the flames. However, upon witnessing the chaos, bodies strewn about, injured civilians, and a street in disarray, he found himself unable to intervene. As for He Huan, she stood there, staring blankly at the corpse of the midwife. For the month leading up to Lin Xian's labor, Li the midwife had been by her side. Although they were not particularly close, the sudden death of someone familiar left He Huan profoundly shaken. As if the scene was not chaotic enough, Shun Jihua suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness, with blood gushing from his shoulder and thigh. When Xie San arrived at the scene after tending to his own injuries, he found Xie Jinghui standing in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, with two charred bodies at his feet. Xie San looked around, and his heart sank at the sight of the blackened ruins, with not a single piece of ground left untouched. He struggled to voice his concern. "Xie Bu they were the brothers responsible for monitoring this courtyard last night." Xie Jinghui's brow furrowed in distress as he murmured, "I should have sent someone to check when they did not return this morning." "I am sorry," Xie San lamented, filled with regret. "If it weren't for me." "Please do not say that, Third Master," Xie Jinghui replied, his expression one of alarm. "It is my oversight that has put you in danger and caused you distress. I have failed in my duties." Xie San refrained from arguing, but was overwhelmed with remorse. The courtyard reduced to ashes meant they could no longer accuse Feng Jiang of theft from the late crown princess residence and hold him accountable. Given the ambiguity surrounding the late emperor's treatment of those associated with the late crown prince, even if Xie Jinghui brought Feng Jiang back to the capital, they could not publicly condemn him. The most likely outcome would be that they would receive orders during their return journey, resulting in Feng Jiang's untimely demise. Xie San was deeply averse to the term untimely demise, yet many matters were beyond his control. Noticing the absence of others, he leaned closer to Xie Jinghui and whispered, "Xie Butu, 10 years ago." Before he could finish, Xie Jinghui hurriedly interrupted, bowing his head. "Third Master, all I know is that 10 years ago, the late crown prince conspired to rebel and was executed in his residence by the late emperor. Lord Shun was imprisoned in the late crown prince's residence. The old marquis, valuing his talents, pleaded for him, and the late emperor granted him permission to return home, forbidding him from serving in the court for the rest of his life." Seeing Xie Jinghui repeat this familiar account, Xie San pondered for a moment. Even if all physical evidence here is lost, there are still the items Feng Jiang sold through Yongji Pawn Shop. If we can recover those, they will serve as evidence. Indeed, Xie Jinghui affirmed, though he could not help but steal a glance at Xie San from the corner of his eye. In the brief silence that followed, Xie San's unease grew. He shook his head and remarked, "Today's events are highly suspicious. If the two constables were killed last night, then it could not have been Feng Jiang's doing. Could have been those men in black scarves? No, that does not add up. Why would they wait until this morning to set the fire after committing murder last night? Third Master, I believe that perhaps after they killed last night, they did not have time to transport the valuables, which is why they delayed until this morning," Xie Jinghui suggested. Xie San remained silent. He harbored suspicions that, aside from a few individuals in black scarves, Feng Jiang may have other accomplices. Moreover, the reasons articulated by the black-scarved individuals for ambushing the He family's carriage seemed excessively contrived, indicating that there must be underlying motives. Silence enveloped the scene, soon interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Captain Lin rushed over, only to find himself momentarily stunned at the entrance of the courtyard. His experience told him that the courtyard had not merely caught fire. Rather, it had been deliberately set ablaze. The charred walls and collapsed structures bore witness to the fact that the arsonist had doused the entire area in flammable liquid. "Captain Xie," he called out as he entered the courtyard and greeted Xie San. Xie San offered a slight smile and stepped aside to make room. Receiving a subtle cue, Xie Jingwei turned to face Captain Lin and earnestly explained, "Captain Lin, I am Xie Jingwei. This is my assistant, Xie-san." He nodded courteously towards Captain Lin, expressing regret. Though my concealment of identity was unavoidable, misleading County Magistrate L in yourself was indeed inappropriate. Later, I shall personally bring the documents to the Yamen to provide both of you with a detailed account of the entire situation. Xie Jingwei paused and, before Captain Lin could interject, added, "However, he indeed bears the surname Xie and is my third subordinate." Implicit in his words was the notion that Xie-san was, in fact, a member of the Six Doors, and strictly speaking, they had not lied to County Magistrate L or Captain Lin. Captain Lin discerned that, although Xie Jinghui was apologizing, there was a notable lack of genuine contrition in his tone, which conveyed an air of authority. In contrast to the younger Xie-san, Xie Jinghui exuded the aura of a seasoned veteran, far too formidable for a minor captain like Lin to offend. Consequently, Captain Lin could only repeatedly apologize, explaining that his actions had been impulsive and misinformed, leading to the wrongful apprehension of Xie-san and inadvertently hampering their significant case. The exchange of pleasantries between Xie Jinghui and Captain Lin persisted for some time, during which Xie-san grew impatient and interjected, "What news do we have regarding the Lin and He families?" Both Xie Jinghui and Captain Lin turned to regard Xie-san. While Xie Jinghui had not heard the Black Scarf Man's words, Captain Lin was acutely aware that Xie-san had saved He Huan on more than one occasion. He replied, "I have dispatched individuals to return Miss He and her maidservant to the He residence. Although Miss He was startled, both are unharmed." Upon hearing this, Xie-san smirked slightly and remarked, "I hadn't anticipated that she would possess such courage, despite her fragile appearance. I expected she would faint from fright." Recalling the commotion caused by He Huan at the gate of the Shin residence, coupled with her repeated attempts to entrap him, he chuckled self-deprecatingly before inquiring, "What is the condition of Steward Shun?" Captain Lin shook his head, frowning as he replied, "His condition is quite poor. He began to suffer a high fever and lost consciousness shortly after returning to the Shin residence. According to Dr. Xiao, if the fever does not subside tonight." He shook his head with a sigh and added, "As for the coachman of the Shun family, when I checked, he had already passed away. Currently, County Magistrate L has gone to see Lord Shun." After Captain Lin finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the courtyard. After a considerable pause, Xie Jinghui remarked, "I had intended to visit my son-in-law to pay my respects in the next couple of days, but I did not anticipate that this group would become so desperate. Captain Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire about the origins of this band of black-scarred individuals?" Captain Lin gazed intently at Xie Jinghui. Seeing the expression of difficulty on his face, he smiled and said, "If it is inconvenient for Captain Xie to disclose." "It is not that it is inconvenient to disclose. It is just that after serving in this capacity for so many years and handling numerous cases, I cannot recall at this moment. They're the elusive fish from that case. By the way, I will trouble Captain Lin to accompany me to the charity hall later. Upon seeing their corpses, I may be able to remember their identities." Hearing this, Captain Lin's eyes flickered, and he inquired, "May I ask, Captain Xie, have you ever had contact with the Japanese?" Xie Jinghui, taken aback, shook his head and replied, "I heard from Xiao-san that you suspect they are pirates." Upon seeing Captain Lin nod, he further asked, "Apart from that hidden weapon, do you have any other evidence?" "Not at all." Captain Lin raised his gaze towards the distance. His eyes filled with desolation and unwillingness. Witnessing this, Xie-san could only let out a silent sigh. On that day, he sensed Captain Lin's peculiar attitude towards the term Japanese pirates, so he inquired a little further. It turned out that several years prior, Captain Lin's wife and children had gone to visit her family and encountered Japanese pirates who robbed them. His son and daughter were killed, and his wife was violated by the pirates, ultimately choosing to perish together, leaving their bodies exposed at the village entrance for days. In the years that followed, numerous matchmakers approached Captain Lin with proposals, but he consistently disregarded them. Every spring and autumn, he would take leave to return to his father-in-law's home, ostensibly to help with the harvest, but in reality, he awaited the appearance of the enemies who had slain his wife and children, seeking revenge. Unfortunately, Although the Japanese pirates landed to plunder during the harvest season, they never returned to that village where Captain Lin's father-in-law resided. At that moment, as everything at the scene had been nearly destroyed by the fire, leaving no clues to investigate, Xie Jinghui instructed Captain Lin to lead them to the charity hall to examine the bodies of the masked men. Inside the charity hall, Xie was certain that the 4 corpses before them, along with the man who had committed suicide the previous day in Stone Alley, constituted the 5 individuals who had intercepted the He family carriage. Xie Jinghui meticulously examined the physical characteristics of the 4 men, but after much contemplation, he could not ascertain their identities, ultimately resigning himself to saying that he would have his subordinates come in groups to identify them, hoping someone would recognize them. Perhaps due to the fact that innocent citizens had been harmed twice in succession, Captain Lin did not inquire about what crime Feng Jiang had committed and hurried back to the yamen after identifying the bodies. Once he had departed, Xie Jinghui remarked to his companion, "San Yi, why is Captain Lin so certain that these 4 are connected to Japan? Perhaps it is merely his hope." Xie sighed and briefly recounted Captain Lin's ordeal. After listening, Xie Jinghui also felt a sense of lamentation and remarked, "San Yi, you have not been in Jizhou for long. You may not know that the Japanese pirates have burned, killed, and plundered in this vicinity for many years. The authorities are eager to eradicate this heartless band of brigands, but regrettably, the vast ocean conceals their whereabouts." They walked in silence for several dozen meters before Xie Jinghui added, "San Yi, judging by today's circumstances, it seems that the son-in-law may not have recognized Feng Jiang at all. Once matters here are settled, it would be prudent for you to return to the capital with me." Xie, half jokingly and half seriously, responded, "What, do you fear that seeing it is the harvest season, I might meddle again and encounter danger, hastening to send me back to account for myself? That is not my intention." Xie Jinghui smiled awkwardly, recalling another matter that troubled him deeply. He spoke cautiously. Over the years, had it not been for the marauding pirates wreaking havoc upon the seas, the Lin and He families, having operated in Jizhou for over a century, would have established themselves as local gentry, even if not rivaling the wealth of the son-in-law's family. Yet now, although Missy possesses exquisite beauty, she is nonetheless burdened, which has delayed her marriage prospects. Given the current state of the He family, they are even worse off than the common folk. "Xie Captain, why have you suddenly brought up such idle chatter?" Xie exclaimed in astonishment, only to suddenly realize, chuckling, "You can't possibly think I have taken a fancy to her, can you?" He found it amusing, yet seeing that Xie Jinghui was not jesting, he could only assure him, "Fear not, I am well aware of my own circumstances. Besides, she has long had someone she admires." Alas, I was so engrossed in reading The Lucifer Effect that I lost track of time and forgot to update. I was wrong. This chapter is a supplement for yesterday's, and today's updates will be at 3 p.m. and 9 p.m., with tomorrow's scheduled for the usual 7:18 p.m. and 9:18 p.m. By the way, is there no one else who shares my affection for this book? Chapter 57. Aftermath. At the moment when Xie informed Xie Jinghui that He Huan had already set her heart on someone, the subject herself was seated by the window in the west courtyard of the He residence. Her eyes were devoid of spirit, her cheeks pale, and her hands and feet icy cold, having just retched moments ago. He Huan urged herself to comprehend the nature of the relationship between Lin Mengyan and the masked man. She could not allow the second branch of the family to implicate her mother and younger brother. She needed to unravel the mystery surrounding the courtyard of Shirtu Alley, ensuring that the He family remained untainted by the bandits. Yet, her mind was overwhelmed by the haunting image of the midwife's throat being slit, collapsing lifelessly. She wished to close her eyes and rest, but the moment she did, the sight of Xie's left arm, gruesomely lacerated and bleeding profusely, flashed before her. And the 2 masked men who had perished before her, had they not resolved to die from the very start? "Miss?" Bai Xiao offered a cup of warm water. Despite the swelling on her forehead, she had suffered no injuries, having been cast onto a pile of vegetables by He Huan, and had not witnessed the bloody scene. He Huan took the teacup with her right hand, only to see the clear water ripple and splash. In a panic, she grasped her trembling right hand with her left, the splashes subsiding, yet she beheld the colorless warm water momentarily transform into a striking crimson, rushing towards her. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground, shattering into fragments, and the splattered tea soaked her skirt, leaving behind a damp stain. "Miss, what is the matter?" Bai Xiao inquired with concern. "Shall I fetch a doctor?" "No need. Just prepare a bowl of calming tea for me later." He Huan inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions. She turned to gaze outside. The courtyard was desolate, with only a few pots of fresh flowers left by He Jing blooming resplendently. "I know my aunt has fallen ill again, but why is Aunt Chow not present?" When I went to the kitchen to heat water, the third young master said that Aunt Chow has been unwell since returning from Master Shin's house yesterday, and has remained in her own room, Bai Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, He Huan furrowed her brows slightly, pondering to herself, is she feigning illness as well, perhaps due to the loss of 50 taels of silver? Third young master. Bai Xiao spotted He Jing and hurried forward to take the bowl of porridge from his hands. It's fine, it's fine. He Jing shook his head repeatedly, carefully bringing the plain porridge into the room and placing it before He Huan. Speaking with concern, "Elder sister, you look unwell. You should have some porridge and rest for a while." "Iem fine." He Huan managed a weak smile, noticing the porridge was thickly cooked. She also observed the smudges on He Jing's small face, resembling a little kitten. She took a handkerchief to wipe it clean and asked, "Did you make this porridge?" He Jing nodded, then shook his head, looking down as he said, "I only tended the fire. The rest was done by Sister Bai Xiao." He paused. Worry etched on his face. "I delivered a bowl to Mother and Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao seems unwell." He Huan exchanged a glance with Bai Xiao. Once Bai Xiao left the room, He Jing murmured in explanation, "Elder sister, I'm not favoring Aunt Xiao. She seldom behaves like Mother, remembering the proverb about children not speaking ill of their parents." He bit his lip and urgently grasped He Huan's wrist, pleading, "Elder sister, I will study diligently and strive for success. Has Auntie said something to you again?" He Huan frowned. "No, it's not that." He Jing lowered his head, expressing a longing for their family to have enough silver to buy rice and vegetables. Yet he wished even more for his elder sister to be cheerful every day. "Jingdi, your elder sister is quite exhausted. I do not wish to engage in guessing games. As siblings, we should communicate openly. Do you not agree?" "Indeed," He Jing replied, biting his lip, feeling a pang of guilt as he murmured, "I should not have eavesdropped on the elders, but I was worried." Then, Aunt Chow returned and spoke with Mother in the house. She mentioned that being a concubine in a wealthy family is preferable to a family starving. Yet Mother said that concubines are but servants, never able to hold their heads high. "Sister, even if we have no food, I would not want you to live your life with your head bowed." He Huan smiled reassuringly, approvingly stating, "Your thoughts are quite astute. While a true gentleman can endure hardship, one must not lack principles." She patted He Jing's shoulder, solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall never become a concubine." "Really?" He Jing exclaimed with delight, though his smile faltered as he added, "But Aunt Chow did not say so." "Jingdi, I cannot control what others say, nor can I explain everything to you. Often, you must discern for yourself what words to trust and what to dismiss. You are already an adult. You cannot simply accept whatever others say. Do you understand?" He Jing nodded, his bright eyes fixated on He Huan's face. "Why do you gaze at your sister in such a manner?" "Nothing." He Jing shyly shook his head, pushing the bowl of congee towards He Huan. "Sister, please drink your congee. Sister Bai Xiao mentioned that you are unwell and have been startled. Plain congee is best for you. After you finish, rest well, and I shall prepare more for you tonight." He Huan picked up the bowl, taking a spoonful. The bland congee left her without appetite. Yet seeing He Jing's eager gaze compelled her to force it down. As He Jing observed her sip the congee, a smile broke across his face, and he stood nearby, saying, "Sister, even when ill, you are beautiful, more so than before." "No, I did not mean to imply that you were not beautiful before." He appeared quite flustered. He Huan chuckled lightly. Truth be told, her features were exquisite, more delicate than Lin Xian's, but she had always been timid, often bowing her head in worry, thus squandering her beauty. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. A woman burdened with sorrow, no matter her beauty, cannot truly embody the essence of a beauty. "Sister, Mother said you have changed, but I prefer the current version of you." He Jing nodded earnestly. The worry in his eyes now vanished. He Huan set down the bowl, smiling. also appreciate that Jing Di thinks everything I do is right. She adjusted his collar and lifted the bowl once more, warmth blossoming within her, her hands and feet no longer as cold as before. As she sipped her kanji, she jested, although Jingdi does not resemble our eldest sister and cannot match her beauty. Your prominent brows and bright eyes indicate that you are already quite handsome at such a young age. Surely, you will grow into a striking young man. He Jing's small face flushed crimson, and he muttered softly, who praises oneself for being beautiful while saying their brother's handsome. Besides, I do not wish to be a pretty boy. I am a man. Indeed, you are a man, He-Huan smiled, as the siblings exchanged light-hearted banter. He-Huan gradually forgot the gruesome scenes from the street and unconsciously finished a bowl of plain kanji. Before long, Bai Xiao returned to the west courtyard, accompanied by a man in his 40s. He-Huan recognized him as the renowned Dr. Xiao, whose reputation was nearly on par with the esteemed Dr. Qian. It was rare to summon him for a consultation unless one was gravely ill. Wasn't he treating Ningxi at the Shen household? Realizing this, He-Huan hurriedly stood and approached him, asking, Dr. Xiao, has there been a change in Ningxi's condition? Dr. Xiao, as well as Bai Xiao and He Jing, were momentarily taken aback. He-Huan then recollected herself and quickly explained, I have long heard of your exceptional medical skills. Yesterday, I learned from Miss Xian Chao of the Shun family that you have been attending to young Master Shun since his illness. I was wondering how his condition is progressing. Miss He, Dr. Xiao greeted her with a polite bow, saying, Master Shin informed me that you were involved in the accident while riding in their carriage, which is why he requested me to check your pulse. May I inquire if it is convenient for you? He-Huan was slightly taken aback, but soon realized this was indeed Shun Jingluan's manner of conducting affairs. He had always preferred to spend a bit more money rather than owe anyone a favor or feel indebted. However, requesting the esteemed Dr. Xiao for her pulse seemed somewhat excessive. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps it was merely because Dr. Xiao had been at the Shun residence for several days, and Shun Jingluan had simply asked him to make stop. With this thought, He-Huan set aside her small doubts and invited Dr. Xiao to accompany her to the parlor. Dr. Xiao checked her pulse, asked her about various daily details, examined her tongue and ears, and ultimately prescribed a calming tonic, advising Bai Xiao to monitor He-Huan's diet before preparing to leave with his medical kit. He-Huan had previously interacted with Dr. Xiao early in Lin Xian's pregnancy and knew he was a man of few words, disinterested in discussing other patients. However, she was genuinely concerned about her son's condition. Even though she understood that she might not receive an answer, she still inquired, Dr. Xiao, what do you think young Master Ningxi might recover? Dr. Xiao glanced at her and replied, young Master Shun's illness requires gradual recuperation. Had it not been for the severity of Steward Shun's injuries, Master Shun would not have requested my assistance. I was preparing to accompany young Master Shun out of the city to stay at an estate in the countryside. He-Huan pressed, does gradual recuperation mean he can recover? How long will it take? The outcome of the recuperation cannot be guaranteed, nor can I ascertain the duration. I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to treat young Master Shun until he recovers. At that moment, He-Huan felt a tumult of emotions, a blend of hope and concern. Dr. Zhao's words indicated that her son was no longer in peril. Shun Jingluan's efforts to engage Dr. Xiao for his son's recuperation reflected his deep commitment. As if to affirm He-Huan's thoughts, Dr. Xiao lamented that he had grown accustomed to a leisurely life. Had it not been for Shun Jingluan's personal appeal and the debt of gratitude he owed the Shun family, he would not have taken Shin Yinshi to the countryside for recuperation. Hearing this, He-Huan, constrained by her status, found herself at a loss for words and could only politely express her gratitude before inquiring about Shun Jihua's injuries. Dr. Xiao merely stated that Shun Jihua had sustained multiple knife wounds, and if the fever did not subside by nightfall, he might face grave danger. He-Huan sighed deeply, then instructed Bai Xiao to escort Dr. Xiao out. Bai Xiao saw Dr. Xiao into the Shun family's carriage, which then proceeded directly to the apothecary for medicine. Upon returning home with a substantial collection of medicinal herbs, she intended to inform He-Huan, only to learn that Shun Jingluan had already notified the apothecary to charge all purchases to the Shun family account, just as He-Huan, with a stern expression, commanded her to kneel. Chapter 58. Not to be a concubine upon hearing He-Huan's command, Bai Xiao instinctively fell to her knees, clutching the medicine pouch in her hands. She gazed earnestly at her mistress. When He Huan glanced down at her, Bai Xiao's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. He Huan, exasperated by Bai Xiao's tears, bluntly inquired, "Yesterday, I instructed you to accompany Aunt Qiao home and listen to her conversation with the elder matriarch. Is there something you have not conveyed to me?" Bai Xiao was taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she nodded gently. "Why do you conceal the truth?" He Huan pressed. Bai Xiao, startled, lifted her head and murmured softly, "Miss, I do not know how to express it. Matters of marriage should rightfully be decided by our elders." "Allow me to speak on your behalf, then," He Huan suggested. "You believe that Aunt Chao's words to the elder matriarch hold merit, and that Master Shun's willingness to take me as a concubine is a stroke of fortune for me." "No, miss," Bai Xiao's tears streamed down her cheeks. "That is not my meaning. You think that although the elder matriarch rebuffed Aunt Qiao, claiming that concubines are merely servants, deep down she is still inclined towards it. As long as I am sold to the Shun family, we can all live well, and you can accompany me to the Shun household, escaping our current impoverished existence. Is that what you think?" "Not all." Bai Xiao shook her head vigorously, her voice frail and lacking strength, her gaze cast downward, avoiding He Huan's eyes, allowing her tears to fall in steady droplets, sobbing quietly. He Huan chose not to press further, waiting until Bai Xiao's cries subsided before softening her tone. "I understand your loyalty to me. You conceal this matter because you genuinely believe it to be beneficial, a joyous occasion for me. You think that as a woman, marriage should be decided by our elders. Miss, I truly harbor no selfish motives, not in the slightest." Bai Xiao cast aside the medicine pouch and crawled forward on her knees, grasping He Huan's skirt tightly. "You believe yourself free from selfishness. Yet you envy those like Xian Chao. You're convinced that once I enter the Shun household, you can live as they do. Am I correct?" Bai Xiao dared not deny it. Even less could she affirm it, only weeping profusely. Seeing this, He Huan took a deep breath and sighed. "I do not blame you for desiring a better life. Everyone yearns for a brighter future. It is what makes existence bearable. But have you considered whether what you perceive as good for me is truly what I desire? Miss, Master Shun is genuinely kind. His kindness is irrelevant to this matter. The issue at hand is your self-righteousness, naively believing that your concealment of the truth is for my benefit. If it were not for Jing Di's inadvertent revelation, would you have awaited Aunt's return, hoping she would decide for me?" She paused briefly, emphasizing her words, "You are my maid, and it is right for you to consider my interests. However, it is not your place to make decisions on my behalf." Bai Xiao remained silent. Indeed, Aunt Qiao had mentioned that upon Wei's return, she would arrange for her to seek Shun Jingluan. Although Tao felt that He Huan becoming a concubine to Shun Jingluan was somewhat disgraceful, she ultimately did not oppose it, even cautioning Aunt Qiao that Wei was often oblivious. Should she discover that Shun Jingluan was fond of He Huan, she might very well aspire to the position of a primary wife. He Huan had no desire to continue entangling herself in this matter with Bai Xiao. She clearly stated, from this moment forth, no matter the circumstance, you must not conceal anything from me. Do not presume that acting under the guise of goodwill genuinely serves my interests. She cast her gaze upon Bai Xiao, addressing her with a more solemn tone. Furthermore, regardless of what I say about Auntie and her family, as my most trusted maid, the one who knows me best, you must firmly remember that I have no desire, nor will I ever consent to being a concubine. Do not think of Shun Jingluan. Even if it were the emperor or the crown prince, I would never play the role of a lesser partner. Do you understand?" Bai Xiao nodded in confusion, suddenly finding her mistress to be quite fearsome, no longer the person she once knew. She bowed deeply several times, repeatedly apologizing, until He Huan commanded her to withdraw, at which point she picked up her medicine bag and stumbled out. Once He Huan was alone in the room, she felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her to lean weakly against the back of her chair. Over 3 years ago, had the Lin family not fallen into dire straits, she would have never chosen Shun Jingluan. In her original plans, she envisioned marrying into a respectable and affluent family, one that would allow her to take charge of her own life. She did not require her husband to be exceptionally distinguished. She merely sought someone who shared her aspirations for a stable and harmonious existence. That day, she deliberated throughout the night before arriving at her decision. In that moment of resolution, she realized she could not dominate Shen Jingluan. Her only recourse was to compromise while maximizing her own interests. Her proposal to arrange a secondary residence was not born of virtue, but rather a desire to prevent a favored concubine from entering their lives. Her affectionate demeanor towards him was not a manifestation of love, but a strategic move to secure a son and thereby solidify the position of the esteemed Mrs. Shen. If it weren't for Nianxi, would I still have been so resolutely determined to marry him? He Huan mused, allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape her lips. Life is devoid of what-ifs. Presently, He Huan resembles Lin Xian from 3 years prior, without any alternative but to console herself. At least now. I know he has affection for me. A lifetime is lengthy. Marrying him may not grant the hope of eternal companionship, but standing by his side allows me to witness a world beyond the confines of Jizhou. He Huan sat alone in her room for an extended period before the hurried arrival of Uncle Zhang, who was en route to Qingsong Temple. Contrary to her expectations, Uncle Zhang had failed to retrieve Wei. She inquired, perplexed, "Did you not inform Annie that Master Shun would not be returning to Qingsong Temple anytime soon?" Uncle Zhang nodded in response. "I did mention it, but the old lady said that since it is not yet the 7th day of mourning for Mrs. Shun, even if she were to return home, she would not see Master Shun. Given this, she might as well remain at the temple." Upon hearing this, He Huan was astonished, nearly speechless. Soon, she recognized something amiss and asked, "Did you inquire with Aunt Zhang whether Annie has seen any outsiders in the past few days?" She claimed not, though she mentioned that Auntie often prefers solitude these days. Uncle Zhang recounted Aunt Zhang's exact words. He Huan nodded, simply stating her fatigue, and dismissed Uncle Zhang. If her intuitions serve her well, Wei must have met with the third branch recently, knowing of the corpse-snatching incident that transpired in Shirtu Alley. In that moment, He Huan found herself uncertain of Wei's potential actions and was at a loss as to how to approach the matter without implicating herself while discreetly resolving the situation. In addition, the man in the black scarf claimed that they intercepted her carriage solely because of Xie San. She remained skeptical about this assertion. As He Huan contemplated his next course of action, Xie San returned alone to the tavern. Inside, Chang En, having learned that his master was injured, was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Upon seeing his master ascend the stairs, he hurriedly approached and anxiously inquired, "Third master, where are you hurt? Allow me to take a look." "What are you looking at? You are not a doctor," Xie San retorted sharply. After Xie Jinghui had met with County Magistrate Liu at the Yamen, he returned to the fire-ravaged courtyard, meticulously examining every corner in hopes of uncovering some clue. Regrettably, all he found was ash, nothing but ash. Shortly thereafter, Captain Lin informed him that to reduce the entire courtyard to such a state, it would require at least 4 or 5 buckets of kerosene, indicating that the arson was premeditated and calculated. If the arson was indeed premeditated, then what about the pursuit that transpired in the streets? Noticing his master's grim expression, Chang'an timidly retracted his neck, yet mustered the courage to say, "Third master, though I'm not a doctor, please allow me just to glance very well, very well." Xie San extended his right hand, rolling up the sleeve of his left arm. The motion aggravated the burn on his right hand, causing him to grimace in pain, muttering resentfully, "It appears that she and I are simply not fated to be." Chang'an dared not inquire further about her identity, observing only that Xie San's left hand was heavily bandaged, faintly emanating the scent of herbal medicine. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, "Third master, why don't we return to the capital? The elder has long suggested that we let it go. I instructed you to remain here." "Have you seen Feng Jiang return?" Xie San interjected. Chang'an recounted in detail the results of his surveillance throughout the morning. Based on his account, Xie San roughly estimated that if Feng Jiang had indeed set the fire, he would have had just enough time to ignite the small courtyard, or perhaps Feng Jiang merely orchestrated to draw him to the scene of the incident. Following a brief silence, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon after, Xie Jingwei knocked on the door, entered, and bowed to Xie San. From his bosom, he produced 2 exquisite white porcelain vials, stating, "Third master, I encountered the steward sent by the son-in-law at the Yamen, who delivered these 2 vials of ointment. claiming they are excellent for knife wounds and burn ointment. Third master, you suffer a burn? Where? Chang'an disregarded the master-servant decorum, scrutinizing Xie San from head to toe, eager to inspect him thoroughly. Xie San feigned ignorance of his exuberance, picked up a vial to examine it, and nodded. Indeed, this is a fine ointment. Merely the vial itself is worth a considerable sum of silver. It appears that Lord Shun is as reputable as ever, favoring only the finest. He opened the vial, inhaled its scent, and handed it to Chang'an, instructing, use it sparingly on the right hand. Chang'an carefully unwrapped the sleeve of Xie San's right hand, gasping in shock. The doctor had previously bandaged the knife wound, while the burn on his right hand had only been treated with a layer of ointment, allowing Chang'an to clearly see the swollen arm, riddled with numerous blisters, several of which had burst, exposing raw, crimson flesh. Despite his familiarity with grand spectacles, Xie Zhenghui could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Xie San upon witnessing such an injury. Although he had addressed him respectfully as third master during these past few days, their interactions had been limited. He had always perceived him as a pampered young master, accustomed to indulgence and caprice, despite his commendable skills and straightforward demeanor. As the subtle fragrance of the ointment permeated the stillness of the space, Xie San inquired, "Did Lord Shen mention how he knew I had sustained a burn?" Xie Zhenghui answered truthfully. The steward of the Shun family remarked that they noticed burn marks on the horses, which is why they prepared the ointment. Third master, do you think Lord Shun has already surmised the situation, given that he sent such a fine ointment? Long'an interjected. Let us reschedule tomorrow's first chapter to 12:18 to avoid the two chapters being too close together. The subscription numbers for this chapter have already disheartened me, making me reluctant to open my computer, he lamented. Chapter 59. Direct approach in regard to Chang'an's conjecture. Shun Jingluan had already surmised Xie San's identity. Xie San, unfazed, remarked nonchalantly, I never intended to keep it from him. If he were to approach me directly, I would respond truthfully. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingwei lowered his gaze thoughtfully and inquired, San Yi, what shall we do next? He subtly gestured towards Feng Jiang's residence and continued, perhaps the young master believes that should you visit him, he too would speak candidly. Xie San's expression darkened slightly. In the oppressive silence, he felt the coolness of the medicinal ointment seeping through his wound, reaching deep within. The pain from the burn on his right arm had lessened considerably. After a long pause, Xie San looked up at Xie Zhenghui and said, Captain Xie, it was my selfishness that delayed your duties. Regardless of whether we can recover the belongings from the courtyard, upon arriving in the capital, you must report to your superiors without reservation. San Yi, you speak too gravely, Xie Jinghui replied, his face a picture of earnestness. I have been tracking Feng Jiang for some time. Recovering the stolen items and investigating his accomplices is also my responsibility. This time, it was my oversight that endangered you. Captain Xie, let us dispense with pleasantries. As for what lies ahead, do as you deem appropriate. Xie San interrupted. Upon hearing this, Chang'an exclaimed joyfully, San Yi, should we not prepare our belongings and get ready to return to the capital? Xie San shot him a glare and continued addressing Xie Zhenghui. Captain Xie, you are well aware that I speak plainly about my possessions and intentions. This time, the failure to apprehend Feng Jiang with the incriminating evidence was indeed due to my personal matters interfering with your official duties. Xie Jinghui surveyed their surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping and lowered his voice. San Yi, today's events were unforeseen and cannot be deemed a delay. But he cast a sidelong glance at Xie San, his voice dropping further. San Yi, should anything happen to you in Jizhou, not only I, but even a young master would have to go to the capital to plead for forgiveness. Henceforth, please allow me to assign someone to protect you. This is not a matter of doubting your martial prowess, but rather, the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light, and we cannot ascertain what underhanded tactics they may employ. Noticing Xie San's increasingly grim countenance, his voice trailed off. At this moment, Xie San was not angry with Xie Jinghui. Rather, he was filled with regret and profound self-reproach. It was his own overconfidence that had led him into a trap. Reflecting on it, even a woman like Yi Huan, with her domestic concerns, had managed to frame him. He truly ought to engage in deep self-reflection. At this moment, He Huan was engulfed in anxiety and worry. She had not forgotten Ciesan's request for her to ascertain the true ownership of the residence in Shirtu Alley. Given Wei's guilty demeanor, if she were to investigate further, who knows what secrets might be unearthed. Moreover, the 5 men in black scars who had intercepted the carriage had not been mentioned again as potential pirates, yet their connection to Lin Mingyin's family left her deeply troubled. He Huan had initially intended to personally visit Qingsong Temple to question Wei, but the round trip would consume considerable time. If Wei were to adopt a condescending attitude, she would be unable to extract any information. Additionally, having suffered repeated fevers and the shock of recent events, her body could not withstand the rigors of the journey. Whether she was Lin Xiyin or He Huan, her condition was precarious. One must cherish one's body. As night fell, He Jing indeed brought forth the porridge she had prepared herself. After the siblings dined and exchanged a few idle words, He Huan took her medicine and retired for the night. There was silence throughout the night. The following morning, He Huan was not surprised to find that Tao Shi was absent from the breakfast table. Yet even Chao Shi was nowhere to be seen, which piqued her curiosity. She turned to Bai Xiao, who hurriedly replied, "Chao Yinyang left early this morning, saying that given the numerous troubles at home, it must be an inauspicious time. Thus, she requested Zhang Bo to accompany her to the temple to burn incense and pray." Upon hearing this, He Huan merely furrowed her brow but did not dwell on it. More than an hour later, when Zhang Bo informed her that Chao Yinyang had added 10 taels of silver to the incense fund, she could not help but inquire, what did Chao Yinyang pray for? She requested peace for the household, Zhang Bo relayed, while lifting the curtain of the carriage for He Huan. Supported by Bai Xiao, He Huan ascended the carriage, her astonishment deepening. 10 taels of silver represented nearly all of Chao Shi's possessions. Was she truly so devout? As the carriage rolled forward with a rhythmic clatter, it came to a stop within a narrow alley after a brief period. After Bai Xiao inquired, they learned that He Bai Hai was not far away in a small courtyard. He Huan dismounted and approached the unassuming wooden door. Officially, He Bai Hai owned 3 shops, a silk store, a tavern acquired during the division of the family, and a newly opened garment shop. The modest courtyard before her housed the garment shop in front and served as both a storeroom and study at the back. It was said that He Bai Hai often spent the night here. Previously, when He Huan and Chao Shi sought silver from He Bai Hai, Chao Shi had excitedly mentioned that He Bai Hai had taken a concubine, referring to a woman named Shui Ting residing within the courtyard. Knock, knock. Bai Xiao stepped forward to rap on the door. After a lengthy silence without response, she knocked twice more, still met with silence. Observing this, He Huan called out, "Is Miss Shui Ting home? My surname is He, and I have come specifically to find Miss Shui Ting." Before long, a woman in her 40s creaked the courtyard door open, scrutinizing He Huan without inviting them in. He Huan smiled and inquired, "May I ask if Miss Shui Ting is present? What business do you have?" The woman retorted without answering. Noticing the woman's guarded demeanor, He Huan felt a weight in her heart, yet maintained her composure, smiling as she said, "It's nothing urgent. I merely seek a cup of tea from Miss Shui Ting and hope to discuss the residence on Shirtu Alley." The woman's gaze flickered momentarily before she replied, "Please wait," and with a loud thud, she shut the door and turned away. Soon, the courtyard door reopened, and the woman beckoned for He Huan to enter. He Huan followed closely, glancing around. The courtyard was small and quiet, with no one else in sight, though faintly. The sounds of haggling from the garment shop could be heard. The woman led He Huan to the hall, and just before stepping over the threshold, a woman of about flower-bearing age approached, gracefully bowing to He Huan, and said, "I have the honor of meeting the young lady. Please take a seat." He Huan appraised the woman before her. She wore a married woman's hairstyle, was petite in stature, and her appearance could only be deemed passable. He Huan harbored doubts regarding He Bai Hai's alleged extramarital affair. However, the woman before him, in her demeanor and attire, exuded the unmistakable traits of a mistress. He Huan expressed his gratitude and took a seat on a chair in the eastern part of the room. The woman refrained from sitting beside him and instead stood with her head bowed. In the silence that ensued, an elderly servant entered with steaming tea. The woman delicately placed the teacup on the table beside He Huan. Another pause enveloped the room as He Huan lifted the cup. leisurely blowing on the frothy surface of the tea. "My lady," the woman spoke, her voice tinged with emotion as she bowed once more to Huan, softly adding, "I have accompanied the master without daring to hope for a formal title, merely seeking a shelter from the storms of life. It is not the place of a younger generation to meddle in the affairs of their elders." Huan smiled faintly, setting the teacup down. The woman raised her eyes in confusion, asking quietly, "May I inquire as to why the esteemed lady has sought me out?" Huan gazed intently at the woman, articulating each word with clarity. "I have already mentioned, it is regarding the courtyard on Shirtu Alley." "I do not comprehend." The woman shook her head. "If you fail to understand, then so be it," Huan replied, shaking her head in return, murmuring to herself, "I merely heard that the small courtyard where you currently reside is under the same guarantor as the one on Shirtu Alley. One is purchased, the other rented. Hence, I wish to come and see if I might encounter my third uncle. To be frank, my lady, the master has not visited for several days." "Is my third uncle not home?" Huan's expression fell, pondering where he could have gone. Surely not to the magistrate's office? Why would the master go to the magistrate's office? The woman's face was a canvas of shock and concern. "Oh, you are unaware?" Huan scrutinized the woman beside her. She had to concede that this Shuijing girl was quite the actress. Though her beauty was unremarkable, she possessed a delicate allure in her speech that evoked sympathy. Seeing Shuijing shake her head, Huan mirrored her gesture, sighing, "I do not know the specifics, which is why I am anxious to find my third uncle to discuss matters." At this, Shuijing's expression grew increasingly urgent as she tentatively suggested, "My lady, if you have pressing concerns, perhaps you might inquire with the mistress about the master's whereabouts." "It is nothing. I shall wait here." Huan raised the teacup once more, taking a delicate sip, appearing resolute in her intention to remain until she encountered Ibai. Outside the small courtyard, Zhang Bo had been vigilantly stationed in the narrow alley, until a furtive figure emerged from the wooden door, prompting him to dismount and follow discreetly. Navigating the twists and turns of the alley, Zhang Bo observed the individual knocking on a wooden door. The two engaged in a hushed conversation at the entrance. Suddenly, the other person pushed him forcefully, slamming the door with a resounding thud. The figure spat in disdain at the closed door, uttering a few curses before departing. Zhang Bo hastened a few steps forward, seizing a passerby to inquire, "Excuse me, kind sir, who is the owner of the residence that leads into the courtyard? I feel he resembles a distant relative, yet I fear I might be mistaken." "Ah, that family," the passerby replied with a look of envy. "Is your relative perhaps surnamed Foam? If so, you might be in for a windfall." "Yes, it is indeed Foam. It is Foam." Zhang Bo nodded vigorously, elated at the prospect. "Has he struck it rich? What business does he engage in now? Upon listening to your accent, it seems you are not from afar. How is it that you are unaware of the broker Foam? It is said that he possesses numerous connections, capable of procuring even items from the palace." "So that is the case." Zhang Bo nodded continuously, and as he observed the figure in the distance begin to fade away, he expressed his gratitude to the passerby and hastened to follow. Inside a quaint tavern by the alley, Chang'an pointed towards Zhang Bo's silhouette and remarked, "Third master, observe that individual. He must be a servant of Miss He." It was he who reported to Qing Songguan after Miss He was taken to the yamen. The man he is stealthily trailing appears to be acquainted with Feng Jiang. Chapter 60. The agreement. Xie San had encountered Zhang Bo on multiple occasions and instantly recognized his silhouette. Previously, when Huan was taken back to the yamen by County Magistrate L, it was Zhang Bo who sought help from the Grand Han at the Qing Song Temple. He had secretly dispatched someone to assist Zhang Bo, enabling him to meet with the Grand Han, who then realized that Shun Jingluan had nearly confined her in Lin Nuoyen. Observing Zhang Bo cautiously following a middle-aged man, Xie instructed his men to trail Zhang Bo. He intended to discern what schemes Huan was concocting before engaging her in a thorough discussion. On the opposite side of Jizhou City, Huan sat elegantly in a chair, leisurely cradling her teacup, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She awaited Ibai. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and an hour and a half later, Ibai finally arrived, striding into the hall with a serious demeanor, sharply questioning, "What is the meaning of this, my dear Huan?" "Third uncle." Huan stepped forward to pay her respects. "I have already provided you with the silver. What more do you desire?" "Third uncle." I merely wish to inquire how you intend to handle the aftermath of the residence in Shirtu Alley. What residence? I do not comprehend what you are referring to. He by Hai scoffed, turning his back to He Huan as he seated himself on a chair, dismissing Shui Ting with a wave of his hand. As a junior, I lack the position to question third uncle's matters. However, with Aunt still at Qing Song Temple, and both my mother and Aunt Chow unwell, and young Jing Di still so small, I had no choice but to shamelessly await your arrival. He by Hai, growing impatient, interrupted her, stating, I previously told you that your third aunt and I merely maintain a fade. The silver I provided you recently was painstakingly gathered. Third uncle, you misunderstand. He Huan took a few steps back, creating distance between them, her expression troubled as she gazed at him, seemingly bearing an unspeakable burden while also feeling pity for his predicament. He by Hai immediately grew suspicious, scrutinizing her from head to toe and tentatively inquiring. I heard from others that you were startled on the street yesterday. Your third aunt and I only learned of this today and intended to visit you when time permitted. Thank you for your concern, third uncle and third aunt. My cousin has already invited Dr. Xiao to treat me yesterday. I'm quite well. The smile on He Huan's face deepened, her eyes shimmering with the unique tenderness of youth. After a moment, she hastily lowered her gaze. A subtle hint of regret etched upon her brow, as if she should not have mentioned the incident. He by Hai had never witnessed such a demeanor from He Huan, and his heart sank. Soon after the incident, tales had spread through the streets, vividly recounting how He Huan had encountered robbers while riding in the Shen family carriage. Although Shan Jingluan's trusted steward had been gravely injured, he remained determined to rescue He Huan. Some remarked on Shan Jingluan's benevolence, while others speculated that He Huan and Lin Shiyin, being cousins, were the reason behind his actions. In that moment of He by Hai's bewilderment, He Huan spoke again, hesitantly stating, Third uncle, I have come here with a particular request. She hesitated for what felt like an eternity before resolutely declaring, I hope to promptly draft an agreement with you, so that henceforth the third branch and the first branch, as well as the second branch, may part ways amicably, with no further entanglements. If possible, the niece wishes to request the elders of the clan to affix their fingerprints on the document as a form of witness. In an instant, He by Hai's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger, and he squeezed out a question through clenched teeth. What did you say? Uncle, I beg your pardon, but I just mentioned that this is an unreasonable request. If you are willing to write a declaration, I am prepared to return the silver you and Aunt Sin gifted me, not just double, but triple. Where would you procure such silver? He by Hai blurted out, instantly regretting his words. He Huan, in an overnight transformation, now spoke with audacity. This unworldly girl not only understood the concept of a declaration, but also proposed to have the clan elders as witnesses, which surely indicated that someone had instructed her. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her, for his agreement with Wei was not predicated upon such terms. Uncle, how did you arrive here? He by Hai's thoughts spun wildly. I came by carriage. He Huan feigned ignorance. How did you know of this place? He Huan lowered her gaze, gently shaking her head, and timidly murmured, Uncle, if you are unwilling to write the declaration then I shall have no choice but to go to the authorities. Bang! He by Hai slammed his palm on the table, his demeanor shifting instantaneously as he coldly scoffed. What? Do you intend to report me? Let me tell you, we are all in this together. If I cannot extricate myself, you shall not enjoy any better days. My lord, please calm your anger. Shui Ting suddenly burst in, kneeling at He by Hai's feet, and softly said, It seems the young lady is in a state of desperation, leading her to speak rashly. The young lady and the lord are uncle and niece. After all, blood is thicker than water. Miss Shui Ting, your hearing is commendable. You have truly worked hard, He Huan retorted coldly, then turned to He by Hai, saying, Uncle, how can it be that you alone enjoy wealth and prosperity while expecting us to share in your misfortunes? Before He by Hai could respond, Shui Ting interjected, Young lady, Master Shun has asked Dr. Xiao to check your pulse, but this is merely out of respect for Madam Shun, the lord in your family. As for Master Shun, I have heard that he will not remarry for 3 years out of respect for Madam Shun. Upon hearing this, He by Hai suddenly realized, and his gaze towards He Huan changed markedly. He Huan glanced down at Shui Ting, harboring silent resentment. She was so close, just a hair's breadth away from extracting a confession from Ibai. Who exactly was this Shui Ting? In the stifling silence, Ibai picked up the teacup beside him, then slammed it down heavily, coldly stating, "Huan girl, if you wish to sever ties with me, that is not impossible. However, matters concerning the main and secondary households cannot be decided solely by you. As a junior and a woman, it is not your place to speak so boldly here." His words suggested that indeed the niece had overstepped. Huan chuckled lightly. Her composure caused Ibai to feel a growing unease, compelling him to glance involuntarily at the kneeling Shui Ting. Observing this, Huan's confusion deepened. Ever since Chao had informed her of Ibai's concubine, she had asked Chao to inquire further, learning only that this woman was named Shui Ting, residing in the courtyard for several years, living a reclusive life, with little else to discover. In Huan's true recollections, Ibai had always been unyielding in front of the likes of Zhou and others, holding himself in high regard. How could he possibly discern the countenance of a woman? The more perplexed Huan became, the more assured her smile appeared. Adopting the customary indifference of Shun Jingluan, she slowly articulated, "My uncle inquired why I sought this place. The reason is quite simple. I regard you as my father's brother and do not wish for your wife and children to live in fear. As for how I came to know of this place, it is a matter of human actions being observed by the heavens. If one desires to keep a secret, one must refrain from unseemly actions. My uncle has taken substantial rents from Yongji Pawn Shop. Surely you do not naively believe that this matter is known only to you?" Upon hearing Huan utter the name of Yongji Pawn Shop, Ibai's face turned ashen, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "I merely rented the courtyard to Manager Huang." "My lord, the young lady is but a girl. How could she comprehend matters of business?" Shui Ting interjected once more. Huan cast a penetrating glance at her, then recalled that Xie San had previously mentioned Manager Huang. However, according to Shun Jingluan's words to Lin Xian, the courtyard where the bidding conference was held had been temporarily rented, not always located in the same place. Very few within Jizhou City were privy to the existence of the bidding conference, and Ibai certainly did not qualify as one of that select few. In that moment, she found herself bewildered once again. Shui Ting remained demurely kneeling, and perceiving Huan's silence, she added, "My lord, the hour grows late. Do not delay the young lady's luncheon." This was her subtle dismissal. Ibai hurriedly concurred, loudly commanding the servants to escort Huan away. Aware that with Shui Ting present, she would be unable to extract any further information, Huan resigned herself to temporarily depart. Outside the small courtyard, Uncle Zhang awaited her in the carriage. Huan approached and inquired, "Before my uncle returns, who was he with?" Lacking personnel to surveil Ibai, she had no choice but to appear overtly, compelling Shui Ting to seek out Ibai in hopes of uncovering some clues. Uncle Zhang replied. In response to the young lady, the individual sent by Shui Ting found the third master at a scholar surnamed Qian's residence. According to the neighbors of Scholar Qian, he has been frequently seen these days. A scholar named Qian? Huan felt a sense of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, she pressed further. "Is this scholar adept in the art of painting?" "Yes." "What does the young lady know?" Huan offered no response, yet her heart surged with understanding. Wishing she could return and vehemently chastise Ibai. Regardless of the worth of Tang Yan's paintings, he remained a traitor. Ibai had gone to great lengths to enlist Scholar Qian for imitation. Even if he proved the two paintings in his study to be forgeries, what of it? The genuine articles would still be a hot potato, potentially implicating the entire He family. Furthermore, the more individuals who were aware, the greater the peril. A truth so simple. How could he not comprehend? No, Huan gasped softly. Since Shui Ting was aware of going to Scholar Qian's residence to inform Ibai, it indicated her understanding of the entire situation. Such an astute mind. How could she not realize that Ibai's actions were akin to digging his own grave? The more Huan contemplated, the more alarmed she became, exclaiming, "Quick, return home." "No, to the yamen. That is not right either." In that moment, she truly wished to sever ties with the He family's third branch immediately. "Miss?" Uncle Zhang queried, bewildered. "Let me think," Huan murmured, lowering her head. Given her temperament, she could simply confront Bai Hai, laying everything bare. Yet Shun Jingluan had cautioned her more than once about her impulsiveness. Impulsiveness could lead one to be deceived by appearances. Appearances, He Huan murmured to herself, pondering why Shui Ting would seek to harm her uncle. From whence did Tang An's authentic peace originate? Miss, there is one more matter, she continued. Before that person sought out Scholar Qian, he first visited a broker named Feng Jiang, and it seems they had a dispute. Are you referring to broker Feng? He Huan's expression darkened further. When she was still Lin Qian, she had encountered Feng Jiang. Many of Shun Jingluan's calligraphies and antiques had been acquired through him. It is said that at every auction held by Yongji Pawn Shop, Feng Jiang was invariably the foremost seller. Chapter 61. Beneath the He Huan tree, He Huan sat heavily in the carriage, her heart burdened with unspoken worries. Bai Xiao, observing her master's somber mood, dared not breathe a word, settling quietly in the corner of the carriage. This only deepened He Huan's sense of frustration, prompting her to lift a corner of the carriage curtain and gaze up at the sky, conjuring images of her son's cherubic face. As the carriage ambled through the streets, He Huan's eyes inadvertently fell upon the branches of the He Huan tree, ablaze with a brilliant red. From a distance, the blossoms resembled fiery clouds, resplendent against the verdant foliage. It dawned on her that summer had quietly arrived. She murmured to herself, reflecting on the He Huan flower. Traditionally regarded as a symbol of good fortune, known for its ability to dissipate worries and soothe anger. In Jizhou City, He Huan trees were abundantly planted, and perhaps due to her familiarity since childhood, He Huan now noticed how dazzlingly vibrant the blossoms appeared under the sun. With her palm propping up her chin, she gazed vacantly at the He Huan tree. In the true memories of He Huan, her father, He Bo Xian, had named her Huan not only in the hope that she would live a life filled with joy, but also because she was born during a time when he and the young Han lady were newlyweds, thus choosing a name that resonated with the poetic imagery of He Huan flowers blooming in the east wind and the wistful cries of the sunset. Regrettably, within a mere 6 or 7 years, the passionate affection of their early marriage had dissipated entirely. Faced with the pressures from the Chow family and He Jing, the young Han lady felt that the love she once shared with her husband had become a mere jest. As she drew her last breath, resentment filled her heart, and she repeatedly lamented, "Without seeing the He Huan flowers, I lean alone against the longing tree." Over the past decade, the true He Huan had both missed and resented her father. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of the Chow and Wei families, her demeanor had grown increasingly melancholic and withdrawn. He Huan sighed silently for the true He Huan, intending to lower the carriage curtain, yet faintly, she heard the sound of a bamboo flute. The melody was all too familiar. It was the very piece that Shun Jingluan had taught her to play. She listened intently, though the notes were intermittent. The rise and fall of the tune unmistakably bore his signature, imbued with a sense of sorrow and longing that tugged fiercely at her heart. "He cannot possibly be here," she murmured to herself, pulling back the curtain to find the towering walls of Chui Zhu Xian looming closer. The green tiles glistened above, and the lush bamboo leaves swayed in the breeze, seemingly in harmony with the distant flute music. He Huan stared, stunned, as the sign of Chui Zhu Xian approached ever nearer. Shun Jingluan had a fondness for this place, occasionally bringing her here for tea. Yet at this moment, with their son ailing and the fate of steward Shun Jihua uncertain, how could he possibly find the leisure to indulge in tea and music? "Stop the carriage!" He Huan cried out, her heart a tumult of emotions. Before the carriage had fully halted, she leapt down. "Miss!" Bai Xiao hurried to catch up. "Where are you going?" She glanced at the desolate Chui Zhu Xian, incredulously asking, "Miss, do you intend to have tea?" "We cannot afford it. I've heard a single cup costs several taels of silver." "Wait for me in the carriage," He Huan insisted, pushing Bai Xiao aside as she strode purposefully toward the entrance. Bai Xiao hesitated, wanting to follow, but ultimately stood frozen, unsure of what to do. "Miss, you are mistaken. This is not the right place." A young attendant blocked He Huan's path at the door. He Huan raised her gaze, peering over his shoulder into the room. Apart from a heavy shadow wall, nothing was visible to her. Yet the sound of the bamboo flute grew increasingly distinct. and she was almost certain that the musician was Shun Jingluan. "Miss." The waiter smiled politely, but gestured for He Huan to leave. The exorbitant prices of the Chui Zhu Xian meant that patrons were scarce, which was precisely why Shan Jingluan favored this establishment. Coupled with its elegant ambience and attentive service, he was considered a frequent guest. He Huan withdrew her gaze and, with a composed demeanor, replied, "I am He Sure, the cousin of Master Shun, and I have come specifically to see him. He must be a Qi Huai Ju, correct?" The waiter hesitated for a moment. Shun Jingluan was indeed a Qi Huai Ju, but he had not disclosed that he was expecting a guest. The waiter, not daring to neglect his duties, yet also hesitant to usher He Huan inside, politely stated, "Miss He, please wait a moment while I inform Master Shun. My cousin detests being disturbed while playing the flute or the zither. Please take me to his servant, Wenju. If my cousin does not wish to see me, he will naturally lead me away and spare you any discomfort." The waiter, taken aback by He Huan's knowledge of both Wenju and Shun Jingluan's habits, was instantly intimidated. He respectfully invited her inside, leading the way. As they proceeded towards Qi Huaiju, He Huan initially bristled with dissatisfaction. However, upon entering the courtyard and seeing Shun Jingluan with his back to her, standing beneath the mimosa tree by the pond and playing the flute, she found herself unable to move. A year ago, at the beginning of their marriage, she had been equally captivated by such a scene. She vividly recalled that, at that time, the lotus flowers in the Shun family garden were on the verge of blooming. Beneath the towering ancient trees, he wore an amber-colored robe, with only a jade pendant tied around his waist. Despite such a simple attire, he overshadowed the vibrant greenery and blossoms surrounding him. In that very moment, he appeared noticeably thinner than a year prior, the plain robe hanging loosely on him. Yet, this frailness added a tinge of melancholy to the entire tableau. Standing under the mimosa tree, flute in hand, he seemed lost in the music, oblivious to the world around him. A gentle breeze stirred, and the fluffy mimosa flowers drifted down softly, landing on the water surface and creating ripples. "Miss He?" the waiter urged. "Sure." He once signaled him to be silent. The melodious tune entwined itself among the verdant trees and crystal waters, attracting birds to pause in admiration. Once, they had played music together in the Shun family garden. His smile and gaze had made her heart race. She should return to his side. Even if not for their child, he was the only man capable of making her blush and feel entranced. "Miss Biao." Wenju appeared unexpectedly, gazing at He Huan in surprise. The waiter sensed the unusual atmosphere and hastily explained, "Missy mentioned that Master Shun is expecting her here. I merely stated that I have come specifically to see my cousin," He Huan replied, nonchalantly shifting her gaze to Wenju. "Why is my cousin here? Has Steward Shun's injury fully recovered?" Wenju nodded towards the waiter, and after he had departed, he lowered his voice, saying, "Miss Biao, while the master has not seen you, allow me to escort you out." At this moment, the cousin-in-law should be at home, accompanying Yinshi. She cast another glance at Shun Jingluan. Wenju stepped forward, blocking Yi Huan's line of sight, and impatiently replied, "Miss, although my master feels regret for yesterday's incident, it was merely an unfortunate accident and bears no relation to him whatsoever. He is compassionate and has asked Dr. Xiao to attend to you, even compensating you for the medicinal expenses. He has already extended his benevolence to the utmost. Please do not take advantage of it." He spoke hastily, gesturing towards a courtyard gate to indicate that He Huan should leave. Feigning ignorance, He Huan remarked, "I came in to see after hearing my cousin-in-law's flute playing. Miss, regardless of your intentions, I must ask you not to disturb my master. He has been busy all morning. Could you not allow him a moment of peace?" Wenju's tone had crossed a line, revealing his genuine urgency. He Huan glanced at him, unabashedly inquiring, "Why has my cousin-in-law been so busy? Is there some trouble?" Seeing that He Huan would not relent, Wenju pointed towards the gate, urging her to leave, and finally explained, "The young master and Dr. Xiao have gone to the estate for recuperation. My master left the city early this morning to make arrangements there and has not had a sip of water since." Wenju, Shun Jingluan's flute abruptly ceased. "My master." Wenju quickly turned to bow. He Huan stood in the corridor, bowing respectfully from a distance towards Shun Jingluan, saying, "Cousin-in-law, I came to see you because I heard your flute." Wenju interjected hastily, "I was just about to escort Miss out." Shun Jingluan regarded Yihuan with a calm demeanor, stating, "Dr. Xiao has assured me that Miss He's health is no longer a concern." His tone remained characteristically indifferent and detached. Before Yihuan could respond, he instructed Wenju, "It is getting late. Let us depart." He turned and walked towards the small wooden bridge at the other end of the corridor. In a moment of urgency, Yihuan blurted out, "Cousin-in-law, why has Xie San come to Jizhou? Why has he infiltrated your home? Do you already know the reason, or have you chosen to ignore it?" Shun Jingluan halted, casting a displeased glance around before saying, "Miss He, this is Chui Zhu Xian. I urge you to be cautious with your words. Even if you do not care for yourself, you should consider Nianqi's safety." "Thank you for your concern, Miss He." Shun Jingluan's voice grew somber, and he raised his tone to instruct Wenju, "Please escort Missy away. I will wait for you inside." "Wait." Yihuan stepped forward, leaning against the railing of the corridor, and declared loudly, "What if I say that the recent events may be related to the calligraphy and paintings purchased by my cousin-in-law?" Shun Jingluan did not respond to her assertion, but took a few steps closer to her, exchanging a meaningful glance with Wenju. Understanding, Wenju circled around the corridor and then positioned himself at the courtyard gate. From across the gentle flow of water, Shun Jingluan assessed Yihuan, his expression inscrutable as he said, "Miss He, I have previously stated that the affairs of the Shun family are not your concern. Furthermore, should you have missed the rumors, I can clarify directly. I shall not marry for the next 3 years. Is that sufficiently clear?" The final rhetorical question subtly carried an undercurrent of irritation, revealing a departure from his usual indifference. Yihuan lowered her head to conceal her emotions, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow in her nose. From a distance, she had not noticed, but now she clearly saw that the bamboo flute in his hand was one of her dowry items, the last gift her father had bestowed upon her before she boarded the ship. Yihuan raised her eyes to look at him. She longed to inquire why. Despite carrying her cherished memento wherever he went, he could not recognize her merely because she bore the guise of Yihuan. Did he truly believe that Zilan had divulged their intimate moments as a couple? Did he think her to be excessively talkative? As she observed Shun Jingluan turning to leave, she called out, "Is your vow to refrain from remarrying for 3 years in deference to my cousin?" The cancellation of several beloved American dramas had left her in a sour mood, and today might only see a single update. The truth is, a friend mentioned that the pacing of these chapters had slowed, coupled with next week's strong recommendations, prompting me to consider adjusting the narrative. If today's update is singular, tomorrow will certainly bring 3, and not just tomorrow, but the day after and the day after that will also feature triple updates. Furthermore, as a sensitive author, I thrive on the lively engagement in the comment section and appreciate connections with my readers, so please feel free to reach out to me. Your enthusiasm will inspire my writing speed and lead to more frequent updates. Chapter 62. The confession. Shun Jingluan seemed to pay no heed to Yihuan's inquiry, turning his back to her as he strode towards the small wooden bridge. Yihuan's heart surged with emotion as she hurried along the corridor. The rhythmic thuds of her embroidered shoes against the wooden floor echoed in the air as she intercepted Shun Jingluan at the bridge's edge. He gazed at her in silence, his beautiful phoenix eyes dark and bright. Yihuan's breath quickened, her heart racing with trepidation. Although she prided herself on understanding Shun Jingluan in this moment, she could not discern his true feelings. She wished to speak, yet her mouth felt parched. Time trickled away in the stillness, the midday sun filtering through the branches of the mimosa tree, casting dappled shadows upon them. Yihuan cast her eyes downward, reluctant to let him depart. I. Her palms were clammy as she stammered about Steward Shun's injury. Has he recovered? After her question lingered in the air without a response from Shun Jingluan, she quietly added, "Those masked men. They were after me, after all." "Miss He, did you not comprehend my earlier words?" Shun Jingluan retorted impatiently, reiterating with solemnity, "I shall not marry within the next 3 years." Yihuan instinctively looked up, only to find him gazing intently at her from close range. To her, his expression evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of Lin Xian. In a fluster, she stepped back, her cheeks aflame, involuntarily recalling that day. Shun Jingluan had always embodied a gentleman, adhering to decorum in all situations. Yet on that day, beneath the grand tree at Chihuai Pavilion, he had looked at her in precisely this manner before unexpectedly kissing her deeply in the brilliant sunlight. I must have misinterpreted. He Huan lifted her gaze to find Shen Jingluan regarding her with an inscrutable expression, his eyes clear and unwavering. Indeed, I was mistaken, she thought, self-deprecatingly tugging at the corners of her mouth. After a moment's contemplation, she could not resist asking, "Why 3 years? Is it because of the age difference between me and Miss Lin? Can we not wait 3 years?" "You overestimate yourself," Shen Jingluan replied, a hint of derision lacing his tone. "Why 3 years? Previously, you mentioned taking me as a concubine for 3 years as well," He Huan pressed on. Shen Jingluan glanced at the approaching Wenju, who appeared to understand the unspoken cue and promptly turned to leave. He Huan watched Wenju's retreating figure before raising her eyes to Shen Jingluan once more, stating, "Cousin-in-law, you must eventually marry. Perhaps you may live without a wife, but the Shen family cannot be without a matriarch. Perhaps I shall have to marry in the future, but in my heart, only Xiyin can ever be my wife. She is the only woman I have ever loved." As Shen Jingluan's words echoed in her mind, He Huan felt her head spin. She had unwittingly heard his confession of love for Lin Xiyin through her own identity. In an instant, tears welled in her eyes. In the blurred glimmer of her tears, he appeared both familiar and foreign. "Why do you not believe that I am?" "You are not her," Shen Jingluan interjected, turning to gaze at the crimson mimosa blossoms. "Do not utter another word. You are not Xiyin, and no one can replace her. Even if you are cousins, even if you are twins, you are not her. My heart belongs to her. It was never due to her appearance." Shen Jingluan's voice was soft, delicate, yet imbued with profound emotion. He Huan's heart resembled the rippling waters of a pool scattered with fallen petals, fraught with intertwined and chaotic waves. She yearned to cry out, "If it is not because of my looks, why can you not recognize me?" Alas, reason dictated that such an outburst would only provoke his disdain. He Huan reached up to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, but the wellspring of emotion flooded back into her gaze. Once more, she extended her hand to brush away the tears, tilting her head to behold his profile. Reality offered no room for her to dream of a romantic tale fit for a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden. Yet, she remained a woman, and the man before her was her husband, a man who cherished her deeply. "When did you begin to harbor feelings for my cousin?" She gazed at his side profile, captivated. His features had grown more defined, and in less than a month, he had lost considerable weight. Shen Jingluan did not turn around, but simply shook his head, saying, "Is it meaningful? I wish to comprehend where I faltered when I fell short." Shen Jingluan chuckled softly. He Huan observed clearly. He truly smiled, a genuine expression that was neither mere politeness nor pretense. Was he thinking of Lin Xiyin? "You have not lost. I am the one who has lost." Shen Jingluan's right hand clenched into a fist, gently striking the pillar. His action was not forceful, yet He Huan perceived the whiteness of his knuckles. He was striving to suppress his emotions. "I do not understand." He Huan stepped forward, lost in thought. Shen Jingluan retreated a step, widening the chasm between them. After a moment of silence, he coldly stated, "I am under no obligation to explain myself to you. Do you not wish for me to let go? If you do not relinquish your feelings, what can be done?" Shen Jingluan shook his head at this moment. "Your presence here is not due to your identity as Miss He. The reason I converse with you at length is solely because you are Xiyin's cousin, nothing more." He Huan was uncertain of her own feelings. She merely gazed at him, unaware of her own desires, and blurted out, "My cousin is not at all what you imagine." "And so what?" Shen Jingluan scoffed. "You have no idea of the multitude of things she has done behind your back. How can you be so sure that I am completely unaware?" Shen Jingluan's gaze drifted forward, as though lost in a reminiscence that belonged solely to him and Lin Xiyin. "She was jealous, cunning. Ever since your first encounter, everything was orchestrated by her." Shen Jingluan chuckled lightly, saying, "Without my cooperation, she could not have achieved any of it." This time, his smile bore a hint of sarcasm, devoid of disdain, and certainly lacking in coldness. His eyes were filled with warmth, as if He Huan's vehement words had drawn him into a rose-tinted reverie. He Huan looked at Shen Jingluan, a lump forming in her chest like a ball of cotton. He loved Lin Xian. She was Lin Xian, yet she felt anguish, jealousy of her former self. In his heart, Lin Xian was dead. How could she reclaim her husband's heart from the grasp of a ghost? Was this all a cruel jest of fate? A gentle breeze of early summer, infused with the unique fragrance of silk tree blossoms, brushed against their cheeks. Shun Jingluan stood there, like a statue, his gaze fixed on the horizon, yet seemingly perceiving nothing. Or perhaps he beheld the Lin Xian of his memories. He Huan's heart was in turmoil, her thoughts were clouded, and she found it difficult to take a single step forward. It was only after her demise that she realized he loved her more than she had ever known. Today, she learned that he had long been aware of everything, always accommodating her, always supporting her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Shun Jingluan sensed that Yi Huan was still not sufficiently heartbroken. He spoke deliberately, long before she resolved to marry me. I had already decided to take her as my bride. I did not approach the Lin family to propose because I had a 10-year pact with the Duke of Yong'an. What 10-year pact? Shun Jingluan offered no reply and continued his discourse. Since we have broached such matters, I might as well inform you that in Xian as heart, she has always regarded you as a sister, so do not compel me to treat you as I would Miss Lin Air. Yi Huan was utterly bewildered, left to watch as Shun Jingluan's figure receded farther away from her. She collapsed against the railing, replaying every word he had uttered in her mind. Deep within Lin Xian's heart, it was evident that Yi Huan was not akin to Lin Mengyan. How? Well, he understood her. Yi Huan was uncertain how she returned to the carriage. All she knew was that her mind was consumed by thoughts of Shun Jingluan. Miss? Bai Xiao called timidly. What is it? Yi Huan replied absently, akin to a wandering spirit. Miss, Zhang Bo inquired if we should go to the Yamen. The Yamen? Yi Huan momentarily paused before comprehending. She had originally planned to visit the Yamen under the pretext of gathering news from Yi Baihai, intending to see Xie San. Regardless of circumstances, he had rescued her time and again, yet she had inadvertently caused him harm, even attempting to entrap him. Beyond a simple thank you, she owed him an apology. Miss, what troubles you? Is it about Master Shun? No, Yi Huan interrupted Bai Xiao impatiently, raising her voice to instruct Zhang Bo. Let's return home. She drew back the curtain and stared blankly out the window. At that moment, her resolve to marry Shun Jingluan was further solidified. This determination stemmed not only from their son, but also from his love and tolerance towards Lin Xian. Bai Xiao cautiously glanced at Yi Huan, following her gaze outside the carriage. Miss, she exclaimed, pointing at a carriage on the street that was moving away from them. Realizing Yi Huan was oblivious, she could only fall silent, feeling awkward. In the Lin family's carriage, Lin Mingyan too was unaware of the fleeting encounter with Yi Huan. She had just received word that Shun Jingluan was at Shui Zhuxian, and she was hastening to chance upon him. In a private chamber on the second floor of Shui Zhuxian, Shun Jingluan stood by the window, watching the He family's carriage vanish from his sight. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed Lin Mingyan descending from her carriage. He shook his head and quietly instructed Wenju with a few words. Wenju nodded with a smile and swiftly exited. Before long, while Lin Mingyan was secretly contemplating how to discreetly inquire about Shun Jingluan's whereabouts, she caught sight of a familiar figure flitting past. Her heart leaped with joy, and she pointed towards the direction Wenju had disappeared, asking, "Excuse me, what lies in that direction?" The attendant glanced and replied truthfully, "Miss Lin Air, that way leads to Tianxiang Pavilion." In that case, I shall proceed to Tianxiang Pavilion. The young attendant was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "Miss Lin Air at the Tianxiang Pavilion, aside from tea." Before he could finish his sentence, the innkeeper unexpectedly appeared, bowing to Lin Mingyan with a smile. Of course, Miss Lin Air may visit the Tianxiang Pavilion. He then turned to the young attendant, his expression stern as he commanded, "Why are you not leading Miss Lin Air at once?" Lin Mingyan nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing a piece of silver to the innkeeper. The innkeeper accepted the coin with deference, expressing his gratitude, though a flicker of pity passed through his eyes. A short while later, when Lin Mingyan encountered the innkeeper again, the ingratiating smile had vanished from his face. An hour later, Lin Mingyan was brought back home by Madame Wu, kneeling in the ancestral hall of the Lin family. Chapter 63. Each for their own within the Lin family ancestral hall. Lin Guqing lowered his head, fixated on his daughter, his face ashen, trembling as he pointed a finger at her and scolded, "Are you intent on driving me to my grave?" Standing nearby, Wu Shi felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. The Lin family, though prominent in Jizhou, should not have been subjected to such public humiliation, especially when the silver her daughter brought was insufficient. The owner of Chuizhu Xian could have simply approached them for payment rather than loudly accusing her daughter of dining and dashing, thereby making the incident widely known. She hastily urged, "My lord, please calm your anger. There may be more to this than meets the eye. Have I not instructed you to watch over her? Why did you allow her to venture out again?" Lin Guqing questioned sharply. Wu Shi, observing her daughter's lack of remorse and recalling that she had once again deceived her by sneaking out, felt a surge of rage ignite within her. "Did I not command you to stay at home and reflect on your actions? What possessed you to go to Chuizhu Xian to listen to music? Who do you think you are emulating?" The latter part of her statement carried an unmistakable undertone of reproach. "You went to Tianxiang Pavilion to listen to music?" Upon hearing this, Lin Guqing nearly struck Lin Mengyan, wishing to silence her immediately. "Do you have any idea what kind of place that is?" Wu Shi, taken aback, inquired. "Isn't Chuizhu Xian a respectable tea house?" Lin Guqing found himself at a loss for words. While Chuizhu Xian may indeed be a reputable establishment, Tianxiang Pavilion was solely a venue for music, albeit of a more risky nature. It was acceptable for men to visit, considered a sign of sophistication, but for a woman, especially an unmarried girl, to attend would ruin her prospects of marriage forever should word of this get out. "What on earth were you doing there?" Lin Guqing pressed again. Lin Mengyan remained silent, her gaze cast down. She had clearly seen Wenju, yet upon turning, he had vanished. What did the words she inadvertently overheard mean? Her father had asserted that due to their family's connection with the Shun family, she was surely destined to become Mrs. Shun. Yet others claimed that Shun Jingluan had no desire to form a union with them, dismissing the notion with vague statements about not marrying for 3 years. Even in his mounting anger, Lin Mengyan was still his eldest daughter, and he hoped for her to marry into the Shun family to maintain the bond between the Lin and Shen families. Casting a stern glance at the mother and daughter duo, he stormed out. Wu Shi glanced at her daughter before hastily pursuing her husband. Observing him summon the servants to prepare the horses, she realized he intended to rectify the situation at Chuizhu Xian to prevent any scandalous gossip from tarnishing their daughter's reputation. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Mei Qing, who was kneeling in the courtyard, and demanded, "Once again, it is you who has coaxed the young lady out. What punishment do you deserve? Madam, please see reason." Mei Qing prostrated herself, attempting to defend herself. "I did advise the young lady." However, she was determined to seek an explanation from Master Shun regarding the previous incident. "Nonsense! How could Master Shun possibly go to Chuizhu Xian? How could the young lady know? It must be you, you mischievous girl, who coaxed Mengyan out." "Madam, it is not as you say. Both the young lady and I heard someone speak of it. She saw Master Shun at Chuizhu Xian." "Who said that?" Mei Qing was momentarily taken aback. She and Lin Mengyan had overheard 2 maids animatedly discussing how Shun Jingluan appeared to be infatuated with Lin Shiyan, yet in reality, he had simply turned away to pursue pleasure. In her eagerness to caution her mistress, she had neglected to identify who had made those remarks. "Madam, please forgive my misstep." Mei Qing once again bowed before Wu Shi, repeatedly asserting that if she were to hear the voices of the 2 maids again, she would undoubtedly be able to identify them. Wu Shi nodded, instructing her servants to gather all the maids of the Lin family in the courtyard and close the gates. Mei Qing was to discern their voices one by one. Amidst the Lin family's grand efforts to locate the true culprit, Chang'an presented 2 silver notes to 2 women in their 40s, urging them repeatedly to forget the events of the day before returning to a nearby tea house. Inside a private room of the tea house, Xie observed the entrance of the Shun family with a contemplative expression. "Third master, it has been handled," Chang'an said cautiously, standing beside Xie and glancing at him. "Sir, you often say that a gentleman should know when to act and when to refrain. Today's events. Miss Lin Eyre is, after all, an unmarried young lady. Did I do something wrong?" Xie retorted, gently caressing the teacup on the table. "I merely revealed a fact to Miss Lin Eyre. The one who truly acted ruthlessly was he. Chang'an understood that the he referred to Shun Jingluan. Previously, he had perceived Shun Jingluan as a benevolent gentleman, thinking his master was biased against him. However, witnessing Shun's methods against Lin Mengyan today was indeed disheartening. Although Lin Mengyan brought this upon herself, it was he who orchestrated her visit to the Chuixiang Pavilion, yet managed to distance himself completely from matter. Outsiders were even unaware of his appearance at the Chuizhuxian. Third Master, what is Shun Yi up to? Even if he is unwilling to marry Miss Lin Er, must he be so ruthless? How would I know? Xia Sen scoffed, his gaze fixated on the tea leaves swirling in the cup. In a moment of abstraction, he seemed to envision He Huan walking out of the Chuizhuxian, despondent. He had been closely monitoring Shun Jingluan's actions and was aware of his visit to the Chuizhuxian. Originally, he intended to use Lin Mengyan to probe into the meaning of Shun Jingluan's purported vow of not marrying for 3 years, but He Huan appeared first. At this moment, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Shun Jingluan had been waiting for He Huan at the Chuizhuxian. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to what Shun Jingluan had said at Qi Huaiju that could bring tears to the eyes of such a fierce and unreasonable woman. Third Master, Chang'an softly called. I must report that while Shun Yi is away, Captain Xie has visited Steward Shun. His injuries are indeed severe and cannot be feigned. Xie Sen non-committally acknowledged with a sound. He had never doubted the severity of Shun Jihua's injuries, just as he was convinced that the Shun family indeed had a sickly child, though that child was not Shun Yanxi. Yet, he found himself perplexed about Shun Jingluan's true intentions. With a series of footsteps, Captain Lin strode into the room. He had been overwhelmed with tasks in recent days, balancing the demands of County Magistrate Liu, Xie Jinghui, and Xie San, while also considering Shun Jingluan. Third Master, Captain Lin saluted Xie San. I have investigated. The scholar surnamed Qian has resided in Jizhou for generations, making a living through selling paintings. He has not set up his stall in recent days, and there is nothing particularly noteworthy about him. As for the house behind He Bai Hai's clothing shop, rumors suggest it is where he keeps a mistress, typically storing some goods there. He quietly raised his eyes to glance at Xie San, who stood respectfully beside him. Lin Captain, with your experience, why do you suppose He Bohai sought out Scholar Qian at this moment? Well, it's difficult to say. Perhaps it is for painting, but Scholar Qian's art is hardly worth more than a single silver coin. Master, he likely dismisses it altogether. As Lin Captain spoke, he contemplated, then continued, Third Master. I am but a simple man who prefers forthrightness. Perhaps I should directly inquire with Scholar Qian. I doubt he would dare to withhold the truth. Let me meet with Missy first, he added. Third Master, do you still intend to visit Missy? Chang'an was taken aback. His impression of Yi Huan had been poor, and now, recalling how his master's arms were injured because of her, his disdain only deepened. Xie San nodded casually and turned to Lin Captain, saying, Lin Captain, being young and inexperienced, I regret having deceived you last time. It was truly unavoidable. Third Master, please do not say such things, Lin Captain replied, visibly anxious. Even County Magistrate L could discern that although Xie Jinghui referred to himself as Little Third, he treated Xie San with great respect. It was apparent that he was not merely a constable, and he certainly would not dare to overstep. Xie San graciously invited Lin Captain to take a seat, instructing Chang'an to guard the entrance, before asking, Lin Captain, with your decades of service, which incident do you find most suspicious among all that has transpired? Third Master, I do not quite understand your meaning. I'm unsure how to respond, Lin Captain replied. Xie San stroked his chin, inadvertently aggravating the pain in his injured arm, causing him to wince. Lin Captain observed this and could not help but smile. If his own children were still alive, they would be around this age. With that thought, his gaze dimmed, and he lowered his eyes, politely requesting Xie San to elaborate. As Xie San conversed with Lin Captain, Shun Jingluan learned that Shun Jihua had awakened and personally went to his chamber to visit. Upon seeing him, Shun Jihua struggled to rise and pay his respects. Shun Jingluan quickly pressed him back down, urging, You are gravely injured. There is no need for such formalities. Shun Jihua coughed weakly and said, My lord, have you seen Xie Jingwei? He did not mention who Xie San was. He only said he was one of his subordinates. as he too was injured and would apologize to me once he had recovered. While speaking, Shen Jingluan furrowed his brow but quickly reassured Shen Jihua. Do not dwell on these matters. Focus on your recovery. At these words, Shen Jihua's eyes reddened slightly, and he lamented, My lord, it is entirely my fault for mishandling matters that led to such troubles. You cannot bear all the blame, Shen Jingluan replied with a smile, shaking his head. In any case, we shall address these issues once you have healed. Furthermore, do not dwell too much on the past. After all, no one can predict what tomorrow may bring. My lord, Xie-san is indeed quite skilled. I know, Shen Jingluan replied with a smile, patting Shen Jihua's hand gently. Rest well. I will send a maid to attend to you. He then turned and exited the room, gazed at his solitary figure. Pondering for a moment, with every ounce of strength, he spoke hoarsely. Third master, permit me to utter a presumptuous remark. You owe nothing to the yeoman marquisate, nor do you bear any debt to Miss Xie. On the contrary, he hesitated, pondering the necessity of such words. S. back stiffened at once. He interrupted, his tone unchanged, yet his expression grew stern and grave in an instant. In the brief silence, he narrowed his eyes, gazing through the window towards the capital, lay feebly on the bed, turning his head to observe his master's silhouette. After a fit of violent coughing, he managed to utter, he calls himself Xie-san. Regardless of his affiliation with the yeoman marquisate, he is undoubtedly linked to the events of a decade ago. Offered no response, striding directly out of the room. Shortly thereafter, Wen Zhu reported his arrival, stating that Lin Guqing sought an audience. Every May, the author occasionally finds himself in a fit of irritation as it marks the season when beloved characters in American dramas are often met with untimely demise. This year, the author has faced misfortune as several new series, including Heart of Machines, The Believer, and Intelligent Pursuit, have all been abruptly canceled. Alas, the author seeks understanding, a gentle touch, and solace. Today, there are 3 updates. Chapter 64. The disappearance. Lin Guqing sought assistance from Shen Jingluan due to Lin Mingyan's predicament at Chuizhuxian, where she indulged in flirtatious songs, yet lacked the means to settle her debts. However, Shen Jingluan categorically refused to help and made it clear that he was not acquainted with the establishment's proprietor. Helpless, Lin Guqing returned home in a foul mood, only to find that Mrs. Wu had summoned all the servants of the Lin household. Mei Qing was unable to identify who had spoken of Shen Jingluan's visit to Chuizhuxian. Both spouses were in a sour disposition, exchanging sharp words in their chamber, which only exacerbated their ill feelings. Amidst their quarrel, Lin Guqing reproached Mrs. Wu for her failure to properly discipline their daughter. In turn, Mrs. Wu coldly insinuated that had her husband been more capable, their daughter would not have acted irrationally out of concern for her marriage. Although Lin Mingyan was not the sole daughter, a fortune teller had prophesied at her birth that she would bring prosperity to her parents, leading to her being excessively pampered and thus cultivating a willful nature. At this juncture, both parents recognized that their daughter was at fault. However, neither wished for Lin Mingyan to endure a night of kneeling. In a fit of anger, Lin Guqing, having heard his wife's barbs regarding his inadequacies, declared that Lin Mingyan ought to learn a lesson and commanded that she not leave the ancestral hall without his consent before retreating to the quarters of his concubine. Mrs. Wu, filled with a mix of anger, frustration, and worry, sat in their room for half the night before recalling that their daughter was still in the ancestral hall. When she finally brought pastries and tea to open the hall's door, she found no trace of Lin Mingyan. In a state of panic, she questioned Mei Qing, only to discover that Mei Qing, having received a few lashes from Mrs. Wu, was lying in bed, feverish and dazed. Under persistent questioning, the servant guarding the back door stammered that Lin Mingyan had left the house alone at dusk, threatening her that if she spoke of it, she would suffer mutilation. She had claimed she would return within half an hour. Upon hearing this, Lin Guqing and Mrs. Wu, disregarding their quarrel, hurried to the Shen residence, only to learn from the doorman that they had never seen Lin Mingyan. In Mrs. Wu's mind, although her daughter was headstrong and unruly, she had never behaved so recklessly. Had Lin Guqing been more competent and not given their daughter false hopes, she would not have become infatuated with Shen Jingluan and persisted in her pursuit of him. Lin Guqing, on the other hand, felt that Mrs. Wu had neglected her maternal duties, leading to their daughter's flight. The couple, blaming one another, searched for their daughter in silence, enduring a restless night without any sign of her. He Huan, oblivious to Lin Mengyan's disappearance, had intended to visit the magistrate to thank Xie San before seeking Lin Mengyan at the Lin estate to ascertain her possible connection to the man in the black scarf. Since hearing Shan Jingluan's confession, He Huan's heart had been in turmoil, tossing and turning in bed throughout the night, her mind consumed by his every word and gesture, every glance and sigh. The following morning, He Huan beheld her own haggard reflection, her complexion pallid and dark circles under her eyes. She could only splash cold water on her face to revive herself. After meticulously applying her makeup, she set out with Bai Xiao. Although Bai Xiao was reluctant to visit the magistrate, her mistress insisted that they must express their gratitude to Xie San, for it was a matter of principle. She dared not retort, merely expressing in fits and starts within the carriage that both the Tao and Xiao families were unwell, wondering if perhaps misfortune had befallen their household, suggesting they should all visit the temple to offer prayers. He Huan listened impassively, her gaze fixed on the bustling crowd outside the carriage, lost in contemplation. Xie San had waited at the tavern all morning and, upon finally spotting the He family's carriage, promptly instructed Chong and to invite Miss He upstairs. Chong complied, and upon reaching the ground floor, immediately summoned the constables left by Xie Jinghui to encircle the He family's carriage. Zhang Bo, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. Although He Huan did not recognize Chang'an, the throng on the street alleviated her trepidation, and she inquired what their business was. Chang'an deliberately raised his chin and bellowed, "My master wishes to invite the young lady upstairs for a cup of wine." His address of He Huan as young lady and his demeanor were reminiscent of a dandy sycophant poised to brazenly abduct a maiden for his master's amusement. Xie San, observing from above, found the situation amusing. Just as he contemplated intervening, he decided to watch how He Huan would respond, and thus kept his gaze fixed on the carriage. He Huan surveyed her surroundings and addressed Chong and, "Might I inquire whether it is Lord L or Captain CS seeking to question me? May I bring my maidservant along?" Chong, and, feeling deflated, retracted his neck. These past few days, his master had endured excruciating pain during dressing changes. It was fortunate that his master had a strong constitution from years of martial training. At this moment, he merely intended to intimidate He Huan, not anticipating that she would see through his facade. He awkwardly replied and gestured for her to enter. He Huan instructed Zhang Bo to wait at the corner while she ascended the stairs with Bai Xiao. As Chang'an pushed open the door, she beheld Xie San seated at the table, clad in a dark blue cotton short coat, his trousers tucked into cloth boots, calmly sipping from a white porcelain cup. His rustic appearance clashed with the elegant black lacquered furniture and the curling incense smoke, creating a strikingly discordant tableau. Yet, his composed demeanor lent a sense of normalcy to the scene. "Captain Xie," He Huan approached to pay her respects. Xie San set down his cup and appraised her from head to toe. That morning, when he had faced the bandits, she had rashly charged forth, causing him to receive a needless wound, prompting him to angrily tell her to get lost. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that in such a perilous moment, she had chosen to stand by him rather than flee, a display of courage that attested to her loyalty. "Captain Xie, we have come expressly to thank you." He Huan spoke again. "Expressly?" Xie San chuckled lightly, glancing towards the Shun family direction. Through the window, the Shun family gate could be seen in the distance. He Huan, unperturbed, replied candidly, "I assumed Captain Xie resided at the Yamen, hence my desire to express my gratitude there." Finding her earnestness somewhat dull, Xie San waved his hand dismissively. He exchanged a glance with Chong and, who understood, and signaled for Bai Xiao to wait outside. Bai Xiao timidly called out to her mistress, her gaze lingering on He Huan, almost as if she wished to cling to her clothing. Xie San scoffed, mockingly declaring, in broad daylight, "Do you truly fear that I would harm her? Moreover, with the throngs of people outside, it is I who should feel apprehensive at the sound of Miss He's accusations." He Huan pursed her lips as she observed him, noting the faint smile that danced upon Xie San's face. His striking phoenix eyes, contrasting beautifully against his sun-kissed skin, gleamed with an alluring brightness. The wound on his cheek had scabbed over, leaving a scar that appeared even more pronounced than before, and combined with his ambiguous smile and handsome features. His simple attire rendered him an intriguing enigma. Huan couldn't help but emit a light chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Sen retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice as he instinctively touched the injury on his cheek. His swift movement caused a jolt of pain to radiate from the wound, yet he endeavored to suppress any sign of discomfort in front of Huan. Quickly, Huan composed herself and addressed Bai Xiao, instructing her, "You should thank Captain Xie and then wait outside." Bai Xiao wrung her handkerchief nervously, hesitant to approach. Ever since their initial encounter in the countryside, she had deemed Xie San a ruthless thug, and indeed, fear gripped her heart. However, upon seeing Huan's earnest expression, she steeled herself and stepped forward. Before uttering a word, she suddenly knelt down with a thud. Xie San, taken aback, instinctively recoiled, the pain from his left-hand knife wound and right-hand burn asserting their presence. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Huan, saying, "Miss He, I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Lord Xie, or rather, Master Xie." Bai Xiao, still on her knees, turned towards him, disregarding his reaction, and bowed deeply, her voice trembling as she said, "I, on behalf of my lady, no, I am my lady, extend our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving kindness." With that, she bowed again, remaining prostrate on the ground, too fearful to move. Xie Sen ceased dodging Bai Xiao's actions, instead lifting his gaze to scrutinize Huan, his eyes seemingly questioning her intentions. In truth, Huan had not anticipated Bai Xiao's display of such profound respect. Offering an awkward smile, she bent down to assist Bai Xiao in rising and instructed her to wait outside. Once Chang and closed the door behind them, she turned to the now-seated Xie San and said, "Captain Xie, I believe you have something to convey to me. Earlier, I insisted on bringing Bai Xiao in with me, as I felt it was necessary for us to personally express our gratitude. Additionally, I owe you an apology." With that, she bowed to him once more. Xie San shifted slightly, acknowledging her with a partial return of the bow, squinting as he assessed her. He noted her evident weariness, yet she had made an effort with her makeup, appearing relatively sprightly. Her garments were somewhat worn, perhaps only 4 or 5 parts new, and the hairpin adorning her hair bore signs of age. Yet her attire was clean and her hair neatly arranged, presenting the image of a fallen noblewoman. Just yesterday, he had seen her with swollen eyes from weeping, yet now, there was no trace of sorrow reflected in her brow. By his standards, her beauty could only be deemed passable, but her smile, while not captivating enough to bewitch, radiated a vibrant brightness akin to the rising sun. Xie San, sensing his own lapse in composure, hurriedly averted his gaze and cleared his throat, saying, "Miss He, I graciously accept your thanks, but there is no need for apologies." "Captain Xie, I speak from the depths of my heart. I previously misjudged you." "Misjudged?" Xie San chuckled softly, casting another appraising glance at Huan. After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Let it be." In an instant, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his wound. Enduring the discomfort, he continued, "In truth, you need not feel excessively grateful towards me. To be candid, I possess few passions, save for meddling in matters that do not concern me and rescuing others from peril. That fateful morning, it mattered not whether there were 2 living souls in the carriage. Even if they were mere stray animals, I would have intervened. Therefore, strictly speaking, my actions were not solely for your benefit, and you need not dwell on them." Xie San emphasized the word dwell, his expression seemingly conveying a subtle fear that one day, in a fit of whimsy, she might repay his kindness with malice, ensnaring him once more, leaving him uncertain of his ability to extricate himself from such a predicament. Chapter 65. A smile erases grudges at the moment when Xie San recklessly saved her. Huan realized that she owed him an apology and a word of gratitude. With sincerity, she expressed her remorse and gratitude, understanding that if he were to refuse, she would accept it, for she had nearly caused him to be imprisoned. Yet, his dismissive remarks about insignificant matters and his suggestion that she was concerned about him were rather irksome. "Chief Xie," Huan said, bowing respectfully outside Jizhou City, "you saved my life, and yet, in my panic I kicked you. I owe you an apology. I am truly sorry. She bowed once more. Xia San remained frozen in place, pondering her intentions as he scrutinized her. At my cousin's home, I should not have acted without inquiry, deliberately setting a trap for you to be discovered by Steward Shun. I apologize. She bowed again. Xia San's dark gaze met He Huan's. His thin lips almost pressed into a straight line. She lowered her head, concealing her expression from him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to lift her chin, to see her clearly. On that occasion at my home, I should not have intentionally drawn in Captain Lin, falsely accusing you of extortion, though it was not entirely false. Xia San's expression revealed a hint of awkwardness. He Huan appeared not to hear his words, offering him a deep bow once more and reiterating her apology, adding, despite all that has transpired, just the day before yesterday, you still risked your life to rescue us. I must earnestly express my gratitude. Seeing her about to bow again, Xia San bellowed, enough. He reached for the wine jug on the table, slamming it down before her with a thud. Since you are so sincere, you shall drink 3 cups as punishment. He Huan was perplexed. She had sincerely apologized, and yet Xia San seemed angered. She glanced at the jug, then at the solitary cup on the table. Xia San lifted the cup and casually flung its contents across the floor with a splatter. He placed the cup beside the jug, stating, if you deem it necessary, you may ask the waiter for another cup. He Huan cast her gaze downward. Given his height, he loomed over her, almost looking down at her. Stepping forward, she reached for the cup. Just as her fingertips brushed the cool surface, a large, sturdy hand pressed down on the cup's rim. She looked up at him, his expression inscrutable. Chief Xia, I sincerely apologize. As I mentioned before, as long as you uncover the circumstances surrounding the entry into Shirtu Alley, our grievances shall be settled. Do you require my apology? Whether you apologize or not is a separate matter. He Huan did not release her grip on the cup, nor did Xia San withdraw his hand. Their fingers did not touch, yet she could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm seeping into her skin. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, yet she felt it inappropriate to do so at that moment. She spoke deliberately, Chief Xia, I am willing to drink 3 cups as punishment. This is strong liquor from the north. Even if you have a good tolerance, 3 cups will likely leave you reeling for a couple of hours, Xia San remarked. He Huan paused, for her alcohol tolerance was quite low, and soon she would need to find Lin Mingyan. Xia San Song released his grip, stepping back a couple of paces, and remarked, What? Are you afraid that drinking will hinder your important matters? Did you not claim that you specifically sought me out to apologize? Indeed, He Huan nodded, pouring herself a full cup from the wine jug. Earlier downstairs, how could you recognize Chang'an and know it was I who came to find you? I saw the 2 constables from a couple of days ago, He Huan replied, lifting the wine cup to examine it. The liquid was as clear as water. She wrinkled her nose to sniff, detecting no aroma, which sparked a flicker of doubt within her. Xia San stood before He Huan, scrutinizing her intently, and slowly remarked, I believe no man appreciates a woman reeking of liquor in the early hours. He Huan cast him a perplexed glance, regardless of the intent behind his words. As long as she drank the liquor as he suggested, she felt no remorse about whether he genuinely accepted her apology or not. Initially, she intended to sip delicately, but then thought it better to take a full gulp rather than prolong the moment. Grasping the cup firmly, she tilted her head back and downed it in one go. The cool liquid slid down her throat, and the anticipated burning sensation did not manifest. Blinking, she pursed her lips in contemplation, only to find the taste bland and unremarkable. Furrowing her brow, she blurted, Is northern liquor truly tasteless? Xia San suddenly burst into laughter. The confusion on He Huan's face made him feel rather petty. Did it truly matter whether she had sought him out to apologize or had been compelled to do so by circumstance? He had never intended to demand her apology or gratitude in the first place. Seeing Xia San smile, curving his eyes, which clearly mocked her, He Huan felt a twinge of annoyance. Shun Jingluan had informed her that there existed various types of liquor in the world, sweet, spicy, and bitter, and it dawned on her that perhaps northern white liquor could indeed be devoid of flavor. This is simply water. She set the cup down with a thud. Very well, let us consider this a mutual resolution, erasing past grievances. What say you? Xia San ceased his laughter, returning to his seat by the window. He picked up the jug to pour another drink, only to notice the pristine rim of the cup stained with a hint of crimson, her lipstick. He put down the jug and looked up, asking, "What, are you upset? You are truly a peculiar individual," Hewan replied, struggling to articulate whether she was indeed angry or not. The first time they had met, he had clearly saved her, yet uttered words that were misleading, deliberately frightening her. Siesan's gaze flickered before he responded, "You are equally strange. You boldly confronted vicious bandits with a knife, yet contemplated suicide in the wilderness." Hewan lowered her gaze, falling silent. Siesan had inquired multiple times, yet she could not confess that it was not she who had considered taking her own life. "Let us regard ourselves as two sides of the same coin, equally flawed." Siesan shifted the topic, gesturing to the seat across the table. "I indeed have matters to discuss with you." Hewan, not one to be courteous, took a seat before him and stated, "If you are inquiring about the property on Shirtu Alley, I plan to visit the Lin family before heading to Chingsong Temple. The property deed was established many years ago, and neither auntie nor concubine Chow is aware of the details. Thus, I must consult Auntie Nai." Siesan cast a glance out the window. This was indeed the route from He's residence to the Shun family, but it also led to the government office. In truth, the matters between her and Shun Jingluan had little to do with him. He gathered his thoughts and inquired, "What business do you have at the Lin family?" Hewan averted her gaze, lowering her eyes as she softly replied, "I'm going to Ching Songwan. I should be able to see my aunt. I wish to ask the Lin family if they have anything to send over." "Is that so?" Siesan retorted lightly, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he said, "The matter I wanted to discuss with you is indeed related to the Lin family." After a cup of tea, Hewan spotted Lin Mingyan, trapped like a caged beast, confined within the inn. The editing has caused the chapter word count to become disordered. Regardless, I shall no longer concern myself with the word count. In the future, I will divide according to the plot. Today, there will be an update exceeding 9,000 words. I recommend Feng Qingqing's new book, The Noble Lady Competes with Her Father, book number 309-9923. It narrates the tale of an individual who traverses time to become an unmarried fiancé in a noble family, where a haughty stepmother and an overbearing future mother-in-law, the princess, regard her as an eyesore. Their sole objective is to pave the way for her future sister-in-law, who has captured the heart of the beloved prince. Fear not, for the future marquis, her father in her past life, cherished her as a treasure. With her father's protection, witness how she triumphs through numerous trials and tribulations to forge a lifetime of fortune. In this era of competing fathers, even domestic strife can be approached with ease. Chapter 66. Interrogation. Upon witnessing Lin Mingyan's mouth gagged with rags and her hands bound behind a chair in the inn, Hewan turned in disbelief. Her gaze fixed on Siesan as she questioned, "What has transpired?" In her recollection, Siesan had no connections with the second branch of the Lin family. Without answering, Siesan countered, "Now, can you disclose why you visited the Lin family?" Hewan pursed her lips in silence, casting her gaze downward to her toes. She found herself unable to fathom Siesan, and she could never wager her mother-s life or her brother-s future. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Why have you captured her? Could he have discovered a connection between the masked figures and the Lin family as second branch?" The thought deepened her unease. Siesan observed Hewan's reaction, grappling with a mix of disappointment and expectation. Trust between individuals requires time to cultivate, and it was evident that Hewan did not trust him, nor did he extend his trust to her. After a prolonged silence, Siesan remarked, "I am saving her life, while you ventured to the Lin family to ascertain whether the masked figures were acting under their orders to intercept your carriage." "No," Hewan instinctively denied, pausing before elaborating. "I have never deemed the Lin Erlao family to be virtuous, nor would I speak on their behalf." She emphasized each word. "Sia Captain, having just arrived in Jizhou, you may be unaware that in all of Jizhou, the families of Lin and he harbor the deepest animosity towards the Japanese bandits. If the masked figures are indeed linked to them, it is impossible they would act under the directives of the Lin and he families." Seeing Hewan's resolute stance, Siesan turned to observe Lin Mingyan. He had heard of the Lin and he families suffering two devastating raids by the Japanese bandits, leading to their downfall. However, some experiences, when not personally endured, do not evoke pain. As an outsider, he could not fully comprehend their sentiments. Do you also despise the Japanese bandits? Siessen scrutinized Ihuan. In his eyes, she was merely an ordinary woman of the world. Perhaps she held a sense of loyalty. Or perhaps she was not as timid as most women, yet ultimately, she was a woman intent on altering her fate through marriage. He did not disdain her vanity, nor did he believe she was in the wrong. But how could he articulate it? Perhaps it was best to say she was but a grain of sand among the multitude, insignificant and commonplace. Contrary to Siesen's expectations, Ihuan no longer shied away from his gaze due to her guilt. She raised her eyes to meet his and declared, "If your enemy were to slay your father, cause your mother's demise, and bring ruin to your family, would you not harbor hatred towards them? Would you not desire to take vengeance upon your foe?" Siesen clearly saw the flames of anger flickering in Ihuan's eyes, illuminating her small face. In that moment, she appeared more beautiful than when she had smiled back at him. He hurriedly diverted his gaze, scoffing, "Take vengeance upon your foe? Do you intend to confront the Japanese bandits at sea?" Upon hearing this, Ihuan deflated like a punctured balloon, gazing despondently out the window. Siesen instantly regretted his words. He wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for suitable expressions. After a while, Ihuan stared blankly at the pedestrians in the street and bitterly remarked, "In Jizhou, which citizen does not despise the Japanese bandits? Yet, what can the unarmed populace do? All we can do is survive, striving to ensure a better existence for ourselves and our families. I scarcely dared to mention our father's death to my younger brother." Thus, on that day outside the city, were you merely caught in a moment of confusion, or did he abruptly cease speaking? Shaking his head, he remarked that it was futile to dwell on the past. Indeed, it was of no use. Ihuan concurred, falling silent. The room was engulfed in a stifling silence. Siesen gazed at the inn across the street, where Lin Mingyan was bound to a chair, helplessly wriggling her body. The men in black had all perished, and the evidence implicating Feng Jiang had either been destroyed or concealed. Having journeyed thousands of miles to Jizhou, he could not return empty-handed. Yet, he could not find an entry point into the Shun family's affairs. The woman beside him seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of Shun Jingluan, who, in turn, appeared to hold a special regard for her. Siesen turned his gaze towards Ihuan, cleared his throat, and said, "Let us return to the matter at hand. We both know your purpose at the Lin residence. Binding her was indeed a means of saving her life. You are well aware, regardless of whether the men in black were pirates or not, they are now deceased, yet those who orchestrated their actions remain hidden. If he pointed across the street, if she is connected to this affair, she will undoubtedly be the next to be silenced. You intend to use her to draw out the mastermind?" Ihuan asked, casting a sidelong glance. "If you have meticulously plotted everything, why share this with me?" Siesen's expression faltered, diverting his gaze from Ihuan, and replied with a smile, "I presumed you would be eager for the answer, for you are, after all, the party involved." "Very well." Ihuan suddenly nodded. "What do you mean by very well?" Siesen inquired, puzzled. "I shall not pose further questions, nor shall you need to fabricate excuses. I can be but a pawn in your game, even a marionette. I possess but one request, that my aunt and cousin remain unscathed, regardless of the outcome." Before Ihuan's words had fully settled, Siesen grasped the windowsill with fervor, feeling the searing pain of his wounds. To achieve his aim, he was indeed exploiting the woman before him, who had clearly articulated her willingness to be used, seeking only to protect her widowed aunt from entanglement. It is often said that an astute woman is unlovable. In that moment, he finally comprehended the sentiment behind this saying. For the sensation of being so easily seen through by her was undeniably uncomfortable. As Ihuan conversed with Siesen, Lin Mingyan across the street trembled uncontrollably. She had endured cruel mockery at the Chui Zhuxian and was reprimanded by her mother during the carriage ride home. Upon returning, her father not only scolded her fiercely, but also compelled her to kneel in the ancestral hall. From childhood to adulthood, she had never faced such humiliation. As her legs grew numb and her heart turned cold, she yearned to seek Wenju to ascertain whether he had indeed visited the Chui Zhuxian. She also wished to confront Shun Jingluan, questioning why she was deemed inferior to Lin Xiyan. In the entirety of Jizhou, They were the couple of suitable match. She did not even mind being his secondary wife, willing to pay homage to his primary spouse. Yet, why did he still declare he would not marry for 3 years? Fuming, she dismissed the maid who sought to obstruct her and departed her home alone. Regrettably, just a few steps into the Lin family's back alley, she was struck from behind and lost consciousness. When she groggily awoke, all was shrouded in darkness. She attempted to rise, only to discover that not only were her eyes covered, but her hands and feet were also bound. Fear enveloped her at this moment, leaving her heart consumed by an abyss of dread. She struggled pitifully, her hands and feet chafed raw by the ropes, yet no one came to her aid. She longed to convey to her captors that if they desired gold, they could easily approach her parents. The amount was of no concern. Alas, she found herself deprived even of the opportunity to beg for mercy, sinking deeper into an inescapable terror. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Mingyan fought desperately against her bonds, whimpering as tears soaked the black cloth blindfolding her. He Huan stealthily approached the corner of the room, turning her gaze toward the street before nodding at the imposing figure within. This man, known as Chen Wu, was a subordinate of Xie Zhenghui. As Xie Sin would put it, he held little regard for dealing with defenseless women and children. Thus, it was He Huan who directed Chen Wu on how to interrogate Lin Mingyan. He Huan contemplated that perhaps Xie San was oblivious to everything. He was merely exploiting her. But what did it matter? As long as Xie San promised not to implicate her mother and younger brother. Extracting the truth from Lin Mingyan was also her objective. At that moment, Chen Wu received He Huan's silent cue and abruptly tore the white cloth from Lin Mingyan's mouth. Help! Help me! Lin Mingyan screamed in despair. Slap! Chen Wu struck her face with a casual but forceful gesture, though he did not exert full strength. His martial prowess left a clear mark on Lin Mingyan's fair cheek, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Mingyan dared not utter another sound. The paralyzing fear, the burning pain in her cheek, and the metallic taste of blood in her mouth compelled her to curl inward. He Huan, startled by the slap, nonetheless nodded slightly to Chen Wu. Chen Wu seized Lin Mingyan's chin, his voice dripping with malice. What are you crying for? It's not your time to weep yet. My lord, how much silver do you want? I can write to my father immediately. Whatever you desire will be granted. Chen Wu chuckled cruelly, his voice gruff. After all the filthy deeds I've done for you, you think not a single coin can be spared? As for other matters, what do you intend to do? TSK, TSK. Chen Wu's coarse fingers grazed Lin Mingyan's cheek. Help! Slap! Another blow landed on Lin Mingyan's face. This time, though his touch was lighter, she had already endured a previous strike, causing her cheek to swell further. Please, let me go. Whatever you desire, my father will agree. For Miss Lin, we lost 5 brothers in one fell swoop. How do you propose we settle this account? Before Chen Wu could finish, He Huan felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. At this moment, Lin Mingyan was utterly terrified, her words undoubtedly sincere. She held her breath, listening intently as Lin Mingyan stammered, No one wishes for this. How much silver will it take for you to let me go? Stop prattling on about silver. If I dared to capture you, I'm prepared to stake my life on it. Are you not afraid of Chief Bai? Lin Mingyan strained her neck, attempting to project an air of defiance, but her voice betrayed her. He Huan knew well of Chief Bai. Their family was a trusted ally of the Wu clan, and many of the second house's unsavory dealings were orchestrated by them. Seeing that her guess was correct, she nodded at Chen Wu once more. Chen Wu, catching her hint, scoffed. Do you think that Bai can control us? He is merely a messenger. What exactly do you want? He leaned closer to Lin Mingyan, lowering his voice. Today, I shall accomplish what was left undone. Please don't touch me. Lin Mingyan could no longer maintain her facade of composure. She struggled with all her might, causing the chair to rock violently, clashing against the floor with a series of thuds. He Huan, though already aware of the Lin family's ruthless nature, turned pale upon witnessing Lin Mingyan's reaction. It became clear that those individuals intended not only to ruin her reputation, but also to tarnish her innocence. With a loud crash, Lin Mingyan, along with her chair, fell to the ground. Chen Wu stepped forward, grasping her collar in an attempt to pull her up. Misunderstanding his intentions, Lin Mingyan bit down on the back of his hand and cried out in anguish, Don't think I'm unaware. Those 5 deceased were not your so-called brothers. My parents have seen the portraits at the Yamen, and they are not them. Yihuan instinctively stepped closer, looking down at Lin Mingyan, who writhed like a caterpillar. After a moment, she silently mouthed to Chenwu, "Ask her who those people are." Chenwu nodded and kicked Lin Mingyan's calf, coldly stating, "Oh, Miss Lin, do you know each of her brothers personally?" "It was Lu Xiang who spoke those words to my father. I heard it with my own ears." Lin Mingyan screamed. Yihuan stepped forward again, her fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for Xie San's warning not to let Lin Mingyan discover her presence, she would have inquired directly about their past grievances, which stemmed solely from their brief encounter at the Shen household. At that time, she had never intended to provoke her. It was Lin Mingyan who instigated the conflict, only to later send others to destroy her innocence. Did she have no conscience left? Chenwu pressed his foot down on Lin Mingyan's shoulder, disdainfully saying, "Lu Xiang is nothing to be feared. Do you think I would be intimidated by him? I realize now. You are in league with those men in black scarves." Lin Mingyan had completely lost her sanity, though bound to the chair. She thrashed wildly in a futile attempt to escape his grasp. Across the street, Xie San observed the scene within the room from a distance, unable to hear their conversation. He saw Yihuan turn away from him, looking down at Lin Mingyan on the floor. He did not need to know what Lin Mingyan was saying. He simply hoped that Yihuan would relay her testimony to Shun Jingluan. Suddenly, he noticed a group of Yamen runners hastily approaching, led by Lin, the head constable. As he pondered whether yet another incident had occurred, he watched Lin, the constable, stride purposefully into the inn across the street. The author has erred, truly erred. If it weren't for my desire to check my collection before sleep, I wouldn't have even turned on my computer. I am so sorry. I promise to write several more chapters promptly so that everyone can see updates, including the time for the next chapter. Please forgive me, dear readers. Today, the author faced a series of unfortunate events. In the morning, upon receiving the sample publication, they discovered that certain chapters had been excised. This prompted an inquiry with the editor about the alterations made to their work, for the author harbors a deep disdain for modifications to their writing. The editor clarified that it was not a mere alteration, but a deletion, stating that henceforth, depictions of violent scenes and negative portrayals of law enforcement would be strictly prohibited. This news left the author disheartened, leading them to seek solace in preparing cherries. However, whether it was the wine or the cherries that caused the unexpected tartness remains a mystery. In their sorrow, the author turned to baking a cake, a pursuit that has continued into the present moment with a heavy heart. Chapter 67. Intimidation ever since the black-clad man struck Xie San. Magistrate Lu has been plagued by anxiety, compelling him to command head constable Lin relentlessly, as if he were intent on exacting a military order to ensure that every detail is uncovered. Thus, head constable Lin entered the inn with a serious demeanor, having been summoned by Magistrate Lu upon hearing that someone had spotted the black-clad man there. Chang'an was stationed at the inn on Xie San's orders to prevent outsiders from discovering their interrogation of Lin Mingyan. When he saw head constable Lin abruptly enter, he was startled and hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Head constable Lin, what brings you here?" He glanced at the stern faces of the constables behind Lin, each bearing an expression of gravity. After a moment's hesitation, head constable Lin replied, "I am here on a mission to search for the accomplices of the black-clad man." He scanned the surroundings and asked, "Is head constable Xie also present at the inn?" "I recall he does not reside here." Under Lin's piercing gaze, Chang'an began to perspire. His superior had instructed him to keep matters discreet until they ensnared the big fish. He pulled Lin aside, whispering a request for a private conversation. Chang'an intended to fabricate an excuse to divert Lin, but as he fumbled through insincere pleasantries, a commotion erupted outside. Everyone turned to see the Lin family enter in a single file, each member appearing haggard and anxiously surveying their surroundings. "Old Master Lin, second madam." Head Constable Lin greeted them. "Head Constable Lin." Lin Guqing's voice trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu, upon spotting Lin, looked as if she had seen a ghost, casting a fearful glance before hastily retreating behind her husband. Lin Guqing urgently seized Lin's wrist, pulling him into a corner and murmuring, "Head Constable Lin, I must not conceal from you that my daughter has been kidnapped. What has happened?" Lin Constable's gaze swept across the Lin family. Noticing Lin Guqing's pallor and Mrs. Wu's tear-streaked face, as she numbly leaned on her son for support, he instinctively asked, "Is it possible that second Miss Lin is being held in this inn?" Lin Guqing nodded with great difficulty and spoke in an even lower tone. "We have just paid the ransom as demanded by the kidnappers, who instructed us to search for her here. Could it be the work of the black-clad man?" Head Constable Lin immediately recalled Magistrate Lu's orders, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Chang'an. That morning, the black-clad man's assault on Xie San appeared lethal. Yet each strike seemed deliberately restrained. In the chaos of the moment, he had no time for contemplation, but in retrospect, two possibilities emerged. Either the black-clad man and Xie San were staging a performance, or the black-clad man was testing Xie San's martial prowess. Upon hearing Lin's unguarded utterance, Lin Guqing's expression darkened further. He clasped his hands in a formal salute, his face pale, and murmured, "Head Constable Lin, for the sake of my daughter's reputation and her future." He bent his knees, about to kneel. Head Constable Lin hastily grasped him, furrowing his brow. Should outsiders learn that Lin Mingyan had been kidnapped and was missing for an entire night, her life would surely be ruined. Having been a father himself, Lin understood the emotions of a parent. He nodded and said, "Since old Master Lin wishes to keep this matter discreet, I shall accommodate your request. However, I am occupied with official duties and can only spare you a moment over tea, and you may take only the second young lady with you." "Thank you, Head Constable Lin." Lin Guqing bowed again, his voice involuntarily trembling with each word. Head Constable Lin assumed he was merely concerned for his daughter and said in a deep tone, "At this moment, I can pretend to know nothing. But since someone is extorting in the territory of Jizhou, I cannot turn a blind eye." Lin Guqing lamented, "I understand. As long as my daughter returns safely, even if you do not speak, we shall go to the magistrate and reveal everything." Head Constable Lin nodded. Once he called his subordinates to the courtyard under the pretense of gathering the inn's waiter and manager for questioning. Lin Guqing could hardly contain his urgency and rushed up to the second floor. Although Wushi wished to follow, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, as if ensnared in endless despair. On the second floor, Lin Guqing pushed open a door to find Lin Mingyan in a disheveled state on the floor, her cheeks swollen as she cried and pleaded for mercy. He hurried to lift her to a chair. Lin Mingyan's eyes were still covered with a black cloth. She was engulfed in terror, thrashing wildly and biting down on Lin Guqing's shoulder. "Mingyan, release me quickly." As Lin Guqing attempted to untie her, he noticed her wrists were bloodied, staining the ropes red. His heart ached profoundly, and he quickly embraced her. Sensing the presence of a man, Lin Mingyan grew more terrified, struggling fiercely while shouting, "Do not touch me. He Huan has done nothing to me. Do not touch me." With no other choice, Lin Guqing struck her to unconsciousness, took the cloak from his son's hands, wrapped her securely, and carried her away. Inside the wardrobe, Xie San covered He Huan's mouth, listening attentively to the commotion outside with a stern expression. Given his agility, it was not a challenge to ascend to the second floor of the inn, but escaping with He Huan unnoticed in broad daylight was impossible. He had initially planned to let He Huan hide while he distracted Head Constable Lin, but learned from Chang and that Lin Guqing and his wife had already identified him as the kidnapper. Seeing Lin Guqing ascend the stairs, the capable man decided to squeeze into the wardrobe with He Huan. The wardrobe was dark, and through the slits of the door, faint beams of light filtered in. He Huan widened her eyes and stared ahead, only able to vaguely discern Xie San's silhouette. She could acutely feel his breath and body heat. She was both embarrassed and furious, yet could not harbor resentment towards him. Her back pressed against the wardrobe side, and so did his. Apart from his hand covering her mouth, they had no physical contact. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. Yet why could he not join Chang in and hide beneath the bed? As Lin Guqing's footsteps gradually faded, Chang'an crawled out from beneath the bed, anxiously directing his question toward the wardrobe. "Third Master, what shall we do now? Head Constable Lin is searching the inn for the man in the black scarf." Half an hour later, in Lin Mingyan's bedroom, Wushi sat beside her sleeping daughter, constantly wiping away tears, while Lin Guqing stood by the window, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. After a long silence, Wu Shi choked out, "My lord, must we truly go to the magistrate to confess? What else can we do if we do not go to the magistrate? You saw what was written in the letter. He is not afraid of our defiance. Next time, it may be our turn." Lin Guqing's voice gradually shifted from anger to despair. He has lived more than half his life, and only now does he truly understand what it means to be afraid. This morning, after he and Mrs. Wu searched in vain for their daughter, utterly exhausted, they returned home only to receive a letter. The letter contained no threats or intimidation, but simply stated how Mrs. Wu had instructed someone to bribe thugs to tarnish He Huan's reputation, and how Lin Mengyan had ordered Chief Lin to take drastic measures, allowing the thugs to assault He Huan. If the letter merely recounted these events, it could be said that those who threatened them had conducted a thorough investigation of the past. However, in reality, it was as if the sender could foresee the future. They not only knew that they would encounter Chief Lin at the inn, but also described his every word and action with uncanny precision, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. In the brief silence, a knock echoed from outside. Lin Guqing straightened his clothing and strode to the door, where he found Chief by holding the letter. Without a word, Lin Guqing accepted the letter, tore open the seal, and scrutinized it word by word. After some time, he dismissed Chief Bai and sat dazed at the table. "My lord, what is it?" Mrs. Wu asked anxiously, appearing as if she had aged a decade overnight. Lin Guqing silently handed her the letter. With trembling hands, she took the paper and, after reading only a few lines, collapsed into her chair, the letter slipping from her grasp. Lin Guqing bent down to retrieve it, lit a candle, and watched as the letter slowly turned to ashes. In the oppressive silence, he murmured, "Kill him." Those four succinct words escaped his lips like a whisper from the depths of hell. As a recommendation, I suggest exploring the intriguing work of my friend Yu Feiya, titled Stealing the Concubine, book number 3045968. The narrative begins with a whimsical twist. Heavenly heavens. If I must transmigrate, why must I inhabit the body of a lowly concubine who still harbors the original soul? I yearn for a new body, a new identity, and to whom it may concern, spare me your self-adoration. Who would wish to become your concubine? The sky is vast, and wealth is abundant. I have no desire to compete with other women for favor. Chapter 68. The capture. In a dimly lit chamber, Lin Guqing and Wu Shi sat across from one another, enveloped in a profound silence that seemed to seep into their very bones, chilling them to the core. Despite their unwavering trust in Steward Bai, he remained merely a servant. Should he perish for reasons beyond their understanding, they could simply offer a more generous funeral stipend or a pension. Yet, the letter S author demanded that they publicly punish him and deliver his corpse to the authorities as a means of bearing witness against the true perpetrator. Consequently, not only did this turn the household servants against them, but it also risked tarnishing their family's reputation, rendering them the subject of ridicule among the citizens of Jizhou. "My lord," Wu Shi finally spoke, unable to contain her anxiety any longer since Meng Yan has returned. "Such naive notions," Lin Guqing retorted angrily. He was oblivious to the identity of the letter writer and had no one to suspect, yet the mere thought of this individual instilled fear within him. He felt certain that failure to comply would result in dire repercussions. "My lord, perhaps we could seek assistance from Lord Shun. There might be a chance. How am I to articulate that? Shall I confess that our daughter was abducted for an entire night? Or admit that she sought to ruin the reputation of that girl from the He family, only to face the consequences of her own folly?" Lin Guqing slammed his hand on the table, pointing a finger at Wu Shi as he seethed. "If not for your incessant indulgence of Meng Yan and allowing her to act recklessly. My lord, the girl from the He family initiated the confrontation with Meng Yan first. I merely wished to teach her a lesson. I have no knowledge of any black-cloaked figures." Wu Shi's voice dwindled to a whisper. Lin Guqing, his countenance grim, remained seated at the table, refraining from responding to her. Until today, the entire affair had merely revolved around He Huan offending their daughter, who sought to retaliate, and Wu Shi had directed Steward Bai to communicate with Lu Xiang to enlist a few idlers to obstruct the He family's carriage. They had engaged in such antics before, yet this time, everything felt distinctly peculiar. "This will not do," Lin Guqing exclaimed, striking the table once more. I must confront Lu Xiang and ascertain the truth. As Lin Guqing contemplated Lu Xiang, Captain Lin and his constables forcefully breached Lu Xiang's door. Having served as a constable for over a decade, Captain Lin was well acquainted with Lu Xiang, who had once been notorious in the city for his rowdy behavior, engaging in fights and various misdeeds. However, after aligning himself with Lin Guqing, he had seemingly abandoned his reckless ways, likely undertaking clandestine tasks for the Lin family, leading a relatively stable life. When Captain Lin and his men burst into Lu Xiang's abode, they found him entangled with two alluring women. Xia San, noticing their disheveled appearance, awkwardly averted his gaze. Captain Lin discreetly scrutinized him. Earlier, at the inn, after Lin Guqing's family had departed, Xia San had appeared visibly impatient. He had been engaged in a covert conversation with Chang'an, their demeanor suggesting they were interrupting an intimate moment with a paramour. Captain Lin, recalling his own youth, recognized that Xia San, a young man in his 20s, was at the height of his impetuousness. He had assumed that youthful exuberance was merely a part of growing up. However, it was not until Chang'an summoned a carriage to escort a woman away that he sensed something amiss. Observing Xia San's discomfort in the current situation, seemingly oblivious to the two half-clad women, he began to ponder. His interactions with Xia San had spanned several days. They had always exhibited remarkable self-discipline. How could such a sudden emergence of a romantic interest occur? Could it be that they, master and servant, have taken Lin Mingyan hostage? Chief Lin pondered silently, finding it rather peculiar how County Magistrate L had suddenly received a tip-off as if an unseen hand were orchestrating the entire affair. At that moment, Lu Xiang, upon seeing Chief Lin and the others, displayed no hint of panic. Unhurriedly, he donned his garments and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, Chief Lin, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here?" As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with the two women, eliciting peals of laughter from them. Chief Lin's voice turned grave as he commanded, "Arrest him and take him back to the yamen." Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback and quickly protested, "What crime have I committed to warrant such a commotion?" Chief Lin cast a sidelong glance at him, pointing at the two women, "Take them back as well." "Chief Lin, we were merely enjoying some light-hearted banter with Lord Lu. Is that so wrong?" The two women sidled up to Chief Lin, one of them even casting a flirtatious glance at Xia San. Noticing Xia San's awkward turn of the head, Chief Lin feigned ignorance, finding it amusing, yet his heart grew heavier with concern. He waved his hand dismissively, brushing aside the two women, and addressed Lu Xiang with a stern demeanor. "You conspired with the masked men to ambush the He family's carriage, intending to put Missy in peril, and subsequently assaulted someone in public. Is that not sufficient grounds for your arrest?" "My lord, this is a grave injustice." Lu Xiang fell to his knees, lamenting, "On what basis do you make such accusations? I have no acquaintance with any Miss He. Regardless of your familiarity, you shall all be taken back to the yamen for further inquiry," Chief Lin declared, and with that, Lu Xiang was firmly apprehended by the constables and escorted away. Xiesin scanned the surroundings, slowly making his way out of the building, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. Not far off in an alley, the steward sent by Lin Guqing watched helplessly as Lu Xiang was taken away, before hastily retreating. Inside the yamen, County Magistrate L was already dressed in official robes, seated with a composed demeanor beneath the prominently displayed plaque. Outside, Xia San was peering around restlessly. As Chief Lin and his men entered, Chang'an approached Xia San and whispered, "Third Master, Missy has already gone to Qingsong Temple." Xia San nodded and inquired, "Have you discovered why Chief Lin suddenly visited the inn?" I inquired discreetly within the yamen. It was the secretary who informed Lord L that someone had seen masked men at the inn. According to the secretary, he heard this from others and could not specify who it was. "In my opinion, he merely seeks to curry favor with Lord L," replied the attendant. Xia San bowed his head in contemplation. Although he orchestrated the entire affair, the series of events felt inexplicably strange, and he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. After a moment, he asked, "What news from the Shun family?" Chang'an shook his head. "On my way back, I made a detour to inquire. It is said that since yesterday, aside from those buying vegetables or emptying chamber pots, no one has entered or exited the Shun residence. Steward Shun has awakened, but remains in bed." Master Shun is busy arranging for the young master to recuperate at the estate in the countryside. It appears there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Xie San merely nodded in response, remaining silent. He had already instructed Chun Wu to discreetly follow He Huan, should she venture to the Shun family to deliver news. He would receive the information promptly. However, from Lin Mingyin's words, it is evident that the entire matter has no connection to Shun Jingluan. Perhaps He Huan never intended to notify the Shun family at all. Disheartened, Xie San turned back into the yamen, only to find Lu Xiang kneeling before Magistrate Lu, vehemently declaring his innocence, insisting he knew nothing. Irritated by his incessant claims, Magistrate Lu tossed aside a writing brush and ordered that he receive 20 lashes. The yamen runners restrained Lu Xiang, and after a series of sharp strikes, he was already crying out for mercy, lamenting that he knew nothing, that he was merely acting on the orders of the Bai steward from the Lin family. According to Lu Xiang, on the day of Lin Xian's funeral, he was napping at home when the Bai steward visited with silver, instructing him to gather a few idle men to publicly tease He Huan in a crowded area. After the Bai steward left, he changed his clothes and was about to head out when the Lin family sent word that mere teasing would not suffice. They intended to ruin He Huan's reputation. Hearing this, Xie San interjected, "Who was the messenger?" Lu Xiang shook his head, replying, "I do not know her name. I have only seen her beside Miss Lin Air." He then bowed deeply to Magistrate Lu, pleading, "Your Honor, I understand that teasing and ruining a person's reputation are two different matters. I had initially refused. I implore you to see the truth." He bowed once more before Magistrate Lu. Magistrate Lu glanced at Xie San and inquired, "If you were to see the messenger again, would you recognize her?" "Yes, indeed." Lu Xiang eagerly nodded, asserting, "Your Honor, every word I speak is the truth. I trust you will discern the facts." Magistrate Lu slammed the gavel with authority, proclaiming, "Since you have refused, why was Miss He's carriage intercepted? It seems to me that you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin." "Your Honor." Lu Xiang bowed again, stammering, "I truly intended to refuse, but the Bai steward sent more silver, and I, being greedy, along with a few brothers in urgent need of funds." "How do you know the silver was sent by the Bai steward?" Xie San pressed. Lu Xiang paused, then replied, "Your Honor, it was a substantial sum of 100 taels of silver. The only person I know who could produce that much is the Bai steward. If you were to see the person who delivered the silver again, would you recognize them?" Xie San continued to probe, sensing an unsettling ease in the unfolding events. Lu Xiang nodded vigorously, then volunteered, "I do not know the individuals who intercepted the He family carriage. This was my first time working with them. Many can attest that they approached me first." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Lu turned to Xie San, preparing to ask if they should wait for Lin Butu to bring back the Bai steward for further questioning, when a yamen runner announced that Lin Guqing was arriving, bearing the corpse of the Bai steward. This is a transitional chapter. The first volume is nearing its conclusion and will end with a most surprising twist. Chapter 69, Court Session. This is the last darkness before dawn. For those who dislike speculating on plot twists, let's await the conclusion of the first volume together in a day or two. Crafting this chapter has been a challenge for the author, as it consists solely of dialogue, meandering around a singular theme. The same event, when recounted by different individuals, can take on entirely different meanings. Each person possesses their own perspective and stance on the matter. As Lin Guqing knelt, burdened by the thorny branches, before the court, the lifeless body of Chief Steward Bai lay behind him. Xie San instinctively glanced toward Captain Lin, who stood composedly beneath the scrutiny of the scribe, his gaze fixed intently upon the corpse on the ground. The body was clad in a brand new robe, slightly wrinkled, likely from the struggle before death. Although Xie San was not a coroner, the pallor of the corpse indicated a death by poisoning. Lin Guqing knelt upright, and before he could speak, Lu Xiang pointed at the body, exclaiming, "My lord, it is he. He is the one who orchestrated everything." Lin Guqing raised a white envelope above his head and proclaimed, "Lord Lu, this is a letter of repentance that the commoner discovered in his residence alongside Captain Lin." Magistrate Lu commanded a constable to present the letter and turned to Captain Lin, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Captain Lin performed a respectful gesture to Magistrate Lu. Pausing briefly to consider his words before responding, I am entrusted by the esteemed Lord to summon Lin Erlao and Chief Steward by to confront Lu Xiang. After Lin Erlao ascertained the circumstances, he informed me of the earlier disappearance of Miss Lin Eyre. Miss Lin Eyre has gone missing? Magistrate Lu interjected. Indeed. Captain Lin nodded, slightly bowing his head. Through the gaps between his arms and body, he cast a glance at the kneeling Lin Guqing before continuing. This morning, the esteemed lord ordered me to search the inn for remnants of the Black Scarf faction, and by chance, I encountered Lin Erlao and his family searching for the missing Miss Lin Eyre. Indeed, Lin Guqing acknowledged with a bow to Magistrate Lu, stating, Captain Lin is compassionate. To spare my daughter from disgrace, he permitted me to take her home. We shall return to the court to present our case to the esteemed lord and identify the true culprit. Upon returning home, I pondered the matter and felt that there must be collusion at play. So, Chief Steward was caught betraying, and upon being discovered, took his own life? Magistrate Lu surmised. Lin Guqing slowly shook his head, expressing sorrow as he replied, To answer the esteemed lord, it is not entirely so. What do you mean by not entirely? Magistrate Lu turned to Captain Lin, commanding, You explain the situation. Yes. Captain Lin glanced at the furrowed brow of Xie San and succinctly replied. After Lin Erlao took Miss Eyre away from the inn, I encountered Captain Xie. Subsequently, Captain Xie stated that he had received word linking the Black Scarf incident to Lu Xiang and requested that I guide him to apprehend Lu Xiang. My lord, I am an honest citizen, entirely uninvolved with the Black Scarf faction. I know nothing of it. Lu Xiang knelt, repeatedly bowing and insisting that all his actions were under the directive of Chief Steward Bai. Magistrate Lu slammed the gavel forcefully, commanding him to silence, and then turned to Captain Lin, stating, What I am inquiring about is the disappearance of Miss Lin Eyre and the matter of Chief Steward Bai's suicide. My lord, I merely overheard Lord Lin Eyre mentioning at the inn that Miss Lin Eyre had been kidnapped. Yet again, it is a case of abduction? The expression on County Magistrate L's face darkened. My lord, it was Lord Lin Eyre who said they paid a ransom to the kidnappers, which led to the revelation that Miss Lin Eyre was being held at the inn. The Captain Lin recounted the events with an impassive demeanor, deliberately refraining from glancing at Lin Guqing on the ground, yet casting a significant look towards Xie San. Xie San met his gaze without flinching, nodding in acknowledgement. Captain Lin turned back to Magistrate L, continuing, As for the death of Chief Bai, after I clarified the circumstances to Lord Lin Eyre, he invited me to accompany him to meet Chief Bai and return to the Yamen together. The word invitation had yet to register with Magistrate L, but Xie San comprehended that Lord Lin Eyre was inviting Captain Lin to bear witness to Chief Bai's suicide out of guilt. Lin Guqing also discerned the subtext in Captain Lin's words, immediately feeling a surge of regret. The threatening letter he received had not demanded Captain Lin to witness Chief Bai's demise. It was his own unnecessary action. He hurriedly bowed his head, exclaiming, My lord, Chief Bai's suicide is entirely the fault of a commoner. It was my relentless pressure that drove him to this. Just moments ago, you claimed he was complicit, betraying his own, yet now you assert it is your fault? Magistrate L felt overwhelmed, his tone growing increasingly irritable. Lu Xiang knelt on the ground, witnessing the pallor of Chief Bai's face. His heart filled with dread as he lamented that he merely accepted Chief Bai's silver to avert disaster for him, knowing nothing of the other matters. Lin Guqing urgently interjected, asserting that although Chief Bai had erred, he was coerced and should not have felt compelled to take his own life in atonement. The more Magistrate L listened, the more impatient he became, ultimately picking up the letter Lin Guqing had presented and scrutinizing it. Amidst the exchanges between Lu Xiang and Lin Guqing, Captain Lin once again cast a glance at Xie San. Xie San silently met his gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Xie San sensed Captain Lin's suspicions and doubts regarding the various appearances of the situation. As the tumultuous chatter subsided, Magistrate L struck the gavel with force, bellowing, Enough. He carelessly tossed the letter aside, exclaiming with irritation, What nonsense is written here? Why does it reference years past? What is this about a jade pendant? Explain it to me, each of you. Upon hearing the term jade pendant, Xie San was momentarily rendered speechless. ignoring Captain Lin's intense scrutiny. He bent down to retrieve the letter, eagerly flipping through its contents. When his eyes landed on the name Zhao Lin, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Lin was the former name of Feng Jiang, and the jade pendant was something he had never disclosed to anyone, including Chang'an or Xie Jinghui. "Where is the jade pendant?" he demanded of Lin Guqing. Everyone fell silent, while Captain Lin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xie San. "I shall ask you once more. Where is the jade pendant?" Xie San pressed closer to Lin Guqing. The letter left by Chief Bai contained only a single line. He was intertwined with Zhao Lin through a jade pendant. Xie San's gaze drifted over Lin Guqing's head to the cold body. Chief Bai had died, perhaps never to learn how he had acquired that jade pendant. No, there was also Zhao Lin, who went by the alias Feng Jiang. Xie San's fingers clenched tightly around the letter, the tips piercing the paper without his awareness. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Guqing instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an increasing sense of dread within him. His fear did not stem from the intimidating presence of Xie San, but rather from the individual who had threatened him through a letter. The author of that letter had cautioned him that should Xie San exhibit such behavior, he must not be intimidated, but rather respond with calmness. It was as if that person had foreseen Xie San's reaction in advance. Nearby, County Magistrate Liu was equally astonished and bewildered, instinctively glancing towards Head Constable Lin, who was fixated on Xie San, seemingly analyzing his response, as if coming to an epiphany. Observing the tense atmosphere in the hall, where it felt as though no one could breathe, Magistrate Liu hastily cleared his throat and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Constable Xie, let us discuss matters amicably. Feel free to inquire about anything in detail." Lin Guqing, upon hearing these words, suddenly awakened to the situation and echoed Magistrate Liu's sentiments. "Constable, this jade pendant you mentioned is news to me as well." Xie San pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Lin Guqing. After a moment of silence, he retreated, bowed to Magistrate Liu in apology, and merely stated that the jade pendant was of great significance to the case involving Feng Jiang. In response, Lin Guqing, perplexed, inquired, "Is the Feng Jiang you refer to the broker Feng? He has indeed had dealings with Chief Steward Bai." Liu Xiang, unwilling to remain silent, interjected, "Broker Feng has many connections, not only with Chief Steward Bai, but also with Lord Liu and Master Shun, among others." Enough of this nonsense. Magistrate Liu quickly distanced himself from the conversation, secretly observing Xie San's expression, which appeared inscrutable as he perused Chief Steward Bai's last letter. He urgently signaled to Head Constable Lin. Receiving the cue, Lin Guqing interjected, "Constable Xie, does the Zhao Lin mentioned in Chief Steward Bai's letter refer to the same person as Broker Feng?" "Indeed, yes." Liu Xiang quickly nodded, recalling Lin Guqing's words. "It was only 7 or 8 years ago that we first came to know of Broker Feng's name. I initially heard of him through others, and even Master Shin sought his assistance for purchases." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Liu's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly with it. He could not help but inwardly mutter, "How does this keep circling back to Shun Jingluan?" Seeing that Xie San remained silent, Lin Guqing pressed further. "Constable Xie, do you believe we should inform Constable Xie Jinghui about this matter? I will arrange for someone to notify him." Xie San finally regained his composure after finishing the perusal of Chief Steward Bai's letter. He then asked Lin Guqing, according to Chief Steward Bai, was it truly his intention for Liu Xiang to teach Missy a lesson? "Indeed," Lin Guqing nodded. "In fact, prior to his suicide, I had inquired of him, and he mentioned that at Grandmother Shin's funeral, he witnessed Missy humiliating the young girl, which he could not bear to see. Thus he acted on his own accord. This matter was confirmed by Master Shin himself, as it was he who had sent a maid to return the young girl to her family. Contemplating Miss He Huan's temperament, Xie San believed that if Lin Mingyan had provoked her, she would indeed be unable to endure the humiliation. He continued to question, if Chief Steward Bai was so loyal, taking it upon himself to avenge his master when he felt wronged, how could he then resort to abducting his own master? "Ah, I recall now," Liu Xiang suddenly exclaimed, repeatedly bowing to County Magistrate L, exclaiming, "My lord, I recall what Captain Lin mentioned about the Black Scarf people. They are acquainted with the broker Feng, and it appears their relationship is quite cordial." At that moment, Chang'an entered the great hall and fortuitously overheard this statement. Anxiously, he cast a glance at Xie. His words caught in his throat. Xie approached him and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Third master, Captain Xie has sent word that one of his subordinates has recognized one of the black scarf individuals." At this, he subtly gestured toward the sky and lowered his voice, saying, "For years, Captain Xie has been pursuing the elusive remnants of that incident from a decade ago. One of the black scarf individuals was supposed to have perished at Captain Xie's hands 4 or 5 years ago." Chapter 70. The conclusion. End of Volume 1. Earlier, Xie San, Xie Jinghui, and Captain Lin had all examined the corpse of the man in the black scarf. Yet none could identify him. Even the portraits posted on the streets failed to elicit recognition from anyone. It was as if these 5 individuals had emerged from thin air. At this moment, Lu Xiang first asserted that Feng Jiang recognized the man in the black scarf. And now even Xie Jinghui's subordinates acknowledged that they had previously pursued one of the black scarf men, which left Xie San feeling perplexed. What had transpired? Unbeknownst to him, Captain Lin had already positioned himself behind Xie San. Before Xie San could speak, the sound of drums echoed from outside the yamen. Shortly after, the constables escorted Feng Jiang into view, followed closely by a disheveled Xie Jinghui and his entourage. Xie San was momentarily taken aback as he noticed Feng Jiang's gaze fixated upon him. Struggling against the grip of the constables, he spat and, once more, fixed his eyes on Xie San, striding purposefully toward him. In a hurry, Xie Jinghui stepped in front of Xie San, obstructing Feng Jiang's approach. "Captain Xie." Lu County Magistrate smiled ingratiatingly at Xie Jinghui before scolding the crowd. "Who dares to beat the drums in protest? Bring him to the court." Feng Jiang let out a derisive laugh and, locking eyes with Xie San, inquired, "Who are you?" "Zhao Lin. What is your intention?" Xie Jinghui remained firmly in place, preventing Feng Jiang from advancing. Feng Jiang, unfazed, turned to Xie Jinghui and asked, "Captain Xie, do you truly wish for me to recount every detail of the old matters in the court?" Xie Jinghui, momentarily taken aback, fell silent. Captain Lin turned to scrutinize Xie Jinghui, then glanced at the composed Feng Jiang. In that brief silence, Xie San felt the pace of events accelerating beyond his grasp, evoking a sense of unease he could not articulate. Feng Jiang smirked mockingly at Xie Jinghui before shifting his gaze back to Xie San. Seizing an unexpected moment, he forcefully wrested himself free and lunged towards Xie San. Instinctively, Xie Jinghui blocked him, their shoulders colliding with a resounding thud, bringing them both to a halt. Feng Jiang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you not here to interrogate me? Shall we not proceed to the court?" With that, he strode forward. Xie Jinghui, enraged and humiliated, retaliated by grabbing Feng Jiang's shoulder. Feng Jiang adeptly evaded his grasp. Just then, Captain Lin suddenly intervened, seizing Feng Jiang by the throat. Feng Jiang met his gaze, but allowed himself to be escorted into the court. Inside the courtroom, upon spotting Feng Jiang, Lu Xiang cried out, "Broker Feng, you brought me much suffering." He pointed an accusatory finger at him, lamenting, "Did my family offend you in any way? Must you treat me so?" Silence. A constable barked, and Lu Xiang fell silent, kneeling on the ground. Once Magistrate Lu returned to the dais and struck the wooden block with force. Feng Jiang remained standing resolutely. A constable struck him on the calf, causing him to collapse beside Lin Guqing. Yet, he did not turn to Magistrate Lu, but instead directed his question at Xie San. "Who are you, and what is your connection to the Yong and Marquis?" As Feng Jiang interrogated Xie San, Xie Jinghui was whispering to Magistrate Lu. Xie San remained silent throughout. He had been tracking Feng Jiang for several days, and today, he seemed like a completely different person compared to before. Though Feng Jiang was merely a commoner, Zhao Lin was a former disciple of the Crown Prince, well-versed in the implications of sudden death. His presence was already steeped in a resolve to meet his demise. With this thought in mind, Xie San stepped forward and tightly grasped Feng Jiang's chin. At that moment, Xie Jinghui and Captain Lin simultaneously awakened to the truth. Shouting in unison, "Extract the wax pill from under his tongue." The crimson wax pill was soon discarded upon the cold, hard tiles. A chill coursed through Lin Guqing's heart. Trembling, he bowed deeply and lamented. Your Honor, please discern, Chief Bai has had dealings with him, but I, a mere commoner, do not know him and have no entanglements with him. Spitting, Feng Jiang spat a mouthful of saliva onto Lin Guqing's face. Brother Bai was loyal to you in vain. Lin Guqing wiped the spit from his face and weakly retorted, You kidnapped Meng Yin first, extorted me afterward. He was merely betraying you from within. Brother Bai has served you faithfully throughout his life, doing countless unspeakable deeds for you. Yet you wouldn't even lend him 3 white silver coins. Do you not regard him as a human being? Feng Jiang glared at Lin Guqing with a ferocity that seemed to suggest he wished to devour him. His implication was clear. Had Lin Guqing been willing to lend him money, they would not have resorted to extortion. Before Feng Jiang could finish his words, the constables, at the behest of County Magistrate L, seized his arms and forced him down onto the ground. Feng Jiang's cheek pressed against the cold, rough tiles as he looked up at CS San and proclaimed loudly, Brother Bai's sincerity towards Miss Lin is akin to that of his own daughter. He winked meaningfully, chuckling dryly. In this world, all matters are governed by cause and effect, an unending cycle. He erupted into a raucous laughter. Was this man mad? County Magistrate L inquired incredulously of Xie Jinghui, then turned to glance at Captain Lin. Feng Jiang continued to laugh madly, tears streaming from his eyes. Xie Jinghui moved from beside Magistrate L to stand behind CS San, whispering, Third Master, perhaps it would be prudent to detain him first and conduct a thorough examination on another day. Some truths are not suitable for scrutiny here. He cast a suggestive glance around. CSN understood implicitly that he was the one who had abducted Lin Mengyin, not the so-called collusion between Feng Jiang and Chief Bai. He nodded and said, If Magistrate L agrees, then. My lord, it is he who kidnapped my daughter and extorted me, who incited and threatened Chief Bai. I implore you to punish him severely. Lin Guqing pleaded while bowing repeatedly. Indeed, it was I who kidnapped Miss Lin. Brother Bai merely sought to borrow 300 taels of silver to help me escape, yet you flatly refused. So, I shall demand 3,000 taels from you. Feng Jiang said, casting a significant glance at Xie San, and continued, Old Master Lin, you speak of severe punishment for me. But let me first ask on behalf of Brother Bai. As her father, do you know what time she left yesterday? Have you, like Brother Bai, secretly protected her? Lin Guqing's face turned pale and green with rage as he retorted, What protection are you speaking of? If he had not acted on his own accord, how could he have attracted the men in black? Attracted? Feng Jiang laughed again. At this point, Brother Bai is no longer among the living, and you still dare to blame him. The so-called black scarf men are merely individuals like myself, yearning to break free from the shackles of the past and embark on a new chapter in life. He cast a fierce glare at Xie Jinghui and rebuked Lin Guqing. Their gravest error was merely their intent to assist Miss Lin in confronting the tormentor, Miss He, which resulted in Constable Xie relentlessly pursuing them, tightening the noose with each step. He glared once more at Xie Jinghui and said, Had it not been for your relentless pursuit, they would never have harmed the innocent citizens, nor would they have dared to intercept the carriage of the Shun family. CSN was both astonished and infuriated. Earlier, although he had not fully confided in Yihuan, one truth lingered. He feared for Lin Mengyin's safety. Having abducted Lin Mengyin, he prided himself on his cunning. Yet had he been so easily discerned? Upon reflection, had his actions not been discovered, how could Lin Guqing have ventured to the inn to reclaim his daughter? In that very moment, Feng Jiang was indeed concealing the truth for him. In the midst of a brief silence, Feng Jiang regarded Xie San with a knowing smirk and pronounced each word with precision. I have said all that I intended to convey. Should Master Xie wish to inquire further, do enlighten me on the nature of your relationship with the esteemed Miss Xie of the Yong'an Marquis, the legitimate wife of Lord Shen? No, he shook his head. According to the Shun family genealogy, it is Miss Lin who holds the title of Lord Shun's legitimate wife. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Xie San, with Magistrate L and Constable Lin appearing particularly dubious. It was common knowledge in Jizhou that Lin Xian was merely the stepwife of Shun Jingluan, who had remained unmarried for a decade out of devotion to Xie Minjun. Amidst the crowd's uncertainty, a constable hurriedly reported that, within Feng Jiang's residence, 3,000 taels of silver had been discovered. Magistrate L ordered the silver to be brought forth, and Lin Guqing promptly pointed to the box, declaring it to be the ransom he had delivered to the kidnappers, marked for identification. Xie Jingwei glanced at Xie San, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he hastily signaled to Magistrate L. The magistrate stood and announced that the case would be reviewed on another day. Lin Guqing, kneeling as he approached, sorrowfully proclaimed his willingness to accept punishment for his ineptitude in employing others, yet insisted that Feng Jiang must face severe repercussions. He prostrated himself before the table, and Magistrate L commanded the constables to assist him in rising. However, a scuffle ensued between him and the constables. At that moment, while everyone's attention was fixated on Lin Guqing, Feng Jiang, who had been pinned down by the constables, suddenly summoned an unexpected strength. With a loud shout, he broke free from their grasp and lunged towards Xie San. Xie Jinghui, positioned closest to Xie San, instinctively drew his blade to shield Xie San. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Jiang charged directly into the gleaming edge of the sword, which pierced through his chest with brutal force. Xie San was momentarily paralyzed. He beheld the resolute determination in Feng Jiang's eyes and the faint smile upon his lips. Shock rippled through the onlookers as they watched Feng Jiang grasp the blade with his own hand. With a muffled groan, the blade protruded from his back, crimson droplets of blood cascading from the tip. For a fleeting moment, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Feng Jiang raised his gaze and smiled at Xie San, declaring, "The people of the Yeoman Marquisate shall never discover the whereabouts of the jade pendant." With Feng Jiang's act of self-destruction, a shadow fell upon the hearts of all present, observing Xie San remaining alone in the chamber for several hours. Xie Jinghui finally knocked on his door as the lanterns were lit. "Constable Xie, I am deeply sorry." Xie San graciously invited Xie Jinghui to take a seat, lamenting that his delay had led to the untimely demise of Feng Jiang, whom he had been tracking for some time. "Third Master, you flatter me," Xie Jinghui replied, rising to clasp his hands in salute. "I have discovered some physical evidence at his residence, sufficient for my report back to the capital." "That is well." Xie San nodded awkwardly. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Jinghui cautiously ventured, "Third Master, the matter is now quite clear." The masked men approached Feng Jiang without any particular intentions. Chief Bai intervened on behalf of Miss Lin Air, which led them to intercept Miss He's carriage. The subsequent events were merely a series of cover-ups. As for the residents in Shirtu Alley, they likely learned of its vacancy from Feng Jiang and concealed themselves there. Regarding Feng Jiang, he sought to flee, but guilt over Chief Bai's death weighed heavily upon him. What do you suppose they were searching for when they recklessly returned to the Shirtu Alley residence? Xie San interjected. He had been meticulously pondering every detail for the past few hours. Everything seemed so reasonable, including Chief Bai's death, which occurred when Lin Guqing publicly scolded him. Feng Jiang, upon hearing the news, went to investigate, which ultimately led to his confession at the Yamen. Xie Jinghui glanced at Xie San, uncertainly suggesting perhaps it was for that. He hesitated, refraining from uttering the word jade pendant. After a prolonged silence, Xie Jinghui awkwardly stated, "Third Master, I must escort Feng Jiang's remains back to the capital to confirm his identity. The weather is growing warmer. You should set off as soon as possible." Xie San replied, "Third Master." Xie Jinghui suddenly knelt at his feet, pleading, "Please allow me to accompany you back to the capital. Whether you seek someone or that jade pendant, so much time has already passed." "I understand," Xie San replied, helping Xie Jinghui to his feet with a dismissive tone. "In any case, since I have come to Jizhou, I ought to pay my respects to Lord Shun before departing." That very night, Xie Jinghui, accompanied by several trusted aides and Feng Jiang's corpse, set off under the cover of darkness. When the convoy reached a desolate ridge outside Jizhou City, dawn was breaking. Noticing the absence of anyone around and sensing his men's fatigue, Xie Jinghui ordered the group to rest. Amidst the morning dew, several constables sat on the ground, eating dry rations and sipping fresh water, engaged in quiet conversation. Suddenly, Xie Jinghui stood up scanning the surroundings. The morning light revealed an eerie silence, devoid of any birdsong. "Hurry and get moving," he urged. As soon as he spoke, the constables sprang to their feet, only to be struck by a wave of dizziness. Before they could comprehend the situation, several figures in black emerged from the forest, striking with deadly precision. Xie Jinghui watched helplessly as his men fell one by one. He drew his sword to confront the attackers, but one of them swiftly disarmed him with a single blow. Attempting to fight back with his bare hands, he found himself powerless, forced to retreat as the blade of a black-clad assailant pressed against his throat. The pungent scent of blood filled the woods as despair washed over Xie Jinghui, who leaned against a tree, gazing up at the man who had subdued him. The eyes of the black-clad figure were all too familiar. In shock, he exclaimed, "Captain Lin, is it you?" Captain Lin pulled down the black cloth covering his face, his penetrating gaze locking onto Xie Jinghui's eyes. "Why?" Xie Jinghui asked, bewildered. "We are constables, not mere executioners. The faces of those who perish by our hands will forever linger in our memories." Upon uttering the final word, he gently twisted his wrist, and a warm stream of liquid abruptly splattered across his visage. Chief Lin wiped the blood from his face, allowing the lifeless body of Xie Jinghui to slump at his feet. He turned and commanded, "Bury the body." Silence enveloped the scene as each figure clad in black hoisted a corpse and trudged deeper into the woods. The morning sun gradually elevated the ambient temperature, yet its blinding rays failed to penetrate the mist-shrouded wilderness. The somber figures advanced through the dense fog, bearing their burdens in silence. Suddenly, the surroundings opened up, revealing a landscape dotted with small mounds, each seemingly narrating the tales of their former inhabitants. Thus concludes the first volume. Surprised, are you? I had initially intended to delay the conclusion until tomorrow, but upon reflection, I realized there was no need to artificially extend Ahuan's role. The narrative shall unfold as it must. 1/5 of the work is finally complete. Fighting. A cheer for myself. Chapter 71. Fear after departing from the inn beneath the watchful eye of head constable Lin. Huan made her way directly to Qing Song Temple, unaware of the various happenings within the city. Along the journey, Lin Mingyin's words echoed persistently in her mind. It was disheartening to learn that Lin Mingyin intended to seek vengeance due to a minor conflict at the Shen residence. If they were willing to resort to such measures against her, one could only imagine how they might treat her brother to secure the inheritance for the second branch of the Lin family. "Miss?" Bai Xiao timidly called out. "What is it?" Huan replied, her heart heavy with thoughts. Bai Xiao hesitated, stammering for a while before cautiously advising, "Miss, although Master Xie is affiliated with the magistrate's office." "Enough, I can manage this myself." Huan interrupted, her gaze averted as she lowered her eyes. Aside from Shan Jingluan, she had never been so close to any man. Just moments ago, while hiding in the wardrobe, they had been in such proximity that his hand covered her mouth, and she could almost feel his breath. Yet, he had made every effort to maintain a distance, his eyes devoid of any lascivious intent, treating her as though she were not even a woman. Time and again, he had rescued her. Although propriety dictated that men and women should not engage too intimately, she ought not to take offense. Gratitude was her rightful response. Yet the only way to express that gratitude seemed to be to pretend that nothing had transpired. Sometimes, those who benefit from kindness may inadvertently become a burden to their benefactors. Huan cast her gaze downward, contemplating the tips of her shoes. When she was still Lin Xiyan, she was acutely aware that she had lost her father, possessed no substantial dowry, and faced the watchful eyes of her uncle's family, which made her exceedingly cautious. Marriage was her sole means of altering her fate and safeguarding her mother and brother, and her only asset was herself. She diligently honed her skills in music, chess, and literature, always mindful of her behavior, never daring to be alone with young men, and constantly reminded of the importance of maintaining boundaries between the sexes. "Miss, it seems Master Xie is merely a subordinate of Constable Xie, not a constable himself," Bai Xiao remarked, seemingly unfazed. Upon hearing this, Huan quickly gathered her thoughts and solemnly reminded, "Regardless of Master Xie's status, he is our savior. We must not treat him lightly when we meet him again. Do you understand?" Shun Jingluan had taught her that one's family background could often be discerned through their servants and cooks, and such qualities could not be feigned. Master Xie might not exhibit the demeanor of a nobleman, nor did he carry himself with the same elegance as Shun Jingluan, who unmistakably bore the marks of a highborn. However, judging by his conduct in Chang'an, it was evident that both he and his master hailed from affluent or esteemed households. Though he spoke casually, his subtle mannerisms were no different from those of Wenju, if not superior. How could she have previously mistaken Master Xie for a mere thug? Seeing Bai Xiao remain indifferent, He Huan cleared her throat and reiterated, "Remember, Master Xie is our savior. That alone is sufficient. Do you grasp my meaning?" Only when Bai Xiao nodded in agreement did she shift the conversation. An hour later, within the guest room of Qing's Song Temple, Wei sat alone at the table. A look of deep contemplation etched across her face. Shortly thereafter, a young acolyte appeared at the door, informing her that a woman claiming to be Lan Mama urgently requested her presence for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Wei's complexion paled, her expression turning grave. She inquired whether she had come alone. The young monk, feigning ignorance, concocted an excuse and swiftly departed. Madame Wei summoned Aunt Zhang to style her hair and adorn herself, then found another excuse to dismiss her before proceeding to meet Mama Lan. As she approached the door, she knocked twice, but no one responded. Casually pushing open the ajar door, she glimpsed a woman's silhouette behind a screen, seemingly changing garments, the figure resembling that of Mama Lan. Without a moment's hesitation, Madame Wei lowered her voice and demanded, "Mama Lan, did we not agree to avoid meeting for the time being? Why have you come to seek me? Dear aunt, the Mama Lan you mentioned, is she not the dowry of third aunt?" He Huan stood at the doorway, a subtle smile playing upon her lips as she regarded Madame Wei. Taken aback, Madame Wei looked at her in astonishment before glancing back at the screen, where Bai Xiao emerged, clutching a coarse linen garment. "What is the meaning of this? Am I your amusement?" Madame Wei exclaimed in anger. "Dear aunt, at such an hour, I possess neither the time nor the inclination to jest with you." He Huan stepped into the room, turned, and closed the door with a cold smirk, adding, "Perhaps today marks the final occasion we see each other in this world. You must not utter such ominous words here." "Ominous words?" He Huan seized a chair by the window